I am just a little-known Taoist priest in this vast world. Since I was a child, I have believed that being a god is much better than being an ordinary mortal. With my longing for the gods in mind, I embarked on the path of spiritual practice. In people's legends, the world of gods is full of endless freedom and ease. But as my practice deepened, I gradually understood that whether it is a god or a mortal, there is actually not much difference in essence. In that world of gods, it is also full of struggles and intrigues. The strength of one's power is the key factor that determines whether one can truly live freely. In order to seek a more advanced way of cultivation, I came alone to the depths of a mysterious mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist. There are overlapping mountains and towering ancient trees here, as if it is isolated from the world. At this moment, I am struggling desperately in this dense jungle. As I walked along, my clothes were tattered and torn beyond recognition by thorns, and my face was filled with fatigue and fear. However, I never imagined that I would find myself in an unprecedented crisis. With a glimmer of luck, I accidentally broke into a mysterious relic hidden in the mountains. I was looking forward to finding some precious cultivation resources in it to improve my own cultivation. Little did I expect that my ignorant action would trigger an ancient and powerful seal. The moment the seal was released, an extremely powerful and suffocating breath rushed towards me like a strong wind. I looked at the scene in front of me in horror as a peerless empress slowly emerged in the light. She was wearing a blood-red dress. Her temperament was noble and cold to the extreme, but her beautiful eyes were flashing with a dangerous light like ice. The empress stared at me coldly, her voice as cold as ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. "You are the one who can unlock the seal? Humph, if that's the case, then heal my wounds." I was so scared that I stepped back repeatedly, staggered and almost fell to the ground. My heart was filled with endless despair. I knew very well that I had no power to resist this powerful empress and could only accept this cruel fate helplessly. However, just when I thought I was about to become the empress's slave and lose my freedom and dignity, the plot took an unexpected turn. My body suddenly gained a mysterious and powerful power from the remains of the empress. And under my brave conquest, the empress gradually began to look at this seemingly ordinary little monk in a different light. I looked at my hands in amazement, feeling the mysterious power surging in my body, and an inexplicable confidence surged in my heart. If I can absorb all the power in the depths of the ruins, I will become the supreme sword immortal. I shouted in my heart, and my originally dim eyes were now filled with a burning fighting spirit. And under my brave conquest, the empress gradually began to look at this seemingly ordinary little monk in a different light. A few days after I entered the ruins, I slowly woke up and saw a few spots of bright red on the ruins. Clothes were scattered on the ground in a messy manner, and the scene was extremely chaotic. I looked at the empress sitting on me. My head was still a little dazed. This woman was really too passionate. I passed out halfway through, and she did the rest by herself. At this moment, I just feel a dull pain in my waist and urgently need some tonic. "Are you awake?" When the empress saw me wake up, she stood up lightly and changed into a red dress. The empress's red dress was as red as fire, which made her even more stunning. She leaned over, grabbed my hand and placed it on her chest, and said softly, "It's your turn this time." My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly shook my head to refuse. "No. If you continue, someone might die." I felt so miserable. I never expected that I would give my first time to this man with such insatiable desires. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, "Do you really think I'm such a casual person?" I couldn't help but ask back, "What else?" She took the opportunity to grab the blood-red pendant on my chest. I looked down at the pendant, and then I realized what was going on. This pendant is an ancestral heirloom, and every young master of the Liu family must wear it with them. I was out gaining experience, and when I was taking a break, blood accidentally dripped onto the pendant, and then the woman in the red dress appeared. I was sleeping in this sky burial pendant. I just woke up and my body is very weak. I need your natural body to heal me. Is there any problem? The woman in the red dress lifted my chin with her hand and looked at me carefully. "You, kid, are born with a Taoist body. Your yang energy is extremely strong and yang. You are handsome, and your figure is good, so this palace is not at a disadvantage." The woman in the red dress tapped my head lightly, with a smile on her lips. "Fool! How could I be the kind of person who would take advantage of others? You will not suffer any loss." I frowned slightly and asked curiously, How can I avoid being at a disadvantage? I'd like to hear the details. The woman in the red dress stared at me, her eyes sparkling, and she said slowly, You, the young master of the Liu family in Qingsong City, Qingzhou, I started to refine my body at the age of 7, awaken my spirit at the age of 14, and entered the realm of Dongxian at the age of 18. I am known as the Qingzhou Tianjiao. Is that right? I was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that this woman knew me so well. But then I thought, she has been sleeping in the ancestral pendant, so it is not surprising that she knows everything. I nodded and said, yes, but that was all in the past. Once upon a time, I started to cultivate my body at the age of 7, my spirit was awakened at the age of 14, and I entered the realm of Dongxian at the age of 18. By the time I was 20, my strength had surpassed 9 out of 10 geniuses in Qingzhou. However, 3 months ago, I was besieged by the strong men of the Chun family, a hostile family, in the fight for the spiritual mind for my family. The clansmen who fought alongside me died one after another, leaving me alone to fight dozens of powerful enemies. Although I killed countless enemies, I was eventually severely injured by them. My dantian was destroyed, and my strength plummeted to the body refining realm. This time, I went out to experience life and death, hoping to stimulate my potential and seek a way to recover. But I never thought that before I could recover, I would be drained again. A sly look flashed in the eyes of the woman in the red dress, and she asked, Do you want to regain your glory and even surpass the past? Hearing this, a firm look flashed in my eyes. I do. If I can't become stronger, not only will my family be implicated, but I will also die. In Qingsong City, the 5 major families stand side by side, and the Liu family once dominated the top. All of this was built with the blood of my enemies during my heyday. Now that I have encountered misfortune, those former enemies will surely take the opportunity to take revenge. By then, not only will I be in danger, but hundreds of members of the Liu family and my childhood sweetheart, Lin Xinyao, will also face a devastating disaster. The woman in the red dress patted my shoulder gently and said softly, Follow me. The next moment, the space in front of my eyes suddenly changed, and I found myself in a mysterious and unknown space. Above the sky, billions of stars are constantly disappearing. Behind them, the sea of blood is surging, and the ground beneath their feet is a dark red color. On this vast land, 9 towering stone tablets stand tall, thousands of feet high, and reach into the sky. I looked around and asked in confusion, Where is this? The woman in the red skirt walked over and answered, This is the world inside the heaven burial pendant called the heaven burial realm. The woman in the red dress pointed to the 9 stone tablets in front of her and said, 9 of my old friends are buried here. If you can obtain their inheritance, you will not only be able to restore your realm, but you may even achieve the strongest realm. Restoring one's realm and even achieving the strongest state undoubtedly has great appeal to me. I looked at the 9 stone tablets with burning eyes. Their titles were engraved on them. Myriad Sword Ancestor, Immortal Pill God, Heaven Refining Artifact Master. These 9 people are undoubtedly the most powerful ones in history. They are either the world-shaking supreme beings or the legendary emperors of the ancient times. If you can obtain their inheritance, you will definitely get a chance to defy the heavens. The woman in the red dress looked at me and said, You can choose the inheritance of one of them now. As for the other inheritances, we will talk about it later. I pondered for a moment, then resolutely walked to the stone tablet of the Myriad Sword Ancestor and said firmly, I choose the inheritance of the Myriad Sword Ancestor. The inheritance of sword cultivation has always been rare and precious. But once you embark on the path of sword cultivation, you will move forward courageously until you reach the peak and remain undefeated. I'm in urgent need of strength right now, so naturally I have to choose the most powerful swordsmanship school. In an instant, a majestic golden light burst out from the stone tablet and turned into endless sword energy, rushing into my body like a rushing river. A top-level technique, sword cannon, also appeared in my mind. The source of all heavenly sword cultivation, the general outline of the sword arts of all realms. At the same time, the mighty sword energy flowed through my meridians, and the originally abandoned dantian also gathered mighty power again. My breath continued to rise, as if an unstoppable force was awakening within me. Originally, when my dantian was destroyed, my strength level dropped to the first level of the body refining realm, and there was no improvement for a long time. But who could have imagined that in that mysterious relic, the power obtained from the Empress would rush into my body like a surging sword energy, frantically transforming my meridians and dantian. The first, third, seventh, and ninth levels of the body, refining realm. My cultivation level soared all the way until I reached the ninth level of the body refining realm, where it gradually stabilized. I clenched my fists, feeling the overwhelming power surging in my body. It was a feeling I had never experienced before. This power is not inferior to the Qi Ling realm. I was extremely surprised. This sword cannon technique not only restored my dantian, but also made me stronger than other practitioners at the same level. It is worthy of being the source of all sword techniques. At this moment, the tombstone of the myriad sword ancestor flashed again, and a silver long sword flew over and stopped in front of me. Although it looked ordinary, I could feel its power that defied the heavens. The woman in the red skirt said that this was the ancestral sword, the first sword in the world which could make all the swords in the world submit. I gripped the hilt tightly, and the powerful power shocked me. She warned me not to use it unless it was a life or death situation. I knew that if this kind of divine item was exposed, it would bring about a fatal disaster. But no matter what, this is my trump card. I asked when I could receive the inheritance from the other 8 predecessors. The woman in the red skirt said that I needed to use the source of Taoism to replace the tombstone, but I didn't even know what the source was. Afterwards, I withdrew from the heaven burial realm. Thanks to my ancestor's pendant, I had this opportunity. Next, it was time to deal with the affairs of Chingsong City. I went straight to the Liu family, and as soon as I came back, I met my cousin Lu Chen. He said that people from the Lin family were in the meeting hall. I rushed over without hesitation. But before I even entered the room, I heard Lu Rian's sarcastic voice, saying that my cultivation had been abolished, and that she wanted to cancel the engagement and didn't want to return the betrothal money. Lin Xinyao showed up and said she would not cancel the engagement just because I was pretty. Lu Rian was furious and wanted to take Lin Xinyao to the Chen family. At this moment, I kicked open the door of the council hall, rushed to Lu Ruyan, and slapped her with my backhand, sending her flying. I looked at Lin Sini in front of me and said helplessly, "Stop making trouble. Tell me, what exactly does the Wu family want from sending you here?" Lin Sini chuckled. "Brother-in-law, you are really nervous. Actually, I don't want to kill you. I just want to come and see you." I frowned. "Don't give me that. What benefits did the Wu family give you?" Lin Sini said coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, who do you think I am? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you would be fine now?" I was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then why are you here?" Lin Sini sat up straight and said seriously, "Brother-in-law, the Wu family has been very close to the Lin family recently. They seem to be planning something big. I'm afraid it will be bad for you, so I came to remind you." My heart warmed. "You still have some conscience." Lin Sini blinked. "Then how are you going to thank me, brother-in-law?" I rolled my eyes at her and said, "Let's talk about it after I solve the current problem." Lin Sini nodded. "Okay then, but brother-in-law, you must be careful. This matter is not that simple." I looked serious. "I know. You should also be careful not to be discovered that you have been to my place." Lin Sini stood up and said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll leave first." After saying that, she flashed and disappeared into the night. I looked in the direction she left, lost in thought. In the next 5 days, we must work hard to improve our strength in order to prepare for the upcoming life and death battle. But before I could catch my breath, the woman in the red dress found me again, and before I could struggle, she pressed on me. I was speechless. This was too direct. But now that things have come to this, I can only let her do what she wants. After a struggle, I came out of the room and found that it was still dark outside, and Ruby Lin was still sleeping soundly. I stood up quietly and prepared to go to Tianqing Mountain. It was just dawn when Lin Sini woke up. She stretched and said, "Let's go, brother Lucien." I nodded and headed towards Tianqing Mountain with her. Along the way, Lin Sini chattered nonstop, while I was thinking about what I had gained in the burial heaven realm and how to deal with the unknown dangers in Tianqing Mountain. Soon, we arrived at the foot of Tianqing Mountain. Looking at the towering mountains in front of me, I took a deep breath and said, "Let's go and see what kind of treasures are hidden in this legendary Tianqing Mountain." Lin Sini responded and followed me. As soon as we entered the mountain, we felt an eerie breath coming towards us, and the roars of monsters could be heard from all around from time to time. I turned my head to look in the direction where the sound came from, and saw Wu Tian and a group of people walking towards us aggressively. Wu Tian said arrogantly, "Lu Xian, do you think you are worthy of owning this Qingling fruit? Hand it over obediently, and I can spare your life." I snorted coldly. "Wu Tian, Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want the Qingling fruit, come and get it yourself if you have the guts. Wu Tian's face darkened. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Come on, take him down. The group of people behind him rushed towards me instantly. I focused my eyes, protected Lin Sinny behind me, and flashed to meet the enemy who was rushing towards me. My fists flew, and each one was fierce and powerful. Although there were more of them, they were far inferior to me in strength, and I beat them back again and again. Seeing this, Wu Tian shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash, get out of here!" As he said that, he took action himself, and a powerful spiritual energy wave emanated from him. My heart tightened. Wu Tian was indeed a master of the Wu family, and his strength should not be underestimated. But Lu Xian was no pushover either. I took a deep breath, mobilized all my strength, and prepared to fight him. At this moment, Lin Sinny shouted, "Wu Tian, if you dare to touch my brother-in-law, my Lin family will not let you go." Wu Tian's expression changed, as if he was afraid of the Lin family. But he quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, even if the Lin family came today, they can't protect you." The battle was about to break out, and Wu Tian and I collided instantly. After a few rounds, I defeated Wu Tian as expected, and continued to head towards Tianqing Mountain with Lin Sinny. Not far away, three figures appeared. They were Chun Yin from the Qin family, Yi Feng from the Yi family, and Wu Daoshu from the Wu family. Chun Yin looked at Lin Sinny with lustful eyes and showed off the hundreds of Qingling fruits behind him. I looked at Chun Yin with a puzzled look on my face, wondering where this stupid bird came from. Ruby Lin introduced their identities to me, and it turned out that they were all from wealthy families. Chun Yin laughed at my bad luck for only finding a few Qingling fruits, and also said some dirty words to insult Lin Xinyao and her sister. I asked Lin Sinny who these two little bastards were, and found out that they were just guys at the second or third level of the spiritual awakening realm. Chun Yin wanted to use the power of the Chun family to win over Lin Sinny, and Lin Sinny asked him to give all the Qingling fruits to her as a sign of sincerity. Chun Yin was hesitant at first, but after being provoked by Lin Sinny, he actually gave her all the Qingling fruits. Lin Sinny took a bite of the Qingling fruit and praised it for being delicious. Chun Yin thought he had succeeded, but he didn't expect Lin Sinny to turn around and give me the Qingling fruit. I took it and chewed it in big mouthfuls, praising it for being delicious. Lin Sinny even lay on my chest and said tenderly, "Brother-in-law, if you like to eat it, you can hold me with your right hand and me with your left hand, and we will feed you the fruit together." Chun Yin was dumbfounded and his face turned extremely ugly. I saw that Chun Yan's face became extremely ugly, and even Wu Daoshu turned his head away, unable to bear to look at him. At this point, no matter how stupid Chun Yin was, he should have understood that he had been fooled by Ruby Lin. Chun Yin clenched his fists, veins popped on his forehead, and yelled at Lin Sinny, "Lin Sinny, how dare you play tricks on me?" Without saying anything, Lin Sinny stepped forward and slapped him in the face with her backhand. "I'm playing tricks on you. Don't you accept it?" In an instant, Chun Yan's cheeks turned red and swollen. The slap stunned him. The Qingling fruit he had collected with great effort was gone, and he was also beaten. This time he was completely furious. "Okay, you shameless thing. You actually dare to play tricks on me? This is too much." Originally, he thought that he could sacrifice the Qingling fruit in exchange for a beauty, which would at least make him feel good. But now he found that Lin Sinny had been playing tricks on him from the beginning to the end. Lin Sinny sneered, "Just bullying you, so what?" Chun Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he let Lin Sinny go today, how would he survive in Qingsong City in the future? It would simply become a joke. He had to kill her to vent his anger and take back the Qingling fruit in order to save face. He looked at Yi Feng beside him and said, "Yi Feng, let's join forces and kill Lin Sinny." Yi Feng nodded and stared at Lin Sinny. The two of them were only at the second level of the spiritual awakening realm. It would be difficult for them to fight against Lin Sinny, who was at the fourth level of the spiritual awakening realm alone. Only by joining forces could they have a chance. As for me, they didn't take me seriously at all. They thought that I was at most at the body refining realm and could be killed with ease. Seeing that the situation was tense, Wu Daoshu took a few steps back, obviously not wanting to get involved. At this time, Chun Yin rushed towards Lin Sinny and used the wind and fire palm. For a moment, the strong wind rolled up the flames and turned it to a palm print that blasted out. Yi Feng also threw a punch, breaking the air fist, and a heavy fist shadow followed closely. They wanted to use these two middle-grade yellow-level martial arts to defeat Lin Sinny in one round. Lin Sinny was not afraid at all, and was ready to meet the enemy. But at this moment, I took the lead and rushed out directly with an ordinary long sword. In this world, although there is not much systematic sword-fighting inheritance, the power of the sword is still very strong. I didn't use the ancestral sword. This ordinary sword is enough. I used the sword skill sword flying to the sky from the sword manual, which is a martial art without any grade. I thrust out my sword, and a violent sword energy surged out, full of murderous intent. The terrifying sword energy directly tore through their martial arts and slashed at them. With a bang, Chen Yin and Yi Feng were chopped away, and the sword energy tore them into two halves on the spot. The sword energy in the field dissipated, and two bodies fell to the ground. I put away my sword, looking calm. The sword skills in this sword manual are indeed powerful. Although I am only in the body refining realm, I can easily kill a cultivator in the second level of the spiritual awakening realm. At this time, Ruby Lin looked at me shyly. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. She knew that I was a genius, but she didn't expect that my cultivation in the body refining realm could so easily kill a strong man in the spirit awakening realm. Wu Daoshu's pupil shrank slightly. He looked at me and asked, "Are you a sword cultivator?" I smiled and said, "Not bad. Are you satisfied?" In an instant, Wu Daoshu's expression changed drastically. The tradition of sword cultivation in this world is almost cut off. I didn't expect that I was a sword cultivator. Wu Daoshu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Did you have any adventure?" I looked at her, nodded and said, "I guess so." Wu Daoshu was in awe, originally thinking that I would become mediocre after being severely injured, but he did not expect that I would inherit the sword cultivation tradition and my future achievements would be limitless. But she still reminded me, even if you are a sword cultivator, if you want to go against other families in Qingsong City in the future, it is best to find a backer, such as the Sangyu sword sect. The major families in Qingsong City have deep roots and are connected to many large sects. There are three major sects in Qingzhou: the Sangyu sword sect, the Wuji sect, and the Taiqing dance sect. Without a backer, it would be very troublesome to be targeted by the aristocratic families. Even if a sword cultivator is invincible in the same realm, it is difficult to defeat a strong person who is far beyond his own realm. The Sangyu sword sect is a good choice. They are tolerant of sword cultivators, powerful, and not afraid of the aristocratic families. I said, "I'll think about it." Then, I picked up the space rings of the two people from the ground, looked at Lin Sinny and said, "I'll take one with you." Lin Sinny shook her head. "I didn't do anything this time. It's all yours." I didn't refuse and accepted the two space rings. After all, I needed a lot of resources to practice, and being generous all the time would make me poor. I opened the space ring, which contained 3,000 spirit stones, healing pills, and a spirit sword. The spiritual sword is a spiritual weapon, far superior to ordinary weapons. The sword I am using now is just an ordinary one. This spiritual sword is of the lower grade Xian level, much better than my current sword. I have really found a treasure this time. Not bad. I picked up the spirit sword, weighed it, and decided to use it temporarily. At this time, Wu Daoshu looked at us and said, "I got the location of the treasure of Tianqing Mountain by chance. Do you want to know?" Ruby Lin and I looked at her instantly. Wu Daoshu hurriedly explained, "Don't think too much. I just think you are talented and want to make a good relationship with you." I said, "Lead the way." Wu Daoshu nodded and led us deeper into the Tianqing Mountains. A few hours later, we arrived deep in the mountains. Wu Daoshu looked around and said, "It should be around here." At this moment, I also keenly felt that the spiritual energy here was several times denser than other places, as if something was constantly emitting spiritual energy. At this moment, the voice of the woman in the red dress rang in my ears. "There is a spiritual vein here." When I heard the woman in the red dress say that there was a spiritual vein here, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Spiritual veins. They can only be nurtured by the intersection of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They may be hidden in the mountains or in the swamps. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual veins can nourish the cultivators, and high-level spiritual veins can even allow people to make significant breakthroughs in a short period of time. Spiritual veins are divided into different grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Generally, only large forces can possess complete spiritual veins. For example, Qingsong City does not even have one. The spiritual vein of Tianqing Mountain is indeed a treasure for all the families. Wu Daoshu leaned over, grabbed a handful of soil, and said, This land is rich in spiritual energy. It may be a yellow-grade, mid-level spiritual vein. I drew out my magic sword and slashed it at the ground. With a loud boom, the ground dozens of feet in front of me cracked. We peered over and saw 3 bright silver spiritual veins intertwined beneath the rift, with the spiritual energy so dense that it was almost liquefied. I was stunned for a moment. This is a Shin-level spiritual vein, and there are 3 of them. Wu Daoshu's voice trembled. He couldn't believe it. The value of these 3 spiritual veins can shock the entire Qingsong city. It is simply a great blessing. But I remained calm. Years of combat experience have taught me that where there is opportunity, there is danger. At this moment, a beast roared and we retreated hurriedly. A pitch-black tiger wearing stone armor rushed out. It was several feet tall and had strong muscles. It's a 3rd-level monster, the Moyan tiger. Wu Daoshu's pupils constricted. The 3rd-level monster is equivalent to the Dongshin realm and is very powerful. The strongest among us is only at the Qi Ling realm, including Wu Daoshu, who is only at the 7th level of Qi Ling realm. Even if the 3 of us attack together, there is no chance of survival. Let's test its strength. Wu Daoshu took out his ink-black spear and rushed forward, stabbing dozens of times in an instant, but only leaving shallow marks on the skin of the ink rock tiger. Lin Sini also punched it, but was unable to hurt it either. The 2 girls' faces changed drastically. This monster was too strong. They were not on the same level as it at all. When the black rock tiger saw that we couldn't hurt it, it raised its head and howled, with greed in its eyes. My expression remained unchanged, and I drew out my ancestral sword. Suddenly, an ancient aura emanated from me, and my demeanor changed. This was the first time I drew out the ancestral sword. Mo Yinhu seemed to sense the danger, and fear appeared in his eyes. But I have already swung my sword, and it flew into the sky. A sword light roared out and instantly swallowed up the Moyan tiger, cutting it in half. With a thump, the body of the Moyan tiger fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Wu Daoshu was stunned. Can a sword cultivator be so strong? Lin Sini was also stunned. She didn't expect that my attainments in swordsmanship were so high. I kept my expression unchanged and put away my ancestral sword. The power of this ancestral sword is too incredible. It is obvious that I have not yet exerted its full strength. Lin Sini's face flushed slightly, and she looked at me with admiration, her heart shocked. At this time, the red-dressed woman's voice came. How is it? I remained silent and replied in my heart, this ancestral sword is too powerful. The woman in the red skirt said in a deep voice, remember, the existence of the sword must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise, you may be killed. I nodded. I understand. I went forward and dug out the black rock tiger's demon pill, which was valuable. At this time, Wu Daoshu looked at the spiritual vein and said, how should this spiritual vein be distributed? I smiled and said, we will share it equally among the 3 of us, 1 for each. Lin Sini nodded. You also contributed, so we split it equally. Wu Daoshu hurriedly shook his head. I'll just take the skin and meat of the Moyan tiger. This monster is valuable. After saying that, she took the Moyanhu away. I didn't hesitate and took the spiritual veins and gave them to Lin Sini. She didn't want more and only took 1. After sorting out the spoils, we prepared to go back. There was no need to keep the treasures. Before leaving, Wu Daoshu reminded me again. Lu Xian, find a backer. The Songyu sword sect is good. I nodded. Thank you. I'll remember that. After returning to the Lu family, I arranged the spiritual veins and began to practice. Improving strength is the most important thing. At the Lin family, Lin Xinyao was wearing a bright red wedding dress and fixing her makeup in front of the mirror. Lin Sini walked up to her and spread out her palm. Sister, this is the Shin-level spiritual vein that brother Lu Xian gave you. Keep it well and don't let anyone at home know. Lin Xinyao took the space ring with tears in her eyes. My wedding dress will only be worn for Lu Xian. Soon, the 5-day deadline has arrived. The atmosphere in the entire Qingsong city has become extremely depressing because today is the day when I, Lu Xian, and Lin Feng will have a decisive battle. This battle is related to the fate of the 2 families. The secret that the Lu family possessed 2 spiritual veins had somehow spread out, and countless forces, faced with such temptation, could not help but covet the Lu family's resources. They all thought that as long as I lost to Lin Feng on the stage of life and death, The two spiritual veins and everything of the Lu family would fall into their hands. On the life and death stage in Qingsong City, the atmosphere in the Lin family was extremely relaxed, and almost no one thought that I would win. To them, this life and death stage is just a formality. Lin Chang'an, the head of the Lin family, also invited all the major families in Qingsong City to watch the battle, in order to show off Lin Feng's strength and establish the prestige of the Lin family. At this time, two sword cultivators, a man and a woman, came floating in and sat in the upper seats, standing out from the crowd. Male sword cultivators are of sturdy build and have powerful sword energy. Female sword cultivators have a temperament like orchid, pure and elegant. All the cultivators in the audience looked at them, their eyes filled with fear and dread. The male sword cultivator is Lin Feng's master, Elder Mo Feng, and the female sword cultivator is his senior sister, Elder Luo Li. Under the leader of the Tsang Yu Sword sect, there are 7 elders, and they are 2 of them. They have high status and great reputation, and even the noble families of Qingsong City dare not offend them. At this time, many senior executives of the Chun family took their seats in the stands. Chun Wanyan smiled at Chen Duanjiang, the head of the Chun family, and said, "Don't worry, father. Lin Xinyao will be my plaything in the future, and the Lin family's assets will also belong to our Chun family." After hearing this, Chen Duanjiang's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he nodded with relief. He felt that Chen Wangyan was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Now Chen Wangyan had become an inner disciple of the Tsangyu Sword sect and had a bright future. From now on, all the noble families in Qingsong City will have to curry favor with the Chen family. The era of the Lu family is long gone. At the same time, Chen Duanjiang looked into the distance, feeling unhappy. That useless Chuan Yin hasn't shown up yet. I wonder where he has gone. At this time, Lu Rian sneered at Lin Xinyao beside her. Once Lu Xian dies, your marriage with him will be invalid. Then you will be the person of Chen Wanyan, the eldest son of the Chen family. If we get close to the Chen family, we will be able to rise to prominence. But Lin Xinyao seemed not to hear it. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress, and her eyes were firm and resolute. In the Lu family camp, Lu Qingtian was unmoved by the ridicule from the noble families. He looked around and said with a confident smile, "The Lin family wants to laugh at us, and the noble families want to divide up the Lu family. Well, if they want to fight, we will fight." The Lu family was also full of fighting spirit, shouting fight, fight, fight. When the situation on the field was tense, Wu Daoshu's eyes were brilliant. She had seen my strength with her own eyes and knew in her heart that I might not lose today. Swish! A figure rushed onto the life and death stage like a meteor. It was Lin Feng. He was wearing gorgeous clothes with a long sword on his waist, and he was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng turned around and saluted the 2 elders Mo Feng and Luo Li. "Greetings, master and uncle." Elder Mo Feng sneered, as if he had seen that Lin Feng had won. Elder Luo Li just nodded slightly. She didn't like this kind of fight, and came here just to give Mo Feng face. Lin Feng looked around, his eyes fixed on the Lu family camp, and said sarcastically, "Why hasn't that loser Lu Xian come up yet? Is he afraid? If he doesn't dare to fight today, he will be humiliated." As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the noble family laughed. They all thought that I might be afraid and dare not come. However, Lu Qingtian sat still, believing that I would not be afraid. At this moment, I stepped onto the life and death stage. I was wearing a plain robe, and my aura was very different from before. With the help of the spirit vein, I broke through to the 2nd level of the spiritual awakening realm, and my strength changed greatly. Lin Feng, however, was disdainful and sneered. "I didn't expect that a loser like you would dare to come up. Let me show you how powerful sword cultivators are, and what the true meaning of swordsmanship is." After saying that, he stroked the sword, ready to draw it and kill me, thinking that one sword would be enough to kill me. At this moment, I activated the sword cannon, and a powerful sword energy surged out of my body, and my aura changed drastically. The sword cannon is the general outline of the sword, and it has a suppressive effect on sword practitioners. Lin Feng sensed something was wrong and was affected by the pressure of my sword energy. He was frightened, and his hands were restrained by an invisible force, unable to draw his sword. His face was ashen, and he murmured, "How is it possible?" I suddenly pulled out my spiritual sword, without using any sword skills, and simply slashed, and a stream of sword energy rushed towards Lin Feng like a raging wave. Swish! The sword energy swept past, and Lin Feng's head fell to the ground. I killed him instantly with just one sword. Suddenly, there was a dead silence in the field. Everyone looked on in shock, unable to believe that Lin Feng was powerless in front of me. At this time, someone noticed something was wrong. Is this Lu Xian also a sword cultivator? That sword move just now could not be done without superb sword attainments. Lu Xian is actually a sword cultivator. Isn't the Zhangyu sword sect the only one in Qingzhou that has the sword tradition? How could Lu Xian know the sword? Everyone's scalp tingled. Lu Qingtian laughed. Ha! He is worthy of being a member of the Lu family. How can a small character like Lin Feng compare with my Xianer? Everyone in the Lu family was very excited. I won. Lu Ruyan's face was ashen, and she sat on the ground. Lin Chang'an was shocked. What? Lin Feng didn't even have a chance to draw his sword in front of Lu Xian. Lin Feng is a genius among the younger generation of the Lin family, but he is vulnerable to me. As everyone was discussing, there was a loud bang, and Mo Feng was furious and smashed the table in front of him. This Lu Xian, how dare he kill my apprentice? He spent a lot of effort on Lin Feng, but I killed Lin Feng before he became a talent. But he had a life and death battle, so he couldn't get angry because of his face. Luo Li looked at me with surprise. This person can release sword energy. He has already reached the level of sword master. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The realm of swordsmanship is divided into sword apprentice, sword master, great sword master, sword king, great sword king, sword emperor, sword king, etc. I am already a swordsman at such a young age, with an extraordinary talent. Luo Li looked at me with a fiery look, and she was attracted by my talent. When everyone was shocked, Chun Duanjiang, the silent head of the Chun family, stood up, staring at the sword in my hand with bloodshot eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Why is my son Chun Yan's sword in your hand?" I looked up and said frankly, "Because I killed him." Chun Yan was killed by me. With a bang, Chun Duanjiang couldn't help but stand up. He looked at me with his eyes wide open and gnashed teeth. "How dare you kill my beloved son?" I chuckled. "Just kill him. Why bother talking nonsense?" This made Chun Duanjiang furious, with a fierce light in his eyes. Chun Yan was his most beloved youngest son, but I killed him. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the whole place. The cultivators from all parties present had solemn faces and dared not breathe. The Chun family is now in the heyday of Qingsong City, and no one dares to go against them. But today, I dared to touch Chun Duanjiang's reverse scale. There is no doubt that today will be a river of blood. Come here, catch this thief for me. I will cut him into pieces to comfort my son's soul in heaven. Swish! Dozens of Chun family warriors appeared, rushed onto the life and death stage, and surrounded me. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field was extremely tense. Not only that, Lin Chang'an also stood up suddenly, as if he had seized a good opportunity, and pointed at me and scolded me. "All right, you Lu family are all such cruel people. From now on, my Lin family will draw a clear line with the Lu family, and will no longer have any dealings with them. Where are the Lin family members? Quickly join forces with the Chun family's strong men to take down Lu Xian." More than a dozen Lin family warriors rushed out. This time, dozens of people surrounded me tightly, and these people have high cultivation bases. Seeing this, Lu Qingtian was furious. He was about to attack, but he was stunned. I saw a figure flash in front of me. Lin Xinyo. The aura of the profound realm suddenly erupted in the center of the battlefield. Many Lin family cultivators changed their expressions. Lin Xinyao held the long sword in her hand. Her killing intent was so strong. Her wedding dress was as bright as fire, and her killing intent was even more frightening. "Who is it? Want to touch my husband?" Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. No one expected the situation. Lin Chang'an was even more shocked. He looked at Lin Xinyao, full of anger. "Lin Xinyao, what are you going to do? The Lu family is now the enemy of my Lin family, and you are Chen Wangyan's fiancé. How dare you be so rebellious?" Lin Xinyao sneered and looked at Lin Chang'an. "Don't be so self-righteous. When did I ever agree to marry Chen Wangyan? You just made your own decision." Hearing this, Lin Chang'an burst into laughter. "You act on your own? The Lin family gave birth to you and raised you. Isn't it your duty to contribute to the Lin family? I am your father. I want you to die. You cannot live. What's more, I just want you to marry into the Chun family." When Lin Xinyao heard this, a look of determination surged in her eyes. "You want me to die, but I can't live? Ridiculous. I'm so humble in your eyes. Today, I will dig my bones to repay my blood, and I will sever all ties with your Lin family and never enter the Lin family again. After saying that, Lin Xinyao cut her wrist. Blood gushed out. With a slash of the long sword, she dug out a piece of bone from her chest and threw it in front of Lin Chang'an. The blood splashed on Lin Xinyao's cold and fair face, which was particularly eye-catching. Her wedding dress was stained with blood, and it shone red in the sun. Digging bones and returning blood, just to sever ties with the Lin family. Everyone was moved. What a cruel woman. She wanted to completely break with the Lin family. And all this was just because of me, a man. Seeing this, Lin Chang'an felt humiliated. Wouldn't this make everyone in Qingsong City laugh at the Lin family? Chen Duanjiang was even more furious. My son is now a genius in the Tsang Sword sect. Do you really think you are worthy of him? Your worthless life is worthless in a brothel. The Lin family doesn't need to do anything. My Chun family will destroy you personally. Chen Duanjiang gave an order, and more than a dozen figures flew out and rushed towards Lin Xinyao. These dozen people were all powerful people in the Dongxian realm. Seeing this, Lin Xinyao showed no fear at all. She raised her sword and attacked everyone. Swords flashed and shouts of killing shook the sky. But Chen Duanjiang was not worried at all. You are alone. Do you still want to fight against the 12 Dongxian realm masters of my Chen family? You are just courting death. Chen Duanjiang smiled contemptuously. No matter how wicked a genius is, there is always a limit. Chen Wangyin sat comfortably on the stands and smiled contemptuously. Remember to spare her life. I want to use Lin Xinyao's body for pleasure. Everyone in the Liu family looked very serious. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, the one who stood up to support the Liu family was actually a woman. Under the siege of more than a dozen people, Lin Xinyao showed no fear at all. Instead, the cold light in her eyes became even colder. All my enemies have died. How many heroes are left? Instantly, a fierce sword energy burst out from Lin Xinyao's body. The whole person was like a sharp sword, standing between heaven and earth. The silver-white sword energy, with a fierce murderous intent, wrapped around her. It seemed that her body was a peerless sharp blade. In an instant, the dozen or so people were pushed back one after another. Seeing this scene, Elder Luo Li of the Tsangyu Sword sect's expression changed. Awakened to special physique? This is the broken army sword body. Hearing this, everyone present was extremely surprised. Special physiques are 1 in a million. Almost every special physique has extremely strong power, and the Pejuan sword body is a physique that is naturally suitable for fighting. And as the realm is improved, many magical powers can be awakened. If you embark on the path of swordsmanship, you will definitely make rapid progress and become a strong man. Seeing that Lin Xinyao had awakened the broken army sword body, everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xinyao was so strong. I was also shocked. The moment Lin Xinyao awakened the broken army sword body, I also felt the strong sword force on her body. Only the Sword King can condense the sword force. This Lin Xinyao actually reached the realm of the Sword King directly. The voice of the woman in the red dress was heard at this time. I didn't expect that she would have such luck. I asked, is the Pejuan sword body very strong? The woman in the red skirt said, it is stronger than what people today imagine. The Pejuan sword body that appeared in the ancient times is invincible in the contemporary world. The Pejuan sword body must be proved by killing. The more you kill, the stronger it is. However, it is very dangerous to cultivate this kind of physique, so most Pejuan sword body are short-lived. People in the world have no idea how strong this physique is. I looked at Lin Xinyao and sighed. I didn't expect that she would be so strong. The woman in the red skirt said, don't be too happy too soon. The Pejuan sword body uses killing to prove its truth, and in the end, it will only destroy its humanity and lose all its emotions. She is not a cold-hearted person, but it is inevitable that she will go down this path. Humanity is gone, emotions are lost, extreme and powerful. My face suddenly changed. Is there any way? The woman in the red dress said, you can't do anything about it now, but you will be able to do it in the future. At this moment, Chen Duanjiang's expression was stern. He also knew the significance of the special physique. If he rose in the future, he would definitely become a big problem for the Chen family. So, what if you have an awakened physique? I will kill you today. Immediately, the aura of the subtle realm was revealed. He rushed forward, ready to use his realm advantage to forcefully kill Lin Xinyao. But at this moment, a white figure stopped him. Luo Li immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Duanjiang. Seeing this, Chen Duanjiang did not dare to act rashly. After all, Luo Li was an elder of the Sangyu sword sect and had a high status. Elder Luo Li, she is the enemy of my Chun family, Chen Duanjiang questioned. Luo Li said, Lin Xinyao has the broken army sword body and is a natural swordsman. As the leader of the Qingzhou sword sect, our Sangyu sword sect must do its best to win her over. If you attack her, you will infringe on the interests of our Sangyu sword sect. Hearing this, Chen Duanjiang's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Luo Li turned to look at Lin Xinyao and asked, Are you willing to join the Sangyu sword sect? Not only will you have the opportunity to become the sect master's personal disciple, but our sect will also protect the safety of you and your family. Hearing this, everyone present showed envy. Sangyu sword sect is considered the top power in Qingzhou, and there are countless people trying their best to get in. However, the Sangyu sword sect has extremely strict requirements for accepting disciples, and only 1 out of 1,000 is selected, which discourages many people. However, for a genius like Lin Xinyao, who possesses an excellent physique, an exception can be made. This is enough to make everyone jealous. After a moment of silence, Lin Xinyao said, I want to be with my husband. If you accept him into the Sangyu sword sect, I will agree to your request. Elder Luo Li looked troubled. Generally speaking, even if a genius wanted to join the Sangyu sword sect, he had to go through a strict assessment. Elder Luo Li made an exception and accepted Lin Xinyao alone, which was against the sect rules. But after all, Lin Xinyao had the broken army sword body, and her value was immeasurable. Luo Li was about to agree when Mo Feng beside her could no longer sit still. Mo Feng came out, glared at me, snorted coldly, and said, Absolutely not. Lu Xian killed my disciple Lin Feng. This boy has a cruel heart. If he joins my Sangyu sword sect, he will definitely be a disaster. Lin Xinyao said, If you don't let brother Lu Xian join the Sangyu sword sect, I will never agree. No matter how powerful the Sangyu sword sect is, it is not as important to Lin Xinyao as me. This made Luo Li a little embarrassed. At this time, I looked at Lin Xinyao and said, Entering the Sangyu sword sect is a good opportunity for you. I will participate in the assessment of the Sangyu sword sect. We will meet again when we get to the Sangyu sword sect. Lin Xinyao looked at me, was silent for a long time, and nodded silently. She chose to believe in my arrangement. Lu Li smiled slightly. This is very good. But at this time, Elder Mo Feng snorted again and said, Although Lu Xian is a swordsman at a young age, he may not be able to pass the test. Although Lin Feng was not the strongest among his disciples, he was the one he valued the most. He still couldn't forget the revenge of killing his disciple. Luo Li sighed, looked at Lin Xinyao and said, I'll take you to see the sect master right now. Lin Xinyao nodded, then turned to look at the Chun and Lin families. If you dare to attack Lu Xian or even the Lu family, I will fight you to the death even if I am in the Sangyu sword sect. After saying that, she followed Luo Li and disappeared on the spot. Watching Lin Xinyao leave, my eyes narrowed slightly. In this case, I must go to the Sangyu sword sect. Chen Duanjiang looked unhappy at this time. Although the 2 elders of Sangyu sword sect had already left, he did not dare to attack me rashly. There is no doubt that the Sangyu sword sect values Lin Xinyao very much. If they take action against the Lu family at this moment, they will inevitably become enemies with the Sangyu sword sect. But Chen Duanjiang still snorted coldly and said, It doesn't matter. Although Lin Xinyao has the broken army sword body, she may not be a match for my son Chen Wangyan. When Chen Wangyan suppresses Lin Xinyao in the Sangyu sword sect, it doesn't matter who my Chun family attacks. After saying that, Chen Duanjiang and the Chen family left the scene. At this moment, Lin Chang'an felt a little regretful. His face looked extremely ugly. Although Lin Xinyao was accepted by the Sangyu sword sect, she had already torn her face with the Lin family. Their Lin family didn't get any benefits at all. If they had known that Lin Xinyao's future was so terrible, they would never force her away. Now that the matter is over, everyone in the Lu family breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was a small profit, not a loss. I was the only one with a complicated look. According to the woman in the red skirt, the Pejuan sword body would eventually destroy humanity, leaving only extreme rationality. The special physique caused by love would eventually wipe out emotions. Will Lin Xinyao still care about all this by then? I can't help but wonder. The woman in the red dress seemed to see through my thoughts and said, the Pujuan sword body is inseparable from the sword path. If you have the ability to change the sword path, you can change everything. After hearing what she said, my eyes became deep. I asked the woman in the red dress, you will help me, right? Chapter 11. Greedy for my body? You deserve it too? Night. Lu family, inside a secret room with only 2 people in it. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian in front of him and asked, you're going to take the Tsangyu sword sex examination? Lu Xian nodded. Exactly. Lu Qingtian sat in his chair, his gaze deep and gloomy. Since you're traveling far away, there are some things that should be made clear. I'm not your real father, your parents, someone else. Lu Xian sniffed with some surprise. What's wrong with this? There's still a problem with his own life. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian's face and said slowly, 20 years ago you, who were still in your infancy, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Lu mansion. And at that time, you only had a pendant hanging around your neck, in addition to a spatial ring, but there was only a sword inside the ring. With only so much to go on, we'll never be able to find your real parents, but I have a very good eye for you. And since I've been childless at the knee, I've raised you as my own son. Lu Xian didn't think it mattered. It looked like there should be many people in the Lu family who knew about this matter as well. The entire Lu family, however, had always treated themselves as if they were their own. Whether or not it was the true bloodline of the Lu family really didn't matter that much. Lu Qingtian let out a long sigh and said, to be honest, I've always guessed that you might be the illegitimate son of one of the big families, but I don't have much of a clue. Over the years, Lu Qingtian had also been looking for clues, but it's simply impossible to find. It was as if Lu Xian had descended from the heavens at the Lu family's doorstep that night. At this moment, Lu Xian seemed to have thought of something. In his heart, he silently asked the woman in the red dress, do you know about this matter? The woman in the red dress said, I know. Lu Xian asked again, then do you know my birth? The woman in the red dress said, I don't know. After saying that, the woman in the red dress was silent. Lu Xian froze. Is this something you know or don't know? No, sis. You want to be more specific? Lu Xian pursued the question several more times, and as a result, the woman in the red dress still ignored it. Lu Xian was directly depressed. This big sister's temperament is really hard to figure out. Lu Qingtian handed Lu Xian a space ring and said, this is your companion spirit sword, and there are another 100,000 spirit stones. Keep them. Lu Xian took the ring and said, understood. Lu Qingtian added, take care of yourself on your trip to the Tsangyu sword sect. Your natural talent is so strong. The Tsangyu sword sex examination will definitely not be difficult for you. Lu Xian nodded his head, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he set off for the Tsangyu sword sect. Road. He opened the space ring Lu Qingtian had given himself. Suddenly, he discovered the 2 Xian rank spirit veins that he had left for the Lu family earlier from his ring. The spirit vein is left for me too? Lu Xian hadn't guessed this. The spirit vein was so important, Lu Qingtian was really willing to give it up. Soon, Lu Xian took out the spirit sword. The sword looked unimpressive, and 2 words were engraved on the sword, Silent Tao. Silent Road Sword. This Silent Tao sword looked flat. But Lu Xian always had a premonition. This sword is not as simple as he thinks. At this moment, the red-skirted woman's voice came. Take out that Xian rank spirit sword. Lu Xian took out Chen Yan's Xian rank spirit sword and placed it on the Silent Tao sword. Just for a moment, there was a loud click. The Xian rank spirit sword instantly shattered. It turned into countless streams of light and surged into the Silent Tao sword. And the breath of the Silent Tao sword was climbing. In just an instant, it had reached the upper level of the Xian rank. Lu Xian directly froze. The mortal sword that had no grade just now had become a Xian rank upper grade spirit weapon. This Silent Tao sword, surprisingly, could devour swords to enhance its own power. The red-skirted woman's words came again. The more swords and higher quality swords the Silent Tao sword devours, the more powerful this sword will be. Lu Xian was a bit surprised. I've never heard of a spirit sword that can enhance its quality. If this sword was allowed to devour an earth-ranked spirit sword, wouldn't it have a chance to directly turn into a heaven-ranked spirit sword? This way, he himself could use this Silent Tao sword on weekdays. The ancestral sword, on the other hand, could be saved for a critical moment. Soon, Lu Xian arrived at the Tsangyu sword sect. It just so happened that at this time, the Tsang Yu Sword Sect examination was about to begin. Outside the Tsang Yu Sword Sect's mountain gate, there were several thousand people. These people were all cultivators from nearby cities. Every one of them is a heavenly pride. Although many people came, not many were able to actually stay. And it was at this moment that a voice sounded behind Lu Xian. "You're Lu Xian? Oh, I didn't expect that you'd come too." Lu Xian turned around, only to see a black-clothed girl, looking at herself with a disdainful face. This person was none other than one of the Qin clan's heavenly prides, Qin Yuhuai. Nowadays, his cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the spirit enlightenment realm. It was only one step away from the cave Xian realm, but I've heard that she has a slutty nature and loves men. And with strange hobbies, I've heard that all the men she's played with have basically been wasted. Lu Xian didn't have much interest in this kind of little yakuza and was simply too lazy to pay attention to her. He just looked ahead as if he hadn't heard. Chun Yuhui, however, seemed to be interested in Lu Xian. She walked to Lu Xian's side and licked her lips after surveying him for a moment. "Is this the enemy of my Chun family? I didn't expect the appearance to be quite handsome." Lu Xian couldn't stand her perverted gaze and couldn't bear to frown. "What are you doing?" Qin Yuhui laughed. "I am at least considered a far-famed heavenly pride. Why don't you come and be my dog for my amusement and fun, and I'll make sure that no one in the Qin family dares to touch you." Her smile grew more and more evil as she looked at Lu Xian as if she was scrutinizing a plaything. In Qin Yuhui's eyes, Lu Xian had no reason to refuse. A vicious chill could not help but rise in Lu Xian's heart. He really didn't understand why this woman was so common and so confident. Compared to the red-skirted woman and the Lin family sisters, she wasn't even qualified to lift her shoes. "That's it, and you want to make yourself a dog for her? I'm not interested in that. Get lost," Lu Xian said in a cold voice. Chun Yuhui froze and asked, "What did you say?" Lu Xian said, "With goods like you, I'm too dirty to wash 100 times. Don't come over and get in the way." At those words, Qin Yuhui was shocked beyond measure. She also boasted of her heavenly pride. It was just that she had been practicing outside on weekdays and didn't have the chance to fight with Lu Xian. However, she was confident that if Lu Xian really fought with herself, she had a 90% chance of winning. However, I did not expect that this man not only disagreed with his good intentions, and even so insulted himself. Qin Yuhui sneered and said, "Still think you're the same heavenly pride from back then? Just wait. I will make you regret it." And it was at this time that the several thousand examination disciples outside the mountain gate began to stir. Only a man in a white robe appeared, examining the elders, traveling in the air. Elder Shinkong stood with his arms folded, a proud look on his face. And at this moment, the many examination disciples present were already excited. They came here to join the Tsang Yu Sword Sect. And as long as they went through a difficult examination, they could successfully become disciples of the Tsang Yu Sword Sect. Become an invincible sword cultivator in the same realm. While Elder Shinkong swept towards the crowd, he finally rested his gaze on Lu Xian and Qin Yuhui, and then let out a cold smile. He was in the sect and had already collected bribes from the Qin family. And the Qin family's demands are simple. That was for Qin Yuhui to succeed in entering the Tsang Yu Sword Sect, while Lu Xian had to fail, preferably by dying in the examination. The Tsang Yu Sword Sect has a few thousand people taking the test every year, so it's normal for a few people to die, and no one will suspect anything. For Elder Shinkong, it was also a solid deal. And at that moment, Elder Shinkong also looked at the crowd and said, "For the first round of the Tsang Yu Sword Sect's examination, those who can hold out under the sword Dao's pressure for an incense stick will be allowed to enter the next round." He linked his fingers and guided them, and he saw a spirit sword fly. Tsang Yu Sword Sect Patriarch Sword, Xian Tsang Sword. The examination now officially begins with a command from Elder Shinkong. A terrifying sword Dao pressure instantly swept through the four directions, suppressing the heads of several thousand people. At that moment, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. There was no trace of the relaxed look from before. In just a few breaths, hundreds of people were spewing blood and fainted on the spot. Hundreds of people failed in such a short period of time, not to mention an incense burner, and a sardonic smile appeared on Elder Shinkong's face. He maneuvered the Qing Tsang sword and directly increased the pressure on Lu Xian. At this moment, the pressure of the sword Dao that Lu Xian endured was fully several times that of the next person. "Kid, let's see what you'll do now." At this moment, Lu Xian stood under the finger of the Qing Tsang sword, but his face did not change. The sword code he cultivated could easily dissolve this sword Dao pressure, converting it into pure sword qi. A steady stream of it surged into his body. This sword Dao pressure that ordinary people could not even withstand was now reduced to a tool for Lu Xian to enhance his cultivation. Vaguely, Lu Xian had the feeling that he was about to break through to great sword masterda. Chapter 12. Eat your own. Lu Xian took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of the sword Dao that descended upon him. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he was even enjoying himself a little. At this rate of progress, there was even a chance that he himself would break through directly to a great sword master. At this moment, however, the faces of everyone else in the arena were ugly to the extreme. This sword Dao pressure was like a mountain to them, weighing heavily on them. Even though these people were all the pride of their respective city-states, they still seemed unbeatable in the face of the Tsang Yu Sword Sect's first round of examinations. Not even half an incense stick of time had passed, and only 1/10 of the people on the field were left. Originally, there were several thousand people, but now there were only a handful of 200 people left still struggling to hold on. Had it been half an incense stick longer, there would have been even fewer of these people. Chen Yuhui, however, looked relaxed to the core. In the face of this sword Dao pressure, she was flushed and blithe. Although the Xian Song sword was not Elder Shinkong's sword, it was also temporarily manipulated by Shinkong. For Chen Yuhui, Shinkong was of course very relaxed. The sword Dao pressure that descended on Chen Yuhui was only about 1/10 of that of the others. Although it was also very strong, with Chen Yuhui's qualifications, it wasn't difficult to hold on. Watching the people beside him fall one after another, Chen Yuhui was so pleased in his heart. What's the use of being gifted? When you come out, you have to talk about strength and background. She spoke her gaze to Lu Xian again, wanting to see what kind of misery Lu Xian was in. I guess it wasn't a good time even if it had lasted. But with just a glance, Chen Yuhui froze, only to see Lu Xian standing in place, not moving at all, slightly close his eyes more, as if he was enjoying himself. The ferocious and extreme sword Dao pressure descended on Lu Xian's body, but it seemed insignificant. Even under this sword Dao pressure, Lu Xian's aura continued to rise. Ethereal sword qi wrapped around his body, adding even more to the sword immortal vision. How is he so relaxed? Chen Yuhui clenched his fists unwillingly and clenched his teeth fiercely. Shinkong had even specifically let the water out for himself, but now Lu Xian looked even more relaxed than he was. Didn't Shinkong say he could guarantee Lu Xian's elimination? She was even all set to think about how she should ruthlessly mouth off to Lu Xian when the time came. But now, people are more relaxed than they are. This line of air is clearly paid not to do anything. Chen Yuhui glared angrily at Shinkong. Shinkong also felt Chen Yuhui's fierce gaze. He's also numb. The sword Dao pressure that he himself had lowered on Lu Xian was already fully 10 times that of the others. As a matter of fact, neither a sword master nor an enlightened spirit realm cultivator would be able to carry this kind of ferocious sword Dao pressure at all. But Shinkong didn't know what was going on. His own cultivation level was actually only the peak of the 8th level of the enlightened spirit realm. To be able to sit in this position of assessment elder was only by old seniority. Otherwise, Shinkong wouldn't have to take the risk of accepting bribes from the Qin family. After all, the Tsang Yu Sword Sect's door rules were extremely strict. If this behavior comes to light, death is certain. I don't believe it. A mere Lu Xian can still make it difficult for me? Shinkong's face was hard. Immediately, he increased the sword Dao pressure by tens of times again. Nowadays, the sword Dao pressure in Lu Xian's body had far surpassed that of the others. Even above Lu Xian's head, a wave of pressure was formed. It was like a cloud of wind and clouds that intersected and rotated above Lu Xian's head. It was like giant eyes flashing above Lu Xian. Even the entire sky was darkened. The very center of the entire pressure was Lu Xian alone. Lu Xian also violently felt an even stronger sword Dao pressure coming. It was even a direct impulse to the shackles of his sword Dao realm. Lu Xian also felt something faintly wrong, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Shinkong looking at himself with a defiant face. He also clearly felt that the sword Dao pressure on his body had reached an unimaginable level. If an ordinary cultivator were to endure this kind of pressure, he would probably have died a long time ago. Moreover, the pressure was clearly far superior to the others. Trying to get personal? Lu Xian smiled. This Shinkong looked not too young, but he was still too naive. He should have discovered the end when he realized that the sword Dao pressure was useless against him, and not as headstrong as it is now. But it just so happened that these sword Dao pressures were also greatly beneficial to Lu Xian, just in time for a cheap shot. While Lu Xian absorbed these sword Dao pressures, the crowd beside him froze. One by one, they looked at Lu Xian with astonished and incomparable eyes. Now the remaining people were all true heavenly prides. They had certainly discovered that the sword Dao pressure on Lu Xian's body far exceeded that of the others. It was even dozens of times more massive than the pressure that he had endured on himself. However, in the face of this terrifying power, Lu Xian was surprisingly still open and calm. They raised their heads to look at the swirl of mighty pressure in the dome of the sky, and they were even more numb. How does this guy play bigger than all of us? Nice guy. It's also unbelievable that he can resist. Why is the difficulty of his test so exaggerated? The most crucial thing is that he actually resisted it. Even Qin Yuhuai was silent at this point. There is no doubt that the line of air collected money to do the job indeed. But it didn't seem to be of much use to Lu Xian. Damn, he's too lucky. It just so happens that this sword Dao pressure doesn't work on him. Although Qin Yuhui did not know why Lu Xian was able to regard the Xiansong sword's pressure as if it was nothing. But she didn't care about that either. She only cared about when Lu Xian would die. An incense stick of time will pass. Lu Xian was still immersed in the benefits that this sword Dao pressure brought to him. But Shinkong was sweating profusely by now. He really couldn't imagine why Lu Xian was so resistant. There were only a few dozen people left in the field now who were still holding out. But this Lu Xian, surprisingly, was one of them. Damn it, I don't believe it. Shinkong really did get on Lu Xian's nerves today. He urged the Xiansong sword with all his might. Although Shinkong's cultivation was not high, with the order of the Zhongyu sword sect's patriarch, Xiansong's sword could also follow Shinkong's orders to a certain extent. And Shinkong kept on lowering the pressure with his utmost authority. Nowadays, the pressure of the sword Dao that Lu Xian was bearing was already 100 times that of a normal person. As a matter of fact, even a cave Xian realm cultivator would be either dead or injured at this point. Under this massive pressure, even the ground around Lu Xian collapsed a few inches. Many of the examination disciples stayed far away from Lu Xian. There was no way around it. If he got close enough to be caught up in the pressure, he would surely die. While Shinkong was pondering on how to target Lu Xian again, a voice was heard. Over. Only a silhouette in a white robe was seen walking into it. It was none other than Elder Luo Li. Luo Li also had a very good impression of Lu Xian. Not only was he a sword master at a young age, but he also had a good look and body. Hearing that he had come to participate in the examination today, Luo Li also hurriedly followed him over after she finished what she was doing. But I didn't expect this to be the situation once it came. Shinkong also instantly broke out in a cold sweat after seeing Luo Li. He was able to sit in the position of elder by simmering his seniority. But Luo Li was different. She could really fight. One is not yet qualified to be on equal footing with others. See Elder Luo Li. Shinkong hurriedly bowed respectfully. Who allowed you to test to descend this kind of pressure? If you let the patriarch know, do you know the consequences? Chapter 13. Kill you like a chicken or a dog. There was no trace of softness in Elder Luo Li's voice. Instead, it was icy cold to the extreme. She had always been meticulous about official matters in the sect. Like Shinkong's blatant targeting, it was even more abhorrent to Luo Li. This kind of behavior, as always, was not allowed by her. Shinkong was sweating profusely with fear at this moment. He didn't dare to offend Elder Luo Li at all. Hastily nodding his head, he said, "It's the old man's negligence. After saying that, Shinkong hurriedly withdrew the pressure above Lu Xian's head. At that exact moment, the time to burn incense was up. Lu Xian instantly felt that sword Dao pressure disappear. He slowly opened his eyes. Pity! Just a little bit short of entering the realm of the great sword master himself. If he had held out for a few dozen more breaths, he might really have had a chance. Not only could Lu Xian absorb the power and the pressure, but he could also sense the true meaning of the sword Dao through the sword Dao pressure. It could be quite beneficial. At this moment, Luo Li looked at Lu Xian and a soft color appeared in her eyes. Not bad. You're actually able to withstand this kind of pressure. I really wasn't wrong about you. Luo Li had originally guessed that the Zhongyu sword sect's examination was nothing to Lu Xian. But I didn't expect that it could be so easy, which was also greatly beyond Luo Li's necessity. She knew that she should revisit Lu Xian. Why don't I let you be exempted from the examination and directly enroll in the Tsang Yu Sword sect? And I can give you the position of intersect progenitor. Luo Li knew that the current examination was purely a process for Lu Xian. It's almost impossible for him to fail. Moreover, if he continued to stay in the examination, it was likely that those who were hostile to Lu Xian would be given the opportunity to get their hands on him. Even though Lu Xian's talent was strong, he was only at the second level of the enlightened spirit realm right now. It's still dangerous. Luo Li didn't want to see this kind of genius die early. Lu Xian smiled. Thank you, Elder Luo Li, for your kind words, but I prefer to rely on my own skills to pass the examination. In reality, Lu Xian wanted the benefits of the assessment process. Just the first round of the test alone would allow one's Sword Dao realm to skyrocket. If one could pass the subsequent test, then one could definitely obtain more. It might be possible to break through directly to the realm of the Great Sword Master. At that time, one's strength could also gain a radical metamorphosis. Luo Li couldn't help but nod her head repeatedly. Such a heart. Very good. The temptation to be exempt from the test is not something that anyone can ignore. This Lu Xian could actually give up such privileges and rely on his own strength to pass the examination. With this kind of heart, it can be said that you can't even find a few people in the Tsang Yu Sword sect. Now Luo Li appreciated Lu Xian even more. When the crowd saw this, they were all envious in their hearts. Elder Luo Li was not only beautiful, but her strength was heavenly, and she had heard that she was extremely protective of her shortcomings. Not to mention them, the examination disciples, even the disciples who had formally joined the Tsang Yu Sword sect, wanted to flatter Luo Li. However, Luo Li had always been clear about public and private matters, and it was quite difficult to get her approval. But I didn't expect this Lu Xian to let Elder Luo Li favor him even before he officially passed the examination. People are more angry than people. And at this moment, Chen Yuwei's face was ugly to the extreme, as if he had died as a parent. She never expected that this Lu Xian would actually pass the examination, and it was also favored by Elder Luo Li. According to the Chen family's previous plan, Lu Xian would already be considered lucky if he didn't die in this test. But I didn't expect that they really couldn't do anything about this Lu Xian. This time is considered lucky, but next time, there won't be that chance. Chen Yuhui snorted coldly. There were plenty of opportunities to lay hands on Lu Xian. Elder Shinkong also had a gloomy face. This time, targeting Lu Xian resulted in being reprimanded by Elder Luo Li. It was pissing him off. Just because he didn't get his hands on him didn't mean Shinkong would let Lu Xian go. He looked at the dozens of people in the field and said, "Now, the second round of examination begins. Those who can last through one incense stick without dying in the Tsang Yu sword formation will pass the test." After saying that, Shinkong waved his big hand and was urging the sword formation. In a flash, a huge sword formation with a radius of 100 feet directly enveloped the front of the mountain gate. The only dozens of remaining examination disciples were also wrapped up in it. In a flash, the crowd's faces stared. Compared to the Tsang Yu sword formation, the sword Dao pressure from before was just an appetizer. If you're not careful, you can really die without a burial. With a wave of Shinkong's sleeve, the Tsang Yu sword formation was directly activated. Immediately, a blanket of white mist directly enveloped the entire sword formation. Everyone is reaching for the stars. At the same time, the sword light constantly flickered in the large formation. The sound of breaking air rose loudly. Countless sword lights tore above the earth, charging dozens of people to continuously chop away. The examination disciples in the field could only barely manage to fight and respond. Not long after, a mournful and miserable howl was heard, as well as the sound of flesh and blood being shredded. The rest of them were even more flabbergasted. There was no doubt that this was someone who had died in the sword formation, and at that moment, a dozen or so sword lights also shot towards Lu Xian. Obviously, the attacks he had endured were also far beyond the other cultivators. However, Lu Xian was not the least bit flustered. He directly stood in place and let the sword chi attack, only to see his sword chi chopping directly on top of his body. Yet, it did him no harm. This sword chi directly disappeared into Lu Xian's body, transforming into a pure power that was integrated into his own flesh and blood. Sure enough, these sword chi have no effect on me at all. Lu Xian was overjoyed in his heart. This sword codex was truly strong. As long as there was something associated with the sword, It was not useful in the slightest for himself, and one can still absorb the benefits of this. It's strong. Lu Xian stood right in the middle of the sword formation, letting the attacks come. Not for long. Lu Xian's body directly exploded with a brilliant sword light. At the same time, his aura was insanely elevated. It was as if he was standing in the center of the sword formation like a sharp sword. Sword Dao Realm Breakthrough. The Great Sword Master. The current Lu Xian's manipulation of sword qi could be said to have reached the extreme. If he comprehended his own sword momentum, he could reach the Sword King realm over there. And at that moment, yet another killing chance came. Lu Xian slightly side-eyed. This was not an attack from the sword formation. Rather, it comes from the practitioners. Lu Xian, I want you to die here. Chen Yuhuai transformed into a black shadow and flashed directly behind Lu Xian. He had just been waiting for Lu Xian to die in the sword formation. But I didn't expect that this Lu Xian was unharmed. She just couldn't wait any longer. It's better to rely on Xing Kong to do it. Chen Yuhui immediately took out his dagger and stabbed at Lu Xian's neck. The aura of the peak of the 8th level of the enlightened spirit realm was even more stirred up. Blood Shadow Sting. Chen Yuhui immediately activated his martial skill. The whole thing was like a hunting viper. With lightning speed, it attacked Lu Xian, extremely fast. At that moment, Lu Xian had also long since detected Chen Yuhui's attack. He'd always taken such little yakuza with not much skill in his life in his stride. But now that Chen Yuhui wanted to make a move on herself, that would be her asking for death. Seek death. Lu Xian sneered. It was just as well that he wanted to try out his current strength. Immediately, he drew the Silent Dao sword. A fierce chop. A shocking sword chi immediately shot out. Chapter 14. Why are you in a hurry? At this point, Chen Yuhui had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. There was still contempt for Lu Xian in her eyes, as well as the excitement of being able to kill him. I'd like to see what you've got that's so hard to kill. Chen Yuhui was like a poisonous snake, scurrying to Lu Xian's side and raising the dagger in his hand to stab downward. And at that moment, Lu Xian's sword chi had already killed. The sword chi that flashed with silver light chopped off one of Chen Yuhui's arms almost instantly. Broken limbs flew out and rolled up, splattered blood. Chen Yuhui howled miserably and fell directly on the ground, covering his broken arm and wailing. The eyes that looked at Lu Xian also showed a deep fear. How did you get so strong? He himself was at the 9th level of the enlightened spirit realm, far exceeding Lu Xian's 7 minor realms. But himself, surprisingly, he couldn't even receive a single sword from him. Even if he was a sword cultivator, he couldn't be this demonic. One could only say that Lu Xian himself was extremely strong. At this moment, a cold sweat was born behind Chen Yuhui's back. She didn't want to die here. Lu Xian, it is considered that my Chen family is sorry for you. You spare me. As long as you are willing to spare me, I promise you everything. Holding the broken arm in her arms, Chen Yu kept moving backward, trying to move away from Lu Xian. But Lu Xian clearly didn't give her the right to live. From the moment you turned on me, you were dead. Lu Xian laughed coldly and slashed out another sword. Swish! Sword chi flew out, directly splitting Chen Yuhui into 2 halves. He died horizontally on the spot. The ferocious sword chi even left a deep gully on the ground. Instant kill. Sure is strong. Lu Xian looked at the Silent Dao, sword of the top grade of the Xian rank in his hand. 1 sword to hit hard and 2 swords to kill. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the enlightened spirit realm would not have a few chances of winning against himself. Even if it was a cultivator of the cave Xian realm, he might be able to slightly pass 2 moves. And it is being done. The fog in the sword formation slowly dispersed. Gradually, the entire sword formation also disappeared from sight. The remaining survivors looked at each other with some trepidation, only to see that there were originally dozens of people, but now there were only 5 left. The rest of them all died in the sword formation. Originally, there were several thousand people, and those who were able to pass the examination were actually only 5. It's really 1,000 horses crossing a single bridge. Those who survive are the best of the best. Luoli looked at the intact Lu Xian and smiled faintly. Not bad. On the other hand, Xingkong, who was on the sidelines, panicked a bit. His eyes looked straight at Chen Yuhui's body on the ground. At once, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He himself had received favors from the Chen family. Thus, Xingkong could manipulate the sword formation and did not make a move against Chen Yuhui. However, Chen Yuhuai even died in the sword formation. If this was known to the Chen family, he would definitely be viciously retaliated against. Life is not long. No way. She can't be dead. Swish. Shinkong directly flashed to the side of Chen Yuhui's corpse and looked up and down. There could only be one reason why Chen Yuhui would die in the sword formation. That's being killed by another practitioner. Fruity. Shinkong found some clues on Chen Yuhui's corpse. Sword Qi. There are remnants of a cultivator's sword Qi on this Chen Yuhui's corpse. She died at the hands of a sword master. The aura of the sword Qi emitted by the Tsang Yu sword formation was completely different when compared to the sword Qi used by sword masters. Thus, Shinkong could almost conclude that a sword master had killed Chen Yuhui in the Tsang Yu sword formation. And there was only one sword master amongst these examination disciples present. Soon after, Shinkong's gaze was deadlocked on Lu Xian. In the meantime, another figure flickered. It's none other than Chen Wenyan. He wore the costume of a pro-disciple, carrying a long sword on his back and arms in his arms. Chen Wenyan stared at the corpse on the ground and let out a cold snort. There was even a sword master in the examination who killed my clan. Elder Shinkong, you must give me an explanation and find out the murderer. After saying that, Chen Dinian gave a dark sneer and glanced at Lu Xian. Of all the people present, there was almost only one Lu Xian who had the reason and opportunity to kill Chen Yuhui. He didn't have much kinship to speak of with Chen Yuhui, though, and it didn't matter if he died. But this was a good opportunity to get rid of Lu Xian by Shinkong's hand. Not only could he solve this thorn in Lu Xian's side, but he wouldn't dirty his hands. What's not to like? Hearing Chen forgetting Nian's questioning, Shinkong's face suddenly changed. What, Mr. Chen? Chen said is very true. I will definitely find out the truth and punish the murderer to set the record straight. Shinkong didn't dare to offend Chen Oblivion. He was just an elder who went up by seniority. How could he mess with Chen Yani, one of the most promising heavenly prides in the inner sect today? Now that Chen Ominion had been promoted from an inner disciple to a pro-disciple and had joined Elder Mo Feng's sect, he could be considered to be in a position of power within the sect. It was too late for Shinkong to curry favor with Chen Manian on weekdays, let alone now. On top of that, he could have taken a bribe from the Chen family himself. It was equivalent to one's lifeblood, which was now in the hands of Chen Oyin. Shinkong immediately got up and looked at Lu Xian, anger bubbling in his eyes. Lu Xian, you're the only one at the Sword Master realm in this examination. You must be the one who killed Chen Huayu. Swish! The gazes of the crowd instantly stopped on Lu Xian's body. Lu Xian didn't deny it and said, I'm the one who killed him. What's wrong? Shinkong said, you struck out at others in the middle of the examination. Your heart is cruel to the extreme. You should pay for Chen Huayu's life. After saying that, the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the enlightened spirit realm spread out. It was as if it had the aura of overwhelming Lu Xian. Lu Xian retorted, it was Chen Huayu who sneaked up on me first. Do I have to stand and let him kill me? If the one who survived was Chen Huayu, would you still be questioning her like you are now? Moreover, I have yet to settle the score with you for targeting me all the way through your examination. So what face do you have to make me pay for my life? Lu Xian was greatly speechless in his heart. And now they're throwing dirt on themselves. Is it hard to believe that it's only right that I should really die here? Shut up. As an assessment elder, I, Shinkong, have always enforced the law impartially. How could I possibly target you in the middle of an examination? On the contrary, you must die here today. Gyokong was as anxious as if he had been stepped on as a rat's tail. If anything else, he really wouldn't be in a hurry. But the matter of his own use of public office to lay hands on Lu Xian can be true. If Lu Xian were to say something that was not true, would he still be able to mix in the future? But a little sword master, do you really think that I can't take you down? D. Shinkong immediately pulled out a long sword. Turning into a stream of light, he killed Lu Xian. He wants to silence. In a flash, the crowd gasped. The examining elder makes a move on the uninitiated disciple. This Lu Xian, isn't he dead? Chen Odinian was also happy in his heart. Sure enough, if one wanted to deal with Lu Xian, one didn't have to do it personally. Because Lu Xian himself would seek death. Luo Li also frowned slightly. Lu Xian, of course, was a sword master. But Shinkong, too, is not weak. She was just about to make a move to stop it, when she stopped her body. In his eyes, there was still a hint of incredulity. Only Lu Xian held the silent Dao sword and faced Shinkong directly. In the next moment, A fierce sword chi directly wrapped around his body, and the chi rushed to the clouds. And who told you that I'm only a sword master? Chapter 15. Itchy Head, Growing Brains. The moment Lu Xian gripped the Silent Tao sword, his entire aura changed. Rigid and extraordinary, sharp and incomparable. Strong sword chi continued to sweep and wreak havoc around them. Seeing that Lu Xian did not hide it in the slightest, he bared his killing intent in front of him. Shinkong was also angry. It was the first time that he was so provoked by an examination disciple who was for the initiation. He drew his sword and cut. D. When the sword blade in Shinkong's hand was only inches away from Lu Xian's head, Lu Xian also moved. A silver light flashed. Sword chi rushed up to the sky. The sword flies in astonishment. Swish! Almost instantly, a shocking sword chi then directly cut the starry sky in two. The blood-spewing corpse immediately flew across the room. It was like slapping on top of the ground like mud. When the crowd returned to their senses, Lu Xian's sword had already returned to its sheath. A sword! With just one sword, he instantly killed Shinkong in place. The surviving examination disciples in the surroundings, as well as the rest of the people, all stared at this scene with wide eyes in shock. This sword goes down and Shinkong dies. Shinkong is at least a sword cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the enlightened spirit realm. Even an ordinary cave Xian realm cultivator would have to avoid the front line for a while. So strong. At such a young age, to have such attainments in sword Dao, it's absolutely extraordinary. What a strong sword chi. Definitely not an ordinary sword master. The crowd was dumbfounded. Luo Li's pupils also shrunk slightly. He's not a sword master. He's a great sword master. In a flash, the crowd was shocked. No wonder it's so strong. So it's a great sword master. Only the very top, those who had already touched the bottleneck of the sword master, could be called great sword masters. This kind of sword cultivator, his sword chi could kill the enemy instantly. Lu Xian was only 20 years old this year, and he already had the realm of a great sword master. Looking at the entire Tsang Yu sword sect's 1,000 years of history, it was difficult to find a few existences that could be compared to it. Demonic to the core, Chen Odinian's face also steeply sank. Shinkong the punk. He had originally thought that he could get rid of Lu Xian with the help of Shinkong's hands. But I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to catch even one sword. Lu Xian was already a demon to the extreme, and now he had even become a sword cultivator. In the future, there might be a real possibility of threatening himself, and being the crowd was stunned to the core. Suddenly, a blast of thunder passed through. Bold! How dare you plot against my Tsang Yu sword sect elders? Only a figure was seen, pacing out in the air. The many onlooker disciples of the Tsang Yu sword sect hurriedly bowed and saluted. The visitor was none other than Elder Mo Feng. In itself, Mo Feng didn't care about today's assessment. However, he did not expect Lu Xian to kill Shinkong. In itself, Mo Feng had always held a grudge against Lu Xian for killing Lin Feng. This time, it was finally a catch for him. The Tsang Yu sword sect's disciplinary rules clearly state that those who obstruct the elder's law enforcement will be beheaded. Not only did you prevent Elder Shinkong from disciplining you, you even murdered Elder Shinkong in front of everyone. The crime is so heinous that you deserve to die. Mo Feng sneered. You're in my hands, aren't you? This time, even the god of heaven can't save you. Lu Xian was silent. Stopping Elder Shinkong from disciplining me? Is that fucking discipline? If I don't do it, my head will fly out the window. Seeing this, Chen Odinian smiled faintly and said, Lu Xian, let's see what else you can do this time. It had to be said that this Lu Xian had a lot of guts. Not only did he make a move on Shinkong, he even directly beheaded him. Shinkong is no better. That is also an examination elder. This time, even if Chun Bianyan wanted to let Lu Xian off the hook, there was no chance. Mo Feng flicked his fingertips. Swish! A long sword was directly inserted on the ground in front of Lu Xian. If you cut yourself off right now, I can save your body. Lu Xian raised his head and said, I didn't murder Elder Shinkong, yet you convicted me. There's no such thing. Merquin laughed. If you don't call it murder, then what do you call it? The body is lying right here. Lu Xian lowered his head to take a look at the body that had been cut in two and said, I killed him because he tried to kill me first. This is called self-defense. The crowd froze. Merquin froze as well. Self-defense? Lu Xian nodded. He was the one who first made an unlawful assault on me, and threatened my personal safety, so I acted in self-defense and killed him. Mo Feng's face sank. Then you can't take his life either. You are exceeding the necessary limit to cause significant damage. It's an overdefense. Lu Xian righteously said, Shinkong belongs to the murderous act, seriously endangering my personal safety. I only took defensive behavior, although it caused Shinkong to die, but it does not belong to the overdefense. At this point, the crowd around them fell silent. What's that? Again, it's self-defense, and again, it's overdefense. The head itches. It's like it's growing a brain. Mo Feng was also a bit confused, and it took a long time to run through the inside of his head before he came to his senses. Lu Xian, if you didn't kill the test disciple, why would Elder Shinkong kill you? It was you who was at fault first. Lu Xian asked, Is there a rule that says you can't kill an assessment disciple? Mo Feng was silent for a long time. No. Lu Xian added, So it was the elder examiner who saw me as displeased and made a move against me. And since I didn't violate any rules, it doesn't count as him disciplining me. So when I killed Shinkong, it was a personal grudge between me and him, and he died because of his own lack of strength, and everything had nothing to do with the Tsang Yu Sword sect. You are a dog with a rat meddling in his own business. Mo Feng directly froze. He wanted to retort, but for a moment, he was also sidetracked by Lu Xian. Merquin scratched his head and searched for another moment. Crap, it seems to have a few points. So, Lu Xian is really right? And one is still a dog with a mouse? This? And Mo Feng instantly felt like a jumped-up clown. When Luo Li saw this, she couldn't help but smile as well. She had also rarely seen Mo Feng in such a sorry state. Lu Xian hadn't even formally introduced himself, yet making Mo Feng's hands and feet overwhelmed. Sure is a talent. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian at this moment and said, In that case, then Lu Xian is innocent and is considered to have passed the examination. And he's only 20 years old, yet he's already become a great sword master. It could be considered a heavenly talent. This seat is prepared to make an exception and accept Lu Xian as a personal disciple. Luo Li admired Lu Xian. It had been a long time since she had seen a heavenly pride of this level. As for Lin Xinyao, because the breaking army sword body was too high and powerful, she had already been accepted by the patriarch as a closed disciple. There is no chance to collect Lin Xinyao. Then this Lu Xian, he is bound to take it himself. In a flash, all the people present were abuzz. Examined disciples are exceptionally accepted as personal disciples on the same day. It was amazing that they had caught up with a special event that they hadn't seen a single case of in hundreds of years. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? That's Elder Luo Li. To be able to become her protege. I've heard that quite a few disciples have wanted to worship under Elder Luo Li, but none of them had the chance. Nowadays, Elder Luo Li only has one disciple. It's tempting to say a few words about the unfairness, but after thinking about it, he's a 20-year-old great sword master, so he really doesn't have anything to say. The day of the examination killed the examination elder not only returned in one piece, but also used this to achieve the position of the pro-heir. This set out, who dares to believe awe? The eyes of the crowd looking at Lu Xian were filled with envy several times. Yet none dared to deny it. The opportunities Lu Xian got now were all killed with hard power. Mo Feng's face was also hard to see. He hadn't straightened it out yet, but Merquin knew it was too late to say anything. Count your kid's life as good, but don't be too arrogant. Chino Dinian's face was also hard to see. He became Mo Feng's personal disciple by proving himself countless times. But he didn't expect Lu Xian to be able to equal himself in just one day. This was disgraceful in the eyes of Chun Weijian. Count your kid's life. You wait. When it's time for the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts, I'll kill you fair and square. Killing intent appeared in Chun Dinian's eyes. This man must not be kept. When he died, let Lin Xinyao become his plaything completely. Lu Xian looked at Chen Yuinian and let out a cold smile. Good. Then wash your neck and wait. Chapter 16. Flying 90,000 leagues by sword. The faces of the many Tsang Yu sword sect cultivators present were all aghast. The Tsang Yu Hui martial arts was an event that took place once every 30 years in the Tsang Yu sword sect. The person who wins the first armor gets a huge reward. But the risks are also great. The number of disciples who died in the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts was countless. Chen Bianyan sneered. I hope you'll still be as arrogant as you are now when the time comes. When he finished speaking, he turned to leave. In Chun Dinian's eyes, the time of the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts was the time of Lu Xian's death. He could lay his hands on Lu Xian with abandon, instead of being as fearful as he was now. However, Lu Xian felt nothing hanging. At that point, fuck you. After Qin Oblivion and the others left, Luo Li looked at Lu Xian and said, "Come with me." Lu Xian asked, "Where to?" Luo Li said, "A place where I can guarantee that you won't have any worries and can become stronger to your heart's content." Lu Xian smiled and nodded. "Then I have no reason to refuse." Luo Li's fingertip guided, and it was a flying sword that stopped in front of Lu Xian. "Come up here." Lu Xian stood on the flying sword, only to see that in an instant, the sword rose into the air and scampered into the clouds. Royal sword flight. Lu Xian was a little excited in his heart at this moment. This is the privilege of a sword cultivator. Even if they did not enter the heavenly realm, they could still rush into the clouds and rise above the earth. Luo Li also stood by his side in the air, following Lu Xian. "How? Now you don't know how to fly with a sword, do you?" Luo Li laughed lightly. Lu Xian looked at Luo Li. Although he wasn't clear on what realm Luo Li was in, but as of now, it was guaranteed to be above the Tong Tian realm. "It's strong." Lu Xian shook his head decisively. "Not yet." Sword flying, Lu Xian had only heard of it, but he had never seen it either. The woman in the red dress should know, but she didn't teach herself either. Luo Li said, "You are now in the enlightened spirit realm. You should be able to externalize your spirit power. Just imagine yourself lifting up the sword body with your spirit power, as if the sword is riding on the sword chi, straight into the clouds." Lu Xian listened to Luo Li's words and summoned the silent Dao sword. With that, he attempted to lift the sword with his spiritual energy, only to see the silent Dao sword wobbling and flying in front of Lu Xian. It was very unstable. Luo Li was also very frank and said, "Take your time. This thing can't be rushed. Just practice for a while longer." She was silent before she could finish her sentence. "It's just a sentence." The silent Dao sword, which had been shaking just a moment ago, suddenly stabilized. It spun a sword flower under Lu Xian's maneuver. It then stopped in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian leaped, his figure standing firmly on top of the sword. The silent Dao sword carried Lu Xian and slowly flew towards the distance. It worked. It was slow, but it always worked. Turns out it wasn't that hard. Lu Xian smiled gently. "I was expecting how hard this would be, but it turned out to be very easy." No wonder the woman in the red dress didn't teach herself. There was really no need to specifically teach this kind of simple imperial sword flight. Luo Li beside her was frozen. "You're learning this?" Luo Li couldn't help but take a deep breath. Sword flying, she had only mastered it when she was in the Dongxian realm. And in the beginning, it was not practical to fly only a few hundred meters. Still, it was only later in practice that I gradually mastered it. Until now, the imperial sword was faster than the air. But this Lu Xian is now only in the Qi Ling realm, and he has successfully learned to fly with a sword. And much more skillfully than he had been at first. Lu Xian nodded. "It's not difficult. Imagine yourself manipulating the sword chi to hold the sword up and glide it into the distance. Try it a few more times, and you'll get it." Luo Li was silent. This kid, he's too much of a demon. Perhaps before long, it would surpass 90% of the sword cultivators in the Tsang Yu sword sect. It was clear that he didn't have a sword Dao special physique. So why was his talent so strong? And at that moment, Lu Xian's face turned slightly white. The imperial sword does allow one to briefly fly through the air, but it's extremely consuming. The spiritual energy in one's body simply couldn't withstand this level of drain. Although the sword Dao realm had already reached the level of a great sword master, the true realm was only the second level of the enlightened spirit realm. Although he had the sword dictionary to boost his strength for himself, the disadvantage of the realm was simply too great. Not enough. The second level of the enlightened spirit realm was clearly not enough right now. Luo Li also saw Lu Xian's condition and grabbed Lu Xian's shoulders, directly yanking him onto his flying sword. Lu Xian also used the momentum to directly secure Luo Li's waist, and the two of them flew off into the distance. "You're not in a high realm right now, but you can fly a few hundred feet with your sword. It's already rare." Luo Li meant what she said. The first time she rode her sword, she had only flown a few hundred meters. When Lu Xian's realm increased in the future, his cultivation speed would be even faster. Lu Xian nodded his head while overlooking the entire Tsang Yu sword sect. Only 7 peaks, several thousand feet tall, were seen, forming the Tsang Yu sword sect. There were countless pavilions on top of each mountain peak, in addition to cultivators traveling through them. The 7 peaks, however, were even more varied, with some shrouded in mist and some snow-capped in different forms. While Luo Li led Lu Xian to land on top of one of the peaks. Although the mountain peaks here were shrouded in thunderclouds in the sky and filled with the power of the calamity, they did not see half a bit of rain. This is one of the 7 peaks of Tsangyu, the Jade Balance Peak, and my cave residence. Luo Li led Lu Xian and walked into the Jade Balance Peak. Here are all kinds of temples and buildings, but few people seem very clean, a fairy scene. There don't seem to be many disciples here. Lu Xian looked around and didn't see anyone else except for some handymen who were responsible for the menial work. Luo Li nodded and said, I like purity, so I rarely take on disciples, and you only have one senior sister. Lu Xian asked, what about Lin Xinyao? Where is she now? Luo Li said, she is now accepted by Lord Sovereign as a closed disciple, cultivated in the direction of the Sword Sect's holy daughter, and is in close seclusion on Tian Quan Mountain. Lu Xian nodded his head. It seemed like it would be hard to see Lin Xinyao for a while recently. And what kind of person is the patriarch? Luo Li was silent for a moment when she heard this. I don't know exactly what the sovereign lord is, but I know she doesn't like to treat people like people. Seeing Luo Li's expression, Lu Xian slightly froze. Looks like there's a story there. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian and said, I will now pass on your sword technique of this sect. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, why don't I learn sword techniques first? I already have the feats. Joke. What sword cultivation technique can compare to the sword codex? After learning the sword dictionary, Lu Xian really couldn't look at other techniques. Luo Li also nodded. Understood. Nowadays, the sword cultivation inheritance is not systematic. Even the gongfa transmitted by the 7 peaks of the Tsangyu sword sect are different. It's good that you have your own gongfa, but you can learn sword techniques. After saying that, Luo Li's fingertip pointed towards Lu Xian's forehead. A sword technique directly surfaced in his mind. 9 Heavenly Imperial Thunder Sword. Grade Xian rank upper grade. There are 3 styles. Each stance had a rather terrifying power, as powerful as a heavenly god descending punishment. However, it seemed to be only a remnant, with only the first stance recorded. The sword draws the thunder. Use the sword to invoke the power of thunder, and use the power of the endless heavenly thunder to cut through the enemy. The power is extremely fierce. Lu Xian was very satisfied. The sword Flying Surprise was very powerful, and was considered to be his own base card killing move. As for this 9 Heavens Royal Thunder Sword, Grade Xian rank upper grade. Even if he used this sword skill, he wouldn't reveal too much of his strength. Although this was only a remnant, it was handed over to the red-skirted woman, who was also able to deduce the whole thing. Lu Xian smiled. Many thanks, senior. Luo Li nodded in satisfaction, then looked to the sky. I'll take you to your senior sister now, just as I have something for the 2 of you. After saying that, Luo Li revealed a faint smile. For you guys, it's a big chance, a good thing. Chapter 17. Tao Source. Open another inheritance. Soon, a wonderful woman of similar age to Lu Xian came along. The woman was tall and wore a blue dress with a cold temperament. Seeing Lu Xian, he also just nodded slightly before saluting Luo Li. Greetings, master. Luo Li nodded her head, then introduced to the young girl. This is your senior brother. She looked at Lu Xian again and said, she's your senior sister, Ling Lin. Ling Lin. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Good day, senior sister. Ling Lin nodded. Good. Lu Xian froze. This senior sister doesn't seem to talk a lot, and it was possible to feel that the breath was extraordinary. It was at least a cave Xian realm, if not stronger. Lu Xian pulled out a spatial ring and stuffed it into Ling Lin's hand. Senior sister, this is a meeting gift. Ling Lin opened the ring and found several third-grade pills. This was the most precious elixir Lu Xian had on him, and even he didn't have many. It could be said that half of the inventory was given to Ling Lin. He wanted to see what kind of attitude this senior sister of his had. If the attitude was still that cold, Lu Xian wouldn't bother with her. As the saying goes, you should at least give an attitude, right? It was only when Ling Lin saw the space ring on his hand that an expression appeared on his face, like a smile. She pulled out another space ring with her backhand and handed it to Lu Xian. This is a return gift. Lu Xian opened the ring and froze. Dozens of 5th-grade pills, in addition to 200,000 spirit stones. These were enough to buy some of the smaller clans in Qingsong City. I didn't expect to just give it to myself. Lu Xian immediately felt that the meeting gift he had just given was too shabby. Good man, this senior sister is so generous to be able to get along. Luo Li smiled slightly at the sight and said to Lu Xian, she rarely gives gifts to people. This is considered the first time. Lu Xian smiled and said to Ling Lin, thank you, senior sister. Ling Lin nodded. Nothing, in the future, senior sister will cover you. The tone of these words was light, but Lu Xian felt a complete sense of security. His expression changed slightly as well. I'm afraid that this senior sister's strength is not as simple as it looks. A little something? Luo Li saw that the two of them were still getting along quite happily and let go of her heart. Then he said to Lu Xian and Ling Lin with a straight face, just in time, there is a chance here that can be handed over to you, and it's also a way for you to familiarize yourselves with each other. Luo Li didn't accept many disciples, but that didn't mean she wasn't attached to them. On the contrary, Luo Li cared about her disciple. With a flick of her sleeve robe, a map of Qingzhou appeared with a mountain range labeled on it. A new secret realm has appeared here called the Burial Dragon Forbidden Realm. I heard that there are many treasures inside that are rarely found in the Green State. The two of you can go ahead and practice for a while and take this opportunity to improve your strength. Also, there are disciples of the martial extremity sect infesting this place, so if you take their heads, there will be a heavy reward within the sect. Lu Xian looked at the map. Buried Dragon, Forbidden Territory. Some unique places between heaven and earth, or where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathers, or where the bones of great powers are buried. Through the baptism of years, there will be a chance for the emergence of a secret realm. Within the secret territory, many extremely rare heavenly materials and treasures that were rarely found in the outside world would appear, which was a great benefit to cultivators. But it's also dangerous, and if you're not careful, you could die without a burial. This Burial Dragon Forbidden Realm was one of the newly emerged secret realms. As a newborn secret realm, no one knew what kind of treasures and perils were inside. It was because of this that cultivators from all forces were eyeing this. The Wuji sect was one of them. As a clan that was on par with the Songyu sword sect, the two sides have been hostile for a long time. Fighting each other all year round can be considered incompatible. It was also because of this that both sides offered bounties to each other's disciples. If you go out and can bring back the opponent's head, the clan will offer a heavy reward. It can be said that this line of work is as much about danger as it is about opportunity. Lu Xian felt that this was a good opportunity. What he himself needed most now that he had broken through the realm and recultivated was resources. It was just as well that this trip to the Buried Dragon Forbidden region might be able to greatly enhance one's strength. However, if you remember correctly, his sister-in-law, Lin Xinya, also seemed to be from the martial extremity sect. This shouldn't be too much of a flood if it happens, should it? Of course, Lu Xian wouldn't think that Lin Xinya would make a move against himself. Just simply curious as to what will happen then. Ling Lin nodded. Okay, I'll protect him on the way. Luo Li instructed. Pay attention to safety and save your life first. Of course, if the Wuji sect bullies too much, just call me. After Ling Lin agreed, he guided his fingertips and a flying sword stopped beside Lu Xian. I know you can fly with a sword, but this time the journey is long and you are afraid that it will be difficult for you to hold on. So why don't you and I ride on the same sword? After saying that, he signaled Lu Xian to come up. Lu Xian had just walked up to the flying sword, and without knowing where to place his hands, he grabbed Ling Lin's waist in a smooth manner. A wonderful touch came from his fingertips and palm. Although he had also grabbed Luo Li's waist just now, Ling Lin was completely different compared to Luo Li. The white robe Luo Li wore was thick and grabbing didn't feel like much. However, Ling Lin's blue dress was only a thin layer, and one could even feel the temperature of Ling Lin's skin by grabbing it with their hands. It's cool and cozy. Ling Lin also sensed something, and her face stared. Ling Lin also sensed something, but she didn't really react. Still, he said, hold on tight, we're going fast. After saying that, the two of them rose up in the air on their flying swords. Swish! In just an instant, he ran hundreds of feet away. It's fast. Lu Xian also subconsciously grabbed onto Ling Lin's well-gripped waist. The blue dress she was wearing also fluttered with the wind, brushing against Lu Xian's body. An ethereal aroma hit me. At the same time, Ling Lin's practically perfect body was hidden under her dress, revealing large swaths of pinkish-white skin from time to time. Lu Xian was instantly silent. Who can stand up to this? I'm a decent man myself. Why would you test me with something like that? Ling Lin, on the other hand, didn't seem to be aware of all this. but could just clearly feel Lu Xian's hand getting hotter and hotter. At the same time, the speed of Ling Lin's flight gradually increased. The more Lu Xian could see, the more he could see. By this time, Lu Xian wanted to open up. It doesn't matter. Just let it go. Soon, the two arrived over a mountain range, the buried Dragon Mountain Range. At the same time, a portal that was tens of feet high majestically towered over the canyon. The center of the portal shone with a light golden light, occasionally creating ripples similar to water waves. This is the entrance to the Dragon Burial Forbidden Zone. Some secret realms were transformed from the places where great powers had fallen, and there would be many precious inheritances, such as magic treasures and pills in them. There are also some secret realms that call themselves a cave within, which will give birth to many heavenly treasures that are not found in the outside world, but correspondingly, there will also be many demonic beasts surviving in them, guarding the treasures. The Burial Dragon Forbidden Area, on the other hand, belonged to the latter. At this moment, there were already quite a number of cultivators gathered here at the portal, wanting to seek out the supreme treasure within the Dragon Burial Forbidden region. And when they saw Ling Lin and Lu Xian, dressed in Song Yu sword sect attire, coming before the portal, the crowd had their faces sink and consciously retreated to the sides. That Song Yu sword sect could be considered a dominant party in the Qingzhou, and they could only avoid it. It was only the martial extremities sect that could be compared to them. We're here. This is the entrance to the Dragon Burial Forbidden region. I don't know what dangers are inside. You have to be careful. Ling Lin reminded Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded slightly. But then, he sensed a very familiar power from the portal in front of him that glowed with light golden ripples. The red-skirted woman's voice also sounded at this moment. Here, there's the aura of the Tao source. Chapter 18, Gathering Sisters Wool. Dogen. It was equivalent to the key to unlocking the inheritance of the 9 powerhouses within the burial heavenly realm. Only by possessing a Tao source could one obtain the inheritance left behind in it. The remaining 8 powerhouses should be existences comparable to the 10,000 realms sword ancestor. Even a 10,000 realm sword master was so strong. So the legacies of the other 8 powerhouses would surely be even more demonic. Lu Xian asked, Good sister, can you feel the location of the Tao source? The red-skirted woman nodded. I can sense the approximate location, but the Tao source has a spirit, so it's not certain if he wants to see us or not. Lu Xian was a bit puzzled. What? Does this Tao source still have a temper? The red-skirted woman said, Us going to find Tao Yuan is equivalent to letting Tao Yuan work for us to hold up the burial heaven realm. If it were you, would you be willing to be captured by someone else as a laborer? Lu Xian was the first to ask back. Am I not being endlessly squeezed by you right now? The red-skirted woman's mind didn't turn around for a while, and when she reacted to what Lu Xian said, she actually revealed a satisfied laugh. Very good. You're still very self-aware. I'll reward you properly at night. Lu Xian was silent and didn't dare to continue. He pondered over what the red-skirted woman had said earlier, and it seemed to make so much sense. The source of the Tao originally existed between heaven and earth without restraint. Suddenly, he was left trapped within the burial heaven realm, subject to 100 constraints. Anyone else wouldn't like it. Since he has a spirit, then let's coerce and trick him. As long as we let him enter the burial heaven realm, he'll still be at our mercy. Lu Xian had a bold idea. The woman in the red dress was silent for a moment. Not bad, but you have to be careful. Don't let others get there first. The Tao source itself is a rare treasure between heaven and earth. Not only does it have the use of subduing the burial heavenly realm for one, any cultivator would be moved by the sight of it. Lu Xian nodded his head in understanding. He followed Ling Lin and kept walking towards the depths of the burying dragon forbidden region. It's like a dark canyon abyss. The ground under his feet was withered and dry, there were no plants around, and the whole world was a dead and silent scene, a stark contrast to the outside of the dragon burial forbidden domain. However, for some reason, the aura between heaven and earth here was quite dense, like a rare heavenly paradise. At the same time, there were many crystal-clear minerals embedded in the stones on the ground around them, emitting a rich spiritual qi. It's a large amount of spirit crystals, rarely seen. Ling Lin twisted his head to look at the spirit crystal without many waves rising on his face. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was quite surprised. The value of spirit crystals was far above that of spirit stones. Although spirit stones also contain spiritual qi, under normal circumstances cultivators cannot use them for direct cultivation. But spirit crystals were different. Not only was the concentration of spirit chi inside higher, but cultivators could also directly absorb the spirit chi in them, which was extremely beneficial to cultivation. Because of this, the exchange rate between spirit crystals and spirit stones was about 1 to 100. And the spirit crystals that appear here are just a cursory glance. There are tens of thousands. It was worthy of being a place that made all the major powers salivate over it. And there were indeed quite a few treasures here. These spirit crystals alone were enough to drive many cultivators crazy. Lu Xian wasn't idle either, constantly searching for nearby spirit crystals. In just a few short hours, 30 to 40,000 spirit crystals had been scavenged, converted into spirit stones. It had surpassed 3 million. Ling Lin didn't try to grab it from Lu Xian, but just followed behind him as he kept walking deeper and deeper into the burying dragon forbidden region. Lu Xian looked at so many spirit crystals in his spatial ring, and then glanced at Ling Lin, who hadn't taken a single cent. He had come here to scavenge so many favors, and as a result, this senior sister didn't want anything. Lu Xian divided out half of the spirit crystals in a spatial ring and gave it to Ling Lin. Senior sister, these spirit crystals are for you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to search for spirit crystals here peacefully. Lu Xian spread a smile. Ling Lin swept his head down and glanced at the spatial ring, then slowly shook his head again. Forget it. You're only at the early stage of the spirit enlightenment realm now. Your need for spirit crystals is greater than mine. I'm not going to grab it from you. After saying that, he was ready to return the spatial ring to Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian's attitude was very tough, and he directly pressed the spatial ring firmly into Ling Lin's hand. You are my senior sister after all. I can't let you make a trip for nothing. You must accept these spirit crystals. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Lu Xian, Ling Lin had no choice but to accept it. After thinking for a moment, she handed Lu Xian another spatial ring. It's okay to take it. Consider it a trade from me to you, and I won't take advantage of you. Lu Xian smiled. Good. He accepted the ring, then quietly opened it. It froze instantly, only to see that inside the ring there were not only hundreds of 7th grade pills, but also various types of spiritual weapons, no less than dozens of them. Each one of these pieces starts at the Xian rank. At the same time, there was a Xian rank spirit vein inside. Spiritual veins. It was the first time Lu Xian had seen so many treasures inside his spatial ring. I was right. This senior sister is a bit generous. Lu Xian began to wonder what this senior sister Ling Lin was all about. Not only is it very strong, but it's also very rich. Just the items contained inside this spatial ring alone were no less than 10 million spirit stones. And he had exchanged these treasures with just over 10,000 spirit crystals, so it could be said that he had made a bloody profit. Suddenly, a clear spring appeared in front of the duo. The clear spring was crisp and clear, and also emitted a rich spiritual chi, so one could tell at a glance that it was by no means an ordinary spring. In a barren place like the buried dragon forbidden region, it was very uncommon to see such a clear spring. Ling Lin was also very curious when he saw the spring. It's the clear cloud spring, one of the very best spirit springs. Just a single drop can restore your entire body's injuries and replenish your spiritual energy. If I remember correctly, a bottle of clear cloud spring costs more than 30,000 spirit stones. Such a mouthful of spring water is worth at least $3 to $5 million. Although it is worth millions of dollars, it is difficult to take so much money to buy clear cloud spring water. Not only could it quickly recover from injuries, but it could also replenish spiritual energy, so it could be said to be quite a good life-preserving treasure. Even if you sincerely want to buy it, it may not be available. It could be described as an unattainable treasure. And with so many clear cloud springs here, the value is hard to gauge. Suddenly, Ling Lin raised his head. A beastly roar came. Roar! Several ferocious figures then killed out, surrounding Lu Xian and Ling Lin, only to see more than a dozen 10-feet-high giant wolves, covered with hard hair. A pair of eyes scarlet incomparable, body is strong muscles. The rich smell of blood is even more pungent. The body of the first giant wolf was even taller, with a height of 2 feet, even bigger than the other demon wolves. Ling Lin scanned the surrounding demonic beasts, shattered pattern wolves. There are 12 of them. The leader is a 4th-ranked demonic beast, and the rest are all 3rd-ranked. 4th-order demonic beasts corresponds to the human race's entry realm. The strength is strong. As for the rest of the shattered striped wolves, they were also of the 3rd rank, equivalent to a cave Xian realm cultivator. It could be said that these 12 demonic beasts were extremely threatening to them. It must be that these shattered striped wolves were the demonic beasts that watched over the clear cloud spring. If they wanted to obtain the clear cloud spring, then they had to be resolved. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian beside him, and then froze slightly. She had originally thought that Lu Xian would be very nervous, as if he was an enemy. But he didn't expect him to be open and calm, seemingly not putting these shattered striped wolves in his eyes at all. This couldn't help but make Ling Lin a little surprised as well. This Lu Xian, his mind was unexpectedly so calm, simply unlike a cultivator of this age. Lu Xian, on the other hand, looked at Ling Lin beside him and calmly said, "Elder sister, make a move, or I'll die for you." Ling Lin was silent. The feeling was that he was determined that he would strike. She released a smile. "So be it." Ling Lin casually drew his sword and chopped. An astonishing sword chi swept out, soaring against the wind. Mixed with a strong sword momentum, it directly blasted on top of the body of the leading shattered striped wolf. Boom! A loud noise. That shattered ripple wolf was instantly chopped into pieces and died on the spot. Swish! The long sword was sheathed. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian beside him and said, "Now that the fourth-ranked demonic beast is dead, the rest is yours." Chapter 19. How can you mix water into it? Roar! The remaining shattered wolves all let out a mournful roar when they saw their leader die. However, not only did they not retreat, they instead locked onto the duo of Ling Lin and Lu Xian with their hateful eyes. It was as if they were going to completely eat them alive. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian directly fell silent. Lu Xian also knew something about the shattered striped wolves. These types of demonic beasts not only lived in groups, but were extremely vindictive while having a strong sense of community. If any of their clansmen were injured, not only would they not be afraid, but they would desperately want to take revenge. As a result, quite a few cultivators would go around when they saw a shattered striped wolf in the wild. But he didn't expect that Ling Lin would now kill the shattered wolf leader in front of them. In this way, the remaining shattered ripple wolves would definitely launch a frantic retaliation and would not rest until they had finished themselves off. Ling Lin, however, didn't put these shattered striped wolves in his eyes at all. He just silently stood beside Lu Xian and opened his mouth. Only that fourth-ranked shattered striped wolves can threaten you. Now you can practice with them. Don't worry, I'll guarantee your safety. Ling Lin, however, did not put these shattered striped wolves in his eyes in the slightest, and just stood silently beside Lu Xian as he spoke. "I'll leave the rest to you." Lu Xian directly drew the silent Dao sword. At the same time, his heart was secretly speculating about Ling Lin. The sword that Ling Lin chopped out just now contained sword momentum, and only sword cultivators above the Sword King realm were able to use sword momentum. That meant that this senior sister Ling Lin was at least a great sword cultivator of Sword King or above. Good fellow, this senior sister doesn't look very old. I didn't expect that she would have such attainments in the way of the sword. And it's quite generous. It's not small at first glance. Both the background and the strength are impeccable. It had to be said that Luoli was really good at choosing disciples. While Lu Xian was thinking, those shattered striped wolves pounced directly towards Lu Xian. Each and every one of them bared their fangs and claws, wanting to tear Lu Xian and Ling Lin directly into pieces. At the same time, a beastly roar resounded through the sky. Roar! In just an instant, countless shattered striped wolves rushed to Lu Xian. It was only a few feet away from Lu Xian, too. Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. The first style of the 9 heavenly imperial thunder sword. The sword draws the thunder. Only to see Lu Xian's hand's silent road sword wound flashed up a few purple thunderlights. Countless arcs of electricity flashed above Lu Xian as well as the sword. Brilliant and dazzling. Full of destruction. A sword chi that flashed with lightning raced out. It directly enveloped several shattered striped wolves. Boom! The silent Dao sword that contained the power of thunder directly tore several shattered striped wolves into pieces. In an instant, he had killed nearly half of the shattered ripple wolves. As for the remaining shattered striped wolves, they couldn't escape Lu Xian's pursuit in the slightest. A few rounds later, the ground was strewn with sword marks and blood. Lu Xian's long sword returned to its sheath, and at this time, those shattered striped wolves as well as all of them were killed by Lu Xian. He didn't stay idle either, skillfully pulling out the demonic pills of the shattered striped wolf, and then scavenging the demonic beast materials from the corpse. These weren't as valuable as spirit crystals and clear cloud spring water, but a fly is meat even if it's small. There is nothing like the saying that sand builds up into a tower. Ling Lin, on the other hand, stood still and stared at Lu Xian, his eyes finally showing a hint of fluctuation. You're stronger than I expected. It's the first time I've seen a great swordsman as young as you. Seeing Lu Xian, such a demonic sword cultivator, her heart couldn't help but give birth to a fluctuation. 11 third-order shattered wolves, even if they were cave Xian realm cultivators, would have to avoid the front line for the time being. But Lu Xian resolved them very cleanly. Whether it was combat experience or his own strength, he was considered to be one of the best in the same realm. And while Ling Lin was well aware of Luo Li's extremely high requirements for accepting disciples, it was hard not to feel for Lu Xian's strength. Lu Xian, on the other hand, cleanly packed the clear cloud spring water in one small bottle. It was only after filling nearly 200 bottles that the last drop of clear cloud spring water was scavenged. Elder sister, you also have a share. Lu Xian smoothly threw a space ring at Ling Lin. Ling Lin took the ring and did not accept it, instead returning it. That's just it. I'm not short of such things. Now even Ling Lin couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. This Lu Xian looked like he was frantically showing himself favor. But why did he receive more every time and not suffer at all? However, if she accepted Lu Xian's things and she, as a senior sister, did not return the gift, instead, she would lose some face. This Lu Xian guy seemed to have caught himself in this mentality and made an effort to give himself a gift. This is not befriending oneself. It is clearly pulling one's wool over one's own eyes. Seeing that Ling Lin did not want the clear cloud spring water, Lu Xian smiled slightly and put it away. Even if she doesn't want it, she doesn't lose out. Ling Lin was silent for a while, but still reminded Lu Xian and said, if you want to take it out and sell it, mix it less, or you'll be easily recognized. Lu Xian froze. How did this Ling Lin know that he wanted to mix water? Lu Xian, who was just pondering about mixing water into it, suddenly stopped moving. Bad, being seen through his little mind by this senior sister. When Ling Lin saw Lu Xian freeze, he also sensed that he had guessed correctly. Good lord, this kid really isn't as honest as he looks. Lu Xian took out a vial and looked at the clear cloud spring water inside. He sat down on the ground and took a drink straight from the spring. Moment, a rich spiritual energy filled the limbs and bones. This feeling was not much worse than cultivating with the help of a spirit vein. Lu Xian directly sat on the ground and began to cultivate with the power of the clear cloud spring water. The body was constantly running the sword dictionary, trying to digest this large amount of spiritual energy. In a flash, a spiritual energy vortex centered on Lu Xian, directly enveloping a circle of several feet. At the same time, Lu Xian began to frantically raise his cultivation level with the help of this spiritual energy. Enlightened Spirit Realm, triple. Enlightened Spirit Realm, triple peak. Enlightened Spirit Realm 4. Fifth level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm. Half an hour later, Lu Xian's aura stayed at the 5th level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm. He slowly opened his eyes and moved his body, and immediately felt a powerful force fill his body. After consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms, Lu Xian felt that his strength had risen a lot more. It's almost a quantum leap from what it was before. It's worthy of being Qing Yun spring water. It's really strong. Lu Xian was very satisfied. This clear cloud spring water could not only heal injuries and restore spiritual energy, it could likewise be used for cultivation. Although the cost was a little high, the bottle he drank just now was worth 30,000 spirit stones, but this effect was still fine. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and nodded slightly as well. Very smart. Not rushing to ascend the realm, but choosing to work steadily. The future is promising. She could see that if Lu Xian wanted to pull up his realm, he could completely ascend to the 7th level of the Qi Ling realm or above. However, Lu Xian didn't choose to rush things, but rather moved forward steadily step by step. This way, although the realm didn't improve too much at the moment, the benefits were quite a lot in the later stages. It's rare to have this realization at such a young age. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Senior sister, let's keep going. There will definitely be more good stuff inside." The red-skirted woman had already told herself the general direction of the Tao source, for which Lu Xian could be said to be determined to obtain. Fong had raised his strength through the clear cloud spring water, also so that he could ensure that he had the Tao source in his pocket. And it was at this moment that Ling Lin's face sank. Then he directly concealed his aura. At the same time, several figures appeared, all of which were cultivators wearing martial extremity sect clothing. One of them in particular killed directly in front of Lu Xian and Ling Lin. Good guts. This clear cloud spring water was discovered by us first. It was only a matter of going back to call for help, and you guys have it in your pockets. If you hand over the spring water now, the Wuji sect will let you two live. Chapter 20. All Pray. Lu Xian looked up and saw that there were 6 burly men standing in front of him, all dressed in the attire of the martial extremity sect, and each one of them was full of killing intent. The one who was at the head of the group was still staring at himself, as well as Ling Lin with a gaze that was fierce to the core. Wuji sect. This power Lu Xian still had some impression. Lin Xinya. It was in the martial extremity sect that he practiced. The Wuji sect was also the #1 enemy of the Tsang Yu sword sect. The conflict between them had long since reached the point of immortality after so many years. At this moment, the leader of the group looked Lu Xian up and down. The killing intent in his eyes had not decayed by half, and his voice was threatening as he said to Lu Xian, "I am Duan Zhonglu, a disciple under Elder Changqing of the martial extremity sect. I advise you to hand over the clear cloud spring water quickly, or we will not be polite." The expression on Duan Zhonglu's face was very ugly, and you could tell that he was very upset. He had actually discovered the clear cloud spring a long time ago. Only because of the guards of the Shattered Ripple Wolves, Duan Zhonglu didn't dare to forcefully take the clear cloud spring. Simply go back to find companions. It is not easy to get together 6 people, but came back to find that this clear cloud spring water was Lu Xian and Ling Lin first. It would have been fine if it was just that, but the most crucial thing was that Duan Zhonglu recognized that Ling Lin was wearing the Tsang Yu sword sect's attire. The disciple of the Tsang Yu sword sect had stolen the chance that should have belonged to him, which caused Duan Zhonglu to have direct killing intent. A disciple of the martial extremity sect behind him said sharply, "Senior brother, what's the point of inking with these 2 people? They don't seem to be in a high realm. I'm sure they used their full strength just to kill those Shattered Stripe Wolves. We can just take advantage of their danger now and take them down directly." It is. The disciples of the Tsang Yu sword sect are usually very rich. The resources that you search for by stripping them naked will definitely fetch a good price. Lu Xian sized up the few people in front of him. All of them were at the 8th or 9th level of the enlightened spirit realm. The leader, Duan Zhonglu, had a cultivation level of Cave Xian realm. Cave Xian realm. In his heyday, Lu Xian was a cultivator of the 5th level of the Dongxian realm, so he knew how big the gap between the Dongxian realm and the Qi Ling realm really was. However, right now, Lu Xian was also very confident that if he pulled out his bottom card, he could definitely touch base with the Cave Xian realm cultivator. What's more, this Ling Lin's senior sister beside her. Her cultivation was even more profound. Lu Xian now could not even see what realm she was in the end, and could only surmise that the minimum entry realm. As for the sword realm, it was also enough to have a sword king, a rather fat, white thigh, so to speak. Lu Xian turned back to Ling Lin and winked, signaling for her to make a move. Ling Lin, on the other hand, had long since concealed his realm, and the aura he was radiating now was nothing more than the Qi Ling realm. She directly covered her chest with both hands and put on a scared face, which made people see her unconsciously feel pity and exclaimed, "Oh my God, there are so many of them, and there's the Cave Xian realm. I'm so scared. Senior brother, you must protect me." Lu Xuan? "No, man. You're in a much higher realm than me. Now come and pretend." However, Lu Xian roughly understood how Ling Lin thought. It was nothing more than wanting to not rely on Ling Lin and use more of his own power. At this time, Duan Zhonglu did not see the complex entanglements and private exchanges between the two, and just sneered and said, "Hee little sister, you're going to fall into our hands today. The 2 of you are only at the enlightened spirit realm, but I'm at the Cave Xian realm. Are you afraid of the Cave Xian realm?" After saying that, Duan Zhonglu directly scurried out in one step. Quite experienced in combat, he did not target Ling Lin, who looked scared out of his wits and incapacitated, but instead pointed his spear directly at Lu Xian. In Duan Zhonglu's eyes, as long as he killed Lu Xian, then the terrified Ling Lin would definitely not attack and be at their disposal. In an instant, an aura of the 2nd level of the Cave Xian realm spread out, enveloping the entire field. The few remaining disciples of the martial extremity sect also looked excited to the extreme, eager to see this good show. With Duan Zhonglu's strength, killing Lu Xian would be like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. At that time, all the treasures on Lu Xian and Ling Lin would fall into their hands. It even included the valuable clear cloud spring water. The crowd's eyes were on fire as they scanned Lu Xian and Ling Lin with incomparable greed. In their opinion, both money and desire could be satisfied in Lu Xian and Ling Lin. Baji fist. Duan Zhonglu didn't have much to say and cleanly blasted out with a punch. One of the martial extremity sect's best techniques, the Xian rank lower grade martial technique Hegemony Fist. One punch is enough to open a mountain. The powerful punch attacked Lu Xian's face with a devastating force. This punch alone was enough to cause Lu Xian to be smashed into pieces. Lu Xian, however, did not change his face and directly drew out the Silent Dao sword. Facing a cave Xian realm cultivator like Duan Zhonglu, who had surpassed him by a large realm, Lu Xian didn't intend to hold back even the slightest bit. Directly chopped out with a sword with full strength. The sword flies in astonishment. Unranked martial arts. As Lu Xian drew his sword forward, a shocking sword chi also blasted out. The sword energy was so strong that it seemed as if it could cut through gold and jade, transforming into a long rainbow that could penetrate everything. Duan Zhonglu smiled disdainfully in the face of the long rainbow of sword chi chopped out by Lu Xian. The so-called sword cultivator only knows this kind of strange skill. Watch me break it with one punch. After saying that, Duan Zhonglu swung out a heavy punch and blasted it directly on top of the long rainbow of sword chi. Boom! This sword chi, with destructive power, directly chopped up the hegemonic extreme fist that Duan Zhonglu had wielded. The remaining might was even more heavily bombarded on top of Duan Zhonglu's body. He also sensed a hint of something wrong. How does this sword chi look so strong? This is a sword cultivator of the enlightened spirit realm? No! Before Duan Zhonglu finished speaking, he was directly split in half vertically by this sword chi. Bang! The body that was split in half fell straight to the ground. Blood spurted out and he died violently on the spot. In a flash, all the people present were stunned. A sword. Just a sword. There was nothing half as fancy. Just a sword that looked incomparably ordinary. He then killed Duan Zhonglu, who was at the second level of the Dongxian realm, on the spot. This kind of strength was heaven-defying. It is said that sword cultivators are invincible in the same realm, but I have not heard of crossing a large realm and still being invincible. What kind of sword skill is this? So strong. The aura on his body is clearly only at the 5th level of the enlightened spirit realm. It should be like a mole cricket. Why is it so powerful? Even Duan Zhonglu can be killed, so wouldn't it be simpler to kill us? In a flash, a chill went down the backs of all 5 remaining martial extremity sect disciples. A cold air rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to the sky. Ling Lin's expression also appeared to change slightly. She had originally thought that Lu Xian, with his great sword master's sword Dao realm, would have to fight Duan Zhonglu bitterly at best. But I didn't expect that just one sword would kill Duan Zhonglu on the spot. This kind of strength could already be called quite heaven-defying, felling the enemy against the realm. Those who could do so were all demons. Especially the sword skill that Lu Xian used just now, although it looked incomparably ordinary, there was a hidden imagery of the great Dao of the sword in it. It was quite something. It seemed that Lu Xian wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked as she said to Lu Xian, "Senior brother, the Songyu Sword sect has a rule that the sect will give rewards when a certain number of Wuji sect disciples are killed. Not only are there Xian-ranked sword skill techniques, I've heard that there are also various types of magic treasures, and even Earth-ranked spirit swords. Do you want to try it, senior brother?" Hearing Ling Lin's words, Lu Xian immediately gripped the Silent Dao sword in his hand. And a reward for an Earth-ranked spirit sword? One should know that one's own Silent Dao sword could then become stronger by devouring spirit swords. If one were to devour an Earth-ranked sword, wouldn't it be directly heaven-defying? Swish! Lu Xian's gaze directly locked onto the 5 remaining sword cultivators. A morose gaze, as if gazing at prey. Chapter 21. Brother-in-law, I can only help you here. Lu Xian was looking forward to it. The Silent Dao sword would receive a huge increase when it devoured the spirit sword. After the Silent Dao sword, which was originally a mortal sword, devoured the Xian rank mid-grade spirit sword, its grade instead surpassed the latter and became a Xian rank upper-grade spirit sword. Then, if it devoured an Earth-ranked sword, it would definitely become stronger than the Earth-ranked sword itself. Instead, the price for wanting to obtain an Earth-ranked sword was just killing some disciples of the martial extremity sect. For Lu Xian, it was considered simple to the extreme. Back in Qingcang City, Lu Xian had already killed people for the sake of the Lu family's competition for resources. Cut from the east to the west of the city without blinking an eye, and it can be said that anything that can be solved by killing someone is nothing. At this time, a few disciples of the martial extremity sect also saw Lu Xian's eyes that seemed like they wanted to eat people, and were startled. Although the martial extremity sect also had relevant disciplinary rules where hunting and killing cultivators of the Tsang Yu sword sect could be rewarded with a high amount of money, the disciples of the martial extremity sect were only accomplishing it on a daily basis, by the way, and they didn't have too much of a deep obsession with hunting and killing the disciples of the Tsang Yu sword sect. If you meet someone you can kill them by hand. If you were too lazy to kill them, forget about it. But I didn't expect that this Lu Xian seemed to have decided that they had to be killed. Run! One person was the first to react, and then exclaimed, "Swish, swish, swish." The crowd dispersed at speed in all different directions. No one dares to turn around. Even Duan Zhonglu could be killed with a single sword slash, so it was unlikely that they would be a one-shot enemy. This difference in strength, it's just too great. Trying to run? Lu Xian raised his sword to kill. In just a few dozen breaths of time, those 5 people had all died under Lu Xian's sword. Lu Xian killed them not only because these people belonged to the martial extremity sect, but on the other hand, it was also because these people had bared their killing intent towards themselves. Cultivators can be weak and strong, and once someone exposes their killing intent to them, they must be eliminated. Otherwise, Lu Xian wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Swish! Lu Xian cleanly cut off their heads and threw them into a spare spatial ring as proof of hunting the disciples of the martial extremity sect. Relying on these vouchers, one could exchange rewards within the Tsang Yu sword sect. Lu Xian sliced off the head of the last person and carried it in his hand. Surveying the bloody head, Lu Xian pondered. He stood up and looked at Ling Lin, the senior sister. "I'll give you this head as a slight token of my appreciation." Ling Lin did not take it, but just swept a glance at the bloody head in Lu Xian's hand, and Lu Xian's sincere look, and did not know what to say for a while. "Senior brother, sister taught you not to send girls with such things, remember?" While it was true that the head was of trivial use to himself, it was too weird to give heads to each other for fun. Lu Xian weighed the head in his hand and asked, "Senior sister, don't you want the reward from the sect?" Ling Lin shook his head and said, "It's too much of a hassle to have to use a person's head to exchange it. Not to mention the rewards are somewhat average. I'm not interested." Lu Xian was silent. What a lack of interest. That's an earth-rank spirit sword, a good thing that can't be found. What exactly was this senior sister Ling Lin's background, that she didn't even care about the earth-rank spirit sword? Furthermore, there were even more extreme rewards upwards from that earth-rank spirit sword. Seeing that there was really no way to explode sister's gold coins, Lu Xian simply put away the heads. Then he looked in one direction, the direction of the source of the path. "Senior sister, let's keep going. There should still be something good inside." Ling Lin nodded. "Go." The duo continued to go deeper into the burying dragon forbidden region. Half an hour later, a group of cultivators from the martial extremity sect came here and looked at the 6 heads on the ground that had lost their skulls. Their faces were grave. One of them stepped forward and crouched down, examining their bodies, and said, "It's Duan Yulo and the others. How did they die here?" After saying that, he raised his head and looked at the wonderful woman in the lead and said, "Senior sister Lin Sini, who actually did this? Why did you specifically cut off their heads?" Lin Xian also said, "It's the Tsang Yu sword sect's people who did this. They have a rule of the sect that they can use the heads of the disciples of the Wuji sect for high rewards, so I think the murderer took their heads just for that. Don't continue chasing them deeply. They have the ability to kill cave Xian realm cultivators. It's dangerous." The crowd nodded their heads, and then a strong hatred appeared in their eyes. In their eyes, the Tsang Yu sword sect was likewise not a group of good people. Lin Xian also continued to examine the body. Suddenly, she was slightly startled. These corpses were injured by sword chi, and the sword Dao realm of the person who struck them should be a sword master upwards. This was not unusual, but Duan Yulo's corpse always gave Lin Xinya a sense of familiarity. The sword marks on this corpse reminded Lin Xian also of Lu Xian. She had seen Lu Xian use the sword Flying Surprise, and the sword marks resembled those left by the sword Flying Surprise. "It's brother Lu Xian." Lin Xian also let out a small gasp of surprise. "I didn't expect to have the chance to see Lu Xian here as well." She blushed with an imperceptible smile. It seems that brother Lu Xian not only managed to join the Tsang Yu sword sect, but he's gotten stronger again. He can even take down the Cave Xian realm. Moreover, it was highly likely that Lu Xian had taken their heads and exchanged them for rewards. Since this is the case, Lin Xian also stood up and said, "We need to seek support from the sect, so that more of our fellow sect members can hunt down the murderer." The few people next to him instantly froze and asked, "Why? This murderer looks very strong. Wouldn't a fellow disciple meet the murderer and die for sure?" Lin Xian also pointed to the corpse left behind by the shattered striped wolf to the side and said, "Not necessarily. Duan Yulo and the others must have fought the demonic beast first and then were sneak attacked by the murderer, so the murderer might not be a match for the same sect." The crowd sniffed and thought, "It really seems to make so much sense." Suddenly, one man looked up and said, "But if the murderer is really powerful, rashly letting fellow disciples go after the murderer, wouldn't that be giving away their heads? The murderer will definitely take their heads in exchange for rewards." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another person. "Shut up. What kind of thing are you? How dare you question senior sister Lin Sinny? Senior sister, she's loyal to the sect. Do you mean she'll harm the sect?" The man shut up instantly, not daring to squeak again. This is a pot he can't afford to take. Lin Xian also pulled out a golden talisman, crushed it, and began to transmit sound. "Fellow disciples, there are Tsang Yu sword sect disciples killing our disciples within the burying dragon forbidden region. Please have fellow disciples in the Dongxian realm and below fully hunt down the murderer to avenge our disciples." After saying that, Lin Xian also let out a long breath. In a small voice, he muttered, "Brother Lu Xian, I can only help you up to here. It's up to you how many heads you can get." In the meantime, Lu Xian and Ling Lin were still advancing continuously in the direction of the source of the Tao. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed to sense something. A strong premonition rose in Lu Xian's heart. It seems that if you keep going, you'll meet something. And at that moment, the red-skirted woman's voice reached his ears. "The source of the Tao. It's nearby." Chapter 22. Getting it? The Great Tao of Fire. The source of the path is nearby. Lu Xian reviewed his surroundings and found that the color of the land here was more crimson compared to other places. There was also a dry heat in the air that was unbearable. Ling Lin also discovered the unusual nature of this place. The aura here was more dense compared to other places, but it was very hot. It looks as if there are special treasures present here. Otherwise, the environment here wouldn't be so different from the rest of the place. So I'm sure the treasure class isn't bad. Lu Xian glanced at Ling Lin. Even this earthy senior sister said that the grade was not bad, so this Tao source must be something good. With this Tao source, one's strength would be able to rise another major notch. Suddenly, the ground underneath Lu Xian and Ling Lin's feet cracked in large swathes, and countless broken marks spread out from it. Beneath every piece of land under his feet, a large amount of flaming lava erupted. A dry heat that was unbearable for the two of them also heated up. Ling Lin and Lu Xian's faces changed slightly, and they immediately retreated 100 meters with their swords. When he fixed his eyes on the original spot, he was already engulfed in flames. If it had continued to stay there, it would have been reduced to ashes by now, only to see the flames gradually rising up in front of him, as if it was a waterfall of flames pouring down from above the sky. A human face, whose outline could not be seen, gradually formed in the flames. At the same time, a chaotic ground sound resounded in the ears of the two. "What kind of cultivator? How dare you disturb this seat's purification?" All of a sudden, a pressure that was strong to the extreme struck. Lu Xian's face immediately changed. The pressure almost suffocated him. Unspeakably powerful. It was almost beyond any existence he had ever seen before. "This is..." Ling Lin's face also turned slightly white. Apparently, she was no match for this aura either. However, Ling Lin was very calm and said, "The late generation has no intention of offending Senior. Now the two of us will leave immediately. I hope Senior will forgive me." That aura went without putting Ling Lin in the slightest bit in his eyes and said, "The two of you already know the location of this seat. If I let you go, more people might find their way here and disturb the peace of this seat. I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to imprison yourselves here and never leave. The second choice is to die here." The tone of this aura was very unfriendly and carried a hidden anger. Lu Xian's face changed slightly. There is no doubt that neither choice is good. This guy is trying to get himself killed. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said decisively, "You go." After saying that, he reached out and pushed Lu Xian away, drawing his sword to kill this aura. At the same time, a strong aura exploded out from her body. In just an instant, Ling Lin killed with a sword. However, that aura didn't seem to care about Ling Lin, and with just a casual slap, it slapped Ling Lin directly out of the air. Overrate yourself. The endless flames turned into chains that wrapped around her body, directly dragging Ling Lin into the gap between the earth. With a click, the gap closed and Ling Lin was no longer visible. When Lu Xian saw Ling Lin trapped into the ground, killing intent surged in his eyes. Along the way, Ling Lin had also taken care of himself quite a bit, but he didn't expect to live or die now. Lu Xian reached out, and the ancestral sword appeared in his hand. "You call us ants? Then I'll show you the power of an ant." Lu Xian wanted to see whether he was powerful or his own ancestral sword was powerful. It was at this moment that the red-skirted woman's voice came again. This guy, that's Dao Yuan." Lu Xian froze and said to the red-skirted woman, "Dao source? I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turned out to be an old ding." The red-skirted woman explained, "The Dao source has a spirit and can take shape by itself, so you can mention my name to this guy, and he will understand." Lu Xian was silent for a while and said, "You've never told me your name." The red-skirted woman drifted off, and it did seem to be the case, before she said, "Heaven's Way." Lu Xian froze to think that someone had taken the Heavenly Dao as their name. Just how confident in his own prowess would he come up with such a name? Isn't this provoking the will of heaven? But since it was the words of the red-skirted woman, Lu Xian took it at face value. He looked toward the aura and said, "This Dao Yuan Sr., do you know a person named Heavenly Dao?" Hearing this, Dao Yuan was directly happy. Even the flames on the earth were constantly trembling and seemed to be joyful. "A man named Tendo? Huh, laughing my ass off. Surprisingly, someone would come up with such a name. Who does she think she is? What virtue can she call herself the Heavenly Dao? Do you know what the Heavenly Dao really is?" Suddenly, the laughter came to an abrupt end. "Wait, why do you know I'm a Dao Yuan? Who told you that?" Dao Yuan instantly sensed that something wasn't quite right. It was at this moment that the space in front of Lu Xian shattered. The red-skirted woman poked out space with one arm and directly grabbed the Dao source. In the next moment, he was yanking Dao Yuan directly into the burial heaven realm. Inside the burial heaven realm, Lu Xian's consciousness sank into it. Only the red-skirted woman stood with her arms folded, her face cold, and Dao Yuan cowered inside the corner, shivering. It was only then that Lu Xian saw the original face of Dao Yuan. It was like a mass of energy that didn't seem to have a solid body. It was only vaguely discernible as a figure, with a little expression, and it seemed a woman. At this moment, Dao Yuan was shrinking inside the corner, coyly, without the arrogance and dominance of a moment ago. The eyes that looked at the red-skirted woman were even more filled with awe. No wonder someone found me. So it was you who was showing the way." The red-skirted woman looked at Dao Yuan and said, "If not." Dao Yuan was silent, then said, "You want my power to guard the burial heaven realm?" The red-skirted woman nodded. "Not bad. Let's make a deal. You work for me, and I'll keep you safe." Dao Yuan looked up at Lu Xian again and asked the woman in the red dress, "He is?" The red-skirted woman said, "He is now the master of this burial heaven realm." At that moment, the way Dao Yuan looked at Lu Xian became awe-inspiring. Dao Yuan walked towards Lu Xian and said, "There are a total of 3,000 Dao paths in the world divided into the righteous path, the side path, and the left path, and I represent one of the righteous paths, the fire Dao, and you may call me by my pseudonym, Yin Zheng." Lu Xian stared slightly. 3,000 avenues. For practitioners, the word is a bit distant. An ordinary cultivator cannot touch the so-called Great Dao. And according to the red-skirted woman's speech, a Dao source was equivalent to the origin of a Dao and the foundation of existence. In other words, this Yin Zheng strength was quite high. Lu Xian pointed at Yin Zheng and asked the red-skirted woman, "Didn't you say you'd let her work for me? Why don't you just let her work on any enemies that come along?" The red-skirted woman's face instantly sank. "I sought out the Dao source to come here to make you stronger, not to let you sit back and enjoy it." She also didn't expect Lu Xian to ask such a tricky question. Let the Dao source used to hold up the burial heaven realm act as its own battering ram. Wouldn't the legacy of the 8 remaining great masters be more tempting? This Lu Xian's idea was just too abstract. Yin Zheng was also somewhat helpless and said to Lu Xian, I'm also heavily injured right now and haven't preserved much of my power. But if you need my origin, you can take it at any time. After saying that, her palms spread out and a wisp of light appeared, precisely her origin power. What was needed to subdue the burial heaven realm was precisely this origin. I'm too heavily injured. After offering my origin, I'll fall into a deep sleep. But during that time, you can use my power. How much you can borrow depends on your skill. After saying that, the origin in Yin Zheng's hand gradually sank into the burial heaven realm, merging with it. At the same time, Yin Zheng's body gradually dimmed and disappeared in front of Lu Xian. The moment the origin was integrated into the burial heavenly realm, Lu Xian instantly felt that a unique power seemed to have appeared within his body. He spread out his palm, and a flame ignited in it. Moreover, this flame could be controlled at will with Lu Xian's mind. This is the power of the avenue of fire. Although Lu Xian could only draw on a minuscule portion of that power right now, it was still enough to stand tall in this realm. At the same time, the 8 tombstones that were originally dim also flickered with renewed light, seemingly waiting for Lu Xian's choice. The red-skirted woman stood beside Lu Xian and said, Now, whose legacy do you choose? Chapter 23. You just shake it, and when it breaks, see what you use. Lu Xian re-examined these 8 tombstones. On the tombstones, the names of these supremely powerful people also emitted a light golden glow. Immortal Dan God, Master of the Alchemy Heavenly Vessel. Ling Xiao Martial Emperor. Diffractive Array Zune. It was obvious that each and every one of them was a supreme powerhouse of the corresponding domain. It was definitely no less than the universal sword ancestor. Lu Xian stood in front of the 8 tombstones and pondered for a while. Choices that must be made with care. The Tao source was a good thing. Not only could it be used to unseal the inheritance, but from there it could also be used for oneself. But this is, after all, unattainable, and the next time you run into a Tao source, you don't know when it will be. Lu Xian paced for a while and stood in front of the tombstone of the immortal Dan God. I choose the inheritance of the immortal Dan God. There was no doubt that the inheritance of every powerful person was extremely golden. However, for the current Lu Xian, it was still the inheritance of the immortal Dan God that had more gold. Alchemists were also very rare and exalted existences in this realm. If one could take advantage of the Dan Dao aspect from the start and consolidate one's foundation, then one's cultivation path would also be 1,000 miles a day. On balance, the immortal Dan God inheritance had a higher growth rate. The legacies of several other powerful people were more suitable for the future when they were strong. There was a loud click. The tombstone of the immortal Dan God exploded. An emerald green light shot straight up into the sky. At the same time, an ancient and vicissitude voice also came out in a heck of a way. This seat, immortal Dan God, specializing in the study of the Dan Dao for 30,000 years, and finally broke the shackles of their own life expectancy, the world honored as the immortal Dan God. However, the world is changing in 1,000 ways. The great Tao is crumbling, and the end of the world is coming. So even though you have an infinite lifespan, it is hard for you to escape the day of your fall, and you will fall out of eternity. This seat leaves behind its life's learning, as well as its own life's treasure, to be gifted to those who are destined to have it. In a flash, a huge wave of information directly flooded into Lu Xian's mind. It is a mastery of alchemy, the Immortal Dan Sutra. On it was recorded the knowledge of almost all the spiritual medicines, as well as elixirs in the worlds of the heavens and the earth. It even possessed a peerless Dan formula that could break the shackles of longevity. Lu Xian was shocked. Even great emperors couldn't get rid of the shackles of longevity. But with this one Dan formula, one could be immortalized for eternity. If not for the accidental fall of this immortal Dan God, he might still be alive in the world today. It was worthy of being a strong contemporary of the 10,000 Realms sword ancestor. The degree of anticlimax was in no way inferior to the 10,000 Realms sword ancestor. Lu Xian casually pulled out an elixir, and after a slight inspection, he could see all the herbs that the elixir required, as well as the flaws that existed. It could be said that the current Lu Xian was already equivalent to a top-tier Dan Master. With this knowledge of the Dan Dao, one's advantage among cultivators was magnified several times over. Not only did he possess the Sword Dao inheritance, he even cultivated the Dan Dao. Such a multifaceted demon would be coveted by every power. More than that, Lu Xian's mind moved. A Dan furnace appeared in front of him. This Dan furnace was inscribed with mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars of the heavens. Heaven and earth furnace. It was the immortal Dan god's own life magic treasure that he had refined for himself during his lifetime. Use one side of the world and refine it as a cauldron. In itself, it was also quite an extreme, supreme treasure. Not only could it be used for alchemy, but it could also contain a world, refining the entire heaven and earth in the furnace. Whether it was to refine pills or use it to kill people, it was quite a good magic treasure. It was a pity that one's current realm was still too low to use the full power of this heaven and earth furnace. Very well, the current you should have very few opponents within the same realm. The red-skirted woman smiled faintly as she looked at Lu Xian. I have great expectations for you. You will definitely become stronger in the future. The legacies of 9 supreme powerhouses, and now Lu Xian possessed 2 of them. If he could get his hands on the remaining 7 legacies as well, then Lu Xian's strength would definitely change even more drastically. Lu Xian looked up at the red-skirted woman and asked, Sister, where will I go to look for the Tao source in the future? The benefits of this Tao source, Lu Xian was sort of aware of. Not only could one make the power of the Tao origin work for him, but he could also obtain the inheritance in the process. This Tao source, it really is a good thing. The red-skirted woman said, It depends on luck. Tao sources are inherently spiritual, and with the fact that all known Tao sources are now basically heavily damaged, they will even subconsciously hide in no man's land. Lu Xian nodded. Then I'm relieved. I think I'm pretty lucky. The red-skirted woman swept him up and down and nodded. It does seem good to this palace as well. Lu Xian asked, What does that mean? The red-skirted woman walked straight to Lu Xian, cupped his chin with her hand, and laughed slightly. Because you have to pay tuition again. Lu Xian watched the red-dressed woman breathing more and more rapidly, and her cheeks gradually flushed. Lu Xian people, directly numb. Sister, you rest first. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Lu Xian exited the burial heaven realm as if he had fled. If you're a step behind, there's going to be trouble. If one's legs were weak, then wouldn't this trip to the dragon burial forbidden region be over? But before he could get far, he was grabbed by the woman in the red dress. At that moment, a prohibition directly wrapped around the 2 of them, isolating everything. A long time later, outside the burial heaven realm, within the burial dragon forbidden region, Lu Xian, who was drenched in sweat, let out a long breath. When he thought of the way the red-skirted woman had claimed her body to her heart's content just now, his heart trembled slightly. Almost shook it off. Of course, the taste, well, still worth talking about. Soon, Lu Xian dispelled these chaotic thoughts. After all, he is a decent man. The time that Fong had spent so long within the burial heaven realm was only an instant to the outside world. At this time, click, the earth broke open in an instant. Ling Lin broke out of the ground and rode his sword above heaven and earth. There was still total coldness in her eyes. Just now, Ling Lin was suppressed within the earth by Yan Zhong. But in just an instant, that suppressive force disappeared without a trace. Ling Lin didn't know why. Senior sister, you're fine. Lu Xian surveyed Ling Lin's body and realized that he hadn't suffered any injuries. Where's that breath? Ling Lin looked around and did not find Yan Zheng's figure. Lu Xian casually blurted out, I don't know why, but that figure suddenly left and didn't seem to want to make a move on us, or else we'd probably already be done for. Ling Lin thought for a moment before nodding slowly. So that's how it is. It's better to be careful. After all, this place is dangerous. Being a newborn secret realm, it's no surprise that there's anything spooky in there. Ling Lin didn't take it to heart either. And at this very moment, several figures appeared behind them. Lu Xian and Ling Lin turned around to see that it was a group of disciples from the martial extremity sect, numbering more than 24. One by one, they were all wearing disciple uniforms and surrounded the duo aggressively. As for these people, their breath was only around the Qi Ling realm, and there were only a few early Dongxian realm cultivators. The leader of the group saw the 2 and said with a cold smile, So it's just the 2 of you. You dared to conspire against senior brother Duan Jianglu, a heinous crime, causing us to have no chance to search for top-tier opportunities. I'm going to let you die here today. After saying that, the crowd's breath spread out violently, and with more than 20 breaths superimposed on top of each other, it actually looked a bit bluffing. The eyes of these people looking at Lu Xian also became cold. They had originally received intelligence that there were top-grade spirit weapons hidden within this burial dragon forbidden region, and the grade might even have reached the heavenly rank. He originally thought that he was going to get rich this time, but he didn't expect to receive the sect's order to hunt Lu Xian immediately afterward. I had thought that it was a very strong opponent, but I didn't expect that it was only the enlightened spirit realm. Isn't that easy to do? Lu Xian saw this, but suddenly froze. Just 3 Cave Xian realm members, plus 20 Qi Ling realm members. Want to avenge Duan Jiangluo's death? Isn't this a death wish? He had been rewarded for killing the disciples of the martial extremity sect. There were even earth-ranked spirit swords. Who on earth had such a good heart to send so many people to give themselves head? What's more, he had just obtained a portion of the power of the great Tao of fire and was worried that he had no place to practice. Lu Xian immediately became excited. Swish! The silent road sword was sheathed. Come, I'll bury as many as you have. Chapter 24. The Source of the Way of Fire. Seeing Lu Xian pull out the silent Tao sword, those disciples of the Wuji sect became more excited instead. They weren't afraid of Lu Xian meeting the battle, but they were afraid of Lu Xian escaping. By killing Cong Yu Sword sect disciples themselves, they could obtain a large number of rewards provided by the sect. As for those like Lu Xian who had the human lives of several Cong Yu Sword sect disciples in their hands, the rewards would be even more generous. Even if they had to split it equally between 24 people, it would be quite substantial. The cultivator at the head was already excited to the extreme at this point, and he simply couldn't hold down the upturned corners of his mouth. Brothers, as long as we kill this tiny enlightened spirit realm cultivator, we'll be able to earn 3 extra months of monthly salary. Definitely can't let them go. Each of those martial extremity sect disciples were even more glowing, looking at Lu Xian with eyes that were greedy to the extreme. Senior Wen Yang is right. With so many of us, can't we still take the 2 of them? It's simply easy. They fled all the way here, so they must have exhausted most of their physical strength. And now they are just dying. Senior Sister Lin Sini is simply kind and generous, giving us such a piece of fat meat. We must repay Senior Sister Lin Sini in the future. The corners of the crowd's mouths couldn't help but spread a cold smile. In itself, they didn't have a chance to come and capture Lu Xian. It was because of Lin Sini's intelligence that they had locked onto the Lu Xian duo's location. This directly gave them the best chance to finish off Lu Xian. When Yang looked at Lu Xian, a touch of disdain glowing in his eyes. With his palms spread out, a strong spiritual energy gathered in the center of his palm. Kid, let me show you that the kind of humble inheritance of your sword cultivators is not worth mentioning at all compared to the complete martial way. When Yang immediately took a step out, turning into a streak of shadow, he directly killed Lu Xian. It's extremely fast and inscrutable, worthy of being a Cave Xian realm cultivator. And Ling Lin also placed his hand on top of the hilt of the sword at his waist. The tone of her voice was slightly cold, but for Lu Xian it was just right. There are too many of them. Let me help you. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he said to Ling Lin, "Thank you, senior sister, but it's just as well that I want to try out my current strength, and I've been fighting with Cave Xian realm cultivators, so I'll just say that I'm quite good at it." As it happened, Lu Xian also wanted to try out what level of strength he had reached now. He who had taken in Yin Zheng could control a portion of the power of the Fire Tao source. As one of the origin of the righteous way, the Fire Way source was quite ferocious in its power. Even if he couldn't fully grasp the Fire Tao source right now, and could only draw on a minuscule portion of its power, it would still be enough to stand proudly against the crowd. For Lu Xian, Wen Yang's group of people could just be his own testing stone. Seeing the confidence in Lu Xian's voice, Ling Lin nodded slightly, took half a step back, and said, "You go first, I'll watch you." And at this moment, Wen Yang's figure had already killed out. As the strongest among this group of people, he could be said to be extremely confident in himself. The Lu Xian in front of him was no more than a snap of the fingers. Pulse-breaking palm, Wen Yang shouted. His body's spiritual energy gathered in his palm and violently struck out. The strong spiritual energy was even causing the surrounding air to ripple in layers. This pulse-breaking palm could be said to be one of the martial extremity sect's best techniques. Cultivated to a great extent, it can easily shatter a cultivator's strange meridians and veins, causing permanent trauma. For those whose strength gap is too large, it is even easier to kill them with a single blow. Wen Yang was confident that against Lu Xian, this palm was completely sufficient. Each of his many companions was also extremely excited and stood around to watch. They also wanted to witness the moment when Lu Xian was slapped into a dead body. When Wen Yang approached Lu Xian by 1 foot, Lu Xian took a step forward. Draw your sword and chop. Swish! A shocking sword chi burning, with incandescent flames roared out. With matchless might, it burned the void in all directions. This sword, moreover, exploded solidly onto Wen Yang's pulse-breaking palm. The two forces, head-on, exploded together. Boom! There was a loud bang. The sword chi that burned with flames directly engulfed Wen Yang's form. The next moment, a figure flew backwards out of the roiling flames and smashed in front of the crowd in a sorry state. Ahem! Wen Yang landed on the ground and sprayed a blood arrow directly from his mouth. Looking at the arm again, a large part of it was burned into black charcoal, and this arm could be said to be completely ruined. What? It's actually this strong. Even my pulse-breaking palm can easily break through. Wen Yang's eyes widened as boundless fear flared up in his heart. Just a simple and unassuming-looking sword. Without even using any sword technique, the sword wave that was chopped out with one's own sword cultivation alone was enough to cause one's martial skill that was performed with full strength to be chopped to pieces. Even he himself was seriously injured. The current Wen Yang, not only was one of his arms completely burned to black charcoal by the sword wave that was burning with flames, the remaining flames were even continuously searing his meridians and internal organs. It seemed that it would not stop until Wen Yang was completely engulfed. What kind of fire is this? It's so overbearing. Wen Yang was shocked. He had heard that there were countless types of heaven and earth divine flames in this world, each of which had a unique power. But it was the first time he had seen a flame as domineering as this. Lu Xian waved his arm, vibrating down the blood on his sword blade, his face calm. As expected, the power of this fireway source was very heaven-defying. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to break through this fiery flame that was utilizing the source of the fire Tao. This itself was not the mortal fire of heaven and earth, but the essence of fire, the fire of the most refined essence. It certainly wasn't something that could be lifted that easily and would never be extinguished without burning the other person to ashes. Wen Yang couldn't help but let out a guttural wail as he felt that immense pain of the flames eroding his body. The eyes that looked at Lu Xian were also filled with panic. He knew that even if Lu Xian didn't make a move now, he would sooner or later die under the flames that continued to scorch him. Wen Yang hurriedly ordered up the other disciples of the martial extremity sect and roared, "Hurry! Quickly go together! Must kill him!" Now it seemed that the only way to save his life was to kill Lu Xian. Those remaining disciples of the martial extremity sect were also stunned. Wen Yang was already considered to be the ceiling of combat power among them. As a result, he still couldn't resist Lu Xian's sword. Such a terrifying might simply chilled them. This can heavily injure Senior Wen Yang with one sword. This kid has some skills. So what? With so many of us, can't we deal with him? That's right. There are so many of us, together. Even an inferior realm cultivator would have to avoid the front line for the time being, and it's a handful to deal with him. With a hard look in their eyes, the crowd transformed into several shadows and killed Lu Xian from all directions. For a while, the spiritual energy in the field was stirring, and all types of martial arts and magic treasures were bombarding Lu Xian. It seemed like they would never rest until Lu Xian was killed. Against this extremely dangerous foe, it is necessary to press them directly to death. And at that moment, a coldness flashed out of Lu Xian's eyes. It's a good time to trade their heads for your own earth-rank sword. Chapter 25. I just have 1,000,000,000 points of Kendo Foundation. At this moment, more than 20 people had already killed Lu Xian with all their might. One by one, they all used their own watchful techniques. It is now a matter of life and death. Because of this, none of the martial extremity sect disciples would hold back. Almost all of them were aiming to kill Lu Xian. In a flash, all kinds of blades in the field, as well as fist and palm shadows, flew towards Lu Xian. The air along the road was shaken with a roaring sound. This battle was no less than going to surround and kill a cave Xian, or even an entering the subtle realm cultivator. It's safe to say that every single one of them went all out. Ling Lin watched the crowd strike, but his face did not change much. She still rested her hand on top of the hilt of her sword and watched Lu Xian silently from behind him. It seems like wouldn't be a match for him. Ling Lin knew that these people might not be able to hurt Lu Xian. Since this was the case, she, the senior sister, should have given Lu Xian more space to grow. Although Ling Lin was also a bit surprised in his heart that Lu Xian appeared to be so peaceful in this situation that should have been incredibly dangerous. And at this moment, Lu Xian also took a step out. He fiercely gripped the blade in his hand. Facing the crowd in front of him, his face was bland. Suddenly, he drew his sword and chopped out. It was only an instant, but that sword light was like a stone breaking through the sky. The sword flies in astonishment. With this sword, Lu Xian had even incorporated the power of the fire way source. The power of the sword dictionary and the source of the way of fire merged into one. A shocking sword chi transformed into a monstrous wave and violently rolled towards the crowd in front of them. This sword, moreover, carried a strong and extremely powerful energy. The sword chi roaring with flames instantly caught the crowd's attack and then annihilated it. The many disciples of the martial extremity sect were shocked to the core, and then they saw that the sword chi was blasting towards them again. It seemed to be rushing forward like a great wave breaking the dike. Boom! This sword wave directly bombarded the crowd. Almost instantly, it engulfed the vast majority of the Wuji sect. In a flash, many figures flew backwards, each one of them falling on top of the earth in a sorry state, howling miserably. On the large ground, numerous figures rolled on the ground, with not only hideous sword marks on their bodies, but even embers that kept burning on top of the sword marks. This aftermath was even burning their bodies, seemingly to eat away all of their flesh and blood, and under this pain, almost all of these martial extremities sect disciples lost their minds. The eyes that looked at Lu Xian were even more filled with fear, as if they had seen something extremely frightening. So, strong. How the hell did he do that? We are all the best amongst our peers in the martial extremity sect. Why can't we even receive a single sword from this Lu Xian? What kind of power is hidden in his sword? I can't even resist it at all. Could this be a sword cultivator? What's to be done? We're not all going to die at his hands, are we? Originally, I was thinking of taking his head and asking for a reward, but now it looks as if we're all doomed. The crowd was in awe at the moment. They knew deep down that their lives were completely in Lu Xian's hands. But again, who would have thought that a single Lu Xian would be able to stop so many of them? At this moment, Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, "You're using moves that Master doesn't even seem to have taught you." Lu Xian nodded his head and said, "Before I came to the Zhongyu sword sect, I just had 1,000,000,000 points of foundation." Ling Lin smiled lightly at this and said, "If this is just a little bit from you, then the sword cultivator inheritance wouldn't be so bumpy." Her eyes gazed at Lu Xian. These eyes were not delicate, but instead carried a bit of ancient elegance. It could be said that it was different from any woman Lu Xian had come into contact with before. Under these eyes, Lu Xian even had the feeling of being interpreted by a woman. How much of this was decipherable, Lu Xian didn't know. Master loves talent. She will definitely appreciate you. You have a good future within the Zhongyu sword sect. Ling Lin smiled faintly. Master may briefly abandon that lofty elder Luo Li identity in front of you, and instead use the mentality of a peer to exchange sword Dao with you. She thought to herself that she still knew Luo Li very well. The vast majority of people in Luo Li's eyes wouldn't excite her half as much. But a sword Dao heavenly pride, or even a sword Dao powerhouse, could be completely different. Luo Li might leave behind all impractical decency and use the stature of an ordinary sword cultivator to interact with him. At this moment, however, Wen Yang's eyes suddenly changed wildly. The remaining numerous disciples of the martial extremity sect also stared in shock. Wen Yang looked at Lu Xian, then Ling Lin, and said in surprise, "You guys, are you Elder Luo Li's disciples?" Ling Lin nodded. "Exactly." In a flash, the faces of all the people were all hard to see, as if they had died. There were 7 peaks in the Zhongyu sword sect, and Luo Li was one of the strongest of the 7 peak elders. Even the many disciples of the martial extremity sect were very fearful of him. The most crucial thing is that if they are Elder Luo Li's disciples, their strength, then, was definitely far above their own. Wen Yang looked at Ling Lin in shock and said, "You're not an enlightened spirit realm cultivator." Ling Lin nodded. "Not bad." In a flash, the crowd's faces sank again. From start to finish, they never had half a chance of winning. Even if they were able to defeat Lu Xian, they might not be a match for Ling Lin. They were all just toys for Lu Xian and Ling Lin. Originally, Wen Yang thought that this Lu Xian was just his prey, but he didn't expect that he was the plaything of Lu Xian and Ling Lin. At this time, The people in the field had already been scorched to death by the fire wei source contained in Lu Xian's sword qi. There were a few people with slightly weaker strength, and their bodies had even been burned black, severing their breath. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was also stuffing their heads one by one into a spatial ring as evidence to claim credit from the Tsang Yu sword sect. After all, it was a chance to obtain a precious reward, such as an Earth-rank spirit sword. If he allowed the Silent Tao sword to devour the Earth-rank spirit sword, his own strength would definitely still gain an extremely large enhancement. Lu Xian was even thinking about letting the Silent Tao sword devour the ancestral sword. However, after thinking about it, Lu Xian thought better of it. Even if he could really devour it, Lu Xian wouldn't dare to easily take the Silent Tao sword out and use it on a regular basis. In this way, the original meaning of the Silent Tao sword was lost. Plus, this ancestral sword was at least a relic of the 10,000 Realm Sword ancestor, so if it was destroyed just like that, it somehow felt a bit of a pity. What's more, that 10,000 Realm Sword ancestor was also the red-skirted woman's old friend. If the woman in the red dress minded, she could probably skin herself in minutes. And it's the kind that squeezes the last bit of use out of you first. Thinking of this, Lu Xian still shook his head. Let's just go with the Earth Order sword. It's pretty good. At this time, the crowd watched in horror as Lu Xian took their heads one by one, each of them trembling in fear. They knew that sooner or later it would be their turn. Wen Yang's face also changed abruptly, and with the last of his strength, he pulled out the transmission note and then crushed it. Senior Sister Lin Sinny, there's a situation. The enemy is too strong. A rough estimate of their true strength is above the Cave Xian realm. Quickly send out cultivators above the inferior realm to save us. And at that moment, the other side, Lin Xian also crushed the transmission note directly after hearing the words coming from it. The female companion on the side looked at Lin Sinny and asked, "What did this person just say?" Lin Xian also said seriously, "He said that it's cloudy today, and it'll turn cloudy to stormy at night, so let's be careful not to catch a cold." Companion. Chapter 26, Righteousness. The news that Wen Yang and the others had been massacred did not surprise Lin Xinya. She had already guessed that these people were nothing to Lu Xian. It was also considered a gift to Lu Xian by borrowing their heads. Anyway, when asked from above, Lin Xinya just didn't know. The secret realm was unpredictable, and absolutely no one would pursue anything. It could only be blamed on Wen Yang and the others' lack of strength that they were caught in the Tsang Yu sword's sex ambush. As for her, she doesn't have to take any responsibility at all. Let's just leave it as it is. If we keep tossing it around, we'll probably have to send out a strong person from the inferior realm. Lin Xian also laughed and shook her head. But it kind of proves one thing, that in certain situations, one can indeed play a role in changing the battlefield. Perhaps when the time comes, it won't be as simple as just letting people like Wen Yang give away their heads for no reason. At this point, the other side, Lu Xian skillfully collected these heads as tokens for killing the disciples of the Wuji sect. Wen Yang, who was on the side, looked at this scene and was terrified. He was shivering constantly and was already sweating profusely. He was afraid that the next one Lu Xian would end was himself. "I am warning you. I've already notified my senior sister, and I'll be sending strong men over soon. I advise you to better let me go, and you might be spared from death at that time." Wen Yang stiffly began to threaten Lu Xian. Now Lin Xinya was his last resort. There was no telling when the reinforcements would come, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. What if it happens to shock Lu Xian? Oh, Lu Xian was a bit curious. "Who is the senior sister you were talking about?" Wen Yang raised his head and shouted, "Intersect heavenly pride, senior sister Lin Sinny." Lu Xian was silent. He now kind of knew why these people would somehow give themselves head. It turns out that thanks to Lin Sinny, knowing that he is now short of money and resources, he specially let these little unlucky people come to die. "Your senior sister can't save you either. Don't believe me. Try contacting her now?" Lu Xian sneered. Wen Yang's eyelids fluttered wildly. Then he pulled out another sound transmission talisman and crushed it with one hand. After a few breaths, he too fell silent. Couldn't contact Lin Xinya at all. Or it is that Lin Xian also did not take care of himself at all. Are there really no reinforcements? Then wasn't he or she bound to die? Wen Yang panicked and said hurriedly, "Don't you kill me. I still have information here. It's related to top-level spirit weapons. It might even be heavenly rank." He had now treated the heavenly rank spirit soldier as his last straw. Originally, Wen Yang and his group were also going deeper into the secret realm for the heavenly ranked spiritual soldiers, but they didn't expect to be called to deal with Lu Xian halfway. Now that he was at the point of death, he could only take out the information about the heavenly ranked spirit soldier as a bargaining chip to save his life. Lu Xian put away his sword and said, "Heavenly rank? Tell me carefully. I'll spare you if you tell me." Celestial rank spirit weapons, whether they were suitable for them or not, were worth a lot of money. If you have the opportunity to get your hands on it, whether you sell it to exchange resources or use it for yourself, it would be excellent. I didn't expect that this group of people would actually have information on heavenly ranked spiritual armaments. I don't know if it's true, though. Wen Yang nodded frantically. There's definitely a heavenly rank, but we don't know exactly what kind of magic treasure it is. I have the map. After saying that, Wen Yang's palms spread out and a map within the buried dragon forbidden region appeared, while a location on the map had a clear marking, where the so-called heavenly grade spiritual soldier was obviously hidden. We don't know what kind of spirit weapon it is, but the grade is definitely not low. I'll give you the map now, and you spare my life. After saying that, he cupped the map with both hands and handed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the map, and after scanning it, he nodded slightly yes. Although I don't know if the map is accurate or not, it wouldn't be a bad idea not to go over there and take a look. The corners of Wen Yang's mouth grinned. Many thanks for not killing. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Xian chopping down with a sword. Wen Yang's head instantly rolled on the ground. But I don't count my words sometimes. With a swish, Lu Xian sheathed his sword. Letting Wen Yang go was tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountain. If he let this person run away, he would not be able to sleep peacefully at night. At this moment, all those disciples of the martial extremity sect fell to the ground, their bodies strewn across the ground. Lu Xian wasn't idle either. One by one, they stripped all the space rings from their bodies. After a cursory scan, there was indeed quite a lot of stuff in there. He didn't break it down and casually grabbed half of the spatial rings and threw them to Ling Lin. "Senior sister, this is your share." Ling Lin reached out and took the spatial ring with a faint smile. "Good. In the future, whether it's inside or outside the sect, whenever you have any trouble, you can mention me." Ling Lin was not polite and graciously accepted these space rings. Compared to Lu Xian's previous harvest, the rags in these space rings were nothing. "Take it, it's good karma." Lu Xian shook the map in his hand and asked Ling Lin, "Senior sister, why don't we go and see if there are any heavenly ranked spirit soldiers or not?" Although the odds were that Ling Lin was rich, he himself was not. It's still poor. This heavenly ranked spiritual soldier, Lu Xian still wanted it. Only, it is not yet known if this is a trick of Wen Yang. Was there really a heavenly ranked spirit soldier in existence, or was it a trap? Ling Lin thought for a moment and nodded as well. Let's go take a look." She was curious to know what other treasures were in this secret realm. Even if it was a trap, she wasn't afraid. With a sweep of Ling Lin's sword finger, a flying sword landed in front of the two of them. Lu Xian and Ling Lin rode together on a flying sword and flew off into the distance. Soon after, a group of Wuji's sect disciples came here. At a glance, he saw the 24 headless corpses on the ground and was immediately furious. "Who is it? How dare you kill Wen Yang and the others? Those who can do such things are simply guilty of the most heinous crimes. Our martial extreme sect absolutely cannot let them go. Whoever it is, they must be made to pay. Senior sister Lin Sinny, this matter must do us justice." Everyone looked at Lin Sinny with a look of indignation. In such a short period of time, the martial extremity sect had already lost nearly 30 disciples. And the worst part is that these people are most likely to die at the hands of the same person. This was simply a strange shame for the martial extremity sect. Even if it was the Tsang Yu sword sect, it wasn't so ferocious, was it? Lin Xian also looked at the group of corpses on the ground and contemplated for a split second. Suddenly, she said seriously, "I've heard that the Tsang Yu sword sect has also sent a heavenly pride on this trip. It must be Elder Mo Feng's disciple, Chino Minion, who did this. I'll notify the disciples of the martial extremity sect right now to hunt down Chino Minion." After saying that, Lin Xinya crushed the transmission note. It is now ascertained that Tsang Yu sword sect disciple Chen Agni Nian has committed a great crime and killed more than 30 of my Wuji sect's disciples in a row. This person is extremely strong, requesting the support of those who are strong enough to enter the micro realm and above. Make sure to kill this thief. With that, she addressed the crowd with a straight face. "Don't worry in this matter. I will definitely give you an explanation." The real culprit must be made to pay for his life. Chapter 27. Heavenly Grade Spirit Sword. At those words, many of the Wuji sect disciples present were excited. Good. They must be taught a lesson. Let that damned Chun Binyan know how powerful our martial extremity sect is. When our clan's elite surrounds this fellow, he'll know the price of laying hands on our fellow disciples. It's still senior sister Lin Sinny, who's reliable. With a single glance, I could tell who moved. The crowd of martial extremity sect disciples all looked at Lin Sinny with faces of adoration. In their eyes, Lin Sinny's status was even higher than some ordinary elders. After all, the current Lin Xian could also be the youngest cave Xian realm cultivator in the martial extremity sect in the past 100 years. And the corners of Lin Xinya's mouth curved up. If they continued to let the martial extremity sect make their move, then they would surely send out a powerful person of the infernal realm next. This type of strong person strength was not something that could be dealt with at the cave Xian realm anymore. Even Lu Xian would definitely have quite a headache. Since this was the case, it would be better to let the infernal realm powerhouses target Shenoyin. It's also a way to utilize the only remaining residual value. Suddenly, one person said, Senior Sister Lin Sinny, our clan's elite is collecting heavenly ranked supreme treasures. That Qin Binyan won't take advantage of the opportunity to do the same, right? At that, the crowd cast concerned glances. Their martial extremity sect had received top-secret information that they had discovered a heavenly grade spirit soldier, and if they were able to subjugate it, the entire sect would receive great benefits as a result. If something goes wrong at this time, then no one can afford it. Lin Xian also nodded. There will be no problem. One incense stick later, the depths of the buried dragon forbidden region. Lu Xian stood on the flying sword, holding Ling Lin tightly. The speed of the imperial sword flight was so fast that it made Lu Xian's scalp go a little numb. It seemed that Ling Lin had still let the water out before, and this was her true speed. As the gusty wind whipped by, Lu Xian could still vaguely smell the faint body odor of Ling Lin's body. This was not the flavor of any rouge perfume, but rather the aroma emanating from the flesh of a simple young girl. And such close contact made Lu Xian worry about whether he could hold on to it. His hand was firmly placed on Ling Lin's waist. If he went up, it was a large, soft area. And if he went down, it was even more forbidden. Lu Xian was a bit at a loss for words. Ling Lin seemed to sense Lu Xian's strangeness and asked, What's wrong? Is something wrong? Lu Xian hurriedly shook his head. It's fine. Good Lord, this was his own senior sister. If something really happened, it would be too bad. Ling Lin laughed softly. It seems that I'll have to wear more in the future when I take you on imperial sword flights. Lu Xian was momentarily speechless. Ling Lin added, Why? Why don't you quickly familiarize yourself with how to fly with a sword? Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, I might not be able to learn it for a while. Ling Lin smiled faintly. If you can't learn it, then no one in the world will be able to learn it. Your natural talent is extraordinary both within the clan, and when looking at the entire Qingzhou, you can't fool me on this point. Lu Xian was sweating a bit. Senior sister, you're overstating it. I'm not that powerful, haha. Ling Lin suddenly asked coldly. There are so many disciples in the Tsang Yu Sword sect. Do you know why I favor you, my youngest senior brother? Lu Xian froze. Huh? Ling Lin said, Because you're smart. After saying that, before Lu Xian could react, Ling Lin led Lu Xian down the flying sword. Ling Lin gently grabbed Lu Xian's arm, as if holding it together. Here we are. Only to see in front of him was a huge valley, and the other places in the Dragon Burial Forbidden area were different. This valley was lush and green, not like other places that were barren, but instead was extremely vital. At the same time, Lu Xian could also feel that the aura here was many times higher than any other place. It was obvious that this place was indeed distinctly different from the rest of the buried Dragon Forbidden region. Perhaps it really might be possible for a heavenly ranked spirit soldier to exist. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and asked, Do you know what realm I'm in? Lu Xian shook his head. Can't guess. Lu Xian didn't see Ling Lin's ceiling yet. For most enemies, Ling Lin could basically kill them instantly with a single sword. The only time he was defeated was when he faced the Fireway Source. However, the Fireway Source guy himself was extraordinary, and it was only normal that he would be defeated in the face of this grandson. Thus, Lu Xian really couldn't feel Ling Lin's bottom. Ling Lin laughed. You'll know soon enough. The two went deeper into the valley. Soon, it was to meet a group of cultivators. All wore Wuji sect clothing. There were 12 people, surrounding each other as if they had formed some kind of formation. And in the center of the formation, a spirit sword that was purple in color and was as crystal clear as a crystal stone. Although this spirit sword was suppressed by the formation, it still had an extraordinary aura, and Lu Xian, who was armed with the sword code, also saw the unusual nature of this sword at a glance. It's the Heavenly Order. I didn't realize that the heaven-rank spirit weapon here was actually a heaven-rank sword. Moreover, the sword seems to have a spirit. Those martial extremity sect cultivators formed a formation to suppress it with all their might, also to suppress the spirit in this sword. Suddenly, the crowd noticed the duo of Lu Xian and Ling Lin, and all of them turned cold. For the martial extremity sect, the Zhongyu sword sect was the #1 enemy. More so at this time, it's the disciples of the Zhongyu sword sect. How did they find their way here? Damn, this sword is really hard to take in. I didn't expect a sword cultivator from the Zhongyu sword sect to come at this juncture. Anyway, it's only 2 people, so the big deal is to kill them all? Just 2 mole crickets. How dare they jeopardize my martial extremity sect's major events? In a flash, the fierce eyes of the crowd were focused on Lu Xian and Ling Lin. It seemed to be about to swallow them completely at any moment. At the same time, a monstrous breath rose to the sky. It caused even Lu Xian's face to change slightly, only to see that all 12 of these people were actually in the inferior realm. 12 of them are in the realm of the subtle realm. When placed in Qingcang City, it was enough to make all the lineages in the city bow down for them. This was a powerhouse above the Cave Xian realm. The realm was even far beyond Lu Xian's heyday. I didn't expect that this place was full of the elite of the martial extremity sect. And at that moment, an extremely seductive voice resounded through the field. And that sound was originating from that purple spirit sword. He is trying to take in my human race again? It's really that you guys can't help it. Each and every one of you wants to get my power. This voice was soft to the extreme and carried an innate sense of foxy charm, causing everyone present to be stunned. All of them gazed at the heaven-grade spirit sword with slightly fiery gazes. Lu Xian's face immediately changed. This sword is very wrong. This sword spirit seemed to be different from most sword spirits. If not for the fact that he practiced the sword code and had suppression power over all the swords in the world, his mind would have been charmed. Lu Xian also found it hard to believe that his mind would actually change because of a sword. And at this moment, the many Wuji sect disciples present all looked at Lu Xian and Ling Lin with vicious eyes. Finish him off. As long as he dies, this sword is ours. Damn it. We absolutely cannot let this sword fall into other people's hands. This sword is mine. No one can get their hands on it. The eyes of the crowd gradually became bewitched. Lu Xian looked at the heavenly grade spirit sword and was also a little curious. This sword, it looked different from all the others. If it fell into his hands, it could certainly be used for other purposes. And at this moment, Ling Lin looked at the 12 inferior realm cultivators in front of him and said to Lu Xian again, "Don't you want to know what strength I am? I can show you now." Chapter 28, Conquest. Lu Xian looked at the 12 martial extremity sect initiation realm cultivators in front of him and pondered for a split second. He was still really a bit curious about Ling Lin's strength. The most crucial thing was that these could be considered the elite of the martial extremity sect. If they killed them, the rewards given by the Zhongyu sword sect would be even more generous for killing ordinary disciples of the martial extremity sect. And at this point, those 12 inferior realm cultivators also moved. A punch, 10,000 shadows palm, shattering sky 9 fists. The crowd was agitated with spiritual energy, and with a furious shout, they all used their own mastery to kill Lu Xian and Ling Lin. The martial extremity sect and the Zhongyu sword sect had long ago reached a situation of immortality, and now they were considered enemies. Plus, there was also a portion of being affected by this purple heavenly rank sword that made the killing intent a few points heavier. Each and every one of them desperately wanted to finish off Lu Xian as well as Ling Lin. Lu Xian's palms spread out slightly, and his eyes became quite cautious. If anything went wrong, the first time was to directly draw the ancestral sword and settle these people. And Ling Lin moved at that moment. She took one step, and her figure instantly flashed to several feet away. At the same time, the aura of the peak of the inferior realm stirred up. The strong spiritual energy was crushing the crowd the moment it appeared. Although Ling Lin was also only in the entry realm, The feeling of that deep, spiritual energy was completely different from anyone else's. And at that moment, the crowd attacked. Ling Lin also did not change his face and drew his sword. Swish! A shocking sword light spurted out. Superimposed on it was a strong sword power that seemed to cut through heaven and earth. That bright and dazzling sword light, almost in just an instant, was to involve all of the attacks, and then shattered to pieces. The might was even like a great river rushing forward, rolling towards the crowd. In just an instant, the group of martial extremity sect cultivators were chopped away. One by one, they all fell heavily to the ground, howling miserably. In a flash, the crowd all sized up Ling Lin and Lu Xian with fearful gazes. What's going on? Why is this sword cultivator so strong? Although it's the same entry realm as us, it's obviously too much stronger. This male sword cultivator looks like he came with her. It's probably not simple either. Suffered. Are we really going to die here? Before the crowd could think of a countermeasure, they saw Ling Lin kill with another sword. Almost without giving these people any chance, they were directly obliterated in place. Lu Xian looked at Ling Lin and was a bit surprised. You're actually only in the entering micro realm. The realm of entering the subtle realm was a great realm above the cave Xian realm. There were very few heavenly prides like Ling Lin who were able to reach the entry realm at such an age. However, there were even fewer inferior realm cultivators whose strength seemed to be like Ling Lin's. It could be said that Ling Lin truly claimed to be invincible in the same realm. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, "Actually, I can ascend to the Tongtian realm at any time." Tongtian realm. When one reaches this realm, one can truly move through the air. At the same time, one's own strength goes up a big notch. It's safe to say it's going to usher in a sea change. Most cultivators would choose to break through to the Tongtian realm as soon as possible to make a qualitative increase in their strength. Ling Lin, however, did not choose to do so. Ling Lin said to Lu Xian, "You were able to suppress your realm before because you knew that you hadn't fully penetrated your current realm, so that even though you didn't improve your realm, your strength gained a considerable amount of growth. This is the case with any realm. Many people will try to pull up the seedling in order to be able to get a rise in the realm, but this is instead the most foolish thing to do." Lu Xian nodded slightly. "I see, it seems similar to what I understood before." These words could be said to be the most Ling Lin had ever said to himself so far. It also overlapped with some of Lu Xian's previous realm epiphanies. Lu Xian didn't rush to break through, simply because he wanted to completely penetrate this current realm before taking the next step. Now that he could cross the border and fight, the weapons and techniques naturally had a lot to do with it, but it was also not unrelated to Lu Xian's step-by-step and steady approach. Ling Lin smiled faintly as he said, "You are indeed very smart, talented perhaps even better than me." Lu Xian smiled, and after clearing the battlefield and scavenging the resources from these people, he turned his gaze to the heavenly rank sword. This heavenly rank sword could be said to be the most precious treasure in this burial dragon forbidden region. Earth rank spirit swords were rare, let alone heaven rank swords. If this sword fell into the outside world, it would be enough to cause an uproar. Its value, definitely not less than all the resources on his own body. It can definitely be called a supreme treasure. And at that moment, the heaven rank spirit sword, which was purple in color and as crystal clear as a crystal stone, also made a sound once again. The voice was soft and charming, as if it could erode one's mind. "Yo, it looks like you two are way better than those human mongrels." Ling Lin reached out his hand to touch the sword, but seemed to sense something and quickly drew his hand back. At the same time, her face sank as she said, "The sword spirit of this sword, there is something wrong with it. I tried to touch it just now, but I felt that it was going to invade my sea of consciousness. Invading the sea of consciousness is dangerous for cultivators. It is highly likely that they will be controlled and reduced to the walking dead as a result. And this sword, surprisingly, was so unfriendly to cultivators." At this time, the sword also spoke, its voice equally delicate and extraordinary. "He, worthy of being a sword cultivator. Perception is really sharp, but I still advise you to hurry back. With this skill of yours, it's hard to make me submit. I, Fox Geo, will only submit to those who can make me tremble." Lu Xian carefully surveyed the sword. The body was purple, glowing with a shimmering light, and the word Fox 9 was engraved on the hilt. And Fox 9, odds are, is also the name of the sword. Ling Lin also said to Lu Xian, Go back and report to the master first. They might have a way to subdue this sword. The value of a heavenly ranked sword is very high. Even Ling Lin didn't want to just leave this sword here in the dust. Not to mention a sword with such a special sword spirit. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was deeply interested in the sword. To be able to invade a cultivator's sea of consciousness, the power of this sword was heaven-defying. Plus being a heavenly rank, his abilities were even more extraordinary. Lu Xian directly reached out his hand, and he grabbed the hilt of the sword. He wanted to see how capable the sword was. Seeing this, Ling Lin immediately reminded, "Be careful." And at that moment, Lu Xian really felt a powerful spiritual sense that wanted to rush into his sea of consciousness. Unbridled, Lu Xian's eyes were ruthless, and he immediately activated the Sword Code. The Sword Codex was the source of sword cultivation in all the heavens, the general outline of the sword path in all the worlds, and it had a suppressive effect on all swords. In a flash, this divine sense was directly subdued by Lu Xian. What? What did you do? Fox Nine's voice immediately became trembling, and it was obvious that he had also received a considerable amount of influence. Even if it was noble as a heavenly rank, it would still be difficult to resist the suppression of the Sword Code. Ling Lin also froze. She also didn't expect Lu Xian to be able to ignore the sword's divine sense. How did you do that? Lu Xian didn't talk too much and directly took the sword into his body. You want to fight with yourself? Don't even look at your own weight. The next moment, Lu Xian's consciousness then sank into the burial heaven realm. In this burial heaven realm, Lu Xian would have to thoroughly temper the sword. Chapter 29. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Inside the burial heaven realm, Fox 9 trembled continuously. This purple spirit sword seemed to be feeling an extremely strong sense of oppression within the burial heaven realm. Let the sword tremble as a result. Swish! Lu Xian's figure also flashed into the burial heaven realm. The difference in time flow between the buried heavenly realm and the outside world was very large, so it was difficult for the outside world to notice when the consciousness entered the buried heavenly realm for a short period of time. However, as a result, he also had to fight a quick battle and solve the trouble of Fox 9 as soon as possible. It wasn't true that this sword was a heavenly ranked sword, but at the same time, it was also a time bomb that could detonate at any time. The moment Fox Zhou saw Lu Xian, the sword body that was originally trembling in battle stood up again, and his voice hardened quite a bit. Turns out that there is such a world inside you. So what? I will never submit to you, unless you beg me. There's so little chance of getting my favors. Lu Xian didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly pulled out the silent sword. I'm not interested in whether you submit or not. After saying that, a powerful suction force came from a silent sword instantly. It seemed to be sucking this Fox 9 into it. In an instant, a purple smoke gradually rose above the sword, forming the shape of a beast like a nine-tailed fox. And this fox-shaped silhouette was gradually torn apart and ripped into the silent sword. Fox 9 immediately let out a miserable howl, and then his voice was also mixed with large swathes of trepidation. What are you doing? Do you think this will make me submit to you? No, it's not right. You're trying to devour me. How in the world can there be such a tactic? This sword spirit also seemed to have discovered something wrong. This silent destruction sword was a bit overbearing. At this moment, Lu Xian probably had some answers in his heart, guessing the origin of this Fox 9 sword spirit. Some sword spirits are naturally birthed by accumulating the aura of heaven and earth over the years. Some, when refining the spirit sword, take the soul of the demonic beast and refine it to make the sword spirit. This Fox 9, presumably, was the latter, and had thus gained the ability to charm people's hearts and attack the sea of consciousness. However, Lu Xian was too lazy to care that much. Since the sword wasn't willing to work for him, there was no point in keeping it. It would be better to let the silent sword swallow it, so that it could be used to enhance the power of this sword. Although this silent sword was not found to have a sword spirit for the time being, at least it would not backstab itself. As for this Fox 9 swords, it's not so sure. It's no fun to stay around in case you sneak up on yourself one day, so it's better to get it over with. At this moment, the Fox 9 swords were constantly trembling, and that sword spirit had already reached the brink of collapse. At this moment, Fox Zhou screamed miserably, and his voice became more and more miserable. Spare me. I know it's wrong. I was pretending before. You're an adult, and you don't remember me. I'm willing to submit to you. Fox 9 was now afraid in her heart. It had originally thought that Lu Xian would reason with itself and bully it. But I didn't expect to have to put it out without saying anything. If Fox 9 was swallowed by the silent sword, the sword spirit would be obliterated along with it. He himself would certainly end up with his soul destroyed. I don't need your submission. Lu Xian patted the silent sword's blade and did not intend to give Fox 9 swords a chance to struggle. Wait, I'm not like other swords. Not only can I invade the sea of consciousness, I can even attack the soul directly. I can do things for you. Fox 9 was in a hurry and hastily flung out his value. Lu Xian pondered for a moment. This Fox 9 sword was indeed different. Thanks to the uniqueness of the sword's spirit, this sword could directly deal with the enemy's soul. For cultivators, the most difficult thing to cultivate was the soul. Most people could only passively enhance their soul strength through realm advancement. There were only a small number of soul refining methods that could enhance soul power, but those cultivation methods were even rarer than sword cultivation inheritances and could be ignored. If this Fox 9 could really attack the soul directly, it was indeed somewhat rare. Lu Xian put away the silent sword, and the massive suction force instantly disappeared. Fox 9 also let out a long breath, and his originally faint figure stabilized again. But before it could catch its breath, another sword flew in front of it. This sword was not the silent sword, but the ancestral sword. In an instant, an oppression that seemed to come from within the bloodline made Fox 9 unable to move at once. It fiercely widened its beast pupils, as if it would be instantly killed in an instant. The ancestral sword was the first sword in the world and had a suppressive effect on all swords. Against this Fox 9, it is more of a handful. I'll give you one chance. If you make any move to threaten me, I will definitely not spare you. Lu Xian's voice was cold and threatening. He had never been one to give a good look to such peppier people. Fox 9 immediately nodded repeatedly. Understood. I understand. I will definitely be loyal to you in the future. I have no second thoughts. It was confused in its mind at this point. Fox Joe didn't recognize the ancestral sword, but he could clearly feel a never-before-seen sense of oppression from the ancestral sword. This sense of oppression was even able to make it, the sword's spirit, feel fear from within its bloodline as a result. In front of that ancestral sword, Fox 9 was even so shocked that he could only tremble. The eyes that looked at Lu Xian were also filled with complex emotions. For the first time in so many years, he himself was trembling with fear. Lu Xian nodded his head slightly, then suspended the ancestral sword directly above Fox 9's head, continuing to suppress this sword spirit. Verbal promises from the enemy. Lu Xian had never been one to trust easily, and until he was sure that Fox 9 wouldn't rebel against him, the sword would keep it subdued. As for whether or not this Fox 9 would protest, that was not something Lu Xian would care about. Whatever, the big deal was to let the silent sword swallow it for him. Soon, Lu Xian's consciousness exited the burial heaven realm. It was tossed around inside for a while, but for the outside world, it was just an instant. What's wrong? I just saw you freeze for a split second, and thought you were being controlled by this sword. A hint of concern flashed out of Ling Lin's eyes. Lu Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. This sword doesn't have that ability yet. Ling Lin asked Lu Xian, could it be that you've taken the heavenly rank sword under your wing? Even I can't ensure that I can resist that sword. Lu Xian admitted. Yes, this sword has some means, but not much. You don't have to worry, senior sister. Ling Lin smiled. Good. It's worthy of you. I really can't see through you more and more. The way she looked at Lu Xian became much more complicated. Within the Zhongyu sword sect, it was rare for someone to give her this feeling. Elusive, as if the moon in the water and flowers in the fog, completely unable to pinpoint. This made Ling Lin even more curious as to what kind of a person this junior brother who had received the favor of Master Luo Li was. Let's go back. Organize the loot. Lu Xian smiled faintly. After the heavenly step sword was taken in, almost all of the good things in this burial dragon forbidden region had gone into his own pocket. Together with a pile of treasures coaxed from senior sister Ling Lin, his trip was quite rewarding. Ling Lin nodded. Good. At the same time, the other side of the buried dragon forbidden region. Holy shit, I dug up the Martial Extremity Patriarch's ancestral grave. He's fucking chasing me like this. Chino Dinian was in a sorry state as he fled through the burial dragon forbidden region, turning back to look in horror from time to time. And behind him, nearly 100 Martial Extremity sect inferior realm cultivators followed close behind. Chinodinian really couldn't figure out what he had done to harm the heavens and cause these people to hunt him down regardless of the consequences. And at this moment, those cultivators from the martial extremity sect clearly didn't want to let Shiniyani go. Get after him. Finish off this son of a bitch. Let him kill so many of our fellow disciples. What an animal. One man killed dozens of our disciples and still wants to strut away. The Grand Elder has put out the word that if he can capture Chinominian alive, he will reward him with 1,000,000 spirit stones and an earth-ranked spirit weapon. Chinodinian was dumbfounded as he listened to their words. I just came in less than half an hour ago, and you're saying I killed dozens of Wuji sect disciples? Who the fuck is spreading rumors? Holy shit. Chapter 30, Successive Breakthroughs. Chinodinian was also depressed. He had just entered this secret realm and was wanted by the martial extremity sect without doing anything. And it's clear that they'll never stop until they've fucked themselves to death. Who did you offend? I don't remember having enemies in the martial extremity sect. Damn, when I regroup, I must kill you all. Chinodinian hated and gnashed his teeth. So many people were chasing after him. Wanting to go and find the treasures within this burial dragon forbidden area was tantamount to a fool's dream. It was a wasted trip. In the meantime, Lu Xian and Ling Lin had already returned to the sect. It was a rewarding trip, to say the least. Not only did he take out many of the disciples of the martial extremity sect, but he also harvested quite a few treasures, and even a heavenly grade spirit sword. Lu Xian sat in his room and began to take stock of his gains from the trip. There were 2 Xian-ranked spirit veins alone, and counting the spirit veins that Lu Qingtian had left for himself earlier, he now had 4 Xian-ranked spirit veins in his hands. With these 4 Xian-ranked spirit veins, buying the entire Qingsong city along with a few surrounding small cities would not be a problem. There were even nearly 100,000 spirit crystals in his hands, as well as tens of millions of spirit stones. These were even more quite important cultivation resources, and were hard currency that carried a lot of weight no matter which state region they were in. At the same time, not counting the hundreds of various types of 4th and 5th grade pills on his body, there were also 200 bottles of Clear Cloud spring water. These are enough to sustain yourself for a long time to come in your own adventures. In particular, there was also a heaven-ranked spirit sword, Fox 9. Although this sword spirit wasn't particularly honest, Lu Xian didn't feel that it could threaten him either. At the same time, this sword against the cultivator's sea of consciousness as well as the soul also has a miraculous effect. The critical moment may be able to play the role of surprise. Overall, this line of work could be said to be a blood profit without loss. Not only had his own cultivation increased to the 5th level of the enlightened spirit realm, but he had even obtained so many treasures. Right now, the priority is still to raise your cultivation first. In a few days, it would be the day of the Tsang Yuhui martial arts, and then it would be the time for him to settle old and new grudges with Chinoyin. At the same time, the probability was that Lin Xinyao, who had been in seclusion, would also come out of seclusion at that time, and it would be difficult to hold up the situation if one did not have enough strength at that time. After all, talent alone would not do. If every genius could grow, then the world would have long since become a ruthless birthing machine specializing in mass-producing geniuses. One has to show enough strength to deter the villain and secure one's position in this world of the weak and the strong. Soon, Lu Xian was arranging 4 Xian-ranked spirit veins around his room. Generally speaking, just a single spirit vein was enough to change the concentration of heaven and earth's aura for several miles around. These 4 spirit veins converged together, moreover directly lifting the jade balance peak where Lu Xian was located, its spirit chi concentration to a rather heaven-defying level. The concentration of spiritual chi in this peak was enough to rival the other 6 peaks. And this spirit vein junction place was exactly the location where Lu Xian was. It made the aura here even more abundant to the point of being unimaginable. Great! Lu Xian was very satisfied. Cultivating in the place where these 4 spirit veins intersected, the efficiency could be called heaven-defying. If it is supplemented with elixir spirit crystals, as well as Qing Yun spring water, it will be more effective with half the effort. Lu Xian directly operated his gong method and began to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi crazily. With a wailing posture, it absorbed all the surrounding auras in large quantities. For a time, a huge vortex of spiritual energy was nearly formed above Yuheng Peak. All the spiritual energy around them was almost focused on Lu Xian. Just this moment, within the Tsang Yu sword sect, several spiritual senses directly locked onto the Yuheng Peak. It seemed to have sensed the unusualness on this Yuheng peak as well. And after Lu Xian took the clear cloud spring water, he swallowed a few more pills and then began to absorb the spirit crystals. The spiritual power contained within the spirit crystals was even more abundant and full. After all, their value was far above that of spirit stones. Together with the assistance of the pills and the Qing Yun spring water, it was even more so that Lu Xian's realm shackles continued to loosen, and he made breakthroughs one after another. Enlightened Spirit Realm, 6th level. The peak of the 6th level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm. Enlightened Spirit Realm, 7th level. The peak of the 7th level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm. Enlightened Spirit Realm, 8th level. The peak of the 8th level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm. Enlightened Spirit Realm 9. Several hours later. Eventually, Lu Xian's aura stayed at the peak of the 9th level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm. He felt the change in his body's strength. It's almost a sea change difference. After several realm elevations, his own strength had increased several times. Now Lu Xian believed that Cave Xian realm cultivators were no longer a threat to him at all. It was even possible to have a go at it in the realm of the inferior realm. It's not a matter of winning, but at least getting out in one piece is not a problem. This was a sword cultivator with a top-notch inheritance. Demonic to the core. Even after raising the realm at such a fast rate, the foundation is still very strong, worthy of being a sword codex. At this time, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel the magic of the sword dictionary. For an ordinary cultivator, if they were to raise their realm at this rate, their foundation would definitely be very weak. The drawbacks will become more and more obvious as the cultivation level continues to rise. For example, the strength is far lower than the same realm cultivators, crazy cultivation consumption of resources, but still difficult to inch forward or even go into the fire, die a violent death. However, Lu Xian had only used half a day to raise 5 consecutive minor realms, but his foundation was still incomparably strong. It was even far beyond a portion of the Heaven's Pride that had worked hard for several years to rise up. Lu Xian had once been a Cave Xian realm cultivator, and knew even more about just how uncomplicated this was. This sword code, worthy of being a top-tier sword Dao inheritance. It is truly heaven-defying. However, without the aid of elixirs, we won't be able to break through to the Cave Xian realm for the time being. Lu Xian's eyes stared. The current him thought that he could break through to the Cave Xian realm at any time, but it would still be too hasty to break through now. The Cave Xian realm was very important for cultivators to expand the Qi Si in their bodies, and the size of the Qi Si would directly affect the cultivator's upper limit in the future. Therefore, it was best to use pills or treasures to help maximize the size of one's Qi Si at the time of breakthrough. It's a matter of roots, so it can be sloppy. Lu Xian took stock of the pills in his hand and still shook his head. Although there are quite a few pills that are not of a low grade, they are still too inferior. If he had seen these 6th order and 7th order elixirs before, he might have been thrilled. But Lu Xian, who possessed the inheritance of the immortal Dan God, felt that all these pills were weak. To grade without grade, to quality without quality, a lot of impurities, very poor medicinal effect. If he had the opportunity, Lu Xian would prefer to refine his own pills to help him break through to the Cave Xian realm. After all, it was as easy as using the inheritance of the immortal Dan God to refine pills used to break through to the Cave Xian realm. Nice! Being at this time, a figure appeared in front of Lu Xian. Dressed in a white robe, his face was like the frosty moon, and his temperament was out of this world. Elder Luo Li. The look she gave Lu Xian was also full of surprise. Luo Li also didn't guess that Lu Xian had broken through to the 9th level of the Enlightened Spirit Realm so quickly. Moreover, it could be clearly felt that Lu Xian's breath was incredibly calm and steady, and was obviously firmly rooted. To make progress in a short period of just a few days was definitely not an ordinary demon. Lu Xian slightly saluted when he saw Luo Li appear. "Greetings, master." Luo Li had a faint smile on her face, and the look she gave Lu Xian was even more gentle. She said softly, "Lu Xian, do you want to break through to the Cave Xian realm?" The Cave of the Xian Realm. Chapter 31. The Path of Extremes. Luo Li's gaze towards Lu Xian was very soft. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't recommend him to break through to the Cave Xian realm quickly, but I see that you have a stable breath and a solid foundation, so perhaps it's not too fast if you break through now. It had to be said that Lu Xian's breakthrough speed truly surprised Luo Li. Just a short half-day, realm breakthrough after realm, and even still cannot see a little pull up the seedling to grow signs. It was like practicing for several years and getting thicker. It made it hard for Luo Li to pick out even half a fault. Right now, it was definitely the best time for Lu Xian to break through to the Cave Xian realm. Lu Xian smiled lightly as he said, "If I want to break through to the Cave Xian realm, I can do so at any time, but the most crucial thing is whether or not I can build a good foundation and try to expand the Qi Si in my body as much as possible." At the Dongxian realm, it was to open up a sea of Qi within the body. At that time, one's own control of spiritual power would follow the next level. Of course, how much enhancement could be obtained after opening the Qi Si was closely related to the size of the Qi Si. It was true that one could rely on talent to expand the Qi Si as much as possible, but if one had the aid of elixirs, it would naturally be like a tiger adding wings. Lu Xian, of course, will not just open up a sea of Qi to use to break through to the Cave Xian realm, of course, with the help of all means to go to the extreme. However, this would require the aid of an elixir. Most of the cultivators in Qingzhou today would have the 4th grade elixir Dongxian Dan as an aid. However, Lu Xian had a better plan, the 6th grade pill Vifing Dan. In the inheritance of the immortal Dan god, the Vifing Dan was the best auxiliary elixir for the Cave Xian realm, and its effects far exceeded the Cave Xian Dan tenfold. Its herbs were not rare, but because it required excellent alchemy skills, it had not been passed down. However, if Lu Xian was given enough herbs, he would definitely be able to refine the vital Peak Dan. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian and said, "Tian Quan Peak is in charge of alchemy within the sect, and I have quite a personal relationship with the Tian Quan Peak elder. So if you go ahead and report my name, the odds are that she'll give you a superior quality Dongxian Dan for your breakthrough. Even if it is the same kind of elixir, there are quality surprises. The better the quality of the elixir, the fewer the impurities and the higher the potency will be. As a result, pills that came from the hands of famous masters were often hard to find for thousands of dollars. A high-quality Dongxian Dan, naturally the medicinal effects were also top-notch. Lu Xian, however, did not have the slightest interest in the Cave Xian Dan. The Cave Xian Dan was only a 4th grade elixir, and there was a huge gap between it and the Vifing Dan. Lu Xian naturally wouldn't choose the Cave Xian Dan. That's not necessary, but does Tianquan Peak have a complete variety of medicinal herbs? The medicinal herbs demanded by Vifing Dan itself were not rare. It was just that it required a high level of skill. As long as the Heavenly Power Peak had a full supply of medicinal materials, Lu Xian could greatly refine pills for himself. Luo Li nodded her head, but with a few moments of curiosity in her expression. Of course it's complete. My Tsang Yu Sword sect stock of medicinal materials is second only to the Tai Ching Dan sect, but if you're asking about this, could it be that you know how to make pills? Luo Li only knew that Lu Xian had good talent and also possessed the Sword Dao inheritance. If he also knew how to make pills, then he could truly be called a demon. Each of the 3 paths of the sword, martial arts and Dan, is a path of prosperity. Ordinary people can walk 2 paths at the same time is already the limit. If all 3 paths are fine, then it can really be called invincible. If someone else had asked about this, Luo Li would certainly not have taken it to heart. But now it was Lu Xian who was asking, could it be that Lu Xian really knew how to make pills? Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, just a little bit. Hearing this, Luo Li lightly laughed. So that's how it is. Although the path of the Dan Dao is highly dependent on talent, it is difficult for ordinary cultivators to become proficient. However, just refining some of the most basic pills was not considered difficult. It's not unusual to know a little bit about it. Lu Xian nodded his head. Okay, then I'll make a trip to Tian Quan Peak. After saying that, he bid farewell to Luo Li and flew towards Tian Quan Peak with his sword. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian's back and also vaguely sighed. If only I had met him earlier. Rode. Lu Xian rode his sword and rushed towards Tian Quan Peak. Extremely fast. Originally, Lu Xian didn't have much spiritual energy in his body, and he was extremely reluctant to fly with his sword. However, after breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the enlightened spirit realm, the spiritual energy in his body expanded several times. Flying with a sword was no longer a difficult task for Lu Xian, even if the long-distance Imperial Sword spiritual energy was extremely consumed. Just 1 drop of Qing Yun spring water was enough to bring Lu Xian's status back to full. Very well. If we break through to the Cave Xian realm, our progress will definitely be even greater. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Now it was just a matter of breaking through a few minor realms. If one broke through a large realm, the rise in strength would be even greater. Tianquan Peak. Inside a pavilion at the top of the peak that was 100 feet high, There was an endless stream of sword cultivators coming and going like a tidal wave. As a peak within the Tsang Yu sword sect that is in charge of pills, there are quite a number of disciples here, and at a cursory glance, there are thousands of them. The entire pavilion was also filled with the fragrance of Dan, enveloping the surrounding miles in an ancient and elegant atmosphere. The plaque of the pavilion is inscribed with 3 words, Lingdan Pavilion. Lu Xian walked to the spirit pavilion and looked up to watch. It had to be said that the Tsang Yu sword sect was worthy of being one of the 3 major sects in Qingzhou. This spirit pavilion was larger than all the stores in Qingdong City combined. At the same time, the number of incoming and outgoing cultivators was quite large. All are disciples of the Tsang Yu sword sect. Pills were also extremely useful for cultivators' daily cultivation, and thus consumed in great quantities. Because of this, an alchemy expert was an extremely important resource for a party's power. Lu Xian walked to the front of the pill pavilion, and all of a sudden, he felt the eyes of many people focusing on him. Many cultivators also stood at a distance, sizing up Lu Xian. This sword cultivator is wearing the attire of Yu Hung Peak? Could he be Lu Xian? Elder Luo Li has taken in 2 disciples in so many years, and he is one of them. It's simply enviable. I heard that Lord Sovereign's closeted disciple is none other than his fiancée, and I instantly felt a bit jealous. But I heard that he offended Elder Mo Feng's own disciple, Chen Ominion, so I guess he's wasted. Chen Oblivion, that's one of the top heavenly prides in the sect, and there's quite a bit of power behind him. This Lu Xian has indeed narrowed his path. Everyone looked at Lu Xian, and their eyes were filled with sympathy. That Chen Ominion was one of the most ruthless people in the sect, always vindictive. Moreover, it was also heard that he went to the Burial Dragon Forbidden region a few days ago and killed dozens of martial extremity sect disciples in a row, attracting nearly 100 powerful people of the inferior realm to hunt him down. Although he eventually escaped in a state of disarray with severe injuries, he was also famous for a while. If he offended such a character, Lu Xian would definitely not have a good time. Lu Xian also heard their discussion, but didn't take it to heart. For him, getting the herbs to refine the Weifingdan was the priority now. As for the rest of you, what a thing! He had just arrived at the door when he saw a clean-looking female disciple walk up and greet him. Hello, may I ask if you are Lu Xian, a disciple under Elder Luo Li? Lu Xian nodded. Exactly. Upon hearing this female disciple smiled faintly and said, Elder Ningyan has instructed us to receive our honored guest seriously today. Please come this way. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows at that. Good Lord, it's waiting for itself. Chapter 32. Who are you sending it to? Soon, the female disciple brought Lu Xian to the upper floor of the pill pavilion. The pill pavilion was divided into 10 floors, and the higher up you went, the higher the status. Not everyone could come to the upper floor of the pill pavilion. Finally, the female disciple led Lu Xian and stopped at the 7th floor. There weren't many cultivators on the 1st floor, only a few dozen. However, these dozens of people all had extraordinary auras, and it was obvious that they were either the personal heirs of the various peak masters and elders, or the top tier of the inner sect's heavenly pride. They all gathered outside an alchemy room, each one poking out their necks full of anticipation, seemingly waiting for something. There were a total of 10 alchemy rooms on this floor, making the entire floor overflowing with the fragrance of pills, and the place where the fragrance of pills was the strongest was in front of the alchemy room where the cultivators gathered. It was at this moment that a golden light suddenly flickered within the alchemy room, followed by a strong Dan fragrance that poured out of his nose. Immediately afterward, a green-clothed girl slowly pushed open the door of the alchemy room and stepped out from it. Dressed in a green dress as clear as spring water, her steps swayed gently as she walked up to the crowd. Raising her head slightly, her clear and lovely face came into view, like dewdrops in the morning sun, crystal clear. A pair of eyes clear and translucent, the corners of the mouth slightly upturned, hanging a quiet smile. The skin is as white as snow, through a faint trace of redness. The body is entwined with a refreshing aroma, not like a strong and choking smell of herbs, but a refreshing aroma of fragrant grass. Seeing this green-clothed girl appear, the many cultivators present immediately boiled over. Although in the eyes of outsiders, they were all unfathomable sword cultivator prides, they were restless at the moment, as if they were mortals entering the world for the first time. It's senior sister Yi Ji. Did she refine that jade blood pill that can cure the Chi Bone Thundersnake toxin? I heard that the sixth elder of Tianqian Peak was poisoned by the odd-boned thunder snake in order to protect his disciple, and is in critical condition, waiting for this jade blood pill to save his life. This is a fifth-grade elixir. Besides the heavenly power peak elder, perhaps only senior sister Yizhizhi can refine it. But that's not easy to say, After all, it's a fifth-grade elixir. Who can guarantee that it will work? The crowd all revealed gazes of unparalleled expectation, wanting to know whether Yizhizhi had actually refined the jade blood pill that was used to save the elder's life. Only Yizhizhi's slender jade hand lifted up a wooden box, and with a click, the wooden box opened. Immediately afterward, a fragrance of Dan came to his face, and a crystal-clear Dan pill was lying quietly in the wooden box, emitting a faint soft light. She handed the jade box to a young girl in front of her and said, "Take care to keep this jade blood pill. The materials are not easy to come by, and it should be able to cure the poison in your master's body." Yizhizhi's voice was very calm and spring-like. It made the young girl's original anxious expression ease quite a bit, and she nodded her head repeatedly in gratitude after receiving the box. "Many thanks, senior sister. I will definitely pay my respects to senior sister for her kindness in the future." The crowd froze as they looked at the elixir in the box as well, each one looking the elixir up and down with surprised eyes. The quality of this jade blood Dan looks extremely superior. A top-grade jade blood pill. It's not easy to successfully concoct a fifth-grade elixir. Yet senior sister Yizhizhi not only succeeded, but even made its quality reach the top grade, truly an alchemy wizard. I'm afraid that senior sister Yizhizhi's attainments are beyond the reach of even the vast majority of the Dan cultivators in the Tai Ching Dan sect. Nowadays, senior sister's pills can be hard to find. I want her to help me refine pills too. The gazes of the crowd were all shocked, and they looked at Yizhizhi with even more admiration. In their hearts, Yizhizhi had just become an alchemy wizard, and at this moment, a tall, burly man with a huge sword on his back squeezed his way to the front of the crowd, looked at Yizhizhi with an expectant face, and opened his mouth. "Senior sister, I always have insufficient qi and blood in my cultivation in recent days. I wonder if senior sister can help senior brother with some diagnosis and treatment." The burly man's eyes were extremely stale, and it was clear that he had been suffering from a headache for a long time because of it. The crowd looked at the burly man, and a hint of scorn was born in their eyes. "He's Kaiyang Peak Elder's personal disciple Jiang Xingtian? That's a powerhouse of the inferior realm. I've heard that he's been practicing hard these days, but his cultivation has gone backward instead of forward, giving him a headache. Perhaps only senior sister Yizhizhi can help him? There's no more two people either. Damn, I can't believe I let this guy steal the show, but the problem is I can't beat him yet." Obviously, the crowd was all quite critical of Jiang Xingtian, but they didn't dare to mess around due to the strength gap. Yizhizhi faced Jiang Xingtian's request, but she only gave a faint smile and said, "I'm sorry, I have urgent matters. Why don't you come back in a few days?" After politely refusing Jiang Xingtian roar, Yizhizhi turned her gaze to Lu Xian, who was not far away. For a moment, four eyes met. "You are the Lu Xian that Master spoke of, right? Her old man specially instructed me to prepare the most superior quality Dongxian Dan for you. Only the stock of the pill pavilion are all quite mediocre. How about I personally refine the pills for you to ensure the most superior quality? How about it?" Yizhizhi walked to Lu Xian and said softly. Then he raised his head again to look at Lu Xian, seemingly waiting for Lu Xian's response. Hearing Yizhizhi's words, everyone present was stunned. Surprised gazes instantly focused on Lu Xian's body. Could it be that Yizhizhi had politely refused Jiang Xingtian's request just because she wanted to help Lu Xian refine pills first? One must know that Yizhizhi was not someone who would help with alchemy. She also needed a lot of time for cultivation on weekdays, and would only open 2 furnaces at most in a month's time. If you help Lu Xian make pills today, then the next time you open the furnace, you don't know what year it will be. Jiang Xingtian, on the other hand, was clearly not that good of an existence. His eyes dripped, as if he had already discovered the nature of the matter. Jiang Xingtian's tone was a bit dissatisfied as he pointed at Lu Xian and said to Yizhizhi, "Senior sister, if you don't help me with my diagnosis, is it just to help him refine the cave Xiandan?" Obviously, he was upset. Needing the cave Xiandan would mean that Lu Xian's current cultivation level was only at the enlightened spirit realm. For the sake of an enlightened spirit realm, he politely refused his request. What he was even after was just the most unusual Dong Xiandan. This 4th grade elixir, when placed on the market, was only a few 100,000 spirit stones, so just buy it. Jiang Xingtian directly took out a cave Xiandan from his spatial ring and threw it directly in front of Lu Xian. This is the medium-grade cave Xiandan, worth $300,000. I'm giving it to you. Don't you ever bother seeing your sister again. Lu Xian didn't bother with him and just looked at Yi Ji and said, Senior sister, alchemy is not necessary. I don't know if you have. Here. Before the words were finished, Jiang Xingtian interrupted again. What? Isn't it enough to give you a mid-grade Dong Xiandan? Isn't it just a Dong Xiandan? It's worth a few dollars. I have plenty here. After saying that, he threw Lu Xian another cave Xiandan and said, This is a top-grade cave Xiandan, worth a full 800,000 spirit stones. I'm giving it to you generously. Lu Xian was a bit upset by the interruption, but he still didn't want to waste time. Ignoring Jiang Xingtian, he asked Yi No again, I don't know if there are any of these herbs here. He had just pulled out the pamphlet he had prepared beforehand to record the requirements for the Weifing Dan when he saw a dozen more Dongxian Dan flying over. It's not enough to give you so many top-grade cave Xiandan. Enough for you to eat until you die. Shasta. Lu Xian's cold and chilling gaze instantly locked onto Jiang Xingtian's body. Who are you sending the bar? Chapter 33. In front of me, no one has the right to draw a sword. Lu Xian was now very upset. It was clear that he didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Xingtian, but he kept interrupting himself. Jiang Xingtian saw Lu Xian, but he sneered. Who am I, you ask? Are you going to fight me? Jiang Xingtian was happy. A small spirit enlightenment realm cultivator is just that. You can crush several of them with your own hands. And you ask me who I'm sending it to? I'd like to see who you are. In an instant, a ferocious aura of the inferior realm gushed out. The entire floor was filled with a suffocating, killing intent. The monstrous sword power was even rising from his body. This was not only an inferior realm powerhouse, but also a sword king. I'm willing to give you the cave Xiandan because I'm giving you face. Don't you be ungrateful. Jiang Xingtian was also upset in his heart right now. It was clearly just a demand for Dong Xiandan. This kind of elixir was a big handful in the outside world. Isn't the top-grade Dong Xiandan enough for you? To have to waste Yi Ji's time to personally refine pills for him. On what basis exactly? Seeing the situation in the arena with swords drawn, the crowd all hurriedly retreated several steps, but they were all somewhat gloating. They knew a little bit about Lu Xian. They had heard that he was an enlightened spirit realm cultivator, and that he had some issues with Chinuinian. In other words, there was no power behind him other than his own division, and he had even offended quite a few people. But Jiang Xingtian was completely different. Not only was he a disciple under the sect of the Elder of Kaiyang Peak, but he had also befriended many of the strongest people in the sect. And the strength is also sufficient to enter the micro-realm. At the entry realm, among the Tsang Yu Sword sect, it was already considered an elite. Against Lu Xian, a cultivator of the enlightened spirit realm, there was even no need to waste any effort. It can be said that if it really comes down to it, it will definitely be a one-sided suppression. Won't really have to make a move, right? If we fight, there won't be a bit of suspense. Jiang Xingtian is in the middle stage of the microcosmic realm, and he's even a sword king. If you want to deal with a spirit enlightenment realm cultivator, it's still a matter of a handful. This Lu Xian is indeed a bit of a death wish, provoking the sect's elite in public. Isn't this seeking death? Even if Jiang Xingtian won't kill him, I'm afraid that this Lu Xian will be heavily injured. Obviously, in the eyes of the crowd, Lu Xian was almost no different from a dead man. Jiang Xingtian was already irritable by nature, not to mention the disparity in strength was too great, so it wouldn't be surprising if an inattentive person got killed. And they were now even more curious as to why Lu Xian would have the guts to provoke Jiang Xingtian. Doesn't he know what the consequences are? Yi Ji also hurriedly stood in front of Lu Xian and spoke for Lu Xian. Senior brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Refining pills for Lu Xian is a task my master left me before he left. So let's do it this way. I promise you that after I finish refining the cave Xian pill for him, I'll treat you. Yi Ji's attitude was also very sincere, obviously not wanting them to clash here. Jiang Xingtian said at this moment, but his face showed anger. Senior sister, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's no longer just a matter of alchemy or not. He provoked me in public. If I just let him go, won't I, Jiang Xingtian, become a joke within the sect in the future? He still remembered what Lu Xian had said to him. Where are you sending it to? It was hard to imagine that this was actually something that an enlightened spirit realm cultivator had said to himself. The more Jiang Xingtian thought about it, the more angry he became, and he directly gripped the hilt of the sword behind him. Today, I must give you a lesson. I want you to walk with your tail between your legs when you see me in the future." Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. Sure enough, this is going to work. At those words, the coldness in Lu Xian's eyes increased. An inexplicable aura was even more pervasive. No one can draw a sword on me in my presence. Cultivating the sword dictionary by himself could be considered the nemesis of sword cultivators in the world. The sword codex is the root of the inheritance of sword cultivators in all the worlds, and the ancestral sword is the ancestor of the sword Tao. As long as he cultivated with the sword dictionary and the ancestral sword was still on his body, no one would be able to draw the sword on him. Even a great emperor is not worthy. Boom! A terrifying sense of oppression swept over him. The crowd immediately felt that the swords on their bodies were trembling continuously. It seemed to be in fear of something. Jiang Xingtian was also stunned and subconsciously wanted to draw his sword to protect himself. Instead, he realized that his sword was not moving at all. I couldn't pull it out even with all my might. What's going on? Why is my sword? Jiang Xingtian was confused. He could feel that his sword seemed to be in awe of something. He hurriedly looked at Lu Xian, but he could feel a strong sense of oppression whenever he operated the sword cultivation technique within him. It was as if the pressure was contained within the bloodline. One did not seem to be standing in front of an enlightened spirit realm cultivator, but rather in front of a sword Tao ancestor. Lu Xian was expressionless as he put his hand on Jiang Xingtian's shoulder. Boom! Jiang Xingtian immediately felt that the sword behind him seemed to have become countless times heavier. It directly crushed him to the ground on all fours. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian's heart was scared. What the hell is going on here? Lu Xian, was he really just an enlightened spirit realm cultivator? Why did he give himself a feeling that seemed to be more terrifying than his own master? I was blind. I didn't know you were strong. Let me go. Jiang Xingtian's voice trembled, and a bean-sized cold sweat was even breaking out on his forehead. I shouldn't have drawn my sword on you. I know it was wrong. Lu Xian said, You don't know it's wrong. You just know you're dying. Jiang Xingtian's face suddenly changed. The dozens of Song Yu Sword sect disciples at the scene were shocked at the sight. They didn't expect such a picture either. Originally, it should have been Jiang Xingtian who taught Lu Xian a hard lesson, but now he couldn't even pull out his sword in front of Lu Xian. It wasn't even just Jiang Xingtian. They also felt an inexplicable pressure. It was as if one's own sword was also deadened in front of Lu Xian. This ordinary-looking Lu Xian, who was empty of a good skin, didn't seem to be that simple. Yi Ziji's face also changed slightly at this time. She said softly to Lu Xian, Senior brother Lu Xian, he didn't hurt you after all. He just has a bit of a bad attitude. Why don't you give senior sister a face and don't fight here, okay? Yi Ziji then looked at Jiang Xingtian, her tone becoming tough. Why don't you quickly admit your mistake? If you have a good attitude and get the forgiveness of senior brother Lu Xian, I will treat you in the future. If not, you should never set foot in the Pill Pavilion again. Originally, Yi Ziji was worried that something would happen to Lu Xian and she was unable to protect him because she wasn't skilled in the art of swordplay. But in hindsight, it seems that he was overthinking it. It was hard to be given a step by Yi Ziji. Jiang Xingtian hurriedly bowed his head and said, Lu Xian, senior brother? Before it was my tone that was much biased. Senior brother's lesson is that I will never be like this in the future. Lu Xian looked at Yi Ziji at this moment. Jiang Xingtian felt Lu Xian's gaze moved away, hurriedly want to stand up, but found that the inexplicable pressure is still firmly pressed himself. Several times struggled to no avail, so he can only continue to silently lying down, hoping to get Lu Xian's forgiveness as soon as possible. After all, under this kind of strength suppression, he also had to bow down. Lu Xian opened his mouth and said, There's no need to refine pills for me. I just don't know if you have these herbs here. After saying that, Lu Xian handed Yi Ziji the formula for the Vital Peak Dan. Yi Ziji froze and did not expect that Lu Xian did not need to refine the Dan himself, so he had to silently accept the Dan formula. Stopping to take a closer look for a moment, his expression was slightly surprised. Who wrote this Dan formula? Lu Xian said, Myself. Yi Ziji looked up, her eyes filled with incredulity. Cut, you also know how to make pills. Chapter 34, Golden Lock Stem Fixing Pill. Yi Ziji looked at the Dan formula in her hand and felt incredible. This Dan formula, though she didn't recognize it, and didn't know what kind of elixir it was used to refine. But just based on the skillful proportioning and fine measurements between the herbs, Yi Zhiji could feel the underlying meaning hidden underneath the Dan formula. And Yi Zhiji found it hard to imagine that such an elixir formula had come from Lu Xian's hands. It would never have been possible to create such an elixir formula if one was not quite accomplished in the Tao of Dan. Swish! Instantly, countless lines of sight were directly locked onto Lu Xian's body. The crowd all looked Lu Xian up and down with unbelievable gazes. How can Lu Xian be an alchemist? Whether it was the Dan Dao, or the martial Dao, or the sword Dao, all of them required the cultivator to use an extremely large amount of time and energy to delve into them. Ordinary people with sword and martial arts dual cultivation would already be sweating. If they had the Dan Dao, then it would definitely be a great test for the cultivator. Even if it was a Dan Dao heavenly pride like Yi Zhiji, he was far inferior to most heavenly prides in terms of his attainments in the Dao of the sword and the Dao of martial arts. Even the Tai Ching Dan sect, which was famous for its Dan Dao in the Qingzhou, had cultivators under its sect whose realm cultivation was far inferior to other strengths. And this Lu Xian is only 20 years old. The sword and martial arts two paths have already far exceeded the same age cultivators. If even the Dan Dao has also dabbled in words, then it is not a little too heavenly. They at least were the ones who had almost never heard of this kind of genius. Is this possible? Could he really know how to make pills? Isn't he a sword cultivator? Although Yi Zhiji is a Dan Dao wizard, but over the years the martial realm has been stuck at the peak of the Cave Xian realm, and even the sword realm has stopped at the Sword King, but this Lu Xian is only 20 years old. Sword, martial arts, and Dan cultivation. Something like this is almost impossible. Even if he could really cultivate all three paths at the same time, in the end, he would only be proficient but not refined, and be obliterated into obscurity. The eyes of everyone looking at Lu Xian became a little weird. They could accept that a cultivator was unilaterally better than them, but if they were to hang themselves in all aspects, it really made these people feel like they couldn't save face. Do people with 3 cultivations of sword, martial arts, and Dan really exist? Lu Xian looked at Yi Zhiji and said softly, I only know a little bit about the Tao of Dan. Yi Zhiji sniffed and was silent for a long time before nodding slightly. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Senior Brother Lu Xian, I don't know how many grades this Dan formula is? She did not recognize the formula, and another alchemist's formula is a taboo. If not, the other party took the initiative to mention, or at most can only ask about the formula of several grades and other crude questions. If placed on a normal day, Yi Zhiji wouldn't have such a reaction, even if she was faced with a Dan formula she didn't recognize. But this Dan formula was just too exquisite in Yi Zhiji's opinion. Although the dozen or so herbs required are all very common, the ratios and attribute comparisons between each of them are matched almost perfectly, so that even the most common herbs can thus be of unexpected use. I guess the grade is not low. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Fortunately, it's quite average. This Dan formula was really ordinary amongst the immortal Dan god's inheritance, just the most crude of existences. It was just that he happened to need this elixir to break through the Cave Xian realm. Otherwise, one wouldn't make a special trip just for this mere 6th grade elixir. It wasn't worth it. Yi Zhiji sniffed, let out a light laugh, and sighed. All right, then I will fetch the medicine for you. Senior Brother Lu Xian, wait a moment. After saying that, Yi Zhiji turned around and walked towards the pharmacy, just as if she was going to personally fetch medicine for Lu Xian. She wanted to take out the best quality herbs for Lu Xian and give them to him. After all, it was the instructions left behind by his own master, Elder Congealed Cloud, so even if he couldn't personally concoct pills for Lu Xian, he couldn't neglect him. Seeing that Yi Zhiji actually wanted to personally fetch medicine for Lu Xian, the faces of the crowd changed a little. Huh? Fetching medicine is a job done by an underling Dan boy. This Yi Zhiji actually wants to go herself. What's the difference between this and a servant in the mundane world serving his master by washing his feet? This kind of small matter can be done by sending any random person. Lu Xian's claim that he knows the Tao of Dan may not be true either. Maybe he's just pretending, and Yi Zhiji being so polite is instead playing right into the villain's hands. After all, a freshly initiated sword cultivator suddenly said that he was proficient in the Dan Dao. Who else could believe this? All of these celestial pride present also felt that Lu Xian might have some water in him, and was completely unworthy of Yi Zhiji treating him so well. Jiang Xingtian, who had been subdued on the ground by Lu Xian's sword Dao might, also gritted his teeth slightly, raised his head, and said to Lu Xian, Lu Xian, if you say that my sword Dao isn't as good as yours, I'm convinced, but it's impossible for you to still be proficient in the Dan Dao, right? Without proving yourself. Making senior sister Yi Zhizhi specially run errands for you is too much. Lu Xian lowered his head and looked down at Jiang Xingtian, his voice cold again. Prove it? Why should I prove it to you? What are you? At those words, Jiang Xingtian was momentarily speechless, unable to speak for a long time. That's just not giving him any way out. He doesn't even think he's something anymore, and he can't beat him. So what else can he do? Jiang Xingtian's face was suffocating, unable to speak. The next person looked at Lu Xian and said, Lu Xian, it's not that we don't want to believe you. It's just that your sword and martial arts are far superior to those of the same age. But you also dabble in the Dan Dao, which is too mind-boggling. I don't know if you can show me the evidence so that we can be convinced. After all, senior sister Yi Zhizhi has always been refining pills for fellow cultivators and is quite prestigious in our hearts. So simply letting senior sister do this kind of damn boy's job for you is hard to convince the public. Yi Zhizhi sniffed. Her face was a bit embarrassed and said, if it's just to take medicine, it's not that. Everyone doesn't need to overinterpret it. Lu Xian sniffed and glanced down at Jiang Xingtian on the ground. You are 35 years old this year. Now chi blood emptiness is really the first 20 years of excessive indulgence too, although the cultivation does not have to deliberately restrain, but like you such night and day cannot control their own life veins. Naturally will be chi blood emptiness, increasingly weak in physique. Even if the hard work of cultivation, it is difficult to make progress. When everyone heard this, their faces all became odd. The meaning of these words was not that Jiang Xingtian had privately indulged in debauchery and even emptied his own body, which led to the emptiness of chi and blood. But he's a cultivator of the subtle realm, able to empty the body of a cultivator of the subtle realm. I'm afraid that every day, apart from practicing, I'm doing that kind of weird stuff. Jiang Xingtian was directly confused when he heard this. Where have I been for 20 years night after night? A man of my integrity. Suddenly, he was silent. Then he lowered his head in shame and said, Senior brother Lu Xian is right. Please also save me. Moment, the crowd froze in place. Could this Jiang Xingtian be admitting Lu Xian's claim? In other words, Lu Xian really saw the knot of Jiang Xingtian's illness at a glance? So it seems like he actually has something. Yi Zhizhi sniffed and understood what they were talking about, and immediately her pretty face blushed. However, after carefully observing Jiang Xingtian's face, he realized that what Lu Xian said did have a few points of truth. Sure enough, he really is a Dan master? Yi Zhizhi leaned back slightly with a look of amazement. Those who were proficient in the Dan Dao basically had extraordinary medical skills. Lu Xian was able to tell where Jiang Xingtian's problem was with just a single glance, and was indeed quite capable. Save you. Lu Xian smiled contemptuously and turned around to walk towards the alchemy room. Obviously, there was no intention of ignoring Jiang Xingtian. Puff! Jiang Xingtian moved his body and knelt heavily in front of Lu Xian, bending down to kowtow. The voice held a few hints of humility and pleading. I was wrong before, but I'm not willing to stop my cultivation in the future. I beg senior brother Lu Xian to save me. In the future, I'm willing to be an ox and a horse for you. And with this life of mine, you can drive me as you please. Jiang Xingtian felt ashamed for the first time to be so lowly. But if Lu Xian didn't make a move today, in the future, his own cultivation path would be at an end. Lu Xian stopped at the words and took out a pen and paper from his spatial ring, wrote down the Dan formula, and then casually threw it to Jiang Xingtian. Jiang Xingtian received the Dan formula with both hands, as if he had been given the most precious treasure, and his eyes filled with tears. Many thanks to senior brother Lu Xian for saving my life. I wonder what the name of this pill is. Golden Lock Stem Fixing Pill. Words closed, Lu Xian stepped into the alchemy room, and then the door closed tightly. Chapter 35. The Formation of the Pill. Golden Lock Stem Fixing Pill. At this moment, people from all directions gathered around and joined Jiang Xingtian in looking at the Dan formula in his hand. Only to see that unlike the Dan formula of the Weifeng Dan, this one not only recorded the medicinal ingredients, but also the specific maneuvers, depicting them very carefully. It was even giving them the illusion that I can go up there and concoct pills, and I can do it. What kind of Dan formula is this? Is it reliable? Crap, 100 years of succubus patchouli, Jiao long gun powder, more than 300 years of golden deer blood. Why do these herbs look strange? Good lord. Is this a potion to cure emptiness of chi and blood? I'm afraid that after eating it, my golden spear won't fall down, and I'll be standing for a long time. If you eat this and don't quickly vent the medicinal power through your lifeline, You'll absolutely burn with desire. Senior brother Jiang Xingtian, don't forget to sell me one of these pills after it's been refined. I'll offer 100,000 spirit stones. He doesn't have any sincerity at all. With 100,000 spirit stones, I'll offer 1 million. 1 million spirit stones. Why do you need this medicine when you're so poor? I'll offer 3,000 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals. All of a sudden, the field was cajoled into a frenzy. Almost all of the male cultivators boiled over. After all, who doesn't want to get slammed? If this elixir really worked, it would be priceless. How many old ancestors of the powers whose longevity was about to be exhausted had their qi and blood decayed, and their jingguan was unstable? If one knew that such an elixir existed, one would definitely not be able to press on. This is a great opportunity to revitalize your manhood. Jiang Xingtian's face didn't look good. He didn't know if this Dan formula had any effect or not. The main thing is to give this kind of Dan formula to yourself. Isn't it clear that you can't do it? Although I'm really not very good at it myself now. He blinked his eyes and handed the Dan formula to Yi Zhiqi and asked, Senior sister, is there a problem with this Dan formula? Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually quieted down as well, all looking at Yi Zhiqi with an expectant expression. Lu Xian had only written the Dan formula on the fly, so maybe he had made it up. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to determine if Lu Xian was a Dan master or not. Yi Zhiqi took the Dan formula and surveyed it for a moment. Suddenly, her pretty face blushed again. He couldn't help but directly crumple the Dan formula in his hand with force. The voice was shaking a little. No problem, but I doubt he's a serious Dan master or not. If this elixir was given to a cultivator, it could indeed make up for the emptiness of qi and blood. But it is estimated that the earth sank 2 inches that night. This medicinal power is just too overbearing. For the untouched Yi Zhiqi, it was a great shock to her young mind. A door to the unknown opens. It's a little weird. I'll take another look. Yi Zhiqi couldn't help it, but still spread the crumpled Dan formula in her hand flat and carefully examined it. Lu Xian sat inside the alchemy room and adjusted his breath. Alchemy demanded an extremely high level of a cultivator's state, and if one wasn't careful, one could give up on their previous endeavors. Although he had the inheritance of the immortal Dan God, which also contained a large number of memories of the immortal Dan God's alchemy during his lifetime, allowing Lu Xian to become familiar with alchemy. But after all, it was his first time alchemizing, so he still had to organize his state properly. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Dan furnace in front of him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lu Xian's senior brother. I have already organized the medicinal materials. Should I bring them in for you? It was Yi Zhiqi's voice. But Lu Xian felt a bit strange. Why does that voice have a strange vibrato to it? Come in. The door to the alchemy room opened, and Yi Zhiqi walked into it. For some reason, she was sweating, slightly dampening her originally light green clothes, and her delicate figure was outlined at a glance. A blush surfaced on Yi Zhiqi's face, and her eyes were a bit evasive, too embarrassed to look directly at Lu Xian. He just handed Lu Xian the spatial ring containing the medicinal herbs in his hand. Here are the herbs you need. After handing it to Lu Xian, Yi Zhiqi hurriedly retreated inside the corner. She didn't know why, but after carefully reading the golden lock stem fixing pills formula, she was burning up. Originally, Yi Zhiqi was not half interested in that kind of thing. But now knowing that there is such a counterintuitive elixir, can you really do that? It's probably going to break. The more he thought about it, the hotter his body got and his throat went a little dry. Lu Xian also felt that Yi Zhiqi was a bit odd, but after scanning it, it seemed like there was nothing physically wrong with it, so he just didn't care. That, Yi Zhiqi said in embarrassment, I'll withdraw now, so I won't disturb your alchemy. Generally speaking, no one was allowed to observe the process of a Dan master's alchemy. This is because every Dan master basically has some of their own unique little secrets, and these techniques will only be passed on to their disciples. In order to avoid suspicion, Dan masters need to circumvent pure alchemy. Lu Xian just organized the herbs and said, It doesn't matter. You can look at it if you want to consider it as a thank you for helping me collect herbs. It had to be said that the quality of this batch of medicinal herbs was really good, all belonging to the boutique that was 1 in 100. An ordinary apprentice would simply not be able to pick out herbs of such good quality, and only an expert like Yi Zhiqi would be able to do so. Anyway, Vifing Dan wasn't that expensive for Lu Xian. Plus, even if Yi Zhiqi was watching, she might not be able to learn a single move. Really? Yi Zhiqi instantly became excited. Thanks a lot. Although she was still unclear about Lu Xian's level, Yi Zhizhi did not want to miss this good opportunity to learn. Lu Xian gently tapped the Dan furnace, and immediately a flame rose from the bottom of the furnace. Lu Xian, who possessed the source of the way of fire, was even more comfortable controlling the Dan fire. Feel free to pinch the Dan fire into the shape you want. At the same time, the herbs were methodically thrown into the Dan furnace, with the help of the furnace fire to quench that purest medicinal power in the herbs. Yi Zhizhi, who was standing at the side, stared in disbelief when she saw this scene. She could tell that Lu Xian's alchemy was extremely skillful. It was even to the point where it had reached the point of fusion. Every seemingly superfluous movement was a warm-up for the next execution of the alchemy technique. And she marveled inwardly. What a classical alchemy technique. One can barely even read it oneself. Even the manipulation of the Dan fire had reached a point of near perfection. Yi Zhizhi thought that she was known for her delicate skills in manipulating the Dan fire, but in front of Lu Xian, the gap was like a chasm. Soon, an extremely rich Dan fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Even the crowd of celestials outside the alchemy room were all shaken up as a result. This Dan fragrance they had almost never seen before. Could it be that Lu Xian really knows how to make pills, and the skill is not low? Several hours later, Lu Xian looked at the Dan furnace and let out a mouthful of turbid breath. Up! He tapped the top of the stove. Soon, the Dan furnace opened. An extremely rich Dan fragrance came to his face. At the same time, golden light burst out. Only a crystal-clear elixir was seen lying quietly in the furnace. The elixir was no more than the size of a finger belly, while also surrounded by light golden lines, immortal. Yi Zhizhi looked at the elixir, and her eyes immediately widened. This is the Dan pattern. Chapter 36. Returning to the cave Xian realm. Yi Zhizhi looked at the lines on the Vifing Dan and shuddered. Dan lines. Only when the quality of the elixir reached flawlessness could it condense into an elixir pattern. Dan lines can be said to be the symbol of the quality of the elixir reaching the extreme point, and it is also the lifelong pursuit of countless alchemists. Almost every alchemist dreamed of being able to coalesce Dan lines when they refined a high-grade elixir, which was enough to make them famous. Even if it was Yi Zhizhi, the Dan lines only appeared when refining first-grade pills, and the probability wasn't very high. However, when Lu Xian refined this dimensional peak Dan, not only did he succeed in one go, but even the Dan pattern representing perfect quality appeared. May I ask, how many grades of pills this is? Yi Zhizhi asked. She was curious about the grade of the elixir. This could also infer Lu Xian's approximate alchemy level from the side. Though that being said, it was obvious that he was far beyond his level. 6th grade. 6th grade was the limit of this dimensional peak Dan, but not Lu Xian's limit. As long as there were enough resources, it wouldn't be difficult to refine a higher quality elixir. Among the endless legacies of the immortal Dan god, this was just the most insignificant type of elixir. 6th grade? Yi Zhizhi's pupils tightened violently. 6th grade pills, that was a grade that even Elder Condensing Cloud might not be able to touch. Only the Taiching Dan sect had the ability to ensure that a 6th grade elixir could be refined. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was only 20 this year. Yet he had already concocted a 6th grade elixir, even reaching perfect quality, and had birthed an elixir pattern that could not be found in 10,000. What kind of demon is this? Could it really be a wizard with 3 cultivations of sword, martial arts, and Dan? Lu Xian put the elixir within the wooden box, then looked at Yi Zhizhi and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Yi Zhizhi froze slightly, then lowered her head. She was indeed seriously and carefully observing Lu Xian's alchemy techniques just now. Not only were Lu Xian's steps methodical, but his technique was extremely classical. Yi Zhizhi had never seen a similar operation before. Even though she tried incredibly hard, it was still difficult for her to discern the essence of Lu Xian's alchemy from it. Senior brother Lu Xian's alchemy skills are 1 in a million. I've tried my best to observe and still find it difficult to comprehend the mysteries of it, so I've made senior brother Lu Xian laugh. Lu Xian smiled lightly. No harm done. If it was anyone else, it might not be as good as you. What one placed in use was the inheritance of the immortal Dan god countless years ago. This genius Dan master, who was able to refine pills that could break through the limit of longevity and achieve true immortality, the way of alchemy that he had spent his entire life researching. If it was so easy for the onlookers to see through it, that would really be a bit too outrageous as well. Needless to say, Yi Zhizhi, Even those old Dan masters of the Tai Ching Dan sect might not be able to learn the most grossly obvious fur. Lu Xian's face did not change, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the Weifeng Dan. Anyway, the time to break through to the Cave Xian realm had long since arrived, and this alchemy room was quite clean, so it could just be used to break through the realm. Lu Xian sat down and began to operate his gong method. Soon, a strong aura rushed up directly from Lu Xian's body. At that moment, Lu Xian felt that he had touched the bottleneck of his own realm. Break! As the medicinal power continued to pour in, that bottleneck was broken with a bang. There seemed to be a shackle within Lu Xian's body, and it was wide open as a result. A small world, meanwhile, was taking shape. A raging sea of qi also appeared in the internal small world, and with Lu Xian's control, it was still expanding and getting bigger. Soon, from a few feet, it was expanded to a few feet, and it's still expanding. Lu Xian's breath was calm and steady as he concentrated on expanding his internal qi si. For the Cave Xian realm, the size of the qi si not only represented the foundation of the current stage, but it was also crucial for future cultivation. An ordinary cultivator would only be able to develop a 10-foot qi si. For individual celestial pride, it was tens of feet. If it was a top-tier demon, then it would be a sea of qi of 70 to 80 feet. The limit of countless powerful people throughout the ages is 99 feet, an extreme number. Lu Xian's first breakthrough to the Cave Xian realm was to open up a 60-foot qi si, the first in the same realm in Qingcang City. This time, not only did he have the previous experience, but he also had the Weifeng Dan as an aid, and he was even more comfortable with the breakthrough. Lu Xian was confident that he could definitely break through his previous record, and even reach the limit of 99 feet. Come on! Lu Xian maneuvered his medicinal power and poured it into the small world within his body. This small world was chaotic, as if heaven and earth had not yet opened, and the Hongming had not yet been born. The only light was the sea of qi that shimmered with spiritual light. The raging spiritual qi in his body was even poured into the sea of qi, causing the sea of qi to expand continuously. As the qi sea expanded, Lu Xian's aura continued to grow stronger. Outside, Yizhizhi looked at Lu Xian in front of her, a little shock flickering in her eyes. She could naturally tell that Lu Xian was trying to break through to the Cave Xian realm. According to this vigor, the qi si that senior brother Lu Xian has opened up should not be small. Yizhizhi was a little curious as to how Lu Xian did it. By all rights, it should be aided by the Cave Xian Dan. Ordinary cultivators relying on themselves could only open up a 20-foot sea of qi at most, and if they wanted to go further, they would have to have the help of the Cave Xian Dan. Obviously, the qi si that this Lu Xian had opened up was definitely much higher than that, but the problem was that he hadn't taken the Cave Xian Dan. Could it be the effect of that elixir? Yizhizhi took a deep breath and then looked surprised. Could it be that the elixir that Lu Xian took just now possesses a similar effect to the Cave Xian Dan, which can help cultivators open up the sea of qi? But the Dong Xian Dan was only a 4th grade elixir, while Lu Xian's party's elixir could be a 6th grade. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the effects of this elixir far exceeded the Cave Xian Dan? No wonder he doesn't need my help in refining pills. It turns out that he doesn't need the Cave Xian pill at all, and he doesn't need me either. A helpless smile appeared on Yizhizhi's face. She had really underestimated Lu Xian. But who would have thought that this Lu Xian would have such heaven-defying underpinnings? The 3 cultivations of sword, martial arts, and Dan were already wizards, but Lu Xian was able to far exceed the crowd in each path. At this point, as the medicine is pushed, the qi si within Lu Xian's body had opened up to 79 feet. Not only has it greatly exceeded its previous limits, even that number is still elevated. 80 feet, 85 feet, 91 feet, 99 feet. Finally, the sea of qi within Lu Xian's body reached the size of 99 feet. In the small world within his body, the 100-foot qi si was glittering with golden light, flickering with dazzling brilliance. Lu Xian also felt the huge aura within his body. One could condense the sea of qi at any time and formally break through to the Cave Xian realm. But that doesn't seem to be the limit. Lu Xian vaguely felt that there seemed to be room for expansion of the qi si in his body. But 99 feet was already the limit of all the strongest men of the ages. It had never been heard of that anyone could condense a sea of qi above 99 feet. But in all things, only after one try can we come to a conclusion. Although stopping there was the safest course of action, Lu Xian did not want to leave behind any regrets. He used the last of his medicinal power to launch another sprint towards the 100-foot qi sea. Boom! Lu Xian's body directly exploded with a wave of qi. At the same time, the breath soared. It reached several times its previous level. In the small world, the 100-feet-sized qi sea was even more radiant. At this moment, Lu Xian felt truly complete. Sure enough, breakthrough. Cave Xian Realm. Chapter 37. Aphrodisiac Immortals. Re-enter the Cave Xian Realm. Lu Xian snapped his eyes open and then began to feel the majestic power in his body. After breaking through to the Cave Xian Realm, one's strength had almost changed drastically compared to before. Has it surpassed my heyday? Before Lu Xian's cultivation was abolished, he was also a cultivator in the middle stage of the Cave Xian Realm. But now, Lu Xian felt stronger than before. Even a single punch could completely fuck up his heyday self. 100 feet of qi sea. Unheard of. Lu Xian felt the sea of qi within his small world and also felt a trace of shock. Theoretically, a cultivator's qi sea was only 99 feet at its maximum. However, Lu Xian's qi sea had broken through 1 zhang on top of that, reaching 100 zhang, a perfect number. This is unprecedented in all of history. As a result, Lu Xian also gained strength from it that far exceeded that of cultivators in the same realm. The most direct effect of the Sea of Qi is the upper limit of one's spiritual energy capacity. The current Lu Xian had a huge advantage in terms of spiritual energy reserves compared to cultivators of the same realm. Together with the clear cloud spring water in his inventory, his spiritual energy was equivalent to an unending source during battle. Yi Zhiji, who was on the side, also felt the great changes coming from Lu Xian's body. With a smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations, you have broken through to the Cave Xian realm. I wish senior brother Lu Xian every step on his cultivation path in the future." She also marveled a bit. Lu Xian is only 20 years old this year, but the 3 paths of sword, martial arts, and Dan are far beyond the cultivators of the same age, and in the future the achievements will be unlimited. I am a few years older than my senior brother, and I still have too much to learn. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to compare with me. Those who insist on making comparisons with me generally live a very tiring life, haha." Yi Zhiji laughed lightly. "Senior brother Lu Xian is joking. In the future, if you have time, you can come and sit here more often. I hope senior brother Lu Xian can give more guidance." Lu Xian nodded. "It will." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Zhiji, Lu Xian walked out of the alchemist. At this time, those who had been there before were still gathered outside the door. When they saw Lu Xian come out, they were even more marveled. "Look, Lu Xian has come out. He seems to have broken through to the Cave Xian realm." Lu Xian was already extremely strong, and now that he's broken through the realm, isn't he going against the heavens? It seems that we were indeed blind. This Lu Xian is not only an alchemy expert, but also a sword Dao demon. His golden lock stem fixing pill is simply too fierce. When a man eats it, he's not only revitalized, he's simply reached the peak. The eyes of the crowd looked at Lu Xian with complete respect. It was a tribute dedicated to the strong. Lu Xian stood in the doorway in silence for an instant, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. What does it mean to put a man on top? At this moment, a figure as strong as a bear pushed through the crowd and barged in front of Lu Xian. When this person turned to Lu Xian, he gave a heavy salute. "Many thanks to senior brother Lu Xian for his renewed kindness. I, Jiang Xingtian, will never forget it." Lu Xian looked at Jiang Xingtian in front of him, always feeling that this guy's face had changed a lot. There seemed to be a little more confidence that was reserved for men. Jiang Xingtian looked at Lu Xian in front of him with an excited face and said, "Senior brother, during your Kung Fu of Alchemy, I want to ask a familiar Dan master to try to refine this golden lock stem fixing Dan. Don't look at the fact that the elixir is only a first grade. It is simply overbearing to the extreme. After I took it, the golden spear was grinding out sparks and still standing. The most crucial thing is that my qi and blood emptiness has also been completely eradicated." Jiang Xingtian looked at Lu Xian with admiration. He had taken many similar elixirs, but he had never seen one this fierce. The time Lu Xian spent on alchemy plus cultivation added up to more than 10 hours. Jiang Xingtian also lasted for a full 10 hours. But until now, it's still true yang that hasn't been leaked, and the dragon's essence is strong. Even when he heard that Lu Xian had come out of the gate, he hadn't finished yet and roughly put on his clothes and ran over, running and bouncing all the way to the top of his own pants on his lifeblood. One must know that he had never lasted 3 breaths since his qi and blood were empty. This was the first time Jiang Xingtian felt that he turned out to be so fierce. Lu Xian was silent. He had just flipped out a random Dan formula, and it wasn't even in the cards at all. But I didn't expect that it would actually be treated as a treasure by this Jiang Xingtian. Jiang Xingtian added, "On my way here, I contacted the Dan master who helped me refine the pills and asked him to never divulge the formula. If senior brother agrees, I can refine this pill in large quantities and it will definitely sell well, because there's no such fierce medicine on the market. At that time, the proceeds will be split between me and senior brother 37. Senior brother 7. 28 is fine. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a good doctor." Jiang Xingtian was also delayed by this problem for some days. Similar pills on the market have also tried a lot, but never this golden lock stem fixing Dan effect is so powerful. As for the other states, including Qingzhou, there were also quite a number of cultivators who were plagued by these kinds of difficult illnesses, and if they had the chance to eradicate them, they would definitely spare no effort. Therefore, Jiang Xingtian smelled a huge business opportunity from it. This elixir was only of the first grade and was extremely easy to concoct in large quantities. There will be no shortage of buyers at that time, even if they sell at sky-high prices. Maybe with this elixir, he could make a fortune. Lu Xian sniffed and thought, "Good Lord, is there really a market for this formula?" I have to say, this Jiang Xingtian looked like a rough man, but he still had quite a business mind and was fine in the rough. Doesn't matter, you watch. Anyway, this formula does not care about himself. It does not matter if there is no profit. It is better to be able to salvage a little. Many thanks to senior brother for giving me this opportunity. In the future, I, Jiang Xingtian, will definitely saddle up and do whatever I want. Jiang Xingtian made another heavy salute to Lu Xian. He knew in his heart that this Lu Xian was the nobleman of his life. As the many cultivators present looked at Lu Xian, a few moments of admiration arose in their eyes. I heard that not long after Jiang Xingtian left, a tremor came from his Kaiyang peak. This battle, those who don't know would think it's an earthquake. I'm afraid that the legendary Acacia Immortal Sect has never seen such a scene, and the source of everything turned out to be just a Dan formula that flowed out of Lu Xian's hands. Good Lord, this Lu Xian is afraid that he is not an aphrodisiac immortal. It's hard to imagine what kind of sky-high price the elixir can fetch when it hits the market. Although it's only a first-grade elixir and the medicinal ingredients are extremely easy to obtain, the most crucial among them are the precise ratios and tedious steps. It's almost impossible for an alchemist to reverse deduce the formula. Lu Xian even has such an elixir formula. Could it be that he also had an unpleasant experience once? But it doesn't look like it. No matter what, this Lu Xian is definitely going to be rich. Now the only person who owns the Dan formula is Jiang Xingtian. And Jiang Xingtian will definitely supply Lu Xian with the money from the sale in order to curry favor with him. With this income alone, one could be financially free within the Tsang Yu sword sect. The crowd looked at Lu Xian's back, tears of envy almost flowing out from the corners of their mouths. With such a beautiful elixir, they also wanted to try the effect. While Lu Xian walked on the road, he always felt a hint of uneasiness vaguely. It seems like something is going to happen. Soon, a spirit pigeon flew into Lu Xian's presence and rested steadily on his arm. This is a spirit pigeon bred by the Lu family. Lu Xian recognized the pigeon at a glance. It was a spirit bird that the Lu family kept to wear out their hearts to the clansmen who were out on the field. It could fly 8,000 miles a day without any fatigue. He removed the letter, and his cousin Lu Shun's handwriting came into view. The clan is in trouble. Return quickly. Chapter 38. You want to kill my whole family? This is Lu Shun's handwriting. Lu Xian was instantly gloomy. Spirit pigeons were extremely expensive for ordinary families, while the mileage that a spirit pigeon could fly in its lifetime was limited. So unless there were special circumstances, spirit pigeons would not be used to send messages. Since Lu Xian chose to use a spirit pigeon to send a message, it meant that something must have happened to the Lu family. Although he did not flow with the bloodline of the Lu family, but since childhood, Lu Qingtian has given himself the greatest help. If the clan is still standing idly by when there are difficulties, it is not ungrateful. I'd like to see who dares to lay hands on the Lu family while I'm away. A hint of coldness flashed out of Lu Xian's eyes. Now he had not only returned to the cave Xian realm, his strength was even more powerful than in his heyday by an unknown amount. It's just as well that you want to try to see how good you really are now. Anyone who tried to provoke himself would end up in only one place. Chingsong City, Liu family. The Liu family residence, having lost its former prosperity, became withered. Many of the younger clansmen cower inside the corners in fear, not daring to speak. At the main entrance, Liu Qingtian looked at the powerhouses of the major lineages in front of him with an unpleasant expression on his face. Not only were there the two Qinlin families, but there were even powerful people from the other Yi and Wu families. There were hundreds of cultivators starting at the spirit enlightenment realm, surrounding the Liu family. Everyone had a teasing and smug look on their faces, and it was clear that they already viewed the Liu family as a bag of tricks. In the face of such a battle, Liu Qingtian's face remained unchanged, and his bottom remained full of energy. Xian rank spirit veins. Old me will definitely not hand them over to you. If you want to fight, we, the Liu family, will accompany you to the end. On the side, the many Liu family executives also looked shocked. After Liu Xian left, the Liu family also gained a chance to catch their breath and began to steadily recover their strength. The good times didn't last long, as the rest of the several great families knew that the Liu family had obtained a Xian rank spirit vein, and the lure of such a treasure made several great families salivate. In the end, several of their great families decided to join forces and divide up the Liu family's Xian rank spirit veins, and even the entire Liu family's heritage that had been accumulated over thousands of years. Liu Qingtian's heart was a cold laugh. The Xian rank spirit vein, he had already secretly given it to Liu Xian a long time ago. This itself was a treasure that Liu Xian had fought to the death to capture, so it should naturally belong to him. However, when several great families besieged the Liu family, Liu Qingtian did not reveal this secret either, because once they learned of this news, they would definitely go after Liu Xian. It would be better to have the entire Liu family as a shield for Liu Xian. Liu Xian, this is the only thing the old man can do for you. Liu Qingtian let out a bitter laugh. Needless to say, after years of getting along, when the first time he saw Liu Xian, Liu Qingtian treated him as if he was his own son. What's more, the Liu family's former heyday also had Liu Xian's credit. Among the crowd, the top powerhouses of the remaining four great families were all eyeing the Liu family. Chun Hongtu, the Qin family's grand elder, had a smug look on his face, and disdain was born in his eyes as he looked at Liu Qingtian in front of him. Liu Qingtian, in the past few days, your Liu family stores in Chingsong City have been destroyed, and 9 out of 10 of the spirit mines in charge have been lost. Even if we don't make a move, it won't be too long before your Liu family's heritage will be lost to the fullest. Even if you have 2 Xian class veins, what's the point? It won't save your life at all during this critical period. Why don't you hand them over now? And our 4 great families can still give your Liu family a way out, otherwise we'll trample the Liu family today. The remaining elders of the several great families stood by Chun Hongtu's side, and the strong aura of the Cave Xian realm swept continuously. Most of them were in the Cave Xian realm, and there were even individual powerhouses in the entering the subtle realm. Now that the 4 great families had sent all their elites to besiege the Liu family, it would be difficult for the Liu family to defend itself even in its heyday. In front of me, no one dares to talk about stepping on the Liu family. Liu Qingtian shouted angrily, and his aura at the early stage of the inferior realm continuously stirred away. However, it was obvious that the cultivators of these 4 great lineages were not afraid in the slightest. Chen Hongtu also let out a cold laugh, and immediately struck out with a palm. A huge palm shadow emerged. Liu Qingtian's face remained unchanged as he struck out with the same punch. A fist and a palm directly blasted against each other. Boom! There was a loud bang. Liu Qingtian was immediately knocked back several steps. The face was hard to see. He couldn't get half the benefits in Chun Hongtu's hands. And there were many more such strong people in the Chun family. Today, it's really a matter of life and death. Master of the house. There was a cry of alarm from the Liu family, and their faces all showed a look of anxiety. Liu Qingtian's strength was considered the strongest among them, yet he could never be a match for so many people. Could it be that the Liu family is really finished today? At this moment, the crowd of the 4 great lineages were also rampant. Even Liu Qingtian is no match. Who else can their Liu family pick up the slack? The Liu family of yesteryear is now nothing more than a jumped-up clown. When the Liu family is gone, all of their accumulated heritage for so many years will be ours. Ha! Xian rank spirit vein. That's a Xian rank spirit vein. A frantic look appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The value of a single Xian rank spirit vein was enough to buy the entire Chingsong City. Even if they had that many people, they'd still get a pretty good share of the grease. Lu Qingtian, it's easy for me to kill you. Chen Hongda gave a long laugh and said, My Chen family members have been practicing outside, but they have brought back a lot of treasures for us, and nowadays, the strength of our Chen family is not what it used to be. You old dog, just resign yourself to your fate. Most of the Chen clan's young, celestial pride were out in the world, with Chen Oblivion being the leader. Every few days, they would bring back quite lucrative resources to them, and relying on these things, the overall strength of their Chen family was flourishing. The Lu family, which has recently fallen into the doldrums, has apparently been distanced during this time. Now, I'm already in the third level of the inferior realm. You definitely won't be my opponent. D. Chun Honda didn't bother with nonsense, and immediately struck out with a palm. Behemoth City, destroying palm. Chun Hong, too, immediately struck the Chun clan's best technique. Xian rank middle grade martial skill, Giant Bee City, destroying palm. In an instant, endless palm winds evolved. In an instant, a hideous beast that was several feet tall was formed. The giant beast looked up to the sky and roared, as if it was about to roar down the stars. With the terrifying power of destroying and destroying, he was rushing towards Lu Qingtian furiously. All along the way, the earth was left with deep gullies, a ground shaking. The faces of the Lu family members immediately changed abruptly. Chen Hong to himself was extremely strong, and had even entered the fourth level of the realm of the inferior. And this behemoth city destroying palm is even more powerful. The Lu family now seemed unstoppable. In a flash, the faces of the people present were like ashes, and their hearts were in despair. What about this? What about this? Is it really going to stop here? Lu Qingtian closed his eyes tightly. His heart was very unwilling, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Chen Hongta looked at Lu Qingtian's aged appearance, and his heart was even more complacent. This Lu family, finally, is going to be destroyed in their own hands. At that time, we will directly slaughter the clan. Men, women, and children will not be left behind. D. Swish! The shadow of that giant beast was only less than a foot away from Lu Qingtian in an instant. Just when the crowd thought it was all over, they only saw a sword light startling the sky. Chapter 39. Sheathe your sword. A sword light fell violently. It blasted straight on top of the giant beast. The two strong forces immediately collided together. Boom! There was a loud bang. One could only see the endless sword light in the field tearing apart the hideous beast. In an instant, the giant beast was torn into nothingness. Only the sword light slowly dissipated. The crowd looked up to the sky and watched, followed by a look of amazement. Only a figure stood above the long sky with a sword, looking down on the crowd. Lu Xian, in a flash. All the people in the Lu family were shocked. It's Lu Xian. He's actually here? How is he above the sky? Could it be that he has already stepped into the heavenly realm? How is that possible? Nope. He is flying with a royal sword. He really is a top-tier sword cultivator. It's so handsome. Clan brother Lu Xian looks even stronger than before. Lu Qingtian, who had survived the calamity, was also shocked. You're surprisingly so strong. Chen Hong, too, was the third level of the inferior realm. Although that strike just now was not Chen Hong 2's full strength. But the fact that Lu Xian was able to crack his attack already proved that Lu Xian's strength had changed drastically compared to before. It had only been a few short days and Lu Xian had improved so tremendously. You brat. Surprisingly, you're still alive. Chen Hongtu was also a little surprised to see Lu Xian appear. He didn't expect Lu Xian to appear at this critical moment. It even dispersed his own behemoth city destroying palm completely. You've returned to the cave Xian realm? Chen Hongtu narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly sensed Lu Xian's aura of the cave Xian realm. It was only a few months ago that Lu Xian's cultivation was abolished. But how much time has passed since then? And it has even returned to the cave Xian realm. This kid, he's really a demon. You old dog. You wanted to take advantage of my absence to kill my clansmen and destroy my family. Today, you along with the rest of the several great lineages in this Qing city will regret for this. The killing intent in Lu Xian's eyes rose more and more. He looked down on the hundreds of strong people present here. Obviously, these people were all running towards the complete extermination of the clan. There was no intention whatsoever to give the Lu family any way back. Since he was going to completely tear his face off and start a war today, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Oh, so what? What monstrous waves can you turn up with just you alone? A piker is not guilty of a crime, but the one who carries the jade is not guilty of a crime. This is a truth that the Lu family should have understood when they got those two Xian rank spirit veins. Chen Hongta let out a long laugh. In his opinion, Lu Xian's arrival had only given them a chance to eliminate their roots. This time, I want the Lu family to be completely annihilated. The remaining powerhouses of the three great lineages present also all had teasing expressions on their faces. Do you really think that a small Lu family can guard such a heavy treasure? It's really a fool's errand. That's two Xian rank spirit veins. Putting it out there, it's able to buy the entire Qing Song city. And what class is your Lu family? Do you deserve to have spirit veins? But it's just a thug. Isn't it normal that he can't keep his property? If you have to force yourself to the point of extinction, you are really to blame. Since Lu Xian is here, let's completely make the Lu family completely extinct. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Chang'an, a powerful member of the Lin family, and his wife, Lu Ruyan, were also standing in front of the crowd, looking at Lu Xian with contempt in their eyes. Lin Chang'an let out a light laugh and said, Lu Xian, it was you, the Lu family, who was unjust first, and now that we're looking up to the Chen family, we naturally want to reclaim the previous scene. Lu Ruyan also had a venomous look in her eyes as she opened her mouth to rebuke Lu Xian. You killed my Lin family member Lin Feng and forced my daughter Lin Xinyao to rebel against the Lin family. You deserve to die. The Chen family has said that as long as they destroy your Lu family, they will share 30% of the Xian rank spirit veins with our Lin family. My Lin family surpasses your Lu family today. As Lu Xian looked at the crowd in front of him, the angry look on his face suddenly dissipated quite a bit, and instead, a few moments of mockery appeared. What a bunch of poorly informed people, two Xian rank spirit veins, who said my Lu family is so poor. After saying that, Lu Xian pressed his big hand. In a flash, for Xian rank spirit veins manifested from the spatial ring. 4 spirit veins glittering with golden light hovered and intertwined in the sky, coloring the entire dome of the sky into a golden ocean. At this moment, the entire sky above Qingsong City was filled with a golden light. At the same time, a vast to the extreme spiritual energy was spewing out from the spiritual vein, shining brightly for all to see. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people present immediately changed abruptly, and each of them stared wide-eyed. Crap? For Xian rank spirit veins? Even Lu Qingtian was confused. I thought there were only 2. How come there are 2 more? Didn't think that was all there was to it, did you? Lu Xian let out another light laugh. In a flash, tens of thousands more spirit crystals floated above the long sky. At this moment, even Chen Hongtu held his breath with an incredulous expression. 50,000 spirit crystals. 50,000. Spirit crystals. That's not a spirit stone, it's a spirit crystal. At this moment, Chen Hongtu felt his legs go a little soft. It was the first time he had seen so many spirit crystals. Where did this kid make his fortune? Can you bring me one? The strongest members of the other lineages present were also stunned. This is 4 Xian rank spirit veins? 50,000 spirit crystals? Why did the Qin family only tell us that there were only 2 spirit veins? Are they trying to take a kickback? Crap, for the first time in my life, I've seen so many spirit crystals. It's enough to buy me 100 lives. Who can imagine that this Lu Xian is so rich? I originally thought that 2 spirit veins were already invincible. The feeling is that my vision is too narrow. The 2 of them, Lin Chang'an and Lu Ruyan, also held their faces red. What the hell? This Lu Xian is so rich. Thinking that this Lu Xian had almost become their son-in-law in name only, Lin Chang'an felt a blood loss. His heart was dripping blood. Ruyan Lu couldn't say anything either, feeling her face burning hot. The Lin family had previously torn their faces with the Lu family because they felt that Lu Xian had no future. But now with these treasures that Lu Xian had casually pulled out, he could buy the entire Qing Song city, including them, and still have more than enough. At this time, Lu Ruyan felt like she was living like a clown. Lu Qingtian was also silent. Good lord, how come Lu Xian is so rich? The Lu family's crowd froze as well, and when they turned their heads to see the 4 great families' stunned faces, they couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Look at their uninitiated faces. It's like they're seeing a treasure for the first time. Indeed, they are a bunch of fame-seeking villains who can't walk away at the sight of this bit of treasure. Ha! Exposing their ignorance now? It's ridiculous. The hearts of the crowd were all happy. No matter what the outcome was today, it was all considered cool. But soon, returning to his senses, Chen Hongtu's eyes suddenly became ruthless. So, what if you have these treasures? You're only at the cave Xian realm. You don't even understand this principle of not revealing your wealth. Old me will whip you into shape this time. At that time, no matter how many treasures you have, they will all be mine. Chen Hongtu shouted angrily, and his aura of the inferior realm directly stirred up. The strong aura seemed to overwhelm everyone present. Lu Xian looked at Chen Hongtu and also collected all these spirit veins and spirit crystals. Good. Let's see if you've got what it takes then. Swish. The Silent Road sword was sheathed. Sword 40. My strength. Do you deserve to speculate on it? Lu Xian landed on top of the earth, holding the Silent Dao sword as he looked straight at Chen Hongtu in front of him. Since he had come here, he would never let anyone present leave alive. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Hongtu's mouth. What he wanted was also simple. Even though Lu Xian had returned to the cave Xian realm, he was by no means a match for him at the entering the subtle realm. And as long as he killed Lu Xian, then all the treasures he possessed would be his own. Finally, it's my Qin family's turn to have a good enough opportunity to change my fate against the heavens. With those Xian-rank spirit veins and spirit crystals, my Qin family will be able to dominate 1,000 miles around. Chen Hongtu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although there was a huge gap compared to the depths of the top powers, as long as one had these raw accumulations, achieving the top was not difficult. At this moment, the people present also felt the clear and pure killing intent on Chen Hongtu's body. Lu Xian dared to show his sword at this time, so he was definitely ready to fight. The opponent's strength, on the other hand, was the horrendous inferior realm. Is this Lu Xian not tired of living? Does he really want to face Chen Hongtu straight on? Chen Hongtu's current strength is the 3rd level of the ingenuity realm, while Lu Xian is only in the 1st level of the cave Xian realm. The gap in strength between them is hardly something that any skill can make up for. This Lu Xian, he's really looking for death a bit. Who does he think he is? Could it be that after joining the Song Yu Sword sect, he's gotten fat with guts? Humph. It's good to kill Lu Xian. When the time comes, his treasures will definitely fall into our hands. At the very least, we can still get a share of the soup. At this moment, the eyes of the strongest members of the 4 great lineages were almost red. The vast majority of them were seeing so many treasures for the first time, and today was an eye-opener. If one could get a share of it, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Absolutely no one will be able to resist this temptation. Chen Hongtu looked at the sword in Lu Xian's hand and smiled disdainfully. Stupid, and you dare to show your fangs to me? Seek death. After saying that, Chen Hongtu directly slapped out his palm. In a flash, a vast palm wind swept in. The ground along the way crumbled inch by inch. Under the palm wind, almost everything was shattering into pieces. All the people present had a stern look on their faces. Worthy of being a powerhouse of the inferior realm, a casual strike had such an array. Even the faces of the Lu family members were gloomy. This Chen Hongtu was so powerful that Lu Xian might not be his opponent. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was not the least bit afraid in the face of that sudden palm wind. He was now at the cave Xian realm, which was incomparably stronger than the enlightened spirit realm. It was naturally not a problem to deal with the small inferior realm. He also wanted to see just how much of the gap between himself and the inferior realm remained. Lu Xian's face did not change. Draw your sword and chop. Immediately, an astonishing sword chi roared out, splitting on top of that palm wind. Boom! There was a loud bang. The palm wind was immediately churned by the sword chi. The remaining might was even rushing towards Chen Hongtu and shooting towards him. The powerful sword chi slashed straight at Chen Hongtu's chest. There was a loud bang. Chen Hongtu was immediately knocked back a few steps. On the clothing on his chest, it was also shattered as much as it could be. In his chest, he even left a deep sword mark. How? Chen Hongtu felt the pain coming from his flesh, and when he raised his head, he was even more filled with incredulity. This sword chi, not only did it break through my palm wind, it even split my protective spiritual energy. Any cultivator of the entry micro realm could condense a body protection spiritual power on the surface of their own body, which could be used to defend against a large number of attacks. And Lu Xian's sword surprisingly not only split this body protection spiritual power, but even left a deep sword mark on his flesh. He had never seen any Dongxian realm cultivator who could do this. It's simply anticlimactic. The faces of the cultivators from the other forces in the arena even changed drastically. This, Chen Hongtu was actually injured. Isn't Lu Xian in the Cave Xian realm? How come he's so fierce? In this first round of exchanges, Chen Hongtu's protective spiritual power was broken, and his physical body was wounded, while Lu Xian looked relaxed and at ease, and didn't seem to have used his full strength. Chen Hongtu won't be able to defeat Lu Xian, right? I've heard that sword cultivators are invincible in the same realm, but it's not said that they're invincible even beyond the realm. The people present all had a tingle in their scalps. To be able to gain an advantage across a large realm, just how strong was this Lu Xian who had returned to the Cave Xian realm? The people of the Lu family were even more delighted as they watched the cultivators of the four great families with the expressions of dead parents. Worthy of being clan brother Lu Xian. Just fierce. Back then, Lu Xian was able to fight dozens of people alone and get away in one piece. And now that he's back in the Cave Xian realm, taking out this Chen Hongtu will definitely not be a problem. This time, not only should we make those four great families return home in defeat, we should also make them die without a burial place. But Chen Hongtu is at least a cultivator of the third level of the inferior realm. Clan brother Lu Xian should still be careful. Lu Qingtian's heart also stuttered. He was barely able to receive Chen Hongtu's palm just now. However, Lu Xian was steadily gaining the upper hand. Could it be that, in just a few days, Lu Xian has surpassed himself? It's worthy of you. If there's anyone who might have gotten so much stronger in a short period of time, perhaps it's only you. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian's stance and couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. And at this moment, Chen Hongtu's face was already hard to see as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. Suffering a loss under the hands of a Cave Xian realm cultivator was enough to ruin his reputation. Good. Looks like I really can't underestimate you, but I'd like to see what other tricks you can pull. Chen Hongtu clenched his teeth and immediately turned into a stream of light, charging straight at Lu Xian. In a short moment, it rushed directly in front of Lu Xian. Swinging up a fist, it slammed down heavily on Lu Xian's face. The force was so great that it even caused gusts of wind. City-breaking mountain, destroying fist. Chen Hongtu shouted angrily. Immediately, he used the mastery he had cultivated. Xian rank upper-grade martial arts. City-breaking and mountain-destroying fist. I once used this martial skill to kill hundreds of cultivators of the same realm, but it's the first time I've dealt with the tiny Cave Xian realm. Chen Hongtu couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh. There were very few cultivators in the same realm who could resist this punch. Against the Cave Xian realm, it was definitely a descending blow. He still didn't believe it. Could this Lu Xian really resist himself? There is absolutely no such nebulous possibility. Only Chen Hongtu let out an angry cry. The fist in his hand was even more powerful, a direct burst of earthy yellow light. This punch, with its destructive power, blew up all the air around it. It seemed like it was going to smash Lu Xian's head directly into pieces. Chen Hongtu directly blasted down with a punch. Facing this almost certain punch, Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. In just an instant, Lu Xian killed with a sword. 9 heavenly imperial thunder sword. The sword draws the thunder. A glint of dazzling to the extreme lightning light appeared on the silent Dao sword at once. Thunder reflected in the dome of the sky, and all of a sudden, the entire sky was covered in dark clouds. A thunderbolt crashed directly onto Lu Xian's sword between the filling of the robbing clouds. The silent Dao sword received the thunder and immediately flashed with a large amount of light. In an instant, a sword blade glittering with thunder and light was violently chopping at Chen Hongtu. Chapter 41. Good Guts. Chen Hongtu was also stunned as he looked at the sword light. He clearly felt the incomparably terrifying power from this sword. This sword is so strong. Chen Hongtu couldn't help but hold his breath. Next moment, boom! There was a loud bang. The thunder-covered sword light directly exploded onto Chen Hongtu's city-breaking mountain-destroying fist. The original seemingly indestructible fist shadow immediately shattered and exploded. The sword light, however, did not see the slightest decadence and landed directly on Chen Hongtu's chest. In an instant, a figure was directly chopped away. It flew backwards for dozens of meters before it finally hit the ground. The ground was smashed into pieces and dust and smoke stirred up. Ahem! Before the smoke cleared, Chen Hongtu spat out a mouthful of blood. The chest was even a hideous and incomparable wound, deep enough to see the bone. That remaining sword chi was still surging in his meridians, continuously crushing his flesh. What kind of power is this? A sword cultivator is so heaven-defying. Chen Hongtu was directly confused. It was the first time he had seen such a fierce sword cultivator. With just one sword, he was actually able to cut him into serious injuries. Lu Xian stepped towards Chen Hongtu, the sword in his hand still gripped tightly, while Chen Hongtu could only lie paralyzed on the ground, staring at Lu Xian with a horrified gaze, not even having the strength to climb up. When the cultivators of the four great lineages saw this, they all trembled violently. One by one, they all wore expressions of astonishment beyond measure. Obviously, they didn't expect that today would actually be such a result. Surprisingly, Chen Hongtu was no match for Lu Xian, even being hit hard by a sword. Isn't this Chen Hongtu very strong? Why was he seriously injured? It's not that Chen Hongtu is weak, but Lu Xian is too strong. This guy simply doesn't look like a Cave Xian realm cultivator. Although I am also in the Cave Xian realm, I know that if that sword had landed on my body, I might have died. Lu Xian went to the Zhangyu sword sect only a few days ago. How did he become so strong? The cultivators of these four great lineages couldn't help but have their hair go numb. They were putting all their treasure on Chen Hongtu. If even Chen Hongtu couldn't defeat Lu Xian, then one could imagine what would happen to them. When the Lu family members saw this, they were all overjoyed. Each and every one of them had a smile on their face and looked at Lu Xian with adoring gazes. This Lu Xian is actually this strong already. Our Lu family is lucky to have him for 1,000 years. I didn't expect him to be able to hang Chen Hongtu and beat him. If it wasn't for him, the Lu family might have been finished today. When clan brother Lu Xian fell into the doldrums, all the major families were sneering and mocking, and today they are considered to regret it. Let them lay their hands on clan brother Lu Xian in the first place. Let's settle things with them today. The eyes of the many Lu family descendants were burning with a burning desire to fight. The suppression of Lu Xian and even the entire Lu family by the four great families at that time was now fresh in their minds. Now this was like a boomerang that was finally going to stick to their four great families. All new grudges and old grudges can be completely liquidated today. Lu Xian also let out a long breath and lowered his apprehensive heart. Sure enough, calling Lu Xian clan brother back is the right choice. Lu Qingtian similarly had a smile on his face, looking at the frightened cultivators of those four great families with a face full of triumph. The Lu family do not deserve to die. You have done many wrongs, and sooner or later, you will also die in retribution. Lu Xian took a step towards Chen Hongtu. The blade of the sword turned, revealing a cold and chilling light. A morose coldness lingered above Chen Hongtu's neck. Fear also appeared in his eyes. What, are you afraid of death too? Then I'll give you a ride. Lu Xian sneered, and he raised the blade in his hand. When he returned today, he was destined to settle all new grudges and old hatreds. At this moment, Lin Chang'an's face also became extremely ugly. If they had known that there would be today, their Lin family would never have defected to the Chen family. But with things as they were, there was little he could do. But if Chen Broken Jiang knows that you killed Chen Hongtu, you will definitely die. If you put down your sword blade, and our several great families put down their past grudges, how about negotiating and plotting for the future? Lin Chang'an knew that if Chen Hongtu died, they would be next. Now, also Qur Jiangchen family had moved out as a savior. Ruyan Lu also hurriedly nodded her head and tugged her voice. Do we have to fight to the death? Why don't we just write off what happened before? We, the Lin family, will also categorically not be half as hostile to your Lu family anymore. Now it was clear that the Lu family had the upper hand. If he could be a wallflower now and curry favor with the Lu family, perhaps things would still turn around. Maybe they could even persuade Lin Xinyao, who had rebelled against the family, and then their Lin family would still be flourishing? At those words, Lu Xian smiled. You are no different from the dead in my eyes, so why waste your breath? Just wait patiently for death. After saying that, he raised the blade of the sword in his hand, and he was ready to charge at Chen Hongtu's neck and chop it down. In a flash, cold sweat covered Chen Hongtu's back, and he closed his eyes tightly in fear. Help me! Next moment, an extremely strong aura rose to the sky. It even far exceeded Chen Hongtu. Bold! How dare you hurt my clan brother? Only a majestic and incomparable figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. That person was wearing a black robe. His expression was shocked and angry, and his aura was unprecedentedly powerful. Chun family head, Chun Broken River. In a flash, Chun Hongtu's eyes lit up as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Clan brother, help me. He's going to kill me. At this moment, that cultivator from the four great lineages couldn't help but let out a long breath. Chun Jianjiang indeed appeared. That was a strong person at the 6th level of the inferior realm. It was even the strongest person in Qingsong City today. Even Chun Hongtu was nowhere near as good as this old Chun family master. Since he appeared, nothing was a problem. Even Lu Xian. Great, this time Chun Broken River has appeared. Lu Xian is considered to be finished. Even if 10 Lu Xian were added together, they would never be a match for Chun Broken River. Chun Hongtu is only at the early stage of the subtle realm, while Chun Broken River is at the middle stage of the subtle realm. What will Lu Xian take against him? Fortunately, Chun Broken River appeared just in time. This Lu Xian is definitely doomed. At this moment, the faces of the Lu family members also changed wildly. It was hard to see. Originally, he had heard that Chun Broken River had been in seclusion, but he didn't expect that he would actually appear at this critical time. If he were to lay his hands on Lu Xian, then who could stop him? Could it be that today is really going to be a lost cause? Lu Qingtian's face turned even whiter. This is difficult. Chun Jianjiang looked at Chun Hongtu on the ground with a disgruntled expression. Disgraceful thing, beaten to the state by a cave Xian realm. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Chun Hongtu's performance. With that, he looked up at Lu Xian. I have to say, you are indeed a good seedling. It is considered that the old man had looked away before. In this case, if you release Chun Hongtu, I'll spare your Lu family. How about it? Chun Jianjiang was also too lazy to continue fighting with Lu Xian. To make a move against such a junior was in itself humiliating to the extreme. It would be better to sell a good face, and you might even be grateful to yourself later. In this case, I'll return the stores and spirit mines that I annexed from your family before to you as well. Is that all right? Lu Xian let out a cold smile as he listened to Chun Broken River's words. What words? Those which should have been my Lu family's. Even your life. The words just fell. Lu Xian's hand rose, and his sword fell. Ah! A miserable howl. Chun Hongtu's head fell to the ground. Blood gushed out. All of a sudden, there was a gasp from the crowd. Chun Jianjiang was even more furious. Good guts. Chapter 42. Today, I am certified as the Sword King. Bang! Chun Hongtu's head rolled to Chun Broken River's feet. The face of the human head still carried the joy of the aftermath of the robbery, as if he himself had not guessed that he would be decapitated by Lu Xian with a single sword. The scarlet blood was even splattered directly onto Chun Hongtu's robes, reflecting his face in an iron blue color. How dare you kill someone from my Chun family in front of me? Chun Broken River was incomparably enraged, and his eyes towards Lu Xian were ferocious to the extreme. The aura of the 5th level of the inferior realm even echoed in the field, containing his anger. Never before had I seen that someone dared to provoke himself like this. At least, he was also a cultivator of the middle stage of the inferior micro-realm, and in the entire Qingsong City, anyone would have to give himself 3 points. But today, Lu Xian unexpectedly ignored his warning and killed Chun Hongtu in public. If he does not let Lu Xian pay his blood debt today, how will he, Chun Jianjiang, and even the entire Chun family gain a foothold in Qingsong City in the future? Lu Xian, I had given you a chance to live, and now you're the one who's bent on seeking death. Chun Jianjiang's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, the disciples of the 4 great families in the arena were all stunned, and the Chun family crowd was even more unnerved. It was the first time they had seen Chun Jianjiang so furious. This, Lu Xian is indeed too arrogant, chopping up Chun Hongtu in front of Chun Broken River. There is absolutely no way he will be tolerated. Originally, the Chun family had already given the Lu family a step up. It's their own fault for not wanting it. It can be said that the Lu family is going to be destroyed by Lu Xian's hands today. All the clansmen will be implicated because of him. Chun Broken River is a cultivator in the middle stage of the microcosmic realm. The title of the strongest man in Qingsong City is not for nothing. How could Lu Xian be his opponent? When everyone read this, they all thought that Lu Xian was hopeless today. Nowadays, there was no way that Chun Jianjiang would give Lu Xian and the entire Lu family half a bit of mercy. The Lu family's crowd was also slightly shocked. When they killed Chen Hongtu, they certainly felt a breath of evil. But this Chun Guanjiang, but also not what easy to deal with the goods, this Lu Xian cope with it? Lu Qingqian's face also stared slightly. I didn't expect. That Chun Broken River is now a cultivator in the middle stage of the inferior micro-realm. This strength gap is really a bit big. He wasn't sure if Lu Xian could win now. The world has rumored that sword cultivators are invincible in the same realm, and that they have the power to fight beyond the realm. But between Lu Xian and Chun Broken River, there was more than one great realm crossed. The gap in between can already be described as a chasm. However, at this moment, Lu Xian did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. In his eyes, even Chun Broken River was nothing more than that. Old dog, I've wanted to do you for a long time, and it just so happens that you're seeking death today, so I'll fulfill your fate of dying without a corpse. Lu Xian laughed coldly, and the sword wind around him was overpowering. He stood in place as if he was a sharp sword stabbing straight into the ground. One is almost afraid to approach. It's intimidating. Even Chun Broken River felt that amazing sharpness in Lu Xian's body. Hey, you junior, indeed I can't keep you. Chun Broken River's large hand explored. All of a sudden, the vast spiritual energy condensed out of thin air, transforming into a large invisible hand that grabbed straight at Lu Xian. This invisible hand rose against the wind, and when it approached Lu Xian, it was already 10 feet in size. Like a small mountain, it wanted to firmly wrap Lu Xian in it. Break! Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. The sword light flashed. In just an instant, Lu Xian's long sword returned to its sheath. Bang! The large invisible hand in the air was directly chopped up by Lu Xian's sword. A terrifying wave of air swept in all directions. Old family master Chun, it's nothing more than that. Lu Xian smiled contemptuously, then took a step out. A monstrous sword wind lingered around him, and in an instant, he flashed to Chun Broken River. Chun Broken River was slightly startled in his heart. This kid, the speed of his sword is so fast. Even more amazingly, his own speed was astonishingly fast. It's hard to keep up with his movements. It was simply impossible to tell that it was a cultivator of the Cave Xian realm. This kind of skill has already surpassed what it once was in its heyday. To be able to kill Chen Hongtu, you do have a few skills, but to me, you are nothing more than a jumping clown. Chun Jianjiang sneered. But if that's all it was capable of, it was still too inadequate. The CI pats the tablet palm. Chun Jianjiang slammed his palm down. Xian rank upper grade martial arts. Borrowing from Chun Broken River, who had already cultivated this martial art to the realm of perfection, he slammed down. The target was pointed directly at Lu Xian. The golden-colored palm print, flashing with eye-catching light, filled with the strong power of a cultivator in the middle stage of the inferior realm, swept towards Lu Xian. The powerful force was so strong that it even caused the air around them to tremble. To the naked eye, the golden-colored palm print seemed to ripple. This destructive power, moreover, made the cultivators of the four great families present. All of them had numb scalps and fear in their hearts. This is Chun Broken River's top secret technique, the Ci, clapping monument palm. This is a top secret martial art that he didn't even teach his own son. Although it's only Xian rank, I've heard that after cultivating it to perfection, its power is infinitely close to the true Earth rank, the most powerful of the Xian rank. Isn't it more than enough to use this move against a junior? I'm afraid that this Lu Xian doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Indeed, all the fancy things are useless in front of pure power. Just relying on this realm suppression is enough to decide the winner. Obviously, this moment in the eyes of the crowd, the victory had been decided. The Lu family's crowd also felt a stirring in their hearts. In their eyes, it was as if it was a 100-foot-tall giant that knocked down palm prints from above. Lu Qingqian's face was also hard to see. This Chun Broken River's martial arts are much stronger than even before. Lu Xian, on the other hand, did not change his face when he looked at the huge palm print. Not even the slightest fear was born in his heart. It was just a firm grip on the silent Dao sword in his hand. It seemed that at this moment, the only thing worth relying on was this sword. Since your name is Silent Dao Sword, prove to me if you can silent Dao. If you can silence the great Dao, I will prove to you that I am qualified to be your master. Lu Xian looked at the palm print that was getting closer and closer to him, but he was becoming more and more open inwardly. Inside, there was even a monstrous battle intent that was constantly sweeping. He was eager to try and see if he could achieve a glimmer of life under the chasm-like realm suppression. Faith, like a seed, planted a monstrous sword in his heart. The silent Tao sword in his hand seemed to be resonating with him continuously as well, and Lu Xian felt the excitement and trembling of the long sword in his hand. The sword, it seemed, wanted to prove its own power in this moment. A smile spread across the corners of Lu Xian's mouth. Since the Silent Way sword is ready, then he too should show something. When that golden palm print was only 1 foot away from Lu Xian, Lu Xian's body suddenly exploded with an amazing sword momentum around him. At this moment, the sword in his hand was filled with monstrous sword power. With this sword, I will certify the Sword King. Lu Xian bellowed and drew his sword to chop. Being armed with sword power was both a proof of stepping into the realm of the Sword King. The current Lu Xian was the one who had stepped into the Sword King realm. At the same time, within the Burial Heaven realm, the red-skirted woman's voice came out quietly. This is invincible sword power. Chapter 43. Congratulations. Your father is dead. At this moment, Lu Xian's sword light had never been so dazzling. That blazing sword light was like a true dragon roaring, as if it was going to penetrate through heaven and earth. The palm print that was coming from the air was even bursting open with a hideous crack at this moment. In the next moment, the crack's out flashed with a dazzling light, and then completely shattered. The remaining sword might was even more solidly blasted on top of Chen Jianjiang's chest. Immediately, he was blasted back several steps. What kind of power is this? Chen Jianjiang's face was also stunned at this time. He clearly felt that Lu Xian's aura had changed radically in that instant. It seems to be getting stronger. The dust and smoke slowly cleared. Lu Xian still held his long sword in his hand and stood above the earth. When the crowd looked at Lu Xian, a few moments of amazement grew in their eyes. They seemed to sense that Lu Xian had one more thing in his body compared to before. Sword power. A sword momentum that was rigid to the extreme. Is this the realm of the Sword King? Lu Xian felt the sword momentum he had comprehended and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Each Sword King was able to comprehend a sword stance that was uniquely their own. Lu Xian's sword momentum, on the other hand, mirrored the word invincible. This meant that Lu Xian's path of sword cultivation would be permeated by invincibility throughout. Lu Xian took a step towards Chen Jianjiang. After breaking through the Sword King, he would raise his hands and throw his feet with his own sword momentum mixed in. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Lu Xian's aura seemed to have become very different. The cultivators of the 4 great lineages were even more wide-eyed, completely unable to understand what was happening. Why does this? Why just a moment ago, Lu Xian seems to have completely changed into a different person? A single sword chopped through Chen Broken River's martial skill. What strength? Isn't he just a cave Xian realm cultivator? Why is he so strong? What the hell is going on? I now feel an aura about him that makes me not dare to look directly at him. The cultivators of these 4 great lineages were all horrified. Chen Jianjiang, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. Did you break through to Sword King? Lu Xian nodded. Chen Jianjiang even froze. A 20-year-old Sword King? Even if it's the sect leader of the Tsang Yu Sword sect, she's not this demonic. Lu Xian smiled lightly. Why do you want to compare me with others? I'm me and others are others. They can't be confused. If I were to hold you to my standards, you would be nothing more than an unmitigated waste of space. Ha! Chen Jianjiang laughed back in anger. You young dog. You dare to snarl and bark at me. A small Sword King's ear. I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. Even though Lu Xian had made a breakthrough to Sword King on the verge, Chen Broken River still didn't place him in his eyes. The so-called Sword King was, in the end, just a larger Dongxian realm. The current Lu Xian couldn't pose any threat to him as long as he hadn't broken through to the inferior realm. Chen Broken River wouldn't think that he would still be killed by a 20-year-old junior who crossed the border and forcefully killed him. He reached out with his large hand and instantly gripped a silver-colored lance. The aura of a middle-grade Xian rank spirit weapon burst out. Even though I'm not a sword cultivator, I'll fight with you for a little bit with my blades, so that you can recognize yourself as nothing more than a jumping clown. After saying that, Chen Broken River took a step out, gripping the lance in his hand. he stabbed straight at Lu Xian. Overlord Red Dust Gun. In a flash, a wave of vast spiritual energy roared out. The long spear in Chun Broken River's hand was as if it weighed 10,000 pounds at this moment. Just like a mountain, it came roaring towards Lu Xian. It seemed to want to completely destroy Lu Xian into pieces in an instant. This was also Chun Broken River's strongest strike. He categorically did not believe that Lu Xian would survive this strike. At this moment, the cultivators of the four great families present were all stunned. It had been a long time since they had seen Chun Broken River strike like this. As the strongest person in Qingtsang City, Chun Jianjiang was naturally strong to the extreme. The only person who could be worthy of letting him give his full strength, counting the recent years, was perhaps only Lu Xian. Lu Xian faced this terrifying shot that was like a mountain crashing down. Even though he looked as small as an ant under this strike, he had no fear at all. The sword flies to the sky. Lu Xian drew his sword and cut. Unranked martial arts. The sword flies in astonishment. All the ghosts and gods are afraid. A sword light that ran wildly out from the blade. It was like a giant wave that instantly blasted towards Chun Broken River. A sword and a gun also completely exploded together at this moment. Boom! There was a loud bang like the merging of heaven and earth. Two appalling to the extreme forces collided together. A wave of air roared out in all directions. It blew everyone in the room out of the water. When the cultivators of the four great lineages raised their heads, they only saw a shocking scene. The lance in Chun Broken River's hand trembled continuously in front of Lu Xian's sword blade, seemingly unable to support it. Chun Jianjiang's eyes were also wide. What kind of sword power is this? Those who have comprehended the sword potential are sword kings. Lu Xian's current sword power, however, made Chun Broken River feel strangely powerful. Plus, the power of the martial arts Lu Xian performed was incomparably counterintuitive. It made even Chun Jianjiang feel a hint of shock. Bang! The long spear in Chun Jianjiang's hand was violently knocked out. The chest was even directly penetrated by the silent Dao sword. Ahem! Chun Guanjiang's face suddenly turned pale. The body directly flew backwards. It crashed to the ground above. It smashed the earth into pieces. Blood also spurted wildly from his mouth and wounds. What kind of sword skill are you doing? Chun Jianjiang stared with wide eyes, astonished. This sword surprisingly hit him hard. Chun Jianjiang knew how strong he was, and because of that, he was feeling how demonic Lu Xian was. Lu Xian laughed lightly. What sword skill? You won't know. Take this last curiosity and go on your way. After saying that, Lu Xian raised his long sword, and he was ready to completely finish off Chun Jianjiang. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. What's going on here? Could it be that Chun Jianjiang was going to be killed by Lu Xian? That was the head of the Qin family, a party lord of Qingtsang City. Just as the Lu family's crowd was filled with anticipation, a voice resounded through the sky. Stop! How dare you? Only a figure was seen traveling in the sky with a sword. The breath was full and rolled with a strong anger that made the people present shiver. Chan forgets the year. He looked at the heavily injured Chun Broken River with rage in his eyes. How dare you hurt my father if you dare to kill him? I will break you into pieces. Even if Elder Luo Li pursues the matter, I still have Master Mo Feng to back me up. You're on your own. Chen Odinian also did not expect that this Lu Xian would dare to reverse the Big Dipper and find trouble with his own Qin family. From the beginning to the end, Qin Amanai didn't think that Lu Xian had this ability. I didn't realize I had really underestimated him. At this moment, the faces of the crowd changed wildly. It's Qin Oblivion. I heard that he has joined the Tsang Yu Sword sect, and now he is even more strangely strong. I've heard that he's already close to the heavenly realm. In that case, Mr. Qin is quite a bit stronger than old family Master Qin. The Qin family was able to rise to power precisely because of the existence of Qin Oblivion. This time, Lu Xian has kicked the bucket. I think that Lu Xian won't seek his own death. As a disciple of the same Tsang Yu Sword sect, the sect won't favor him. Lu Xian looked up and saw Chen Oyin at a glance. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Who did I expect? Just you can stop me?" After saying that, Lu Xian directly slammed his foot down. Crunch! Chun Broken River. who had lost the protection of his protective spiritual energy, had one of his legs directly stepped on by Lu Xian. Ow! Chun Jianzhong howled miserably, his face grimacing in pain. Lu Xian spoke to Chun Oyen. See, I'm beating your father. You. When Chun Odinian saw this scene, he was so angry that he directly froze. This Lu Xian, at the end of his life, even dared to provoke himself. Swish! Another sword light flashed. Lu Xian's sword returned to its sheath. Chun Jianzhong completely collapsed in a pool of blood. A hideous sword mark on his chest. Fresh blood continued to spray furiously from his mouth, and the vitality in his eyes continued to drain away. He still had complete bewilderment in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe he was going to die here. I'm sorry, but your father is dead. Chapter 44, Broken Tao, Sword Advancement. Earth Order. Dad! Chun Odinian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body couldn't stop trembling. He was angry to the core. Born child. Chun Jianzhong was lying in a pool of blood, out of breath and in breath. Trembling, he raised his hand and probed in Chun Weijian's direction. Help me. The words just fell. Chun Jianzhong once again sprayed a mouthful of blood foam from his mouth. Completely cut off. You killed my father. I want you to pay in blood. Chun Oblivion roared up to the sky. An aura of the peak of the inferior realm resounded throughout the entire arena. The breath was unmistakably fierce. It was even close to that legendary heavenly realm, Tong Tian realm. In the arena, all the people looked at Chun Uinian with horrified gazes. Clearly, his strength had far surpassed everyone present. Among these worldly cultivations in the Tsang Yu Sword sect, Chun Ominian, who was already a celestial pride, had even gained considerable strength. This didn't expect that after only a few short years, Chun Ominian would already be this strong. In this way, it's a true sword cultivator. Before even drawing the sword, it's frightening. It's hard to imagine that this is just a sword cultivator who is less than 30 years old. This is already on the verge of the heavenly realm. How many people are there at the age of 30 in the Tong Tian realm? Throughout the ages, a trace of cold sweat permeated the foreheads of the four great lineages. Although Chun Odinian's spearhead was not aimed at them, the mere aftermath was enough to make it too intimidating to move. Even Chun forgetting Yan had such strength, then Lu Xian, wouldn't he be dead? It was at this juncture that Chun Uinian returned, only to see Chun Bianyan extend his index finger and point it at Lu Xian. Today, I will slaughter your entire clan, kill your entire family, exterminate your entire family, and make your Lu family completely cut off. A sword chant, a spirit sword which was pitch black in color, fell into Chun Odinian's hands. It's just a mere sword king. What is there to say that I, Chun Ominian, am not a sword king? And I'm a great sword king. In a flash, a monstrous sword momentum rose to the sky. Chun Odinian rode his sword above the sky dome. His breath was biting cold, as if he wanted to freeze the entire field. This sword momentum seemed to be even more intense than ordinary sword momentum, a terrifying power that belongs exclusively to the great sword king. It was a head higher than Lu Xian's sword Dao realm. This is... Lu Qingtian saw the sword in Chun Ognian's hand, and his face was aghast. This sword, it's a lower grade of the earth rank. When these words came out, everyone in the Lu family camp was shocked. Earth-ranked spirit soldier. Powerful. It's worth its weight in gold. Qingsong City might not even have a single Earth-ranked spirit weapon present in a radius of 3,000 miles. This was enough to double the strength of an ordinary sword cultivator. What? Chun Uinian's hands actually have Earth-ranked spirit weapons. I've heard that a single Earth-ranked spirit weapon is worth nearly 10 million spirit stones. It's powerful at the same time. This Chun Ominian now has an Earth-ranked spirit weapon in his hands, so perhaps he can really resist the Tong Tian realm. Chun Oblivion actually has such depth. It's simply shameful. Who knows if he has more treasures? An Earth-ranked spirit weapon was already enough to make most cultivators go crazy over it. This is something that you can't just get with money. Likewise, sufficient strength and background are necessary. At this moment, the cultivators of the four great families looked at Lu Xian. However, he couldn't find half a bit of fear on Lu Xian's face. It was as if he wasn't afraid of the terrifying strength of this Chuniyani at all. Under the vast pressure of the peak of the inferior realm, Lu Xian stood still, not moving or shaking, his face not changing color. You two, want to draw your sword on me? Lu Xian let out a light laugh. Just a thought. Qin Forgetting's ferocious expression came to an abrupt end. It turned to a look of shock. He immediately felt as if the sword in his hand weighed as much as 1,000,000 pounds. This, me why? As Chun Dinian was stunned, he also finally lost his grip on the hilt of the sword on his hand. Swish! The earth-rank spirit sword fell from a high altitude. It was stuck directly above the ground. The surface also turned dull. At the same time, Chun Dinian also felt that he had almost said that he had severed all ties between himself and this sword. Get the fuck up! In a panic, Chun Uinian began to become hysterical. Both fingers came together and swept into midair, trying to control his spirit sword. But he was shocked to realize that it simply couldn't be done. What have you moved? Why can't I maneuver my sword anymore? Chun Dinian tried a few more times and found that it didn't work at all. Immediately, he became furious. He hadn't even utilized this earth-grade spirit sword himself yet, and as a result, he was screwed by Lu Xian. It didn't even know what Lu Xian was up to at all. When the crowd saw this, they were even more stunned. They don't know exactly what's going on. What's going on? How did the sword in Chun Uinian's hand fall down? It looks like Chun Uinian can't control his earth-ranked spirit sword at all. What's going on? Could it be that Lu Xian did this? He was actually able to control Chun Oblivion, who was at the peak of the inferior realm? The gap in strength between them is a chasm. What are Lu Xian's virtues? What tricks is he hiding? The cultivators of the four great families were all shocked. They were completely unable to comprehend what exactly Lu Xian had done. One could only watch Lu Xian, step by step, walk towards Chun Uinian in the air. Lu Xian gradually walked to the front of that earth-grade spirit sword and opened his mouth. I have yet to know of any sword cultivator that can show his sword in front of me. Lu Xian laughed coldly in his heart. Chun Oblivion's strength was indeed very strong. It had even reached the peak of the inferior realm. Lu Xian also knew that the strength gap was perhaps a little too big. But coincidentally, this Chun Uinian is a sword cultivator. He himself had cultivated the sword code and was even carrying the ancestral sword. Tinker Sword Cultivator. Lu Xian pulled out the Silent Tao sword and stabbed the blade on top of the body of that earth-rank spirit sword. Just you also deserve me to draw my sword? Lu Xian sneered. Shasta, a huge and incomparable suction force came from the Silent Tao sword. Click! A large crack appeared directly on the earth-ranked spirit sword. Dense cracks quickly spread throughout the sword. At the same time, the sword was still vibrating and seemed to be wailing in sorrow. Chun Dinian was directly confused. Then the heart was like a knife. What are you doing to my sword? You asshole! Chun Oblivion roared in hysteria. This sword was passed down to him by Mo Feng, and it could be said to be the greatest treasure of the Mo Feng lineage. Even Chun Oblivion didn't dare to use it freely. This represents the face of Tian Gui Peak. If he let Lu Xian destroy it, he would still have the face to go back to the Zhongyu sword sect. But the problem is, what tactics did Lu Xian use? Surprisingly, it could destroy an earth-ranked spirit soldier. But Chun Dinian couldn't think about it in time. Immediately, the Imperial sword rushed towards Lu Xian, wanted to protect this earth-ranked spirit sword. But soon, break! As Lu Xian let out a broken cry, the entire earth-ranked spiritual soldier completely exploded. A terrifying power was directly attached to the Silent Tao sword. The Silent Tao sword itself had the ability to devour spirit swords. This made the power of the Silent Tao sword even stronger. Soon, Lu Xian also felt the shocking change in the spirit sword in his hand. It has reached the middle grade of the Earth Order. As expected, after devouring a spirit sword, it became stronger. The growth of this Silent Tao sword made Lu Xian very satisfied. As for this Chun Forgotten, Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. Sword power attached to it. The might of an earth-ranked spirit sword was even more sweeping. Chop! In an instant, a shocking wave of swords locked on a Chun Dinian's body and flew violently. Chapter 45. My husband, are you the ones who can move him? Bold! The enraged Chun Uinian didn't expect this Lu Xian to dare to make a move on himself. Immediately, he slapped his palm. That sword wave also violently chopped on top of Chun Mainyan's palm. Bang! Chun Oblivion's face changed abruptly at that moment. In this instant, he felt a large force that rushed straight into his palm. Click! The protective spiritual power crumbled. Chun Dinian immediately flew backwards. He retreated dozens of meters in a row before stopping his body. Damn! Chun O'Dinian's eyes were fierce. He never expected that he would have the upper hand in this first round. But the key thing was that his sword was gone. That's a lower-grade sword of the earth rank. He glanced at the shallow mark left in his palm and gritted his teeth. I didn't expect that you could not only destroy my sword, but even injure me. Indeed, I have underestimated you too much. Although he did not use his spirit sword at the moment, but his cultivation was also at the peak of the inferior realm. It was even only one step away from the heavenly realm. As a matter of fact, an unusual inferior realm could fight several of them by itself. Even if it was the Tong Tian realm, they could still fight. But facing Lu Xian, one would actually be injured. The most crucial thing was that his own sword was still destroyed. That's a lower-grade sword of the earth rank. Even if a Tong Tian realm powerhouse wanted to forcefully destroy it, it would be much harder. Where on earth did this Lu Xian get such heaven-defying skills? Lu Xian sneered. Holding the silent Dao sword in his hand, he rushed towards Chun O'Dinian step by step. And Chun O'Dinian's face remained unchanged. It seems that against you, I really do have to use my full strength. He looked up to the sky and bellowed angrily. Immediately, endless spiritual energy roared. Phi Leijin Shan Fist. A ray of lightning directly attached itself to Chun Manian's body. The parched lightning was even tearing the surrounding ground continuously. Under the strong power, the cultivators of the four great families all looked at Chun Manian with a shocked look on their faces. Obviously, this powerful aura had already caused their jaws to drop. This is an Earth-rank lower-grade martial skill. I didn't expect Chun O'Minian to have this kind of mastery in his possession. Although Chun O'Minian is a sword cultivator himself, with his own cultivation and this Earth-ranked martial skill, dealing with Lu Xian is as easy as a slap in the face. I'm afraid that even if a true Infernal Realm cultivator came, he would still die here. This is the full power of Chun O'Minian. That slap just now was just a casual strike. This martial art that builds up strength and is performed will definitely be able to decide the winner. At this moment, the faces of everyone seemed to have seen the end of this battle. Lu Xian was nothing more than a dirt chicken in front of that Chun forgetting Yin. Noisy. Lu Xian let out a light laugh. Fox 9, show me your loyalty. Inside the burial heaven realm, Fox 9, who had been suppressed by the ancestral sword, had long since lost the strength to wail. Suddenly, Lu Xian's words reached her ears. The next moment, the ancestral sword's pressure instantly disappeared. Finally, I'm finally relieved. I will submit to you and sweep away all your enemies for you. Fox 9 was excited to the core. A day in the outside world was only an hour within the burial heaven realm. In these few days, Fox 9 could be said to have really felt what it meant to live like a year. At the same time, she was deeply in awe of Lu Xian's strength. How could someone who could easily suppress himself be any ordinary person? Wasn't this the strong man who could make himself tremble in his boots? Only a wave of purple light exploded out from Lu Xian's hand. The aura of a heavenly ranked spiritual soldier even suppressed the entire scene. Only a dense purple aura rose out of the misty sky. Gradually, it coalesced into a huge fox head that bent over Lu Xian's shoulders. Lu Xian wanted to see how arrogant this Chun O'Minian could be under this heavenly stepped sword. This is... Chun O'Dinian's pupils suddenly tightened. He felt the terrifying, yet deep as the sea aura of Fox 9. This spirit soldier, what on earth is it? Witness Lu Xian when he was about to slash out with his sword. Instead, a voice like a silver bell was heard, ringing through the sky. You want to make a move on him? Only a figure was seen, standing on the sky with a sword, overlooking the crowd. A vast aura came over him. Lu Xian sniffed and violently retracted the Fox 9 swords. The purple mist that had been wrapped around him also gradually dispersed. He looked up. That voice is... Only to see Chun O'Dinian's face suddenly change. Lin Xinyao, it's you? The person who came was none other than Lin Xinyao. Lin Xinyao just stood above the sky dome as an inexplicable pressure swept over her. It seemed that if she didn't move, no one could. I heard that you awakened the broken army sword body and were accepted as a closed disciple by the sovereign lord her. Your strength has skyrocketed. Congratulations. Chun Oblivion revealed a smile. In his eyes, Lin Xinyao could still be his woman. After all, the current Lin family could have long ago set up a marriage contract with the Qin family. Even if Chun Jianjiang died and Lin Xinyao rebelled against the Lin family, the engagement would not be cancelled. Chono Dinian gradually put away his killing intent and seemed to be trying to get close to Lin Xinyao. While Lin Xinyao saw Chen Oblivion's martial skill dissipate, she turned around but landed beside Lu Xian. She walked towards Lu Xian, a quiet smile on her lips. Finally met you. Lu Xian smiled. I should say this. Suddenly his face changed. You're actually already a sword. Sure. Lin Xinyao signaled Lu Xian not to reveal it. Lu Xian smiled bitterly. He had just sensed the aura of the way of the sword from Lin Xinyao's body. Her sword, it had become a course of its own. This was an achievement that far surpassed that of the Sword King. On behalf of that, the current Lin Xinyao had entered the realm of the Sword Emperor. As for himself, he was still just a Sword King. I didn't realize it was so little time to pull away. Lin Xinyao's natural talent was truly heaven-defying. You're not weak either. You're already a Sword King now. If you had resources like me, you'd be stronger than me. Lin Xinyao smiled and said, I've spoken with my master. As long as you can show your face in the Song Yu Hui martial arts, what I have, you have too. With that, she placed her hand on top of Lu Xian's palm and left behind a spatial ring. Chirping, perhaps there will be more. Lu Xian took the ring and a trace of warmth grew in his heart. He didn't need to see it to know that this was definitely the resources Lin Xinyao had saved up from her frugal life, specially reserved for herself. Inside, there are many and precious things. It's also important for your own self, who is very short on resources right now. Sure enough, a successful man definitely has a great woman behind him. Is it hard for you to talk about love in front of me? Seeing this scene, Chen Odinian was on fire. Lin Chang'an's face was also ugly when he saw this. Lin Xinyao was clearly his own daughter, but now she was treating him, her old father, as if she were invisible, or even the entire Lin family, without even taking a look. This made Lin Chang'an feel bad in his heart. Xinyao, you're already betrothed to Mr. Chen. How can you approach another man now? It's simply hurtful. As for your previous outbursts against the old man as well as the Lin family, the old man will take the blame. But you must apologize to Mr. Chen. The most crucial thing was the marriage between Lin Xinyao and Chen Oyin. Once Chen Jianzhang died, Chen Ominian would definitely become the Chen family head. When the time came, his Lin family would also be able to get the light. Rian Lu also hastily agreed. Right? In the past, when you said you wanted to break away from the Lin family, I took it as you saying it was a gas, but now you can't make a mistake again. Chen Bianyan was backed up by these two, and was even more arrogant. Not bad. You have to think about how the consequences of this. After all, Lu Xian is now a dead man. Chen Odinian's heart was soothed when he imagined the scene of Lin Xinyao's big wedding with himself. What's more, now that Lu Xian was bound to die, Lin Xinyao would definitely recognize the time. Lin Xinyao sniffed, and an extreme chill surged in her eyes. Looking at her eyes, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a little chilly and piercing. The broken army sword body will obliterate humanity and destroy emotions. Could it be that there are already some hints of this now? Lin Xinyao just braced her smile and said softly to Lu Xian, Wait for me here. After saying that, she slowly turned around, and a murderous intent rippled out from it. Chapter 46, Deception. But it's not me who's being bullied. The aura was chilling to the core. At this moment, even Chen Uinian sensed a hint of something wrong. What does this Lin Xinyao want? You not going to make a move on me? Chen Odinian's face stared. Your strength should be similar to mine. Even if you move with me, you may not be able to gain any advantage. I advise you to think twice. Chen Odinian knew in his heart that this Lin Xinyao did have a few strengths. Compared to himself, it is not yet known who will win or lose. Close to you. Lin Xinyao smiled contemptuously. What are you? Chen Odinian was slightly stunned. Then he felt Lin Xinyao's fierce killing intent. It seemed to be sweeping in the next moment. Swish! Almost as a reflex, Chen Odinian subconsciously drew his sword to defend himself. But at that moment, a figure had already shuttled in front of him. Is a difference in clouds called similarity? Lin Xinyao's voice fell lightly, and with just a single finger, she was pointing on top of Chen Bianyan's sword blade. Buzz! A buzz! Chen Odinian immediately let out a muffled grunt, instantly feeling a numbness in his wrist. With just one finger, he had actually dislodged himself. What realm are you in now? Chen Odinian instantly felt that something was wrong. This Lin Xinyao is clearly very strong. It was even stronger than himself. Lin Xinyao didn't pay any attention to Chen Oyin. She just slammed her fist straight on top of his chest. Crunch! The sound of bones crumbling. Ah! Chen Bianyin let out a miserable howl, and he directly flew backwards. He flew straight backwards for 100 meters before barely landing on top of the ground. He felt an immense pain all over his body, and blood was spraying wildly from his mouth. While his consciousness was still blurred, Lin Xinyao killed him with several more punches. Bang, bang, bang. A few clean, heavy punches even landed on top of Chen Manion's body one after another. He was like a broken sack, being hammered and flying around, and even more miserable howling, blood spurting wildly. Lu Xian was directly numb at the sight of this scene. Good lord, I've never seen Lin Xinyao so violent. This was clearly trying to cut the meat with a blunt knife, not wanting to give Chen Yuan a painful one. It was estimated that Chen Yuan couldn't even die if he wanted to. No, I have to be stronger than her in the future, otherwise what if I can't beat her? Lu Xian wiped a cold sweat from his forehead with difficulty. This bitch, she's kind of awesome. After all, it's the Sword Emperor now. And at this moment, the cultivators from the major lineages present were all confused. Chen Oblivion already belonged to a ceiling-like existence in their eyes. But now this ceiling, it seems to be hung up and beaten. This Lin Xinyao hadn't been working for a few days, but she had actually gotten so much stronger. It seems that the Song Yu Sword sect is really teaching something. If this fight goes on, I guess people will be killed, right? Don't you see? This is clearly to let Lu Xian out of his anger before he humiliates Chen Yuanian like this. And when he gets tired of playing, he'll just kill him with his hand. It's too tragic. This is easier to die than to live. I guess it's either death or disability. Lin Xinyao was only at the Cave Xian realm when she left, and she's this powerful in just a few days. The crowd felt a wave of anticlimax. Lu Shun thought deeply for a moment, looked at Lu Qingtian, and said, "Family master, this Lu Xian won't turn into a rake ear in the future, right?" Lu Qingtian was directly stumped by the question. He pondered for a moment. It shouldn't be. This Lin Xinyao seems to only be mean to outsiders. That's true. Lin Xinyao had been slightly eccentric and slightly different from the norm since she was a child. However, she had never seen her move half a hair of sweat against Lu Xian, and could even be said to be very loving. On the contrary, it was Lin Sinny who often messed around with Lu Xian when she was young. Swish! At this moment, Lin Xinyao directly grabbed Chen Manion's neck and lifted him up. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Xian and asked, "Brother Lu Xian, are you relieved?" Lu Xian nodded. "At your disposal." At those words, another bloody light emerged from Lin Xinyao's eyes. At this moment, Chen Odinian's heart was in despair. His originally clean and tidy robes were now in tatters. There was barely even a patch of intact skin on his body. Even the bones in his body were broken 7 out of 10. At this point, it's long been more in than out. Spare me. I don't dare." Tears mixed with blood slid down Chen Yuanian's face. It was only then that he realized just how foolish he had been in presuming to conquer Lin Xinyao before. Now, even if he gave Lin Xinyao away for nothing, he wouldn't want it. A dog's life is important. Lin Xinyao's sword fingers came together, and an aura erupted out, transforming into a sword blade. Almost without any hesitation, the aura sword blade directly stabbed at Chen Yuani's neck. And it was at this moment that a figure was seen descending. Stop! Only Elder Mo Feng suddenly appeared. Seeing that Chen Yuan was about to lose his life to Lin Xinyao, he hurriedly swept his long sleeve. The spirit power deflected Lin Xinyao's attack, and although it didn't decapitate Chen Yuanian's head, it chopped off one of his arms directly. "Ah, my hand!" Chen Yuanian howled miserably, holding his broken arm and kneeling on the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing his beloved disciple being tortured like this, Mo Feng's eyes were on the verge of tears. Damn, just 2 days ago we sent away a Lin Feng. Why is Chen Weinian going to be in trouble again today? Do you have to send your own people away every day? Damn it. A dead disciple can't just pick himself to die alone. Mo Feng's face was hard to see at this point. Lin Xinyao, as the sovereign's own disciple, how dare you lay hands on a fellow disciple? Mo Feng gritted his teeth fiercely, his voice filled with anger. Chen Yuanian hurriedly knelt down to Mo Feng and complained, "Master, be the master for me, Disciple, I was not only given a severe beating by them, but I even had one of my arms chopped off." Lin Xinyao looked at Mo Feng, but she did not see any hint of fear. "You're not my master, so what qualifications do you have to rebuke me?" Intrigues. I didn't expect this Lin Xinyao to actually speak to herself like this. Yeah, me. I'm a Tiangue Peak Elder. Under the Sovereign, the Seven Peaks Elders are the greatest. Don't you know that? Mo Feng gritted his teeth fiercely, itching to punish Lin Xinyao right now. But after thinking about it, he didn't dare to do it. Lin Xinyao's master was a patriarch. That master would be dead himself if he saw his precious disciple being beaten. I just don't honor you, and what do you dare do to me? Lin Xinyao looked at Mo Feng playfully. Merkwind was silent. He really wouldn't dare do anything about it. You, I forgive you for your first offense, so I'll forgive you this time, and it won't happen again. Mo Feng gritted his teeth fiercely and grabbed Chun Uinian's shoulder, so he was ready to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Damn it. Can't you hide if you can't afford to mess with me? Slow down. Suddenly, a majestic figure manifested in the sky once again. Elder Luo Li. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian and then glanced at Chen Oyan. Then he turned his gaze back to Merkwind. Chun Minion tried to kill my disciple. How do we settle this score? After saying that, Luo Li landed beside Lu Xian and patted the ash on his body with anger on her face. Take a look at the beating given to my disciple. How dirty is it? Lin Xinyao has settled her score with Chun Jinyan, but I, Luo Li, have yet to settle mine. Inking froze. Looking at Lu Xian, whose body was tinged with dust. Another look at the beaten-up Chiniyani. Who's the fucking loser here? You still want to settle the score with me? Luo Li, are you still human? It's too much. Chapter 47. Eating people without spitting out bones. Mo Feng was directly speechless. Your apprentice only got a little dust on him, and his skin wasn't even half scratched. My protege's arm was chopped off, and his life was about to be lost. And you're here to settle the score? What kind of score? Do I look like a bill? Luo Li, don't rely on your position in the sect to do whatever you want. Be reasonable in everything. Chun Binyan also nodded his head frantically. Elder Luo Li, disciple truly knows that I'm wrong. There was only one thought in Chinodinian's mind right now. That's to save your own dog's life. Luo Li smiled contemptuously as she said, Reasoning? I only have 2 disciples, and I'm at the top of the list amongst the 7 peaks. In this case, you should have already known that I am the reasoning. Luo Li's eyes were icy cold to the extreme, clearly not just a joke. She had always been cautious in accepting disciples, so she took care of every one of them. Even if a bystander showed half a bit of killing intent towards him, Luo Li couldn't endure it. What's more, this Chinominian was nothing more than a disciple of a sect. Can't you move yourself? Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyao released a smile, then leaned into Lu Xian's arms and said, Now that I look at it, it seems like I don't have to do it. Lu Xian hugged Lin Xinyao and smiled slightly as he smelled the unique fragrance of her body. Elder Luo Li, very reliable. At this time, the many power cultivators present also froze in place before they could react. What's going on here? Is Luo Li going to drive everyone to extinction? Mo Feng gritted his teeth fiercely and said, 3 Xian rank spirit veins in exchange for my disciple's life. Luo Li smiled contemptuously. Your disciples are worthless. My disciples are not. At those words, Mo Feng was ready to give up his life. There were only a few disciples left of his own who could become successful, and no matter what the cost, they had to be preserved. Add another Earth-rank spirit vein. Each of the 7 peaks of the Tsang Yu Sword sect had an Earth-rank spirit vein, but only activated at critical moments. Sparingly, the aura that leaked out on weekdays was enough for a cultivator to carry out cultivation. This could be said to be one of the most important treasures in one peak. Luo Li drew her sword and took a step towards Chanagni. Mo Feng hurriedly shielded himself in front of Chen Manian and hurriedly said, Wait, plus 100,000 spirit crystals. Isn't that enough? Luo Li said, Tian Gui's sword, give it to me. Mo Feng looked at Chen Oyan. Chen Odinian wanted to cry. Master, the Tian sword has been destroyed. What? Mo Feng was directly confused. The Tiangue sword was worth no less than an Earth-rank spirit vein. It was destroyed? Mo Feng's heart was dripping blood at this moment. He could never have imagined that his most valued treasure would be destroyed within 2 days after giving it to his disciple. More than that, Mo Feng was curious as to who had done it. That was an Earth-rank spirit sword. Just how heaven-defying was it to destroy it? Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Yoo-hoo, and a windfall. Lu Xian has come to the Tsang Yu Sword sect for the first time, so you, Tiangue Peak's Great Hall, will move to be a guest room for him. At those words, Mo Feng directly exploded. moving his Tiangue Peak Hall to Jade Balance Peak and leaving it for Lu Xian to live in? That's just plain bullying. Do you think you're a human being? Why do I feel like my dignity is being rubbed underfoot? But now, after all, he was being threatened. Mo Fong gritted his teeth and nodded. Good. Luo Li smiled too. Good. Then let's spare his life for the time being, but deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. After saying that, a sword light flashed. Swish! Chen O'Dinian's other arm was also chopped away. Immediately, blood spurted out. Both of Chen O'Dinian's arms were chopped off as much as possible. It was cut straight into a human stick. Ow! Chen O'Dinian howled miserably. The eyes were even filled with fear and despair. In that case, one becomes a direct invalid. I promise you now that I won't make a move against Chen O'Yin. Luo Li retrieved her long sword and said lightly. Mo Feng's face was hard to see at this moment. Looking at Chen O'Yin was also hateful. Why do you think you're messing with her if you have nothing to do? Is it fun? When the cultivators from the major lineages present saw this scene, they were also trembling in fear. The incomparably powerful Chen O'Yin in their eyes was nothing more than a mere dirt hen in front of the Tsang Yu Sword sect. You can play with it as you go along, not to mention ordinary people like them. Is this the world of the strong? It's horrible. We are perhaps like ants in their eyes. Will there be someone stronger who also sees them as ants? Now that Chen O'Yin can't be relied on, who can we rely on? The Chen family's crowd was in despair. Not only was Chen Jianjiang dead, but even Chen O'Minion had been beaten into oblivion. In that case, their Chen family could be considered leaderless, completely reduced to a rabble. Lin Xinyao looked at Luo Li and said, Elder Luo Li, it's just that Chen O'Minion won't be killed for the time being, right? After all, he had extorted so many good things from Tian Gui Feng. Even the Great Hall of Tianji Peak was moved over. This whole peak, there's no good stuff left. Such a large price for Chen O'Yin's dog's life seemed acceptable. Luo Li nodded. Lin Xinyao looked at the Chen family's crowd. He also looked at the crowd of the Yi Wu heir family on both sides. From the beginning to the end, these people had stood against Lu Xian and even the Lu family. Today, it is even joining hands and trying to turn the entire Lu family into nothing. This matter was something that Lin Xinyao would not allow. In that case, kill them all. Lin Xinyao pointed out with a finger. At that moment, a flying sword exploded out. In a matter of moments, he was weaving his way through the crowd of the three great lineages. Swish, swish, swish. A head shot up into the sky. Blood and water flew across the field, and miserable howls were unceasing. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, all of these people were cut down to the ground. Hundreds of corpses lay on top of the earth, and blood gathered into rivers. Seeing this scene, Chinayani was trembling in fear. That all dead. The clansmen of the Chun family were killed, and there's nothing left. At this moment, the remaining Lin family was so frightened that they were trembling. Lin Chongsheng hurriedly lowered his voice. Yao, what happened before is that we are sorry for you. How about we get back together? My Lin family will never force you to do anything again. Now Lin Chongsheng was also frightened. They didn't want to end up in the same situation as the Qin family. Hundreds of people are dead. Ruyan Lu's voice also trembled with fear as she said, Right. We definitely won't force you to do anything anymore. We know it's wrong. Lin Xinyao sniffed and smiled disdainfully. Don't I know you guys well enough? You guys didn't know it's wrong? You were just afraid of being killed by me. If I didn't have the strength I have today, I'd still be at your mercy. Considering that I am a father and a daughter, I will give you a little face, so you can lose your cultivation and become immortal with a lifespan of less than 100 years in the future. The Lin clan, from today onwards, are all mortals, and if any of them violate the rules, the entire clan will be exterminated. Lin Xinyao's voice was resolute to the core. Apparently, it's kind of an ultimatum. Lin Chang'an let out a cry of sorrow. Unexpectedly, he would end up like this. But in the end, isn't that the blame? He hadn't treated Lin Xinyao as a human being, and now that she was able to keep himself alive, it was all good enough. Sure enough, old man is ashamed to be a father. Lin Chang'an let out a long sigh and abolished his own cultivation. After watching all of the Lin family members abolish their own cultivation, Mo Feng's heart trembled. There's no good in this family. Lu Xian, Lin Xinyao, Luo Li. Every single one of them is a maniac who kills his entire family at the drop of a hat. Why don't you get going? Mo Feng gritted his teeth fiercely waved his big hand, rolled up Chinuinian, and disappeared towards the sky. Immediately afterward, the aura transmitted. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. On the day of the Xian tournament, I'll make sure you get your revenge. Chapter 48. Lin Xinyao's request to consummate the marriage. Mo Feng gritted his teeth in anger. It's just too suffocating today. It had been stepped on by Luo Li. If it were anyone else, Mo Feng would definitely not be able to endure it. But it couldn't be helped. This one was Elder Luo Li, and the other was the Patriarch's disciple. Whoever it is, it's not an ordinary person. The two people you can't afford to mess with. And you've just let yourself run into all of them. It's outrageous. At this point in time, we can only break our teeth and swallow our blood. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I, Mo Feng, have memorized this account and will return it in the coming days. Mo Feng clenched his teeth fiercely, and in his heart, he was 100,000 times unconvinced. Chinuinian was overwhelmed with grief and anger. Master, now that both my arms are broken and I'm even more seriously injured, what other way do I have to avenge this deep hatred? He killed my whole family, and all I could do was run away. I hate it. If Chinuinian was given a chance to start over, he would definitely not mess with Lu Xian. But it's too late to say anything now. The men, women, and children of the Qin family will not be left behind today. Chinuinian didn't know what to do with himself. In front of this opponent, his power was indeed too weak. Mo Feng snorted coldly. If you have both arms broken, I can help you get them back, and if you can't beat them, I have a way to make you stronger. Upon hearing these words, Chuniyani's eyes suddenly widened. Really? Master, what should I do then? Teach me? Mo Feng suddenly sneered. But only if you want to pay a certain price. Chunodinian thought for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Master, what is the cost of that? Watching the duo flee in disarray, Lin Xinyao turned back to Lu Xian. How are you these days? Lu Xian nodded his head. It's a pretty good life, can't die. Lin Xinyao smiled and said, it's not easy to return to this Qing Song city, so there are some things that should start being prepared. Lu Xian froze and asked, what is it? Lin Xinyao leaned against Lu Xian's side, her fingertips gently stroking across his chest, and a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. You and I were betrothed as children, and now that so much time has passed, are you still not going to prepare for the marriage? Hearing this, Lu Xian froze for a moment. Indeed, Lin Xinyao was nominally his fiancée, but for so long there has been no preparation for marriage. Now that Lu Xian was 20 years old, he was not too young. Lin Xinyao was the same age as himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Qintian and a few of the clansmen who were close to Lu Xian came forward to rub it in. However, none of them deliberately surrounded the duo. They just stood not far away, pretending to be indifferent. But in reality, they pricked up their ears, wanting to listen to the exchange between the two. Lu Xian was somewhat speechless. This Lu family, one by one, why are they all so gossipy? Yes, today then? Lu Xian smiled. Lin Xinyao shook her head and said, it's too hasty. It just told you to start preparing. It didn't tell you to do it right away. Lu Xian lost his voice and laughed, then asked, then when will you go and do it? Lin Xinyao lowered her head and thought carefully for a split second. It's only a month away from the Tsang Yuhui martial arts, so why don't we wait until after the Tsang Yuhui martial arts, and you and I will consummate our marriage. Lu Xian nodded. That's fine. I'll prepare properly during these times. Lin Xinyao revealed a smile. After all this time, I can finally talk to you about this kind of thing, and now that there is no control from my nominal parents, and your Lu family no longer has any external danger, you can finally rest easy for a while. But you have to remember that the battle isn't over yet, and we shouldn't slack off just yet. Halfway through speaking, Lin Xinyao's expression became serious. Lu Xian nodded, understood. It took that long of a struggle to bring things back to peace. The moment of tranquility is now, in truth, a reward for the results of the battle. If you want more, then you have to struggle on. Who knows what the next enemy will be like? I'll go back first. I'm also sneaking out of the mountain on this trip, so if I go back too late, I'm sure I'll get extra training. Lin Xinyao let out a bitter smile, then said, precious. Lu Xian said, precious. After saying goodbye, Lin Xinyao charged the sky with her sword and flew in the direction of the Tsang Yu sword sect. Slowly, the Lu family talents gathered one by one. To Lu Xian, he was praising him repeatedly. Clan brother Lu Xian is simply getting stronger and stronger, invincible. That's right. If it weren't for Lu Xian, we might be dead by now. This kid, I've seen him as good since he was a kid. It's true, he's got a lot of talent. Who dares to mess with our Lu family in Song City now? Ha! The good times are finally coming. The original 5 great families led by Song City were now exterminated by 3 of them. The only remaining Lin family was also in name only. The struggle that has been going on for so long has finally come to fruition. And all of this would have been nothing short of heavenly if Lu Xian hadn't made a timely move. Lu Xian also smiled faintly as Business Mutual boasted. Where's the matter? These days everyone is also hard work. I also look up to you all to take care of. After finishing his words, Lu Xian pulled out a space ring and handed it to Lu Qingtian. This is 10,000 spirit crystals and a Xian rank spirit vein that I left to the Lu family. Lu Xian now had tens of thousands of spirit crystals in his hand, in addition to several Xian rank spirit veins. It was this bit of stuff that was nothing to him yet, especially the Xian rank spirit veins, although the effect of multiple spirit veins converging together could receive a partial boost. But the boost isn't high enough to hit the 1+1 effect. It would be better to leave it to the Lu family instead of leaving it to eat dust on its own. After all, cultivation resources were still very important to a family. The Chen clan relied on the little resources that Chen Oblivion had trickled out of his fingers, and their overall strength had gained a substantial increase. Now that Lu Xian had left behind these resources, they were more than just tens or hundreds of times more than the Chen family. The results speak for themselves even more. Is this true? On behalf of the Lu family, thank you. Lu Qingtian looked at the space ring on his hand and almost couldn't believe it was real. For so many years, Lu Qingtian had seen no more than a handful of spirit crystals. As for spirit veins, they were even rarer. Nowadays, there are actually so many treasures. Now that the 4 great lineages had been exterminated again in their entirety, their marketplaces and minerals, and even all the resources they had left behind, would eventually be annexed by the Lu family. These, along with the space rings left behind by Lu Xian, were enough to cultivate the Lu family into a 1,000-mile radius, one of the strongest top-tier families. Lu Xian smiled, saying that would be a bit of a raw deal. Lu Qingtian nodded his head, then thought for a split second and said, Old me is going to expand Song City a bit, and when the time comes, I'll organize a wedding for you in the city. Compared to the resources consumed by a family's cultivation, expanding a city seemed insignificant. But the results are first class. Nowadays, the Lu family in Song City was dominant, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Song City was the Lu family's own city. At that time, wouldn't it be great to expand Song City? Lu Xian nodded. Good. He then looked up at Master Luo Li. Master, now we go back? Luo Li nodded. Go. Now that things are almost done, why don't we return to the Tsang Yu sword sect first? After all, the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts was just around the corner, so it was better to prepare in advance. In an instant, the 2 of them rose up with their swords and rushed in the direction of the Tsang Yu sword sect. Road. Lu Xian pulled out the space ring that Lin Xinyao had left behind. It contained the treasures Lin Xinyao had left for herself. He hadn't been able to open it yet. Lu Xian was ready to take a look at what goodies were inside. The moment he opened it, Lu Xian was silent. Crap? Chapter 49. Return to the buried heavenly realm. Lu Xian was directly silent after opening the ring. There were 10 million spirit stones inside and 300,000 spirit crystals. There were also various types of Xian-ranked magic treasures, a dozen of them. There is also a book of bodywork, the steps of the wind and the moon. The grade was sufficiently earth-ranked. These things together are worth a fortune. Just now, Lu Xian spent a small amount of money in order to support the Lu family, but he didn't expect this to rake in an unknown number of times. Even the treasures that he had seen before added up to a value that he didn't know if it could exceed this spatial ring. A lot. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian's reaction and asked. Lu Xian let out a bitter smile. Master, am I poor? Luo Li shook her head. It has to be divided into who to compare with. Compared to me, you are poor, but compared to those people in Song City, you are a god. Lu Xian asked. Really? How about comparing it to the patriarch? Luo Li laughed. Knowingly, the current you is still no match for the sovereign lord. But you don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Just like your clansmen in Song City, they may not be as rich and powerful as you are now, but not in the future. People grow, and so do you. It's not possible to say that you might be able to surpass the patriarch someday in the future. Lu Xian nodded slightly. That's true. People are growth-oriented. Who I was a month ago and who I am now are worlds apart. The future, too. The clansmen of the Liu clan, although they had always been limited by the amount of resources they had, that limitation had almost disappeared now. It is yet to be seen how far it will grow in the future. It's like Chingsong City, which is expanding right now. No one will know what the future will be like until it is settled. By the way, you've gotten quite a few treasures before, but I saw that your expression just now was quite shocked, so it seems like there's quite a lot of stuff. Even if it's the Sovereign Lord, her resources aren't unlimited, and I'm sure it wasn't easy for that female sword cultivator to leave so much for you. Lu Xian nodded. That's right. Luo Li said, now hurry up and go back. The Tsangyu martial arts will start in a few days. This is the top event of the Tsangyu sword sect. I hope you can play better. The Tsangyu Hui martial arts is a platform for all sword cultivators within the Tsangyu sword sect to exchange and spar with each other. At the same time, it was also a good time to pick out the top heavenly pride within the sect. As long as one could get a bright performance in it and be recognized by the sect, the future could be said to be promising. There are few disciples that can withstand this temptation. Lu Xian nodded. Obviously, the Tsangyu Hui martial arts was also a good opportunity for himself. If you can reap the benefits, of course you have to reap more of them. A few days later, inside the Tsangyu sword sect, Lu Xian sat within a large hall. This great hall was the previous main hall of Tiangui Peak. Although Mo Feng was very reluctant, he agreed to the conditions after all, giving away this main hall of Tiangui Peak. It was then given to Lu Xian as a place to live in on a daily basis. I have to say, the decor is really top-notch, extremely luxurious. Although it was slightly inferior to the Grand Hall of the Jade Balance Peak, it was still quite extraordinary. This matter also caused an uproar within the sect. Almost all the disciples were attracted to it. Like watching a joke, he watched as this great hall was moved to Jade Balance Peak. Of course, the conditions don't stop there. The Earth-rank spirit vein in Tiangui Peak was also moved to Yuheng Peak. Nowadays, it could be said that the concentration of spiritual qi in Yuheng Peak far exceeded that of several other peaks. It's probably about time for me to improve my strength now. Lu Xian smiled faintly. He himself was only in the Cave Xian realm now, after all. Against the Infernal realm, it was still practically a waste of effort. Especially the Chuno minion, who was at the peak of the inferior realm. If Lin Xinyao hadn't stepped in, he would have really had to use one of his bottom cards, the heavenly rank spirit sword. But wanting to become stronger is still very simple for Lu Xian. He sat on top of the futon and began to cultivate. The process of constantly running the gong method. With the gradual passage of time, Lu Xian's aura was also rising. Finally, 7 days later, Lu Xian snapped his eyes open. The realm was also violently elevated. Cave Xian realm, 4th level. In these 7 days, a full 4 minor realms had been raised. This is a speed that can be quite fast. But for Lu Xian, it was just barely enough. Sure enough, after reaching the Cave Xian realm, the speed of cultivation slows down. Lu Xian smiled helplessly. The Cave Xian realm could be said to be a huge watershed. There was not 1 in 100 Cave Xian realm cultivators who could reach the Ingenuity realm. The difficulty can be considerable. Even though Lu Xian had previously broken through realms as easily as eating and drinking. But now the speed is also clearly compromised. The last time I broke through to the 4th level of the Cave Xian realm, it took half a year. But judging by this progress, touching the inferior realm will only be a matter of a few months at most. Lu Xian stared slightly. Entering the subtle realm was another huge upgrade for cultivators. But one doesn't need to be in such a hurry just yet. After all, it has to be steady. But now seems to be the time to think about refining the sword skill stance. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and entered within the Burial Heaven realm. Burial of the Heavenly Realm. Lu Xian stepped into it. This time, those who came to the Burial Heaven realm not only had consciousness, but also physical bodies. At this time, Fox 9 was still floating in midair. Although these days it wasn't suppressed by the ancestral sword. However, the moment she saw Lu Xian, she still couldn't help but tremble. The light emanating from the sword seemed to have dimmed considerably. Apparently, Fox Jiu seemed to be very afraid of Lu Xian. After all, being suppressed by the ancestral sword before, Fox 9 was like being in jail. He waited for an unknown amount of time within the Burial Heavenly realm before he was finally relieved. In Fox Jiu's eyes, a single thought from Lu Xian could make his life worse than death. Master you? Fox Nine's voice trembled. Lu Xian nodded slightly, then looked into the distance. At this time, a figure walked in style. Woman in red dress. Lu Xian looked at the red-skirted woman and asked, I was in the outside world for an hour, and you spent a day within the burial heaven realm. Is that right? The red-skirted woman was a little surprised to hear Lu Xian's words, as if she didn't expect him to ask this, but nodded. It is. Lu Xian said, I'm 20 years old this year. Even if I start counting from the time I was born, that's 87,600 hours. And for you, it's even 87,600 days, which is 240 years. Have you been alone within this burial heaven realm for 240 years? The woman in the red dress was silent as she sniffed. I've been sleeping. Lu Xian added, but you know what happened when I was a child. You haven't been asleep all this time, or at least you haven't been asleep for the last 20 years. The woman in the red dress said, You can interpret it that way. What? Are you starting to pity me? Lu Xian said, No, it's admiration. The woman in the red dress sniffed and burst out laughing, then added, I know what you came to see me about. This was followed by a wave of the sleeve. A precious mirror that was as high as a person appeared in front of Lu Xian. Go and demonstrate to that mirror the sword technique or stance you've practiced, and it will automatically help you find the flaws and patch them up. Lu Xian sniffed and nodded. I'm indeed for this. He came here because he wanted to ask the red-skirted woman how to complement the crippled Nine Heavens Royal Thunder Sword, as well as how to make the body technique Royal Wind Range Moon Step stronger. Thank you, Sister Tendo. Lu Xian smiled and walked towards the precious mirror. The red-skirted woman was stunned at her words, then said, Why do you call me that? Lu Xian said, You said before that your name is Tendo. We've been together for so long. I can't even call you by your name, right? The woman in the red dress smiled. Whatever. Watching Lu Xian walk towards the precious mirror. The woman in the red dress, however, suddenly stopped him. Slow down, old rules. Lu Xian froze. What rules? The red-skirted woman laughed softly and waved her hand casually. Then she saw most of the clothes on her body disappear. Tuition, can't forget that. Lu Xian covered his waist and let out a long sigh. I have compassion for my waist, but Ji has no compassion for her waist. The night is dark. The candles are dark. The tears wet the pillow of the mandarin ducks. Spell it out. Chapter 50. I have compassion for the kidneys, but Ji has no compassion for the kidneys. After hard labor, Lu Xian grabbed his clothes and felt a wave of humiliation. One's own hallowed sword cultivator would be suppressed by a woman. The red-skirted woman had long since changed her clothes, leaned to the side, and patted Lu Xian's shoulder. What, can't take it anymore? This is just wear to. Lu Xian clenched his fists fiercely and swore in his heart. One must become stronger. He didn't want to do this kind of oppressed day anymore. Lu Xian is going to turn over a new leaf. Thinking of this, Lu Xian got up and put on his clothes, his heart secretly determined. He turned and walked over to the mirror that would complement his feats. The mirror was only about one person tall, just about level with Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked straight at the mirror and realized that what was reflected there seemed like another world. There was no self in the mirror, but a figure whose face could not be seen. With Lu Xian's every move, this shadow would also make corresponding movements. It looked just like the vapors that he had practiced against before. Lu Xian also had a few feelings of familiarity rise as a result. Very good. Lu Xian drew his long sword and prepared to demonstrate the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. This is a Xian rank upper grade sword skill. The power was unrivaled when compared to sword techniques of the same realm. But the most unfortunate point is that this sword skill is not complete. Only the first style, the sword draws heavenly thunder. If it could be made up, the power would certainly become higher. When the time comes, it can also be a dependency for yourself. Lu Xian drew his sword towards the sky and performed the sword drawing heavenly thunder. Immediately, the robbery clouds over the burial heaven realm made up for it, and a pillar of thunder bombarded the sword. The sword was attached to thunder, drawing wind and lightning as it slashed forward. A huge sword chi entwined with the power of thunder flew off with a bang, directly smashing the ground not far away. All of them made huge sword marks and scorch marks. And the phantom in the mirror, a sword likewise appeared in his hand. Then, like Lu Xian, he invoked the thunder and drew his sword forward. But the difference was that the sword had drawn down a full 9 thunderbolts. When the 9 thunderbolts were attached to the sword, it was as if what the shadowy figure was holding in his hand was no longer a sword, but real thunderbolts. The power, moreover, far exceeded the sword-induced heavenly thunder performed by Lu Xian. When Lu Xian saw this scene, he directly froze. This can be said to be a second derivation of the previous martial art, making the power even more powerful and the flaws close to nothing. Lu Xian was a bit surprised. The efficacy of this virtual shadow seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. And with that, the shadow performed the next two sword techniques. 9 Heavenly Imperial Thunder. Thundering Manifestation. These two sword techniques were the two lost sword moves. With these two styles, the 9 Heavenly Imperial Thunder Sword was truly complete. And the power, likewise, had gained an earth-shattering bonus. It became stronger than before by an unknown amount. While Lu Xian was digesting and absorbing these sword techniques, the silhouette did not stop moving. Instead, he continued to demonstrate the next sword technique. What's going on? Isn't this 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword only 3 styles? It should have been complete by now. Could it be that this shadowy figure relied on the first 3 styles to deduce the non-existent but even more powerful 4th style? Lu Xian observed carefully. Only the shadowy figure drew his sword forward. Almost transforming into thunder, the entire person became illusory in an instant. The next moment, it was a sword that killed a dozen feet away. This sword contained full thunder power, as well as strong and raging robbing power. The power was several times more powerful than the first 3 styles combined. 4th style, 1 sword robbing and killing. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly tightened. This 4th sword could be considered an instant kill sword. Not only is it extremely difficult to guard against, but it is also powerful and incredibly deadly. This sword alone would be able to lift the entire 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword to the point where it was a middle grade of the Earth rank. Earth rank middle grade sword skill. Even within the Tsang Yu sword sect, it was extremely rare. This shadow was able to evolve the sword style to such an extent that it was simply heaven-defying. Lu Xian took a deep breath. He then began to demonstrate the gongfu that Lin Xinyao had given him earlier. The Wind and Moon Steps. Lu Xian demonstrated the Royal Wind Range Moon Steps in front of the virtual shadow, only to see that with the running of his steps, he seemed to have wind under his feet, and in a moment, he stepped several feet away, as if he could step into the clouds and easily catch the moon. And in the next moment, the silhouette rushed out beyond the mirror to follow Lu Xian's steps. The two started out neck and neck, but soon the speed of the shadow was far more than Lu Xian by a head. Even Lu Xian was slightly stunned. This shadowy figure looked exactly like the Royal Wind Range moon steps he had performed, but his speed was just faster than his own. And the shadow was very polite, always a body length ahead of Lu Xian. It was like pointing out Lu Xian. Lu Xian observed the movements of the silhouette and the movement of his spiritual energy, and was also in deep thought. Gradually, Lu Xian began to adjust, and his speed increased. The two figures chased after each other, and after 4 or 5 hours, Lu Xian finally began to run neck and neck with the shadow. Another 2 hours passed. Lu Xian gradually surpassed the silhouette, and eventually exceeded it by a full body length. At this moment, the shadow gradually dissipated, seemingly because the mission had been accomplished. So fast. At this moment, Lu Xian was very satisfied. The improved Royal Wind Range moon steps were more than 30% faster than the very first version. The current Lu Xian was confident that no one within the same realm could catch up with his speed. There was even no one, either, who could be faster than his sword. Thanks a lot. Lu Xian gave a slight salute in the direction of the mirror. Either way, the vapors had done themselves a great favor. Now one's overall strength was on a huge level. The red-skirted woman looked at Lu Xian and also nodded slightly. Soon, faster than I expected. Swish. Lu Xian came to the red-skirted woman and smiled. Thanks, you've been a big help. The woman in the red dress said, a slight trick, nothing to worry about. After just nagging the red-skirted woman a few more times, he exited the burial heaven realm. Back in the real world, Lu Xian let out a long breath. After chasing with the shadow for a long time, Lu Xian was really tired. Only after drinking a drop of clear cloud spring water did he recover as before. The Tsang Yu Hui martial arts, it's almost here. Lu Xian's eyes were sharp. As the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts was the Tsang Yu sword sect's #1 event, the rewards were also quite generous. It's safe to say that there are pretty good rewards for getting a place. If you can get the top few places, you'll be a one-trick pony within the clan without the intervention of the other elders. As for getting the first, I heard that the previous generation's head armor was sitting on a top-grade Earth-rank technique, a heaven-rank sword skill, and countless treasures. These are just the visible ones. As for the invisible benefits, there are countless more. What's more, this time, that Song Yuhui martial arts, it was also the time to clear everything by himself. Chun Oyin, this guy, he is necessary to kill himself, and he can only be killed by himself. Against such people, Lu Xian had always been unwilling to leave any room for maneuver. Suddenly, a handyman disciple stood outside the hall, reporting to senior brother Lu Xian, the patriarch's disciple, Lin Xinyao, is waiting outside the hall. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Lin Xinyao is here. Chapter 51. A new Dao source appears. Inside the Great Hall, Lin Xinyao sat in front of Lu Xian, very naturally, as if this was her own home. It's been a long time. You seem to have gotten stronger again. A quiet smile appeared on Lin Xinyao's face, and the way she looked at Lu Xian, it seemed as if she was flickering. In just a few days, you reached the 5th level of the Cave Xian realm, much faster than I did back then. She was sincerely happy for Lu Xian. In this world of the weak and the strong, having enough strength is the capital to live. Lu Xian smiled and said, "It hasn't surpassed you yet, so I have to keep working hard." Lu Xian couldn't help but sweat a little inside. The current Lin Xinyao was already a sword emperor. It's not allowed to be a great sword emperor. This strength, when placed in the entire Qingzhou, was also extremely explosive. Lin Xinyao smiled faintly at his words, blinking her eyes as she continued. In 3 days, it will be the day of the Song Yuhui martial arts. I heard that the rewards for this first armor, there are many treasures such as Earth-rank upper-grade treasure armor, sword techniques, and most crucially, there is also a heaven-rank middle-grade spirit sword. Lu Xian recalled, "It seems like the rewards are better than previous years." The rewards each year were top secret, and only people with the direct status of the patriarch, such as Lin Xinyao, could get these little tidbits of information. And currently, in terms of Lin Xinyao's rewards for revealing these, they were much better than the rewards from the previous Song Yuhui martial arts. But this Song Yuhui martial arts, I won't participate. Lin Xinyao let out a bitter smile. Originally, this reward also has a treasure named Dao Yuan. This is the Song Yu sword sect has been privately hiding the most precious treasure, just has not been penetrated its role. Simply this time to bring when the first reward. But somehow it was stolen, and I'm going to recover the Dao source. Not to mention that the reward for this first armor is insignificant to me. Hearing these words, Lu Xian directly froze. What the hell? You said the reward is the source of the path. Lu Xian could remember the last Dao source. Almost didn't play himself to death. Fortunately, the woman in the red dress made a move, or else she would really be finished. But I didn't expect this Song Yu sword sect to also hide a Dao source. Earlier, he himself had captured the fire Dao source and gained the power to manipulate flames. At the same time, the inheritance of the immortal Dan God was obtained as a result. It's quite a harvest. And now, it was unexpected that another Dao source had appeared. And what if you seek it back after? Lu Xian asked. He was very concerned about where this Lin Xinyao and Dao Yuan were going. To be able to steal a Dao source, it was obvious that this person was aware of the heaven-defying nature of Dao sources. It was a bit dangerous for Lin Xinyao to go against this kind of guy. Lin Xinyao said, after recovering the Dao source, as usual, he will be included in the first armor rewards. More important than recovering the Dao source, it was more important to chase and find this person who had stolen the Dao source. To be able to steal such treasures under the watchful eye of the Song Yu sword sect, either they had the ability to steal the sky, or they were the top level of the Song Yu sword sect. It was hard to say. According to my understanding, the Song Yu sword sect has studied the Dao source for a long time before, but they still couldn't find out how to use it. And this time, as a reward, it's just an addition. Lu Xian nodded. It seemed that although the Song Yu sword sect had a Dao source, they didn't know how to use it. If you know how to use it, you certainly won't take it lightly as a reward for first armor. The most important thing was what kind of person would be able to steal the Dao source from the Song Yu sword sect. Anyone with this skill is certainly not simple. And for Lin Xinyao to be able to receive this mission to track down the enemy, I'm sure she already had a rather high status in the eyes of the sect. Be safe. This is 10 bottles of clear cloud spring water. Take it as a spare. Lu Xian directly pulled out a space ring and handed it to Lin Xinyao. This is... Even Lin Xinyao, who had seen many treasures, was still shocked when she saw so many bottles of clear cloud spring water. Qing Yun spring water could be considered a life-preserving treasure for cultivators. With just one drop, one can restore one state to as good as new. Also, taking it while practicing can greatly increase progress. It is a treasure that has a price. It is very rare to find a bottle on a regular day. But in Lu Xian's hands, it was surprising that he was holding 10 bottles at a time. It seems that you have quite a few treasures as well. Lin Xinyao smiled and accepted the clear cloud spring water without saying anything more. I'll take care of myself, and when I finish my mission, we'll go back to Qingsong City to finish the marriage. Hearing these words, Lu Xian nodded. But then something didn't feel quite right. There's nothing wrong with the sound of that, but it doesn't feel very auspicious, but I don't know why. After the two of them chatted some more, Lin Xinyao left Jade Balance Peak. After Lin Xinyao left, Lu Xian asked, Sister Tendo, does this Song Yu Sword sect really have a Tao source? Could it be a fake? Previously, when he was outside the secret boundaries, the woman in the red dress had sensed the source of the way of fire, but he had been in the Song Yu Sword sect for so long, and he had not seen the woman in the red dress mention it. Lu Xian wanted to rule out if the news was false first. Soon after, the red-skirted woman replied, I don't know, but since I didn't perceive it, even if there really is a Tao source, it's more than likely that it's seriously injured or crippled. Earlier, Yin Zheng had said that he had suffered a serious injury. Thus, after handing over the origin, Yin Zheng fell into a deep sleep. It hasn't woken up until now. If this Tao source had suffered even more injuries than Yin Zheng, it would be normal for it not to be perceived. Lu Xian scratched his head, which came down to saying that it was hard to distinguish between true and false. Unless the source of the Tao is found, no one knows what this source of the Tao is all about. Then, these Tao sources are so powerful. How were they seriously injured? Lu Xian asked in disbelief. He had seen the power of the Tao source before. Breathtakingly strong. This kind of existence could be seriously injured. So how strong was the man who beat him? The woman in the red dress was silent for a moment. It was only then that he replied to Lu Xian, although the 3,000 paths are invincible, since someone can open another path, why is there no one who can exterminate one? Since someone can exterminate a Tao, how difficult would it be to reinvent the rest of the great Tao? As for this kind of powerhouse, right now you are no match for him, and when you become stronger, he might come to you on his own. Lu Xian understood. The 3,000 paths were certainly incomparably powerful. But there are also cultivators who can change their destiny against the heavens and open another way beyond the 3,000 avenues. Then it doesn't seem to be that difficult for a great power to mess with all 3,000 avenues. As for thinking so much about myself now, it does seem a bit much. At this moment, the red-skirted woman's words rang out again. But the more heavily injured the Tao source is, the stronger it will be in general. Lu Xian froze. He couldn't even sense it anymore, so he must have suffered a considerable amount of injuries. The fireway source was so strong, and it also still retained the most basic of consciousness, and was even able to move against itself. Wouldn't this half-dead Tao source be stronger now? If he were to include it in his hands, even without the third opened inheritance, his own strength would still receive an extremely large increase. Very well, then this Tao source, I'll settle for it. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It seems that everything is hidden in the Tsangyu martial arts. Chapter 52. The Tsangyu martial art begins. 3 days later, Tsangyu Sword Sect, on the martial arts practice field. The disciples of the 7 great peaks were all gathered here. They all looked very excited, because today, it was the day of the Tsangyu Hui martial arts. As one of the biggest events of the Tsangyu Sword Sect, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Nearly 1,000 disciples gathered together, looking very lively. All of them were discussing about the Tsangyu Hui martial arts. Have you heard? I heard that there's a reward of heaven-ranked treasures in this Tsangyu Hui martial arts. Heavenly ranked treasures? Putting it in the sect is considered an extreme supreme treasure, isn't it? I didn't expect it to be so ostentatious. After all, it's an event that only comes around once every few decades. It's natural to show the strength of the clan. Even if the path of the Sword Tao is increasingly withering, my Tsangyu Sword Sect is still the hegemon of the Green State. I really hope I can win the ranking. That would be a way to honor our ancestors. Almost all of the disciples were excited. This event was a great opportunity for any person. At the same time, the crowd began to speculate. Just who's going to take that top A spot? The first armor reward is certainly great, but it also seems as if it's as hard as hell to get it. I heard that the legendary Broken Army Sword Body did not participate, but there are still demons from all sides eyeing it. I heard that Jiang Xingtian made a fortune selling the golden lock stem fixing pill in recent days. Relying on this resource, he piled himself up to the late stage of the entry micro-realm. His strength is quite heaven-defying. The remaining peaks are also filled with geniuses. Without a cultivation in the middle to late stage of the inferior realm, you won't be able to get the top armor. It was originally said that Tiangde Peak's Chano Minion was also a favorite. Only I heard that he was severely injured and hasn't recovered yet. More than being seriously injured, he couldn't even defend his own Tiangue Peak's Great Hall. Both arms are gone, considered ruined, just as the crowd was enjoying themselves. However, they suddenly saw a tall figure appear behind them. Who says, "I'm wasted?" At those words, the crowd hurriedly turned back, and then their faces showed fear, only to see Chen Uinian dressed in a black robe with a thick hood, standing behind the crowd, seemingly waiting for a long time. What made them feel the most astonishing was that not only did this Chun forgetting Yen seem to have both arms still healthy, but it also seemed that his breath was stronger than ever. Behind his back, there was also an ink-colored longsword on his back, and his entire aura was even transformed. It was even more menacing than the arrogant and domineering way it had been before, like an executioner with blood on his hands. "Get out!" Chen Bianyin let out a cold smile, and then took a step out. The crowd immediately felt a strong aura coming on, and they couldn't help but back away. The field was given a direct no-man's land. Chen Odinian's footsteps were steady as he passed through the crowd. Many people looked at Chen Oyen, and a few moments of fear were still born in their eyes. Obviously, the current Chen Ominian was a different person compared to before. How does he look stronger than before instead? The breath is the 9th level of the entry realm. It's only one step away from the passage realm. How did he do it? It's hard to imagine that not only did he recover from his injuries in such a short period of time, but his strength has risen greatly. If you look at it this way, Chono Minion is instead the most likely person to win the first armor. The crowd looked at Chen Uinian's back in astonishment, looking shocked. Soon, Chen Odinian walked to Elder Mo Feng's side. "Greetings, Master." Chen Oblivion gave a slight salute. Mo Feng looked at Chen Oyen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Very well. Not only are your injuries all gone, but your strength has risen greatly. Now you are definitely the strongest amongst all the disciples of the Tsang Yu Sword sect. However, the power of the Tao Source is uncontrollable. You have to get that heavenly rank spirit sword to completely harness the Tao Source, or else you will be backfired and die. Understand?" Mo Feng's eyes gradually became vicious. Chen Uinian nodded. "Senior, I understand. I'll let whoever stops me die without a body." Soon, Lu Xian also arrived at the martial arts practicing ground. His breath was very full. It had already come to the limit of the current minor realm. It was just that in order to take each step steadily, Lu Xian didn't rush to break through the realm. Soon, a figure arrived in front of Lu Xian. "Ling Lin, sister." Lu Xian gave a slight salute. He still had a good feeling about this senior sister. After all, it did itself a lot of favors. Not to mention that he himself took advantage of her. Ling Lin nodded his head and said, "The realm breakthrough was quick, and the foundation is very solid instead. Not bad." Lu Xian politely said, "This is still thanks to the help of Elder Luo Li and senior sister." Luo Li revealed a smile. "Be less polite. Being able to win a good ranking is the most important thing." It was at this time that a tall figure walked towards the duo. At the same time, a rich power of qi and blood struck. It was as if the person who came was not a sword cultivator, but a physical cultivator. Lu Xian turned his head and realized that the visitor was actually Jiang Xingtian. "Thank you, senior brother Lu Xian." Thanks to senior brother Lu Xian, I, Jiang Xingtian, was able to have today. As soon as Jiang Xingtian met him, he gave a big salute to Lu Xian. He was filled with the confidence of being a man as he stood up. Moreover, around his body, the power of monstrous qi and blood lingered. The breath, too, was sufficient to be at the late stage of the inferior realm. It was a completely different person from what it looked like before. As soon as they met, Jiang Xingtian offered a spatial ring to Lu Xian with both hands. "Senior brother Lu Xian, this is 4.2 million spirit stones in here. It's the dividends from your pills. That elixir of yours is truly divine. Not only can it revitalize a man's virility, it can also greatly enhance the power of qi and blood. The key thing is that the ingredients are extremely cheap. These days, I've made a fortune just by peddling these pills. I'm going to stop sharing the dividends according to the previously agreed upon 28. Let's go 1-9, U9. Jiang Xingtian's expression was extremely sincere. Lu Xian could be said to have done him a great favor. That golden lock stem fixing pill, the effect is simply powerful. It was even later discovered that its aphrodisiac effect could be described as merely additive. It was even a great enhancement to the cultivator's qi and blood power. As soon as it hit the market, it gained traction. In just a few short months, Jiang Xingtian had earned quite a few spirit stones. And by relying on the elixir, he had also made himself a lot stronger. It could be said that without Lu Xian, there would be no Jiang Xingtian today. The way he looked at Lu Xian was filled with gratitude and admiration. Someone who could casually take out such an elixir formula was definitely a master-level alchemist. Ling Lin felt a bit puzzled. Elixir? What kind of elixir? She was curious as to what kind of elixir could have such charm. Ling Lin spread out his palms, obviously wanting to ask Lu Xian for it. Lu Xian directly froze when he heard this. Crap? Is this potion something you can just give away? Golden lock stem fixing pill for male cultivators to revitalize their masculinity. Give it to a female cultivator. That's just winks. Senior sister, stop. It's better to think about the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts first. Lu Xian was sweating. This kind of elixir should never be known by those close to you. Jiang Xingtian wants to play, then let him play. It has nothing to do with himself. But if he brought up senior sister Ling Lin, he would have no place to put his old face. HM? That's good. I'll tell you about the rules of the first round of the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts. Ling Lin smiled, and she didn't pursue the matter as she prepared to explain the rules to Lu Xian. Anyway, it was less than half an incense stick away from starting. On the other hand, Jiang Xingtian, who was standing on the side, was in deep thought when he saw Lu Xian's reaction. Could this golden lock stem, fixing Dan, have other functions? Why don't I ponder over it? Chapter 53. Seeing Yi Ji Ji again. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, the first round of the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts is to explore the Sword Abyss secret territory and collect Tsang Yu tokens, and those who search for 10 within 3 days will be allowed to enter the next round. Of course, it's fine if you can search for more, and the number beyond that can be exchanged for rewards, up to 100 tokens, which can be exchanged for Earth rank sword techniques. The rules are simple. It's just a fight within the secret territory, and that's the end of it. Whoever collects more tokens is the winner. Not only will there be demonic beasts roaming the field, but there will also be cultivators who will kill each other on their own. Dangerous as it is, opportunity runs rampant. At this time, on the VIP seats of the martial arts training ground, the 7 Peaks elders appeared. As soon as they appeared, they caused quite a few Tsang Yu Sword Sect disciples to exclaim, "It's the elders! It's the Tsang Yu Sword Sect's strongest 7 besides the Patriarch. It's worthy of being the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts. Finally, we can see them appear at the same time. I wonder if I'll be able to meet the Sovereign Lord today." The crowd was very excited. After all, other than the personal disciples, most of the inner disciples would not be able to see an elder for a year and a half. Only pro-disciples with truly heavenly talent could see the elders on a regular basis. Most people like them can only watch from afar on weekdays. Luo Li looked towards the duo of Lu Xian and Ling Lin, then nodded with a smile. Although she didn't say anything, it was clear that Luo Li was very supportive of the duo of Lu Xian and Ling Lin. And, being this time, suddenly, a figure appeared. The moment this figure appeared, it sent a shock through the crowd. Clearly, this person's aura had far surpassed those 7 elders. The realm, at least, was one great level higher than these 7 peak master elders. Within the entire Tsang Yu Sword Sect, there was only one person who could possess such strength. The figure was surrounded by faint Chinese light, extraordinarily extraordinary. There was no anger in his brow. She just stood between heaven and earth, and it seemed as if heaven and earth had lost their colors because of it. The crowd looked up, and amidst their enthusiastic gazes, they couldn't help but carry a deep sense of awe. Tsang Yu Sword Sect Patriarch. Morning dust. It's the Sovereign. Finally, we've met the Sovereign Lord. Damn. I've been hanging out in the Tsang Yu Sword Sect for more than 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen the Patriarch. I don't know why, but even though it's the first time I've met the Sovereign Lord, I still feel awe from the bottom of my bones. This is a truly strong man, not angry but powerful. Just standing here is enough to make people tremble with fear. Terrifying. I thought that the 7 elders were already invincible in the world, but I didn't realize that Lord Sovereign was even more extraordinary. Obviously, the people present were shocked by this. Lu Xian looked at the patriarch and was also a bit surprised. Her sword Dao realm seems to be very strong. Lu Xian could obviously sense that it was difficult to suppress Mu Ningxian with just the sword dictionary. If she wanted to pull out her sword to kill herself, the only way to be foolproof was to use the ancestral sword. Of course, there's no way she'd do it to herself as all. To see such a sword cultivator in the midst of this Qingzhou, where the sword Dao inheritance was increasingly withering away, was truly beyond Lu Xian's imagination. With such a strong tutor, it became reasonable for Lin Xinyao's strength to skyrocket. Mu Ningxian stepped into the void and looked down on the crowd. A white coat was windlass and hunting. Song Yu Hui martial arts, first round. Those who can obtain 10 Song Yu tokens within the Sword Abyss mysteries can enter the next round. Everyone initially possesses a piece. You can rob each other or search for tokens hidden within the secret territory. The rules are unlimited. You can kill. Although Mu Ningxian did not emit pressure, there was still a hint of intimidating pressure in his voice. Many of the Song Yu sword sect sword cultivators shivered a little under the sound. The only people who didn't feel anything were some of the top-tier prides. Mu Ningxian casually pointed, and it was a long sword that crashed directly into the center of the martial arts training ground. In an instant, it directly chopped open a large area of space. As far as the naked eye can see, there is nothingness. As if an abyss, it stared at the crowd. This is the entrance to the secret realm of the Sword Abyss. Within 3 days, the secret realm will be closed, and those who do not leave the secret realm by then will die. After Mu Ningxian simply finished saying the rules, she faded away. The next moment, all of them then rushed towards the secret realm one after another. After all, there was only 1 token on each person, but to enter the next one, it was enough to collect 10. Even if there were many ownerless tokens buried within the secret territory as well, it would be difficult to gather 10 of them. In previous years, less than 1/3 made it to the next round. The remaining 2/3, ended up mostly dead. Therefore, only sword cultivators who were extremely confident in their strength throughout the generations would choose to participate in the Song Yu Hui martial arts. The Jade Balance Peak lineage only had Lu Xian and Ling Lin, so naturally they must be the ones to attend. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, "Note that when you enter the secret territory, everyone will be randomly teleported to their location, and I won't know where you are by then." Lu Xian nodded and said, "I will protect myself." Ling Lin smiled at his words. Protection? The fact that you can kill a few less is rare enough for me. Obviously, in Ling Lin's eyes, Lu Xian's strength would definitely not be a problem to enter the next round. After saying that, Ling Lin met and flew into the secret realm gate, his figure disappearing into it. Lu Xian didn't stay idle either, and followed closely behind, breaking into the secret realm. Swish! The next moment he stepped into the secret realm, he felt the scene in front of him transform. With that, he appeared in the middle of another world. Looking around, surrounded by lush forests, the air is clear and incomparable, and the surrounding spiritual energy is even more abundant. The abundant spiritual energy here was much higher than even Yuheng Peak. Lu Xian touched his waist, only to see an extra token. There are only 3 big words on it. The Order of the Pale Feather. Collecting 10 Songyu orders will allow me to enter the next round, but my goal doesn't just stop here. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. The overflow of pale feather orders can be exchanged for rewards. 10 pieces can be exchanged for a 3rd grade elixir. 50 pieces, which can be exchanged for a Xian rank treasure armor. 70 pieces can be exchanged for 3,000 spirit crystals. As for the 100 pieces, can be exchanged for 1 local rank sword skill. Lu Xian was very interested in this earth rank sword skill. The 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword in his hand right now, after deduction, was equivalent to a middle grade of the earth rank. It was already one of the core attacks in his own hands. If he could once again obtain an earth rank sword skill, the grade would definitely be able to be taken to the next level after being deduced by the treasure mirror. And one's own sword flying surprise was, after all, a classless grade sword skill. If it was used often, it would definitely be discovered by a strong person who would find out what was in it. It would be better to use it as a bottom card that one would never use until the last moment, like the ancestral sword, in order to be stable enough. Of course, it's a lot harder to collect $100. After all, there were only a handful of 1,000 people inside this entire secret realm. It was at this time that a rustling sound came from not far away. Lu Xian suspended his thoughts on the spot and looked back. Only a familiar and beautiful silhouette came into view. Is it you, senior brother Lu Xian? The moment Yi Zhizhi saw Lu Xian, a smile instantly appeared on her face. Chapter 54. Yi Zhizhi's Enemy. Yi Zhizhi. The moment Lu Xian saw her, he remembered this person. When she herself borrowed the Heavenly Power Peak's alchemy room, she was still watching from the sidelines. As he watched Yi Zhizhi gradually approach him, Lu Xian's face was expressionless. Senior brother, long time no see. Yi Zhizhi came forward and was just about to get close when she heard a swish. Lu Xian directly pulled out the silent Dao sword. The light of the sword was cold and heart-stopping. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhizhi took half a step back in fear. What do you want? Yi Zhizhi was confused. When had he offended Lu Xian? Why do you want to cut yourself at the drop of a hat? Lu Xian asked. What, you don't want to grab my token? Yi Zhizhi shook her head. I can't beat you. What's the point of robbing your token? Lu Xian added. Then I'll rob you? Yi Zhizhi blushed. Master, I thought we knew each other. Well, Lu Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment. Ah, so that's what you thought. Yi Zhizhi was silent. She felt like a jumper, going up to say hello with a full heart, only to have someone try to rob you. But soon, she pulled out 2 tokens and handed them to Lu Xian. This is for you, you don't rob me, okay? Lu Xian was a little surprised when he saw the 3 tokens in Yi Zhizhi's hand and asked, Everyone has just entered the Sword Abyss mystic realm. Why do you have 3 tokens so quickly? Initially, everyone had just 1 token in their hands. It's only been a short while, and Yi Zhizhi has so many on her hands. Where did you get all this? Yi Zhizhi replied, Some acquaintances, they owed me a favor, and when they met me, they simply gave me their tokens, and now I'm giving them to you. Lu Xian thought about it for a moment, and it was true. Yi Zhizhi had also not done much to refine pills for the disciples of the major peaks at the Heavenly Power Peak, so it must have earned a lot of favors. In this first round of the Zhang Yuhui martial arts, it was quite reasonable to return some favors. Confused, robbed you, and all these tokens are mine. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth rose slightly. Yi Zhizhi was taken aback. Ah, you this. I only have 3 pieces on me, all for you. Thinking that the last time you taught me to owe you a favor before I came over to give you a greeting, Yi Zhizhi's mind collapsed. She didn't expect Lu Xian to be so ruthless. He only had 3 tokens on him, and as a result, he had to rob himself. Lu Xian smiled and put away the silent Dao sword. It's just a tease. You lent me the alchemy room before. I won't rob you this time. It's considered 2 clearances. Yi Zhizhi sniffed and nodded frantically. I knew you were good. Lu Xian took the token and put it inside his spatial ring. In this way, one is carrying 4 tokens on one's person. 6 more to go, and we'll move on to the next round today. Yi Zhizhi followed behind Lu Xian and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Thanks to your guidance last time, I'm now able to skillfully refine 5th-grade pills. Yi Zhizhi looked happy. She took the initiative to greet Lu Xian and actually thanked him for it. Originally, her success rate in refining 5th-grade pills was only about 70%, but now it was difficult to miss once in 10 times. It was even possible to try 1 or 2 6th-grade pills. This had already surpassed 90% of the Dan masters of the same age. Placed in the entire Qingzhou, it was a premier existence. Over these days, every time she recalled Lu Xian's techniques in refining pills, her skills were able to gain a not-so-small boost. For Yi Zhizhi, Lu Xian was also considered a nobleman. Lu Xian nodded. It's okay. He could tell that Yi Zhizhi had a talent for the Dao of Dan. If not for the fact that the Zhangyu sword sect was not proficient in the Dan Dao, Yi Zhizhi's achievements would only have been higher. Being praised by Lu Xian, Yi Zhizhi revealed a smile. Suddenly, swish! 6 figures instantly appeared in front of the duo. These 6 people were obviously all disciples of the same peak, and now they were joining forces together. At the same time, their auras were not weak. All of them were at the late stage of the Cave Xian realm. The eyes they looked at Lu Xian and Yi Zhizhi were also filled with greed. It's Jade Balance Peak's junior brother. Wait a minute. That's Yi Zhizhi from Tiangyue Peak. The leader of the group looked at Yi Zhizhi, and a hint of anger was born in his eyes. Last time I asked you to help me refine medicine, you refused. This time I finally found a chance to get back at you. Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 people also surrounded them, and the look of greed on their faces gradually transformed into killing intent. Obviously, it was ready to move to the death. Yi Zhizhi's face changed slightly. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was unimpressed and turned his head to Yi Zhiqi, asking, "You know them?" Yi Zhiji nodded her head and explained, "They are all disciples of Tianxian Peak. The leader's name is Wang Hao. He once forced me to refine pills for him for cultivation. I refused, and from that he held a grudge and has been wanting to make a move on me, but just suffered from a lack of opportunity." During these years of force in the sect, although Yi Zhiji had earned a lot of favors, there were also many people who held grudges because of it. Some people are like that. If you don't help them, they will hate you, even if they don't know each other. This Wang Hao is exactly such a person. Wang Hao snorted coldly and said, "If you hadn't refused to refine pills for me, I would have already broken through into the subtle realm. I've been stuck in the cave Xian realm for so many years. All because of you." Yi Zhiji retorted, "If everyone seeks me out to make pills and I oblige, then wouldn't I be exhausted to death? Anyway, I just need to smother my head in alchemy. As for those of you who force me to refine elixirs, there's a lot to think about." It was true that Yi Zhiji, as an alchemy wizard within the sect, had saved many people. But she also has her own principles. Like this kind of one-dimensional solicitation, Yi Zhiji had always been unwilling to compromise. But for some, it was tantamount to provocation. Wang Hao laughed. "Doesn't matter. It's enough if you die anyway. Anyway, there are plenty of people like me out there who look at you with displeasure. Just kill all of you, and no one will know it was me who did it." Wang Hao's aura of the 8th level of the Dongxian realm swirled out. The eyes were also filled with killing intent, obviously ready to strike at any moment. He had wanted to teach Yi Zhiji a lesson for a long time, but he just never had a good chance. Now this opportunity to personally kill Yi Zhiji, naturally he had to seize it. For him, he had enough 6 people to deal with Lu Xian and Yi Zhiji in front of him, which was simply more than enough. "Go!" Wang Hao gave an order. In a flash, the 5 people around them rushed towards Lu Xian and Yi Zhiji in unison. The eyes were even filled with killing intent, obviously ready to make a move. Wang Hao also took a step forward. The hand rested on top of the hilt of the sword at his waist. He made a gesture to draw his sword. D. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. In his opinion, today was the perfect opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Facing this scene, Yi Zhiji's face changed slightly. She was more of a Dan master than a sword cultivator. It's a real pain in the ass to deal with these people. Suffer. Yi Zhiji gritted her teeth slightly. It was at this time that Lu Xian took a step forward. He wanted to see what was going on with Wang Hao's group of people. Chapter 55, Head in Flight, Body in Pursuit. Yi Zhiji's face was ugly. Although she was proficient in the Dan Dao, her own realm was only the 6th level of the Dongxian realm. Trying to deal with 6 Dongxian realm stage 8 or 9 cultivators at the same time was simply fanciful. Senior brother Lu Xian, they are very strong. Be careful. Yi Zhiji reminded Lu Xian. Against these 6 people, she didn't feel that she and Lu Xian had much chance of winning. Although she had seen Lu Xian crush Jiang Xingtian with one man's strength, here after all, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. In the eyes of Wang Hao and the others, Lu Xian was nothing more than a mole cricket at the 5th level of the cave Xian realm. Is the reliance on Lu Xian? He's just a guy at the 5th level of the cave Xian realm. What's so special about him? When he met the 6 of us, he was lucky if he didn't cry out in pain. What else could he do to stop us? I heard that this Lu Xian is also Elder Luo, Li's new young disciple, so I guess he's been rewarded with a lot of treasures, and they'll all be ours when the time comes. Just as well, just send them all to the Western Paradise together. The 6 Wang Hao people immediately turned their attack and rushed Lu Xian to kill him. Wang Hao, who rushed at the front, was even ready to pull out his long sword and directly slash Lu Xian with it. "Kid, let's show you how." "You are." Wang Hao was just about to draw his sword when his face suddenly changed. He sensed something was wrong. An inexplicably powerful pressure enveloped him. The sword in his own hand, on the other hand, could not be pulled out at all. This is... Wang Hao was shocked. It was the first time he had met this situation. No matter how hard he pushed, the sword didn't move as if it were half set in its scabbard. The next moment, Lu Xian blasted out with a clean punch. Wang Hao was directly smashed heavily and flew out. The body flew backwards for nearly 100 meters, directly smashing through several boulders. Ahem! Blood spurted from Wang Hao's mouth. The eyes were even more horrified. He didn't understand what Lu Xian had done. Wang Hao was even unable to see the means used by Lu Xian at all. Since senior brother Wang Hao was repelled, the remaining 5 were also shocked. Although Wang Hao was not a physical cultivator, His physical body quality was quite good. How was it possible that he could be sent flying with a dry punch by Lu Xian, whose realm was far below his own? Then this Lu Xian, to what level is he powerful? There's something odd about this kid. Quick battle. The crowd immediately drew their swords and prepared to focus on killing Lu Xian first. You guys, don't pair me up and draw your swords yet. Lu Xian sneered. Regardless of any cultivator, whether or not he or she can shine the sword on himself or herself is entirely up to him or her. For these people, Lu Xian didn't yet feel that they had the qualifications to be able to fight with himself in the sword path. Next moment, the silent Dao sword appeared in Lu Xian's hand. Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. As the crowd was horrified, they saw Lu Xian kill with a sword. Extremely fast. The sword shadows arrived in front of them in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Almost instantly, these 5 people were then chopped away. One by one, they were chopped into 2 in midair. Blood spattered. Blood and water flew across the room. The corpses of the 5 people just crashed above the ground, not moving a muscle. Wang Hao, who had just climbed up from the ground, was directly stunned when he saw this scene. In such a short time, his companions were all killed. What did you do? You're only at the 5th level of the Cave Xian realm. How did you kill them? Wang Hao was shocked. Lu Xian's behavior was not at all like a sword cultivator at the 5th level of the Dongxian realm. To say it's in the realm of the subtle is an understatement. Killing them was even more like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Yi Zhizhi also looked flabbergasted. She stared at Lu Xian for a long time. Surprisingly, it's stronger than I thought. It would be. Yi Zhizhi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lu Xian, the cultivator, was just too perfect in her eyes. Sword Dao, Martial Dao, Dan Dao, there were no shortcomings in any of them. Just ask the entire Tsang Yu sword sect. How many such sword cultivators are there? Apart from Lu Xian, I'm afraid there isn't a single one. Wang Hao's face had become extremely ugly. He looked at the body on the ground, not knowing what to do. The legs couldn't stop shaking even more. Lu Shu was wrong before. Why don't I give you all the tokens, and you spare my life? Wang Hao hurriedly begged for mercy. Counting them, there are 6 tokens. It's easy as pie for you to get 10 together. Collecting all 10 pieces will enable you to qualify for the next round, as the world knows. Wang Hao felt that this condition of his should be quite an enticing guess. You seem to be prejudiced against your position. Lu Xian sneered. Even if I kill you, your token will still be mine, and at the same time no one will know that I killed you all. In the first round of the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts, killing was allowed. In other words, there is no punishment for killing. But if word gets out that you killed someone, whether or not you get retaliation, that's another matter. The victim's master or sibling will not let you off easily, which meant that letting Wang Hao go now would not benefit him at all. Wang Hao's heart thumped. He did think so. With so many people dead, Lu Xian would definitely be subject to secret retaliation if he reported it to his master. But if he died, no one would know that Lu Xian had killed him. You wait. As long as I get out of here alive, you'll die for sure. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. With that, he turned and withdrew. It's fast as hell. Under the threat of death, Wang Hao had never been so fast. Arguably reaching the peak of speed, in the blink of an eye, he ran out dozens of feet away. When Lu Xian saw this, he then just smiled coldly. Immediately, a step was taken, utilizing the royal wind and moon steps. The speed increased countless times in an instant. In just an instant, he came to Wang Hao's side. You two, want to run? Lu Xian lit up the silent Dao sword. This Wang Hao's speed was many times slower than the shadow that had instructed him on the Imperial Air Range moon steps. To Lu Xian, it even looked like slow motion. There was no way someone like that could run away from himself. You, Wang Hao stared wide-eyed. He never expected Lu Xian to be so fast. Before he could react, Lu Xian killed him with a sword. A flash of cold light directly severed his head. Wang Hao's head flew out horizontally, and the body hasn't reacted yet. Heads fly in front, bodies chase behind. After Lu Xian killed Wang Hao, he returned to Yi Zhizhi. At this time, the other 5 corpses, too, were lying quietly on the ground, motionless. Yi Zhizhi's eyes were filled with shock when she looked at Lu Xian. She had never thought that Lu Xian had already been strong to this extent. Obviously, killing Wang Hao's group was far from Lu Xian's limit. Will you kill me? Yi Zhiqi asked tentatively. Lu Xian was puzzled. Aren't you and I friends? Why would I want to kill you? When he finished, he turned around and gathered his loot. These days, because of cultivation alone, Lu Xian had spent an unknown amount of resources. Of course, it's only fair to find some replacement in the loot. Looking at Lu Xian's back, Yi Jiji froze for a moment. Then he was surprised and excited in his heart. It's like hitting the jackpot. Oh my god! He even took me for a friend. Chapter 56. Narrowing the Path. Lu Xian rummaged through the bodies of several people, trying to find some loot. As expected, Lu Xian managed to find several space rings on these corpses. Opening it up, there were more than 700,000 spirit stones, plus some magic treasure materials, and so on. Although it wasn't an extreme treasure, it was enough for Lu Xian right now. Yi Jiji looked at Lu Xian's figure. Her heart was still a little excited. She kept chewing on what Lu Xian had just said, and the corners of her mouth even spread into a smile from time to time. So, Lu Xian has always taken me as a friend? I don't think so, right? Maybe only just now he thought so. Yi Jiji's thoughts got complicated all of a sudden. Before, she had always treated Lu Xian as a senior or a valued person on her path of pursuing Dan. Not only was Lu Xian's Dan Dao far stronger than his, but he also gave himself many pointers. It could be said that without Lu Xian, the current Yi Jiji would not be able to reach the current heights. And it was such a person who was quite important to Yi Jiji who regarded her as a friend. This kind of made Yi Jiji feel flattered. Lu Xian ignored Yi Jiji and picked up the 6 Songyu tokens on his own. Counting these 6 pieces, that would be a full 10. Lu Xian nodded slightly. This way, one would even be able to ask to enter the Songyu Hui martial arts next all the way. But Lu Xian's ambitions don't stop there. He wanted to collect another 100 Songyu tokens and exchange them for Earth-rank sword skills. Lu Xian slowly got up and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. After all, the further in you go, the more chances you have of meeting other cultivators. The higher the likelihood of one's capturing the Songyu token, the higher. Yi Jiji looked at Lu Xian, wanted to go deeper, and hurriedly asked, "May I follow?" Lu Xian said, "Whatever you want, but the token may not necessarily have your share." He was still short of tokens himself at the moment. Yi Jiji smiled as she hurriedly nodded her head. "Don't worry for me. It really doesn't matter if I have a token or not." Yi Jiji's participation in the Songyu Hui martial arts itself did not give much hope. Even if it's a round robin, it's still expected. This was because she knew that she was lower than most of the sword cultivators, both in terms of realm and sword cultivation. But nothing matters. Yi Jiji hurriedly trotted forward and followed Lu Xian. Another corner of the Songyu Hui Wu. Chino Dinian put his sword into its scabbard. In front of them, a large number of Songyu sword sect disciples fell. These people, as many as they can, are broken. With a large hand, he took all of these people's Songyu tokens into his hands, while a sinister smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Good, that makes 50 tokens. At this moment, the 10 Tiange Peak disciples behind them all fell silent as they looked at these corpses on the ground. Most of these corpses were of the inferior realm. And like them, most of these Tiange Peak disciples were also in the inferior realm. In other words, for this Chano minion to want to kill these 10 of them, it was as easy as picking up a bag. It directly made these Chun forgetting Nian's brothers and sisters feel a chill down their backs. Why has this senior brother Chun Oblivion become so much stronger in just a short period of time? One person to fight so many people, but also easily. We compared is simply dragged back. It shouldn't. We are all sword cultivators above the 3rd level of the subtle realm. And there are even those above the 8th level of the subtle realm. How could there be such a huge gap? Ever since the last time senior brother Chin Oblivion came back, it's like he's a different person who doesn't know what happened. These people were sweating for a while as they faced Chen Weijian. After just a few days of work, they felt Chen O'Minion's strength skyrocket by countless amounts. It was more than several times stronger than before. Senior brother Chun oblivious. What should we do with these people? The lead man probed and asked in a thin voice. He was the strongest of these Tiangue peaks. Yellow dust. His strength has reached the peak of the 8th level of the subtle realm. Among the peers, it is considered headstrong. However, he was still fearful in front of Chen Oyen. Chen Odinian looked at them, his icy eyes contemptuous. A large hand probed. Swish. The Songyu tokens of these 10 people flew directly into his hands. Yellow dust was directly dumbfounded. This, senior brother, what is your reason? We're all Tiangue Peak disciples. There's no need to make a move against us, right? A few people behind him also nodded frantically. They had followed Chen Bianyin all the way, and as a result, they hadn't gotten any benefits, not to mention that their own tokens were now being fished away. In that case, he wouldn't even be able to enter the next round of the Zhangyu Hui martial arts himself. Chen Odinian sneered and said, "If you want to get to the next round, go grab it on your own merit. If you guys are really good, it's not like you're going to miss a piece or two." At those words, Huang Dust showed a difficult expression. He knew that Chen Oyin was trying to rely on these tokens to exchange for rewards. Just so, that's what's going to make them suffer. But now that Chen Bianyin was so powerful, they couldn't say anything. After all, the difference in strength speaks for itself. Watching Chen Odinian leave without them, Huang Chen also let out a long sigh. It seems that he and this ticket of brothers are being treated as a liability. However, it was understandable when one thought about it. Ever since the last time Chen Oblivion returned, his strength had been skyrocketing. Until now, he could even go through with the Tong Tian realm. This kind of strength was already considered extremely rare amongst the inferior realm. What to do? A person came to Huang Dust and inquired. A few people around them nodded in agreement. They too wanted to know the solution to this matter now. After a long time, Huang Dust's face turned hard. It's obvious that Chen Minion has begun to alienate us now, and he has a unique position with the master, so if we can't curry favor with him, we're bound to die. I heard that Chen Bianyin has an enemy named Lu Xian. This person killed Chen Bianyin's whole family. If we can take his head, we'll definitely make Chen Bianyin to impress us. Then we can protect ourselves. Otherwise, if we are really eliminated in the first round, in the hands of Chen Minion, it's absolutely no different from chronic death. Upon hearing this, the crowd thought for a moment and nodded one after another. It is what it is, and it is what it is. Go directly to search for Lu Xian and grab some Songyu tokens on the way. When the time came to directly kill Lu Xian to help Chen Oyin, even if he killed Ling Lin, it would be enough to show his loyalty. Just do it. Another place. Lu Xian continuously searched for treasures within this sword abyss mystery. Everywhere was filled with rare spirit medicines, as well as various types of ores and other heavenly treasures. These things are extremely hard to find in the outside world, whereas within this sword abyss mystery, it was full of them, thus giving Lu Xian a good opportunity to collect treasures. Suddenly, Lu Xian looked into the distance. He smelled something. Yizhiji also poked her head out and sniffed, saying, "This smell is a sixth-order spirit medicine, blood body flower?" After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Lu Xian, blinking her eyes as if she wanted to ask Lu Xian if she was right. Lu Xian sniffed and nodded. "Not bad. It is precisely the blood body flower, which can be used as the main ingredient for many pills. The blood body flower is something that has a price. If it could be refined into an elixir, it would be extremely beneficial to the physical body. At that time, Lu Xian himself would be able to obtain a considerable boost." Lu Xian was somewhat curious about where this sword abyss mystic realm, where did so many treasures come from? Chapter 57, Fourth Order Demon King. Yi Zhiji nodded repeatedly in excitement. "Surprisingly, it really is a blood body flower, I guessed right. I've never seen this kind of elixir before. This time I can sort of open my eyes." Lu Xian looked at Yi Zhiji with some curiosity and asked, "You've never seen a blood body flower before. How did you smell the flavor?" One can never imagine what one has not seen. This Yi Zhiji had never seen a blood body flower before, yet he could distinguish the flavor of a blood body flower without any enhancement, which made Lu Xian very curious. He possessed the knowledge of the immortal Dan God directly instilled in his mind. But this Yi Zhiji didn't have this treatment. Yi Zhi knew. "From the book, I know the traits of each spirit medicine by heart. Even if it's a spirit medicine that I haven't seen before, I can distinguish it at the first time." Lu Xian was shocked. This is simply the innate alchemy, holy body. How brief is the book? This Yi Zhiji was surprisingly able to distinguish between spirit medicines by virtue of clues as well. Lu Xian didn't even dare to claim to be talented in front of Yi Zhiji. This girl's talent for alchemy was only 1 in a million. Being confined within this small green state is an even more cruel waste. Don't let your guard down. Beside any heavenly material treasure, there is a great probability that a demonic beast will appear to guard it. Lu Xian reminded. This is basically an accepted truth among cultivators. Even if you come across a rare, heavenly treasure, don't be in a hurry to be happy. One must first determine if there are any demonic beasts guarding it. If you obtain it hastily, you are likely to die. Yi Zhiji nodded. Then let's be careful. And she knew this well. Following behind Lu Xian, He kept feeling his way towards the direction of the blood-body flower. After advancing a few hundred meters, suddenly the duo heard a sound of the ground shaking. Boom, boom, boom. For a while, it seemed as if the entire earth was constantly trembling. A huge crack ran through the duo's feet. It seemed to split the entire earth in half. Many of the towering forests around them were collapsing. What is this? This. Yi Ji felt an extremely powerful aura at the first moment. It was an aura that even shocked her. And, being this time, suddenly, a silhouette ran towards the duo. When Lu Xian saw this person, he directly froze. How is he? The man looked woefully out of shape and sweaty. A piece of clothing also shattered to the extreme. The moment he looked up at Lu Xian, he also froze. The next moment, there were tears of excitement. Senior brother Lu Xian, my good brother, save me, only to see that this person was none other than Jiang Shengtian. Jiang Shengtian had obviously gone through a fierce battle, and by the looks of it, it mostly didn't win the fight. Roar! As the three of them were eye to eye, a beastly roar resounded through the sky. The surrounding forest collapsed all of a sudden. The surrounding boulders also shattered. A tall figure came into the eyes of the crowd. He only saw a giant bear that was more than 10 feet tall, with dark fur and hard as iron. A muscle is like a gnarled dragon coiled and knotted, traveling all over the body like mountains and rivers undulating, magnificent and incomparable. The eyes that looked at the three were also filled with complete killing intent. And not far behind this giant bear was the blood-body flower. When that giant bear saw the three of them pass, not only did it not get scared, but it looked more excited. Grinning with his mouth full of sharp knife-like teeth, he rushed towards the three of them. The moment Lu Xian saw the demonic beast, he immediately recognized his origin. This is the fourth-ranked demon king, the mountain iron giant bear. Jiang Xingtian was also numb. It's actually a demon king. No wonder it's so strong. Fourth-ranked demon king, corresponding to the human race's entry realm. However, a demon king was one head stronger than a demon beast. Inside 10,000 demonic beasts, there might not even be a demon king. The power of the demonic beast itself was going to far exceed that of a cultivator of the same realm. The strength of this demon king was even more capable of crushing demonic beasts of the same realm. This fourth-order demon king appeared to be benchmarking against the human race's initiation realm, but it was actually a head stronger than the peak of the initiation realm. I found an elixir earlier that looked like it could boost a cultivator's chi and blood power, and I thought I'd made a fortune, but I didn't expect it to be guarded by such a giant beast. If I hadn't run fast, I would have died straight away. Brother Lu Xian, save me. Jiang Xingtian wanted to cry. This beast has a batch of tough flesh. I couldn't even break through his defenses, but he nearly broke my bones with one slap. I'm no match for him. Obviously, he was depressed. He himself had always been proud of his physical strength. As a result, in front of this demonic beast, one did not have the slightest ability to fight back. It's so humiliating. Yi Ji knew. Although the mountain iron giant bear has a huge body, it's not very fast though. Let's hurry and run now. We might still have a chance. A fourth-order demon king was almost impossible to take down without a dozen or so inferior realm cultivators joining forces to hunt it. Even if they were to face this fourth-order demon king, it would be good if they could save their lives. However, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. Mountain iron giant bear? His bear's ball can also boost a cultivator's physical strength extremely substantially, and the rest of the materials are even more of a supreme treasure, so if it can be refined into a pill, it will also be extremely beneficial to the cultivator. What's more, is that blood-body flower? Although the mountain iron giant bear was strong, its body was full of treasures. The blood-body flower was even a priceless sixth-order, heavenly material treasure. It was so hard to see such a big gold mountain. Of course, Lu Xian would not let it slip away. Lu Xian immediately drew his sword. Swish! There was a flash of cold light. The silent Dao sword appeared in Lu Xian's hand. Lu Xian was murderous and looked straight at the mountain iron giant bear. Seeing Lu Xian draw his sword, Jiang Xingtian was directly confused. The strength of the enemy and us is so different, but as a result, instead of thinking of escaping, they want to directly do it the hard way. What kind of logic is that? Aren't you afraid to die? No, it's brother Lu Xian who thinks he's bound to win. Jiang Xingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Lu Xian was surprisingly confident that he could have such confidence in himself. I'm afraid that even a strong person at the peak of the inferior realm wouldn't think so. But to think that Lu Xian was able to subdue himself with a single thought before. Jiang Xingtian also shut up. This Lu Xian may really be able to do what he can't even do. Roar! The mountain iron giant bear saw that Lu Xian not only didn't run away, but instead, he flashed his sword at himself. This provocative behavior immediately angered him. After letting out a roar to the sky, he swung his claws and smashed down hard at Lu Xian. Boom! The tremendous force was so great that it even smashed the air with a roar. It seemed that even space had created a slight fluctuation. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xingtian's face immediately changed abruptly. But still, he gritted his teeth fiercely and took a step on the ground, his body rushing up to the sky. Drawing the huge sword behind him that was the size of a door slab, he rushed at the mountain iron giant bear and smashed it. If my brother Lu Xian isn't afraid, what's old man afraid of? Jiang Shengtian shouted angrily, and he used 10% of his strength. Bang! Almost instantly, Jiang Xingtian let out a muffled grunt as his body flew backwards. After continuously turning several times in the air, he finally managed to land on the ground. It smashed on top of the earth and was instantly covered in mess and pain. I can't believe it's so strong. Jiang Xingtian's heart was also shaken. When he looked up, he froze again. Only Lu Xian's thin figure drew his sword and charged the sky. Chapter 58. Thunder moves the 10,000 harmonies. 9 heavenly demon choppers. Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. The silent Tao sword flashed with a cold light and chopped directly on top of the mountain iron giant bear's palm. Snort! Blood spattered. Half of the palm of the mountain iron giant bear was unexpectedly chopped down by Lu Xian. Large chunks of flesh and blood wrapped around the broken bones and crashed onto the earth, smashing a deep pit into even the hard ground. Ow! The mountain iron giant bear ate the pain and howled miserably to the sky. An ass sat directly on the ground, twisting his body constantly in pain. Obviously, the claws had been cut off hard, and the pain was also very hard to endure for a 4th-ranked demon king. Lu Xian shook his arm and shook off the blood from his sword. After this silent Tao sword's grade was upgraded, its power was really much stronger and it was incomparably sharp. If it were a previous Xian-ranked silent Tao sword, it would probably be difficult to break through the defense of this mountain iron giant bear. But now it was just a casual chop that would completely slice off his claws. Jiang Xingtian directly froze when he saw this. Now that blood continued to gush out of the wound. This silent Tao sword also seemed to have a special power. It can stop the wound from healing to some extent. This, Brother Lu Xian, are you really only in the Keixian realm now? A 4th-ranked demonic beast is enough to contrast a strong human inferior realm practitioner, let alone a demon king. Bean-sized cold sweat continued from Jiang Xingtian's forehead. Obviously, Lu Xian's sword had caused him quite a psychological shock. Such a sword, even if it was used to deal with the mountain iron giant bear, was surprisingly easy. Yi Zhi's face changed slightly and said, I heard that the demon kings within the Sword Abyss Mysteries all carry a large number of Tsang Yu tokens on their bodies, so if we can kill them, then the Tsang Yu tokens we get will not only be enough for us to enter the next round, but even the exchange rewards are more than enough. What they lacked the most right now was the Tsang Yu token. Such a great opportunity, right in front of us. At that time, if they could successfully obtain the Tsang Yu token on the mountain iron giant bear, then they would be making a fortune. And at that moment, the Pain Mountain Iron Giant Bear roared and charged at Lu Xian again. Roar! His eyes burned with blood in their sockets, and he had obviously been completely enraged. At this time, all the pain has been put into the back of the mind. The only will in the mind is to kill. Jiang Xingtian, who had long since seen the terrifying strength of the mountain iron giant bear, suddenly changed his face. Brother Lu Xian, let me help you. He took one step forward, and he was leaping up high toward the mountain iron giant bear to kill it. Yi Zhi also rose up with her sword and attacked the mountain iron giant bear. Several sword lights chopped at the body of the mountain iron giant bear. Ding, 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 ding. The skin of the mountain iron giant bear was as if it was made of fine iron, indestructible. Yi Zhi and Jiang Xingtian's attacks could only leave a shallow mark on it. The duo's attack was somewhat insignificant in front of this huge demonic beast. Even though they fought each other with all their might, it was still difficult to cause substantial damage. It was even more useless to this already enraged demonic beast. Yi Zhi's face changed slightly. This mountain iron giant bear's fleshly body is not too strong. It was at this moment that she suddenly felt a powerful aura emerge, directing his gaze towards Lu Xian. And at this moment, Lu Xian gripped the silent Dao sword. All of a sudden, above the dome of the sky, the robbery clouds gathered. Dark-colored clouds covered the entire sky. Within the sea of clouds, there were also countless thunderbolts that traveled through them. 9 heavenly imperial thunder sword. Lu Xian drew his sword forward. Between that mountain iron giant bear's roar, Lu Xian had long since killed with a sword. This sword gathered the power of endless thunder. It was directly infused on top of this mountain iron giant bear's body. The first style, the sword draws heavenly thunder. Boom! That thunderbolt directly blasted on top of the mountain iron giant bear's body. His seemingly indestructible flesh body was even directly blasted black. Ow! The mountain iron giant bear violently stopped in place, then let out a miserable howl. Obviously in great pain, Lu Xian did not stop moving. Instead, he slashed out another sword. Third style, Thundering Manifestation, the final stance of the 9 heavenly imperial thunder sword. It was also the most terrifying style in terms of power. At this moment, the thunder clouds in the sky once again condensed together, in which robberies filled the air. Lu Xian's every move seemed to pull thunder from the sky. The thunder light that constantly flickered in the air, gathered together, was like a thunder dragon, strong and unrivaled. Jiang Xingtian even sensed that something was wrong with the warp. This sword looks as if it's powerful. To think that it can pull thunder from the sky. What kind of sword skill is this? Surprisingly, it has this kind of power. In all the years I've been in the Tsang sword sect, I've never heard of any sword cultivator with this ability. Yi Zhiji looked into the air and was also overwhelmed with emotion. It seems that senior brother Lu Xian's sense of the sword Dao isn't crude, but instead, it's like the Dan Dao, very proficient. Sword, martial arts, and Dan are all proficient, and it would be difficult to turn up such a talent in the midst of Qingzhou's history. And at that moment, Lu Xian had already chopped down with his sword. The thunder that surged through the air condensed into a huge sword shadow. The thunder sword shadow that flashed with deadly light was like a heavenly sword, directly blasting down on top of the mountain iron giant bear's body. The mountain iron giant bear was also not the least bit afraid, and similarly raised his arms high, smashing into the thunder sword shadow. Those two forces, that's how they bombarded together. Boom! There was a loud bang. The thunder light directly infused on top of the mountain iron giant bear's body, constantly tearing apart that small mountain-sized body. The endless thunder, moreover, kept destroying his internal organs. Audash plus! The mountain iron giant bear even let out a miserable howl. Obviously, this sword had caused almost irreversibly great damage to him. Bang! Under the bombardment of that thunderous sword shadow, the mountain iron giant bear smashed heavily on top of the earth. All over his body, he was covered in dark scorch marks. Under the bombardment of these thunder sword shadows, the mountain iron giant bear was already scarred and even dying. Jiang Xingtian stood not far away, looking at the immobile mountain iron giant bear. His heart was also shaken beyond belief. This guy actually got knocked down just like that? Jiang Xingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The beast was chasing himself to a standstill. As a result, under Lu Xian's hands, he couldn't even receive 3 swords. Then to what extent was the difference in strength between himself and Lu Xian exaggerated? Unbelievable. And Lu Xian smiled slightly as he gripped the silent Dao sword tightly. It seemed that the full version of the 9 heavenly imperial thunder sword was truly powerful. Even the mountain iron giant bear, with its amazing defense, could be easily defeated. If it was only the first style, it might not have been able to break through his defense at all. And now, this mountain iron giant bear was already fish meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered. Blood body flower. Pale feather token. Mountain iron giant bear carcass material. A glow spread across Lu Xian's mouth. This demon king was nothing more than a mountain of treasure to him. He raised his long sword and chopped down hard at the head of the mountain iron giant bear. With this sword, the game was decided. Chapter 59. Want to see how soft you are? Puff! The huge head of the mountain iron giant bear crashed directly onto the ground. Blood flowed out at once. The body that had been struggling continuously just a moment ago was completely paralyzed on the ground, reduced to a corpse. Lu Xian dried the blood on the silent Dao sword and then put it away. This mountain iron giant bear's corpse. Teske, worthy of being a demon king. His body is full of treasures. Lu Xian reached out his hand and kept exploring inside the mountain iron giant bear, and soon dug out a fist-sized demonic Dan. The demonic pills were the essence of a demonic beast's cry for cultivation and one of the most valuable treasures on its body. The demon pills of a fourth-order demon king were even worth millions of spirit stones. Whether it was alchemy or weaponry or setting up formations, etc., it was all of wonderful use. As for the rest of the material, it's even easier. Bear bile can be used to make pills, and the rest of the internal organs have some medicinal value. The flesh and blood of the body, if made into meat, whether it is fed to the reared spirit beasts or consumed by cultivators for cultivation, it has a lot of wonderful uses. It could be said that this mountain iron giant bear was covered in treasures. After all, it was a fourth-order demon king, and its utility was self-evident. Lu Xian then stepped on the corpse of the mountain iron giant bear and kept collecting materials. Zhang Xingtian couldn't help but marvel as he looked at Lu Xian's figure. Worthy of being a Lu Xian brother, without him saving me, I would be finished. Surprisingly, you can use the Cave Xian realm to fight against the fourth-order demon king. Brother Lu Xian, when will you teach me? Zhang Xingtian was a bit tearful. In the past few days of taking the golden lock stem strengthening pill, his chi and blood had been boosted substantially. Even his own cultivation followed suit. It can be said that revitalizing a man's virility is just one of the most insignificant effects of the golden lock solid gold pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be selling for straight-up sky-high prices right now. He had thought he was strong enough. However, he didn't expect that in front of Lu Xian, he was still not worth mentioning. He himself was being chased like a grandson by this mountain iron giant bear. As a result, Lu Xian chopped him to death with 3 swords. The difference in strength in between was unbelievable. Brother Lu Xian, let me help you. After thinking for a few moments, Zhang Xingtian was also relieved. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was just that Lu Xian was too demonic. They're all brothers anyway, so there's no need to fight to the death. If he's good, I'm good. Thinking of this, Zhang Xingtian also climbed on top of the mountain iron giant bear's flesh to help Lu Xian gather materials. Yi Zhiji also came over and joined the trio. From time to time, they even helped Lu Xian wipe away the sweat and the blood that stained his body. While the crowd was busy, in the middle of a remote corner, Chun Odinian stood in front of the corpse of the 4th-ranked Demon King and kept touching the body of the Demon King. Finally, 60 Sangyu tokens were sought from it. This way, I'll have 110 Sangyu tokens in my hand. Then, the ultimate reward must be mine. A cold smile spread across the corners of Chun Odinian's mouth. These days, he had been getting stronger. Even within this secret realm, his strength was getting stronger every moment. Thanks, Master, for giving me a second life. Just when Chun Odinian was feeling smug, suddenly his face changed, and he then spat out a mouthful of black blood. Damn, this Tao source is actually eroding my body so much. Chun Odinian's face turned slightly white. I must get that heavenly ranked sword that the clan rewarded to Shoujia as the carrier of the Tao source. Otherwise, I will die for sure. But who can be my opponent now? After 2 incense sticks, this mountain iron giant bear's corpse was finally disposed of. The rest you split. Lu Xian smiled. He still left a portion for this Yi Zhiji and Zhang Xingtian. They don't get the credit, but at least they have the hard work. The remaining portion, although they were all edges, were still worth a few 100,000 spirit stones. Many thanks to Brother Lu. Zhang Xingtian didn't expect Lu Xian to leave him a copy. Gleefully, he put it away. Thanks. Yi Zhiji also smiled and accepted her share. Although it wasn't worth a few dollars, it proved that he still had a certain position in Lu Xian's heart. Not strangers who don't know each other. After assigning it, Lu Xian followed the scent of the blood body flower. Fruity. On top of a deep red crystal, a flower grew within it. This flower is blood red and has 6 pints of blossoms. A strange fragrance came from it, causing one's blood to rise. This treasure can extremely substantially enhance the cultivator's physical body strength. Zhang Xingtian couldn't move his eyes directly. It was for this blood body flower that he was almost killed by the mountain iron giant bear. But this elixir was now close at hand, but Zhang Xingtian didn't dare to make a move. After all, this treasure was of precious value, and defeating the mountain iron giant bear itself didn't play much of a role. He really didn't have the face to accept this elixir. Lu Xian glanced at Zhang Xingtian and directly saw his small mind. Smiling, he shook his head. You want this elixir? Jiang Xingtian thought about it and shook his head. I don't want it. I don't deserve it. When he finished, he let out a long sigh. It was meant to be. Lu Xian laughed. You want to use this elixir to enhance the power of your fleshly body, and I also need to use it to refine an elixir. Jiang Xingtian smiled bitterly and scratched his head, saying, Forget it then, I didn't put in much effort. I'm already content if you can send me that damn formula. I don't dare to ask for a little more. Lu Xian didn't answer Jiang Xingtian and added, But, to refine that pill, you need to immerse the blood body flower in special medicinal water. Although it will weaken the strength of the medicine, it will increase its compatibility with many medicinal herbs. And the medicinal water soaked in the blood body flower can also be used to refine an elixir that can be used to enhance the power of the physical body as well. Hearing these words, Jiang Xingtian became excited. That means, brother you. Lu Xian smiled and said, You've called me brother. What else is there to say? But I'm not willing to be hoarded out for nothing. The required herbs, although not expensive, but you prepare your own. In addition, I also have a Dan formula. The effect is stronger than the golden lock stem fixing Dan, but also 3 points at that time. If you want, take it together, of course, or 1-9 split. At those words, Jiang Xingtian was incredibly grateful. Heavy salute to Lu Xian. Brother Lu Xian, I've offended you before, but you've been kind enough to help me. After today, this life of mine, you can drive it as you please. I'm willing to die for you. When Jiang Xingtian finished his salute and got up, there was deep admiration in his eyes. Although on the surface, it seems that you have to prepare your own herbs again, and you can only share 10% of the proceeds when you are busy. But in reality, Lu Xian was doing himself an important favor. It's also an unbelievably rare opportunity. When he thought of this, Jiang Xingtian's heart boiled with blood. There is nothing like the death of a man for a friend who understands him. Yi Zhiji, who was on the side, looked at Lu Xian and said with a smile, I didn't realize that senior brother Lu Xian, you're somewhat of a soft eater, but not a hard eater. Lu Xian's smile was a bit tarnished at this moment. That depends on how soft it is, huh? At those words, Yi Zhiji froze for a moment, then blushed. Being at this time, with a wave of Lu Xian's hand, many Cangyu tokens flew out from the bottom of the blood-colored crystals underneath the blood body flower. These should be the proceeds from defeating the mountain iron giant bear and seizing the blood body flower. After scanning the number of these Cangyu tokens, Lu Xian froze. I can't believe so much. Chapter 60. Fox 9 strikes. Only to see a large swath of Cangyu tokens floating in midair in front of him, glittering. During the flashes of light, the crowd felt a bit blinded. It's just too much. Lu Xian roughly counted that there were 60 Cangyu tokens. Just by relying on these Cangyu tokens alone, it would be enough for 6 people to pass the examination or exchange for a Xian rank treasure armor. Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian's eyes went straight when they saw these 60 Cangyu tokens. They had been in the Cangyu sword sect for a relatively long time, so they naturally knew what the concept of so many tokens was. I'm afraid that within the entire Sword Abyss mysteries, there are only a handful of people who have so many Cangyu tokens. It's simply anticlimactic. Jiang Xingtian's lips are shivering. That's a lot. He dreamed of taking dozens of Cangyu tokens and going out to play hard to get to his fellow disciples. Look, I have so many. You guys can't even come up with 10. Garbage. But with so many Cangyu tokens really in front of him, Jiang Xingtian was at a loss for words. Lu Xian smiled and distributed 20 tokens, handing them to Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian respectively. These are divided among you. Although these tokens were not small in their usefulness, Lu Xian did not lack these 1 or 20 pieces. Jiang Xingtian looked at the Cangyu token in front of him and fell silent. I can't take it. It's not like I contributed much. I'm just too ashamed to take it. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Xingtian still suppressed his inner longing and said, I still have 20 Cangyu tokens here, more than enough to enter the next round of the Cangyu Hui martial arts. Jiang Xingtian had already taken so many benefits from Lu Xian. He was really embarrassed to continue receiving the Cangyu token. This pale feather token was still more useful in Lu Xian's hands. If it happened that it was because of these tokens that Lu Xian was unable to claim the additional rewards of a higher rank, Jiang Xingtian would really have no face to see Lu Xian. No matter what, he couldn't take this Cangyu token. Lu Xian saw that Jiang Xingtian really had no intention of accepting the Cangyu tokens, so he placed all 20 more tokens in front of Yi Zhiji. He smiled. Since he doesn't want it, then I'll give it to you. I remember that you only have 1 Cangyu token in your hand right now. Yi Zhizhi also froze as she looked at the Tsangyu token that was close at hand. She only had one in her hand now, and she couldn't even make it to the next round. If he didn't take these Tsangyu tokens, it would be a real round trip. Ah! Yi Zhizhi stood still, squirming and rubbing her hands together. His fingers were rubbed white and red, and his expression turned unnatural. Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't enter the next round. These tokens are in the hands of senior brother Lu Xian, so maybe I can get a better reward. Yi Zhizhi never had much hope of making it to the next round. She had always focused solely on the Tao of Dan and knew exactly what her strength level was. Although the opportunity to enter the second round was now right in front of them, this belonged to dividing Lu Xian's chances after all. Yi Zhizhi was really a bit too much. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian retrieved the token and said, "In that case, I won't force myself. Anyway, there's still some time left in the first round, and there's still plenty of opportunity to search for the token." At this moment, Jiang Xingtian looked at Yi Zhiqi and pulled out his 10 tokens, handing them to Yi Zhiqi. "Senior sister Yi Zhizhi, these are for you, as my compensation to you." Yi Zhizhi looked at the 10 tokens and was slightly stunned. "This is," Jiang Xingtian explained, "I've been offended before, but now that I've made it to the next round, the extra token will be given to you, and we won't be dragging senior brother Lu Xian's feet." In his eyes, those 60 tokens, which were fought down by Lu Xian, deserved to belong to him. As for these 10 tokens, but they were killed by their own strength. How to dispose of them is also their own business. And it is just right to give them to Yi Zhizhi, who has not yet had the chance to enter the next round. "Okay, I'll take it, thank you." Yi Zhizhi smiled faintly. In this way, she also had the qualifications to enter the next round. For Yi Zhizhi, who had always had no hope for herself, this was an unexpected delight. Lu Xian nodded slightly as he watched the crowd reach a consensus, and then he walked deeper into the secret realm again. The further inside, the better the rewards would be. This was the consensus of all disciples within the Sword Abyss Mysteries. And because of that, the enemies that you meet afterward will definitely be stronger. Lu Xian wasn't afraid of this, and he even began to count his gains. Excluding those treasures that he had looted earlier, he still had 70 Tsangyu tokens in his hand. In addition to the 10 pieces used to redeem rewards, there are 60 pieces that can be used to redeem additional rewards. It was equivalent to a Xian rank treasure armor. Even adding another 40 pieces would allow you to exchange for an Earth rank sword skill. Lu Xian was determined to obtain this Earth rank sword skill. However, if there are other people within the secret territory who have searched for more Tsangyu tokens than themselves, this Earth rank reward will end up in the hands of the person with the highest number of Tsangyu tokens. In other words, you can't take yourself lightly now. If a carelessness was countered, he would be a joy to watch. The three of them continued deeper into the secret realm again. Half an hour's time, the way did not run into many living people, but a lot of corpses. And on these corpses, the tokens have been touched and emptied. That is to say, besides them, there must be people searching for tokens in large numbers. And not weak. However, there were also unexpected joys, still collecting 24 or so Tsangyu tokens that were spread out within the secret territory. For these Tsangyu tokens that were not the least bit difficult to collect, Lu Xian symbolically took half of them, and the remaining half was distributed to Yi Zhizhi and Jiang Xingtian. After all, these two were currently still hanging out with themselves. One was a stable food stamp, and the other was a genius in alchemy. Whether counting favors or gains, Lu Xian was not in a good position to treat them poorly. A minimum of benefits that are still in place. Just as the trio continued to go deeper, a figure suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, the other 9 figures all appeared in the surrounding gloom, surrounding them. The leader of the group, a man, stood in front of them, holding a sharp blade, his face full of smiles. "Finally, we've ambushed someone. Wait a minute, you're Lu Xian?" The man at the head took a good look at Lu Xian's face and was instantly overjoyed. Obviously, Lu Xian's appearance was considered a surprise for them. Tian Gui peak powerhouse Huang Duan? Jiang Xingtian recognized the person in charge at a glance. His cultivation level is the 8th level of the inferior realm, and his strength is not weak. The other 9, all of them, are also Tian Gui peak powerhouses, with strengths above the inferior realm. Jiang Xingtian took a deep breath, and a few moments of scorn arose in his eyes. The strength of most of these people was at the middle to late stage of the inferior realm. Placed within the entire Tsangyu sword sect, it was also the top group. Yi Zhizhi was also blushing. Although many people in the Tsangyu sword sect owed her a favor, these people, however, were not among them. As for Huang Dust, he was already laughing at this point, and the 9 companions around him were even more unable to strain the smiles on their faces. They had been looking for Lu Xian for too long. With a smile on his face, Huang Dust gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and said, Jiang Xingtian, Yi Zhiji, they're all celebrities in the sect. They must have a lot of Cangyu tokens or treasures in their hands. As for Lu Xian, you offended senior brother Chen Forgotten Year. We have long planned to offer your head to him. I've been looking for you nowhere to be seen. I did not expect that you are now sent to the door. A wave of relief washed over Huang Dust's heart. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Waiting for a rabbit here, I didn't expect to run into Lu Xian. Yi Zhiji sank her face and pulled out a spatial ring. 500,000 spirit stones inside, 10 fourth-grade pills. Give me Yi Zhiji's face. Let's not offend each other. Huang Chen stared at the spatial ring on Yi Zhiji's hand, greed showing in his eyes. But still he grinned and said, confused. Even if I kill you, all the treasures in here are mine. At those words, Yi Zhiji's face suddenly turned odd. That word, why does it sound so familiar? Jiang Xingtian drew the huge sword behind his back that was the size of a door panel, and said with a vicious face, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with them? Since they dare to ambush us, let's give them a little color. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Xingtian raised his sword to kill. Seeing Jiang Xingtian make a move, the rest of the few people didn't dare to slack off. The 3 figures instantly killed Jiang Xingtian. Jiang Xingtian fought 3 people alone, wielding a huge sword in his hand. For a time, it was surprisingly even with the 3 late-stage inferior realm powerhouses. Lu Xian looked at the sound of Jiang Xingtian fighting and also raised his eyebrows. What a strong power of qi and blood, a talent. Cultivators rarely cultivated the power of qi and blood, unless they were physical cultivators. Physical cultivation is not only infinitely powerful, and the flesh is extremely resistant to manipulation. Sword cultivators were invincible in the same realm, and physical cultivators were hard to break their defenses in the same realm. Sword cultivators and body cultivators both had their own advantages. And this Jiang Xingtian is a wizard of sword and body dual cultivation. Even though one fights 3, for a while surprisingly did not see in a disadvantage, and even some steadily pressure a situation. Huang Dust was somewhat surprised to see this scene. But he didn't panic, he just waved his hand in a big way. In a flash, 2 more figures joined the battle. There are 5 of them. Under the siege of the 5, Jiang Xingtian was also somewhat overwhelmed. Wounds kept appearing on his body, and blood flowed out. Seeing this, Yi Zhiji's face changed. Knowing that Jiang Xingtian was going to lose, he hurriedly joined the fight. In yellow dust sent out 2 more. 2 for 7. With the absolute numerical advantage, Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian were at a disadvantage. For a while, the 2 of them had a face that was hard to see. There are too many people. This time, it's really going to die. And at this moment, Lu Xian saw this and nodded slightly. The natural talent of these 2 was very strong. Sort of a talent. At this point, he spread out his palms. At once, a dense purple mist spread across the entire field. It enveloped hundreds of meters in a circle. For a moment, all the people on the battlefield froze. Even yellow dust was flabbergasted. What the hell? Not only would this mist obscure their eyes, it was even causing their perception of aura to be nearly cut off. In other words, in this purple mist, they were no different than being blind. At this moment, in Lu Xian's palm, a purple spirit sword appeared. Fox 9, let's see what you've got. A very seductive voice came out. Yes, master. #61. What I'm happy to give you is what you get. At this moment, Huang Dust and the others' faces had become extremely ugly. As they looked around, there was only a large purple mist in front of them. The crowd hastily leaned together, back to back, looking cautiously before them. What on earth is this? Mist? It's so weird. The visibility is less than 10 meters, and it's like all spiritual energy has been shielded. I feel a palpitation just being in this mist. What kind of weird stuff is this? Damn it. This must be the tactics of that little child Lu Xian. It must be a bluff. There's nothing to be afraid of. Right, he's just a cultivator of the cave Xian realm. Could he still have more means than us? The crowd's minds were forcibly stabilized, slowly coming out of their fear of the unknown. Huang Dust even gripped the sword in his hand and said, let Lu Xian continue to fight if he's capable. Let me see how much of his skills he hasn't used yet. He was confident that he was absolutely secure in his victory. Fong can say that he can take a solid win when he fights 2 out of 7. Nowadays, when 10 people fight 3, it's still like playing. What's more, Lu Xian was only a cave Xian realm cultivator, with a few skills yet to be known. Even if he had some unthinkable means, there was no need to put it in mind at all. And at this moment, Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian were hiding in the mist with a dumbfounded look on their faces. They hadn't even reacted to what had happened, and in the blink of an eye, the enemies around them had disappeared. This should be Brother Lu Xian's means, right? Jiang Xingtian wiped the sweat from his forehead as he felt shocked beyond belief. This mist looked very simple, but it was mysterious and could almost completely isolate the perception of an entry realm cultivator. Even if Yi Zhiji and Lu Xian were just a few meters away from him, Jiang Xingtian couldn't sense the breath of these two. Jiang Xingtian was already sweating in the face of such tactics. It was fortunate that he was not Lu Xian's enemy, or die without knowing how. Yi Zhiji also looked around and asked quietly, "Senior brother Lu Xian?" A figure that slowly appeared in front of Yi Zhiji. Yi Zhiji looked up. Only Lu Xian could be seen holding a sword that was purple in color, with a light mist surrounding it. A purple fox silhouette lay on Lu Xian's shoulder, its 9 tails blossoming behind it as it floated in the air. The fox silhouette turned to look at Yi Zhiji and unexpectedly revealed a smile. Lu Xian looked at Yi Zhiji and said, "Don't worry." After saying that, he walked into the mist and completely disappeared from Yi Zhiji's sight. At this moment, Fox 9 lay on Lu Xian's shoulder and said, "Master, against these people, I can destroy them with a snap of my fingers." Lu Xian held the Fox 9 in his hand and said, "Very good. Fox 9, this sword spirit is, after all, a beast spirit refined. The spirit is no different from normal people, even to be more sensitive. If this guy was willing to use it for himself, it was still good. Then let me see if you have any value in continuing to exist." Lu Xian revealed a threatening smile while resting his hand on the hilt of the silent Dao sword. Fox 9 immediately trembled. Threats? Lu Xian was making a naked threat. If one's performance is not satisfactory to Lu Xian, one might really be devoured by the silent Dao sword. Fox 9 all of a sudden lost his previous playful mindset and became serious. Although he didn't know if Lu Xian was bluffing, he was truly capable of having himself completely obliterated. They shall die. At this point, Yellow Dust suddenly felt something was wrong. A fox silhouette suddenly flashed out in front of him, running frantically towards himself. It seems to take its own life. What is this thing? Looking for death. Huang Dust drew his sword and slashed furiously. A sword chopped to it in a matter of moments. The sword blade, however, passed through the fox's shadow. What's going on here? Yellow Dust directly froze. Immediately afterward, he saw the fox shadow scurry directly into one of his companions. Ow! The man howled miserably, and the next moment he flopped to the ground. What's wrong with you? Huang Dust was directly confused. It wasn't even a breath before or after, and this man was taken out? That was a sword cultivator at the 6th level of the inferior realm. It's not that bad by any means, is it? And at that moment, several more fox silhouettes scurried out. It directly surged into the bodies of the companions surrounding Huang Chun. One mournful voice after another came out. Ow dash! What is this thing? Help! No! Me! A few mournful howls came down. The crowd lay as far as they could above the earth. Couldn't see any skin wounds, but it was just dead. Huang Dust's back was covered in cold sweat for an instant. Lu Xian, what the hell are you up to again? Have the guts to fight me head on. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Yellow Dust gritted his teeth. In front of him was all purple mist, and the companion just died inexplicably. This bizarre scene almost shattered Huang Dust's mental defenses. In the next moment, a fox silhouette that scurried right out. Huang Dust, who was nervous to the limit, directly chopped down with his sword. However, that fox shadow still scurried directly into Huang Chen's sea of consciousness. One moment, Huang Chen's sea of consciousness was directly shattered. Along with the divine soul, they were strangled together. Puff! The body fell straight to the ground. At this moment, the surrounding purple mist thinned out quite a bit. Fox 9 was still lying on Lu Xian's shoulder. Several fox silhouettes flew into Fox 9's body. Fox 9's originally illusory figure seemed to solidify a bit, but it wasn't really noticeable. Master, it solved. I wonder how Master is going to reward people. Fox Jiu looked at Lu Xian with a face full of inviting credit and reward. Lu Xian looked at Fox 9 and instantly felt an incomparably refined power surging into his body. Lu Xian immediately raised his eyebrows. This is... Lu Xian felt an extremely gentle power drilling into his divine soul. The divine soul, along with the sea of consciousness, had been nourished to a certain extent. Fox 9 said, I devoured their divine souls and refined them into essence, which possesses the efficacy of enhancing the abilities of divine souls. If it wasn't for soul cultivators, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to defend themselves against me if they didn't have unique means. Fox 9 looked confident. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Not bad. Apparently, this Fox 9 was still somewhat capable. Just the point of targeting the divine soul alone was powerful. And it seemed that killing Huang Chun and the others in seconds was far from the upper limit of Fox 9's strength. It was worthy of being a heavenly ranked spirit sword. In addition, after devouring the essence, not only the master can the divine soul can be enhanced, I can also gain a lot of benefits if accumulated to a certain extent, perhaps even enhance my grade. Fox 9 looked very excited. Lu Xian also raised his eyebrows. Upgrading? In other words, if Fox Jiu kept devouring it, sooner or later he would be able to surpass the heavenly rank one day. If this could really be done, then the value of this Fox 9 was more than just a simple heavenly grade spirit sword. However, soon after, Lu Xian's expression changed. You want a reward, you say? Fox Jiu raised her head. Of course. I performed so well. Does Master want to consider rewarding me 1 or 2 times? Lu Xian's smile turned cold. Of course, if you say I'm going to reward you, I have to reward you. Isn't that how it works? Fox 9's smile instantly stiffened. The situation didn't feel right at once. I like your strength, but I don't like it when you ask me for a reward and then act like you're taking it for granted. Lu Xian directly put Fox Jiu inside the burial heaven realm and directly suppressed Fox Jiu's body with his ancestral sword. You have 3 days to think it over. The sword was good, but the spirit of the sword was not honest. Being a sword spirit, but thinking of asking for credit. Not a big deal, but a risk of taking credit for it later. Of course, she had to let Fox 9 know who was the master, and that she, herself, was nothing more than a tool. To put it bluntly, this sword spirit still needs to be tempered a bit more. Ow! I know I'm wrong. I won't dare again. After being suppressed by the ancestral sword, Fox Jiu's mournful voice rang out. Lu Xian didn't bother and directly blocked Fox 9's voice. Howl all you want, you won't die anyway. And at this point, Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian also came back to their senses. The fog gradually dispersed before the two. When looking at the row of corpses not far from Lu Xian, he directly froze. I can't believe I killed them all. Chapter 62, Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill. The two looked at Lu Xian's back and fell silent. Shocked in place, he could not speak at all. They almost didn't get killed 2 for 7. As a result, Lu Xian fought 10 of them alone, which seemed more than enough. This gap in strength was a bit too great. Lu Xian stood by the corpses and began to scavenge the loot. He pulled out a Xian rank upper grade spirit sword, searched for it, and threw it to Yi Zhiji. This is for you. It's better for sword cultivators to have a good sword. Yi Zhiji looked at the Xian rank upper grade spirit sword in her hand. Then she looked at the Xian rank lower grade spirit sword she was holding before and nodded her head thankfully. Thank you, senior brother Lu Xian. Lu Xian picked up another bottle of elixir, sniffed it, and threw it to Jiang Xingtian. Second grade returning pill. It's somewhat effective in nourishing the physical body. It's suitable for you. Lu Xian distributed some more things that were of little use to him, to Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian. Another look at what was left. 1,200,000 spirit stones and 1,000 spirit crystals, in addition to some rare spirit medicines. These things, they're all mine. Yi Zhiji and Jiang Xingtian didn't dare to be half unwilling at all. None of them had put in much effort, and they had shared so many treasures. What's wrong with giving the rest to Lu Xian? Definitely no problem. Jiang Xingtian patted his chest and said, Brother Lu Xian, let's not talk about these. Even if there is something you fancy on me, just ask for it. I won't have half a word of complaint. Hearing this, Lu Xian playfully sized up Jiang Xingtian. Taking the kidney of a body cultivator into medicine is a great tonic. Why don't you dig down both of your own wastes? Jiang Xingtian instantly blanched. Good. Jiang Xingtian wanted to cry. Why is his mouth not guarded? But the words have been said. This waste does not dig their own face, cannot hang. He had just raised his hand when Lu Xian stopped him. Fooled you, take this. Jiang Xingtian opened it, and saw that it was a Dan formula. This is the Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill. Hearing that there was a Dan formula, Yi Ji hurriedly came over. Then both of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. This elixir was even better than the Golden Lock Stem Fixing Elixir and was a second-grade elixir. The medicine is stronger and more potent. The first time Jiang Xingtian saw it, he immediately felt that his mouth was dry and hot, and his ears were red. How much can this elixir be sold for? Jiang Xingtian instantly felt rich. The previous Golden Lock Stem strengthening pills had all made him a lot of money. This Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill looks even better. Lu Xian said, "You take this Dan formula, and you and I will split the proceeds 28%. Jiang Xingyan hurriedly shook his head. 19. 19. Lu Xian smiled. Okay, that's what you said, then 19. This formula is not of much use to himself, and it is useless to keep it. Since Jiang Xingtian had shared quite a few spirit stones with himself before this Dan formula, it was estimated that the proceeds would be even more. Lu Xian turned around, his palms slightly raised. At once, dozens of Cong Yu tokens flew in front of the crowd. There were more than 50 of them. These were the Cong Yu tokens that Huang Chun and the others had collected. This shows that they have conned a lot of people here. Otherwise, there was no way to accumulate so many Cong Yu tokens. In the end, though, it's cheaper. Lu Xian glanced around and realized that neither Yi Ziqi nor Jiang Xingtian had any ideas, so he smiled and said, "Then this Cong Yu token, I'll give it to myself." Jiang Xingtian nodded repeatedly. "Of course. How can we be ashamed to steal from you, brother? Good guy, he didn't put in much effort and he got so much of the benefits. If even the Cong Yu token had to get involved, wouldn't that be too inhuman?" Yi Ji also nodded her head hurriedly. "With my strength, I am already satisfied with these gains within this place. As for more, it's really a shame to receive more." Lu Xian didn't bother with any nonsense and directly collected all the Cong Yu tokens. In this way, one would have a full 150 Cong Yu tokens in hand, throwing out the ticket to enter the next round, and the Earth Rank Sword skill that could only be exchanged for 100 Cong Yu tokens. One still had an extra 40 Cong Yu tokens. Very profitable. There were still an unknown number of people who were desperately slaughtering within the Sword Abyss mysteries just to save up enough qualifications to enter the next round. And now one is token-free. Rectify it. Lu Xian smiled, and then said to the two, "Now we are not short of time. You still have injuries on your bodies. Rest for a few moments, and then move on." Jiang Xingtian and Yi Ziqi nodded in agreement. Just now, when they dealt with the 10 people of Huang Dust, they had suffered a lot of injuries on their bodies. It won't do much good if it keeps dragging on. It is even more of a loss when the point back falls into darkness as a result. As he watched Jiang Xingtian and Yi Ziqi begin to cultivate and heal their wounds, Lu Xian was not idle either. The consciousness sank directly into the burial heaven realm. Burial of the heavenly realm. Lu Xian stepped into it. Not far away, a purple spirit sword floated in the air, suppressed by the ancestral sword. This sword is none other than Fox 9. Under the suppression of the ancestral sword, Fox Jiu was constantly trembling and seemed to be suffering great pain. This kind of suppression was considered a long torture for the spirit sword, and even though it wouldn't do any damage to itself, for the sword spirit, it was more difficult than going to jail. Lu Xian's fingertips guided, and the ancestral sword flew in front of Lu Xian, suppressing the contact. With a thud, Fox 9 dropped to the ground. After a while, the sword spirit slowly manifested itself and knelt in front of Lu Xian, admitting its mistake. "I know I'm wrong. People know I'm wrong. Never dare to get carried away again." Lu Xian said, "You're within the burial heaven realm, and you haven't even reached 3 days yet, so I'm considered to have released you early." Then a cold color appeared on his face. "If anything, I think that I have been a little unreasonable, and it is not inevitable that you should ask me for some favors after you have contributed to killing the enemy for me." Fox Jiu hurriedly shook her head and said, "How could that be? I am but a mere tool of my master. Even if I have merit, I can only receive it if my master wants to reward me. What's more, my merit is insignificant." Lu Xian added, "Really? Do you think that with your relationship with me, you don't even deserve to make this request?" Fox Jiu nodded. "Master and I are but master and servant. How would I dare to think of overstepping my bounds?" At those words, the cold color on Lu Xian's face only gradually dissipated. It didn't matter if this Fox 9 meant what he said or not, as long as he listened. If he could pretend to be a good man for the rest of his life, then he is a good man. It was enough that he could knock it out of her. With a sweep of Lu Xian's sword finger, the ancestral sword flew above Fox Nine's head. Only this time, it wasn't suppression. Instead, it was using the power of the ancestral sword to warm up the sword spirit. Thank you, Master. Fox Nine was grateful beyond measure. It didn't do much, but it was far too comfortable than being suppressed by the ancestral sword. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Then his consciousness exited the burial heaven realm. Fox Ju always felt strange in her heart as she looked at Lu Xian's back. This being hit with a mallet and given a sweet date made Fox 9 a bit addicted. What's going on? How does it feel so good? Well, next time piss him off on purpose. Fox 9's smile gradually perverted. Outside, Lu Xian took a deep breath, looking at the two who were still healing. Another look at the Tsang Yu token in his hand. The first round is almost over, and what I'm going to do should come to pass. Chapter 63. Show me how it's done. The Tsang Yu Hui martial arts is a sure thing. Right now, he had 150 Tsang Yu tokens in his hand. The first round has been secured with no worries. But what Lu Xian wanted to do was not simply just passing. Soon, Yi Zhizhi and Jiang Xingtian quickly awoke as well. Lu Xian looked at the two of them and said, "Now that the first round will soon be over, we can prepare to leave the Sword Abyss mysterious realm and advance. With the Tsang Yu token in our hands, taking the first round will not be a big problem." Yi Zhizhi nodded. "That's right. At least passing the first round isn't a problem." There were 3 rounds in the Tsang Yu sword sect, and as long as one could pass the first round, the second round would not be much of a problem. But the second round is extremely dependent on individual strength. I may not be able to make it on my own. Yi Zhizhi understood that his strength was not of the top class among sword cultivators. The first round was already 1,000 horses crossing a log bridge, and by the time the second round rolled around, one's luck would be no use. Lu Xian smiled and said, "That doesn't matter. Everyone has a long out. You don't have to deliberately force yourself to challenge something you're not good at." After saying that, Lu Xian took out a pen and paper and was writing something. Soon, Lu Xian finished writing a small book and handed it to Yi Zhizhi. There are a few basic Dan formulas recorded here that are not found in Qingzhou right now. If you're able to delve into them and understand them, I will teach you more. But remember, this Dan formula must not be spread out, otherwise I will not let you live. Yi Zhizhi sniffed and took the Dan formula, roughly reading through the roar. Then her eyes lit up. "I can't believe I haven't even seen any of the pills recorded in this." It seems that the medicinal effects are very extraordinary, but the demand for maneuvering techniques is extremely high. But if it can succeed, it will surely become famous. The pills recorded in this pamphlet were only of the 3rd or 4th grade. However, the wonderful use of it could not even be done by many 5th or 6th grade elixirs. This pamphlet is definitely considered a treasure. Don't worry, senior brother Lu Xian, I definitely won't divulge any of the Dan formulas. Yi Zhizhi's expression was very resolute, obviously determined. Although Lu Xian didn't explicitly say so, Yi Zhizhi understood in her heart that these Dan formulas were considered tests for herself. If he succeeded, Lu Xian would teach himself more. But in case of failure, all bets are off. If it is leaked out, is a bigger problem. Even if he was on good terms with Lu Xian, he might not spare himself. This line, after all, is tantamount to betrayal. Lu Xian smiled. "It's good to understand I value you." Yi Zhizhi's Dan Dao talent was considered the highest Lu Xian had ever seen. Although there was no alchemy expert within the Tsang Yu sword sect to instruct her, who said she couldn't. The inheritance of the immortal Dan god. Even if only a minuscule portion of it flowed out, it would be enough for Yi Zhizhi to become famous and dominate the Qingzhou in the future, becoming a master alchemist. There were quite a lot of things that a renowned master alchemist could do. It might be a great favor to myself later on. It all depends on how Yi Zhizhi behaves. Jiang Xingtian's eyes reddened immensely as he watched. Even if he didn't know anything about the Dan Dao, he could still see the value of these Dan formulas. "That, brother, do you think I'm also charming?" Jiang Xingtian blinked his eyes and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I will definitely not treat the people around me poorly, including you." Jiang Xingtian sniffed and nodded his head hurriedly. "Brother, I'm content with your words. In the future, I'll offer my liver and brain in return." He understands very well in his heart. If he is attached to Lu Xian, he can really have a chance to soar to the sky. Look at Yi Zhizhi. Isn't she almost flying? Lu Xian smiled and said, "Good. Prepare to leave the Sword Abyss mysterious realm. After all, the first round of is also coming to an end." The crowd nodded their heads, and then once again, they collected the treasures along the way, and once again, they headed towards the exit. Outside, thousands of Song Yu sword sect's disciples were all sitting on the stands of the martial arts practicing ground, discussing. After all, time could be running out, and it is not yet known who will succeed in advancing to the next round. The Seven Peaks elders also had different expressions. Their most elite disciples were among them. Whether they can achieve a performance that will satisfy them is anyone's guess. At the same time, the danger of the Song Yu Hui martial arts was extremely high. In past years, not 1 in 10 made it out alive. If once the heavenly pride that he had painstakingly cultivated died inside, it would be a big problem. Years of hard work ruined. White hair to send black hair. At this time, the exit of the Sword Abyss Mystic Realm had also been opened. The exit, for all intents and purposes, would last for 2 hours. At the exit, there were already disciples gradually coming out. Most of these disciples were dusty and had wounds hanging more or less from their bodies. But there were many who were relieved to see them walk out. Well, at least it came out alive. The elders in charge of the Song Yu Hui martial arts also began to record their performances. Tianxian Peak disciple Yang Ming, 10 Song Yu tokens qualified. Kaiyang Peak disciple Chunin, 12 Song Yu tokens qualified. Tianshu Peak disciple Wang Ning, 7 Song Yu tokens failed. Disciples of Yaoguang Peak. Soon, dozens of disciples were counted. Pass rate, only about a third. And after an hour's time, only 200 or 300 people had come out. It was important to realize that there were thousands of disciples who had entered the Sword Abyss mysterious realm. Only a portion of it comes out today, and the rest of us can live or die. The 7 elders on the stands also had different faces. They don't know how it will end. However, Elder Luo Li was very open, and was even in the mood to sip her tea. She had full confidence in her 2 disciples. Elder Mo Feng, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. It's even if Huang Dust and the others didn't come out, why hasn't this Chin Oblivion come out yet? Merkwind was in an apprehensive mood. It would be a big problem if Chun Winian died inside. Soon, Ling Lin stepped out from it. Jade Balance Peak disciple Ling Lin, 98 Song Yu tokens qualified. When she stepped out, the whole room was shocked. Mind you, the most other people were only a couple dozen at most. But Ling Lin had nearly 100 of them. It was enough to see how heaven-defying her strength really was. Soon, several more Celestial Pride who possessed nearly 100 Song Yu tokens walked out. Ling Lin's number, however, was still number 1. Finally, a figure stepped out. Seeing that figure, Mo Feng's heart settled down. Tiangui Peak disciple Chino Minion, 148 Song Yu tokens. Qualified. Instantly, the room exploded. All of the disciples looked at Chino Dinian with shocked gazes. 148 pieces. Not only did it break the 100 mark, but it was infinitely closer to 150 pieces. Just how outrageously strong was this to be able to take down so many Song Yu tokens? This is too heaven-defying. The record of the last 10 Song Yu Hui martial arts is only 130 pieces. This Chin Oblivion is the best performer in the first round in hundreds of years. Simply heaven-defying. Instead of becoming stronger after a heavy wound, it's truly unbreakable. It's hard to imagine just how he did it. Other people are simply worthless in front of Chun O Minion. Not only did the crowd marvel, even the 7 Peaks elders in the stands were somewhat surprised. Mo Feng laughed even more. Worthy of my disciple, Chin Oblivion. Who can compare? Ha ha. Not only the first round, but even 3 rounds in total were solid. Luo Li, on the other hand, was unchanged. She's been waiting. Ling Lin had come out, but Lu Xian hadn't. Chun O Dinian looked in all directions, and even more so, his gaze was disdainful. Lu Xian's? That kid, you won't die in there, right? Ha ha ha. The exit is now about to close. For those who haven't come out yet, their downfall is basically assured. Even if he could come out, how could he be a match for himself? Thinking of this, Chuniyani felt some regret in his heart. It was a great pity that Lu Xian did not die in his own hands. And at this very moment, 3 figures walking out of the exit. As soon as Lu Xian came out, he heard the crowd marveling at Chen Weijian and couldn't help but furrow his brows. What the fuck? Show me how it's done. Chapter 64. The source of the way is in you. As soon as Lu Xian appeared, the gazes of the crowd all focused on the 3 of them. Most of these gazes were somewhat surprised, and apparently there were also some people who didn't expect Lu Xian to come out alive at all. Luo Li sized up Lu Xian for a split second, and her eyes became playful. Ling Lin, who was on the side, said, "Well, it looks like senior brother's harvest is okay." Mo Feng, on the other hand, simply revealed a disdainful smile. Even if he manages to come out alive, so what? Isn't he still a companion to my apprentice, Chan Oblivion, sooner or later? The sharpness in his eyes was sharp, and he very much believed in Chenmanian. And when Chun Odinian saw Lu Xian, he was happy instead of angry and revealed a smile. "I didn't realize that you weren't dead." Lu Xian laughed. "You're not even dead, let alone me?" Chen Uinian's face suddenly turned cold, but the corners of his mouth hung up in an arc as he laughed. "Just as well, there's still a chance you could die by my hand yourself." When he finished saying these words, Chen Odinian's eyes suddenly became vicious. It was at this moment that an elder walked up. "Show that Song Yu token." Yi Zhizhi took the lead and stepped out, spreading her palms. Only 11 Song Yu tokens were seen flying out. The elder nodded. Tian Quan Peak disciple Yi Zhizhi, 11 Song Yu tokens qualified. At this moment, the many disciples present were slightly surprised. This Yi Zhizhi actually only has 11 Song Yu tokens. Too little, right? Indeed, it's just barely completing the examination, but after all, it's a Dan cultivator, and it's already very difficult to pass the examination. It looks like Yi Zhizhi and Jiang Xingtian and Lu Xian are traveling together. If Yi Zhizhi doesn't perform well, the rest of the two won't be any better. It's not easy to say. After all, senior sister Yi Zhizhi only has the cultivation of the Cave Xian realm, while Jiang Xingtian is a powerhouse at the late stage of the inferior micro realm. He should have more Sangyu tokens. That's right. Even if we can't break Chen Oblivion's record, we should at least have nearly 100, right? The crowd shook their heads in succession, clearly feeling that Yi Zhizhi's performance was poor and barely justifiable. But Yi Zhizhi wasn't known for her strength after all. Getting to the next round has exceeded many people's expectations. Furthermore, the one that the crowd favored the most was clearly Jiang Xingtian, who had the highest realm. He is also the dark horse player of the tournament. Jiang Xingtian was also very frank, and with a wave of his hand, he threw out that Song Yu token he was carrying. Seeing the scattered few Song Yu tokens, the elder also froze, as if he hadn't expected so few. But still, it was recorded with dedication. Kaiyang Peak disciple Jiang Xingtian. 10 Song Yu tokens qualified. At these words, the many disciples present froze and looked at each other. There was a lot of mingling and a look of disbelief. Only 10 pieces? That's barely enough to qualify, right? With Jiang Xingtian's strength, there shouldn't be only this few. All the other cultivators in a similar realm to Jiang Xingtian have close to 100 on them, and the worst ones have dozens. We haven't always been high on Jiang Xingtian, have we? He's actually quite average. This is great. I guess there aren't even many Lu Xian. After all, his realm is the lowest of the three. Indeed, these three people are worlds apart compared to senior brother Chino Minion. Bundled together, they may not be able to catch up to a single Chino Minion. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. Many of them were disappointed with Jiang Xingtian's performance. As Jiang Xingtian, who had extremely good strength among the disciples, he ended up having fewer Song Yu tokens in his hands than Yi Zhizhi. What's more, even Jiang Xingtian performed so poorly, so Lu Xian was afraid that he wouldn't even be qualified to enter the next round. Hearing the crowd's comments, Jiang Xingtian was also offended. Looking around, he cursed. What's wrong with 10? Not enough to move on to the next round? Not even a tenth of the people who came out alive now. What do you care about my old man? Most people shut up when that was said. After all, they only dared to force Li's hand a couple of times. Not many people would dare to brazenly go against Jiang Xingtian. With his hands behind his back, Chinominian looked at Lu Xian with disdain in his eyes. What? You wouldn't even qualify for the next round, would you? TCH, too bad. Then I wouldn't be able to kill you fair and square. Lu Xian ignored it and just assumed that Chinodinian was farting. As the elder approached Lu Xian spread out his palms. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, large swathes of Song Yu tokens rose out of the air. It floated behind Lu Xian's back, almost piling up into a small mountain. When the sunlight projected on the more than 100 Song Yu tokens, it even illuminated the entire hill with golden light. This is... The elder, who had been silently recording all this time, also broke at this time. With an incredulous face, he looked at the small mountain in front of him, his scalp tingling. It was the first time he had seen so many Song Yu tokens. And at this moment, The disciples on the stands who were still discussing just a moment ago froze at this moment. All looked at the sea of Tsang, Yu tokens with shock. Lu Xian actually has so many. Of the three, Lu Xian, who is at the lowest realm, he has collected the most Tsang Yu tokens instead. It looks like the number is steadily breaking 100. I can't believe I managed to collect so many. How on earth did this Lu Xian do it? Isn't his realm only the middle stage of the cave Xian realm? It can't be more than senior brother Chino Minion, right? It looks as if the scale is even bigger than Chino Minion's. Chino Minion already has the most Tsang Yu tokens within the past 10 sessions. Lu Xian isn't going to break his record again, is he? These disciples of the Tsang Yu sword sect were already shocked. All of them looked at the Tsang Yu tokens piled up into a small mountain with an expectant face. Wanted to see how it really turned out. Chino Dinian's face suddenly changed as well. He originally thought that Lu Xian was not worth mentioning, but he didn't expect that he actually had the ability to collect so many Tsang Yu tokens. It looks as if has more than me. Chin Oblivion's face changed drastically, though there is no beneficial damage to him. But it hurt his face after all. Himself, to be surpassed by Lu Xian? The most screwed up thing is that this Lu Xian is the enemy who killed his whole family. Chen Bianyan hurriedly looked at the examination elder, wanting to see just how many Tsang Yu tokens Lu Xian had. After counting for a moment, the elder inhaled slightly and said, Yu Hung Peak disciple Lu Xian, 154 Tsang Yu tokens qualified, 154 pieces. In a flash, the entire crowd of disciples boiled over. The record that Chun Forgetting had just set was unexpectedly broken again. The Lu Xian who had done all of this was just a cultivator of the cave Xian realm. Instantly, many admiring gazes all fell on Lu Xian's body. Chun Uinian stood in the corner, just like a passerby that no one was paying attention to. How many? How many? 154? How could it be so many? Did he ransack the entire secret realm? Lu Xian turned out to be so strong. Originally, I thought he was empty of a good skin, but I didn't realize that he really had some skills. It seems like it's already broken the records of previous sessions, right? How did Lu Xian do it? Since this is the case, even Qin Weijin is nothing. It's still up to Lu Xian. Although it only takes more than 10 Tsang Yu tokens to get into the next round, the first round is also a good opportunity to show your strength. Senior brother Chun Forgetting Nian managed to achieve a good score of 148 tokens, but as a result, he was plucked by Lu Xian. As the crowd murmured in surprise, the 7 elders in the stands couldn't sit still. Looking at each other, they didn't say anything, but the shocked expressions on their faces said it all. Mo Feng muttered, How could that be? Chun Minion's current strength should be the strongest among all the disciples. Why would the results be surpassed by Lu Xian? At this moment, one of the elders broke his fingers and counted down a few times and asked, How many Tsang Yu tokens does the person with the best results in the first round of all generations have? Another peak master elder replied, 152. Lu Xian has broken the record for the highest ever. At those words, the faces of all the elders suddenly changed. A disciple whose name was unknown had suddenly achieved such good results. The rate of progress is unbelievable. Elder Luo Li smiled and said, It seems that I still underestimated him. Ling Lin nodded. I probably should have let him go more. Maybe he could have behaved better. Luo Li said, It doesn't matter. Even if we break the record, it won't help us in the next 2 rounds. We have to rely on our own strength to speak. What's more, this round Lu Xian is enough to prove himself. At this moment, the examination elder took a deep breath. The look he gave Lu Xian was also filled with surprise. Chino Dinian's face was already hard to see at this point. Watching the crowd praise Lu Xian, he felt a little impatient. Originally, this was supposed to belong to myself. As a result, he was pushed down by Lu Xian, and he became the second in line instead. He urged, Elder, I still have to exchange the Tsang Yu token for rewards, so prepare quickly. The examining elder nodded his head. The collection of tokens itself is not important. It is the rewards that are redeemed with the tokens that are important. These are the real enhancements for cultivators. A good reward was even enough to change the situation in the next 2 rounds of the dueling tournaments. For example, an earth rank sword skill, as long as one could master it, the second or third round would be equivalent to a huge extra killing weapon. The crowd was also curious to see what rewards they could all redeem. Immediately afterward, he saw Chan Bianyan walk forward and pull out 100 Tsang Yu tokens, saying, Elder, exchange for an earth rank sword skill. The examination elder nodded and said, There is only one earth rank martial skill that requires 100 Tsang Yu tokens, which is a sufficient amount. After saying that, he took out a local rank sword skill and placed it on the table in front of him. Chen Uinian smiled coldly at his words and reached out, ready to take away the Earth-ranked sword skill. With this Earth-ranked sword skill, I can be 3 times stronger. In the face of this realm, where the sword Dao inheritance was weak, Earth-ranked sword techniques were already very rare. For sword cultivators, it is more likely to greatly enhance their strength. Before Chen Uinian could get his hands on that local rank sword skill, he saw Lu Xian walking towards him. "Elder, I want that local rank sword skill." The elder's eyes picked up at his words, and he directly peeled away Chen Manian's hand and handed Lu Xian the earth rank sword skill. Seeing this scene, Chen Odin froze. "Elder, I came first. Why did you give him this sword skill?" The examination elder said, "There is only one earth-ranked sword technique, and he has a higher number of Tsangyu tokens than you, so of course the highest bidder will win." When he finished speaking, he saw Lu Xian receiving the earth-ranked sword skill with a smile on his face. He gave it a cursory glance. The sword of the burning city. Grade Earth, Order Middle Grade. And it was a complete sword skill. In other words, Lu Xian could utilize its full strength right now. If it was deduced through the precious mirror within the burial heavenly realm, the power could be even stronger. Lu Xian was satisfied in his heart. It's finally here. It's not worth tossing yourself around for so long. At this point, Chen Ominian's mind completely exploded. Anger grew in his eyes. This Lu Xian, not only did he steal his own thunder, he even took away the sword skill that should have belonged to him. This kind of thing, Chen Uinian simply wouldn't allow to happen. He looked to Patriarch Mu Ningxian and complained. "Sovereign Lord, Mingjian, Lu Xian only has a cave Xian realm cultivation. How could he have collected so many Tsangyu tokens? He must have collected his companion's Tsangyu tokens to top the count. He should not have had these Tsangyu tokens in the first place. I hope the Patriarch will take back the reward." When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. This was pouring dirty water on Lu Xian. If it could be proven that the Tsangyu token in Lu Xian's hand had been obtained by improper means, then there would be a reason to withdraw the reward. Even the qualification to enter the next round was denied. But on the other hand, Lu Xian getting so many Tsangyu tokens with his cave Xian realm strength was outrageous. It seems acceptable for Chun Bianyan to sue Lu Xian for his displeasure. Everyone looked up at Mu Ningxian, wanting to see the Patriarch's reaction. Mu Ningxian, who was seated on the main seat, swept a glance at Chen Uinian and said, "What if I don't take it back?" Chen Uinian said, "If Lord Sovereign does not accept, the disciple will disobey and wait until Lord Sovereign agrees." Mu Ningxian laughed. "You are teaching me to do things? The rules don't say anything about limiting the means. Being able to get the token is the ability, but you're blackmailing me instead? Then you can wait. I, Tsangyu Sword Sect, am not short of you." Chen Uinian froze, then helplessly said, "Disciple understands, it was poor thinking on my part." This Mu Ningxian actually favored Lu Xian. In this way, the Earth rank martial skill that originally belonged to him was indeed plucked by Lu Xian. He slowly got up, his eyes venomous as he looked at Lu Xian. "Even with the Patriarch protecting you, you won't survive for a few days. You'd better survive the second round, or I'll kill you myself in the third round." At this moment, a strange spiritual energy rose up, causing Chun Odinian's aura to become extraordinarily cold. Lu Xian sneered and said, "Dream on, dreams have everything." After saying that, he turned around and walked up to the stands to start preparing for the second round of the meeting martial arts. Halfway there, Lu Xian began to carefully feel the aura that flowed out of Chun Ominian's body. That aura was icy cold, yet very powerful. At the same time, it carried an aura that made Lu Xian very familiar. Lu Xian stared slightly. "This is the Dao source?" The Dao source is actually in his body. Round 65? Yes? Yes, my ass. Lu Xian couldn't be more familiar with Dao origin. This stuff is pretty important for yourself. Instead, the aura of the Dao source came from Fong Chenoyan's body. It directly made Lu Xian's heart wary. In his heart, he murmured, "Sister Tendo?" And no movement. After a while, Lu Xian asked again, "In?" "It's quite urgent." Still no movement. Lu Xian froze. Why is this sister still ignoring people? I didn't mess with her myself. After thinking about it, Lu Xian asked again, "Found on? You keep asking if you're here. Why don't you say something? What do you want me to say to you? Am I here?" The red-skirted woman's impatient voice came. Lu Xian was silent. "It does seem like I'm not thinking properly. but I'm not experienced myself. Never left a message for anyone before. That, Tendo's sister, is the aura on Chonoyan's body a Tao source? The red-skirted woman replied, yes, but it's already been hit hard to the limit, so the breath hasn't been visible. Lu Xian was puzzled. Is this Dao Yuan seriously injured? Will he die or disappear then? The red-skirted woman explained, Dao source is the origin of the 3,000 great Dao. And when Dao source perishes, that means the great Dao perishes. Generally speaking, the Dao source will only be heavily traumatized to the limit and won't be able to die no matter what. But like this one, it doesn't even show its breath anymore. It's the equivalent of death for a Dao source, with no spiritual awareness and only a shell remaining. Lu Xian nodded. He seemed to understand. To put it simply, this Dao Yuan was just fucked out of consciousness. All that's left is the shell, at the mercy of the people. Lu Xian asked again, can you tell what kind of Dao source this is? The red-skirted woman nodded her head and said, spatial Dao source. It's very strong. You have to be careful. Lu Xian frowned tightly. Spatial Dao source sounds extraordinary. Only cultivators of the Tong Tian realm could initially control space. It was equivalent to the fact that this Chon Oblivion was still in the inferior realm, but possessed a portion of the power of the Tong Tian realm, and even the ability to control space was even stronger than that of the Tong Tian realm. The red-skirted woman sneered. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, just call me. Even this sky, I can help you stab down. Lu Xian's heart trembled, and he hurriedly shook his head. That's just it. I'd better rely on my own skills. I can do it myself. After saying that, Lu Xian didn't pursue the matter any further. Lu Xian didn't have a clue in his heart as to how strong this red-skirted woman was. Anyway, the fire way source was like a little kid in front of her. Lu Xian didn't believe her when she said she was a great emperor. It is said that there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. Maybe there were other realms above the great emperor. If he kept letting her strike and relied on this great power, his own growth rate would become very slow in the future. Lu Xian didn't want to be subjected to others all the time, even if this red-skirted woman was kind to herself. At this time, Lu Xian had already returned to the stance. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian with a smile, her eyes filled with joy. Very well. You have exceeded my expectations. 154 Cangyu tokens has broken the record of all time. Lu Xian laughed. It's just luck. Besides, there are still a lot of people saying that I relied on my companions to get so many tokens. My strength is very watery. Luo Li said, whether there is water or not, we'll know once we try in the second round. At this moment, Ling Lin took a step out and handed Lu Xian a spatial ring. Keep it. You'll need it for the second round. Lu Xian received the spatial ring and directly froze. Earth rank lower grade treasure armor? Treasure armor was a very important life-preserving defense for cultivators. A good treasure armor could even face a cultivator of the same realm without taking any damage. That's why treasure armor is usually expensive. Like this type of earth rank treasure armor, the defensive power was already quite astonishing. Ling Lin said, the second round is to break into the shocking feather sword formation, which is not too difficult. Lu Xian smiled. Thank you, senior sister. At the same time, Lu Xian asked, Senior sister, did you water down the first round? There are only 98 Cangyu tokens. Ling Lin said, it doesn't matter. If you perform too well, you'll draw attention instead. Just pass. Although it didn't respond positively, it sort of explained Lu Xian's doubts. Drain the water. Lu Xian made a silent note in his heart. This senior sister Ling Lin seems to have a very high ceiling. The other side. Chun, forgetting Yin, sat beside Mo Feng, his heart still shaking with rage. But soon, he blanched slightly. Then he actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, Mo Feng was not the least bit surprised by this, and said to Chinuinian, you're too weak to fully control the Dao source. That heavenly rank sword rewarded by the first armor this time is meant to contain the Dao source. You get that sword in order to resist the backlash of the Dao source. Otherwise, you will surely die. Chun Fei Nian sneered. Master, there's no need to remind me. I'm bound and determined to get this head armor. I just want to know when that Lu Xian will die by my hand. Right now, Chen Ominion looked at Lu Xian with displeasure, but he couldn't get him killed. That's pretty pissed off. Only by waiting until the third round of the martial arts would one be able to strike out at him openly and honestly, and subsequently get him killed. And so on. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Chen Oblivion kept consoling himself. Damn it, one is a gentleman. Mu Ningxin watched as the disciples from all parties advancing to the next level completed their preparations, and then got up and stood in the air above the center of the martial arts practice arena. Second round, break into the shocking feather sword formation. Within the sword formation, there were a total of 99 sword chi raging, and those who could resist 60 sword chi entered the third round. If someone can resist 70 rounds, the clan will provide him with top-notch treasures used to break through the passage realm. Those who resist 80 rounds will be elevated to the treatment of elder, and those who resist 90 rounds will be able to pick and choose the clan's sword skill techniques at will for the rest of their lives. Of course, if you know you're not going to be able to defeat them, you can always withdraw on your own initiative, so I advise all of you to prioritize saving your lives. When these words came out, the many disciples who were still resting originally all became excited. In the second round of the shocking feather sword formation, there was no need to fight anyone. But very dangerous, the same 9 deaths. The sword chi within the sword formation was terrifyingly powerful, and the power will gradually increase. To be able to carry up to 60 rounds of sword chi already belonged to being the best. Of course, if one could resist more sword chi, the reward would be even more generous. If you can resist 70 rounds, your breakthrough to the passage realm will be considered stable. The clan will arrange all the treasures and resources you need. As for the 80th round, you have the elder treatment. Except for the 7 Peaks elders, they were on par with any elder. If the 90 rounds, rewards are even more anticlimactic. Of course, the difficulty is comparable to that of reaching the sky. Successive generations of disciples have never had a single one break through the 90 rounds. At this point, the many disciples had gotten excited. Start fantasizing that you not only made it through the second round, but even won a lot of prizes. The rewards for this session are really generous. I just need to be able to carry through 70 rounds. Haha. I don't have any more expectations for the 80th and 90th rounds. I'll be satisfied with a slight extra reward. The rewards are good, but don't put your life on the line. There are only 1 in 10 successful challengers in all generations. I heard that only 24 disciples passed in the last session, and there are still more than 200 left in this session. So if 50 can be left, they will be considered successful. Life preservation is prioritized. It's not easy for an ordinary entry realm disciple to reach the 40th floor. Don't put your life on the line. Many disciples are still very sensible about this. Don't look at the rewards as very generous, but you have to have a life to take them. After all, this shocking feather sword formation was terrifyingly powerful. And at that moment, Mu Ningxin pointed out a sword. A huge sword formation was instantly formed in the field, enough to cover 100 meters in a circle. Within the sword formation, sword light was spreading and killing opportunities were surging. Vast sword chi ravaged it, and the aftermath alone made many disciples in the stands palpitate. The many disciples who were originally still lively and bustling instantly went quiet. Everyone looked towards the shocking feather sword formation in the martial arts practice arena with scorn. The power of this sword formation was quite a bit higher than what they had expected. The various peak master elders also instructed their disciples to save their lives first. For generations, this Tsangyu Hui martial arts had prioritized the screening of top-tier heavenly pride. And how many people were there who were called top-tier heavenly prides? It's good enough to survive. Who's first? Mu Ningxin was above the sky, overlooking the crowd. After a long time, a sword cultivator stepped forward. Zhang Heng, a disciple of Kaiyang Peak. Come and try. The crowd looked at Zhang Heng. This person's realm was the 3rd level of the inferior realm, and his strength was not weak. Only to see him kill within the sword formation, there were countless sword chi that instantly rushed at him, wreaking havoc. At first, Zhang Heng was still able to barely fight back, but when he struggled to fend off 20 rounds of sword chi, he was still seriously injured. The wolf escaped from the sword formation in a sorry state, barely saving a dog's life. Mu Ningxin swept a glance at Zhang Heng and said, Zhang Heng of Kaiyang Peak, 20 rounds failed. After seeing how menacing the sword formation was, many of the disciples were backing out in their hearts. After all, this shocking feather sword formation was no joke, and if you weren't careful, you could really die. Are we still going to participate in this? It seems really hard. If you accidentally die in there, it's not worth it. It's better to save your life first. Nothing is as important as your own dog's life. Indeed, as of now, if you don't have the strength of a late stage of the inferior realm, you won't be able to kill your way into the 3rd round at all. Many disciples wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and wanted to exit the 3rd round early. Soon, A burly figure killed within the sword formation. Jiang Shengtian. I'd like to see how capable this sword formation is. Jiang Shengtian wielded his huge sword to defend against the sword chi within the sword formation. After a full half an incense stick of time, Jiang Shengtai exited the sword formation. At this moment, he was drenched in blood and panting heavily. Obviously, a lot of effort was wasted. Kaiyang Peak disciple Jiang Shengtian, 61 rounds of sword chi qualified. At those words, Jiang Shengtian grinned. It was only 60 rounds out, but it worked. With Jiang Shengtian as an example, there were also quite a few disciples who killed their way into the sword formation. But in the end, it's a lot of losing and a lot of winning. Tianxian Peak disciple Zhao Wu, 31 rounds failed. Huang Ling, disciple of Kaiyang Peak, 58 rounds failed. Tianquan Peak disciple Lin Xiaoyang, 69 rounds qualified. Disciples of the Heavenly Pivot Peak. More than 100 people had gone up, and only a few dozen had succeeded. Even Yi Ji stopped at the 15th round. However, Lu Xian was not surprised by this. After all, Yi Ji herself was not good at fighting and killing. For Yi Ji, Lu Xian had other uses for this person. On the contrary, Jiang Xingtian's ability to succeed in the challenge was still beyond Lu Xian's expectations. Maybe this guy is really talented. Someday you can find a day to nudge it. At this moment, Ling Lin, who was beside him, slowly got up. Lu Xian looked at her and asked, "Elder sister, you want to try?" Ling Lin nodded. "Yes, it's really just a try." Lu Xian had some expectations in his heart. This shocking feather sword formation really didn't look weak. Perhaps it might even be possible to test out Ling Lin's true strength. Lu Xian was still curious about the exact geometry of Ling Lin's upper limit. Ling Lin glanced at Lu Xian, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "You brat, are you making up about your senior sister?" Lu Xian hurriedly shook his head. "Don't dare," Ling Lin said. "Not honest." After saying that, he leapt forward to kill within the sword formation. Lu Xian gazed at it. Only Ling Lin was seen weaving within the sword formation, surprisingly looking so ethereal. Even though the sword chi in the arena was rampant, Ling Lin was still at ease. Quite a few disciples looked stunned as a result. So long after the second round had begun, it seemed to be the first time that I had seen a disciple who had gone so well. 30 rounds, 50 wheels, 70 rounds, all the way up to the 89th round. Ling Lin's expression did not change in any way. It didn't seem to be much of a danger to her. Even Mu Ningxin's expression when she looked at Ling Lin carried a hint of appreciation. But soon, Ling Lin walked out of the sword formation and stopped at the 89th round. I'm dying." After saying that, Ling Lin leapt back into the stands. Lu Xian directly froze. He looked at Ling Lin beside him and scrutinized him. There were no wounds visible on the body at all. "You call that dying? Off the charts." The many disciples were also confused. I thought she could challenge for 90 rounds. That's a pretty obvious release. Worthy of being senior sister Ling Lin, a ruthless person who doesn't say much. Although it looks like it's hiding its strength, it's a little too deliberate. As the many disciples were dumbfounded, the broadcast came. Ling Lin, disciple of Yu Hung Peak, 89 rounds qualified. Lu Xian was speechless as he looked at Ling Lin beside him. How long would this self be able to know the full strength of this senior sister? It's outrageous. And at that moment, Chiniyani couldn't sit still. He killed directly within the sword formation. The moment he appeared, the many disciples were shaken by it. It's senior brother Chin oblivious. He's going to make a move. So far, Chin Minion seems to be the strongest one. Maybe he can break the record. Not bad. Lu Xian has quite a bit of water compared to that, while senior brother Chin Minion is first-rate in both realm and strength. When he strikes, he's probably going to kill the game. Chin Oblivion let out a cold laugh. Killing intent was born in his eyes. He would like to see just how capable this so-called sword formation was. One could only see Chun Uinian within the sword formation, resisting the sword chi with ease. It looked just as easy to write as Ling Lin. It smoothly broke Ling Lin's record. 89 rounds, 91 rounds, 95 rounds. It wasn't until the 96th round that Qin Bianyan exited the sword formation. After 90 rounds, each sword chi was stronger. Even Qin Oblivion was struggling a bit. Qin Weinian, 95 rounds pass. At this moment, the many disciples were boiling over. It was the first time they had seen someone who could break through the 90 mark. It's worthy of being senior brother Chun Oblivion. Just strong. 95 rounds. That's kind of a record breaker for all generations, isn't it? It's really like nothing before or after. Sure enough, this is hard power. It also has to be senior brother Chun O'Minion. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Chun O'Dinian's mouth. He looked provocatively at Lu Xian before walking back to the stands on his own. For Chun forgetting, goods like Lu Xian were no longer enough for him to take seriously. Grades, after all, are enough to determine everything. And at that moment, Lu Xian slowly got up. He wanted to see what this sword formation was. And seeing Lu Xian get up, the gazes of the crowd instantly gathered over. Could it be that Lu Xian, who broke the record in the first round, is going to make a move? His record, is it water or real strength? Chapter 66, Great Sword King. Shake the four seats. When Lu Xian walked in front of the surprising feather sword formation, countless pairs of eyes were focused on him. There were even more people who paid attention to Lu Xian than those who paid attention to Chinamanai. Chun O'Dinian had only broken the record of the first round of the nearly 10 Song Yuhui martial arts. But the record that Lu Xian broke was for all generations. He, on the other hand, was just a cultivator of the cave Xian realm. Whether this is water or real strength will be seen soon. Him actually dares to go on. If the cave Xian realm goes in and shows off, it's certain death. None of the ones who passed were cultivators of the entry realm. Could it be that Lu Xian is really confident that he can challenge the surprising feather sword formation? Since he can break the record of the sword abyss mysterious realm, then passing through the shocking feather sword formation must not be a problem. Maybe the performance will be even better than Chun O'Minion, who only resisted 95 rounds of sword chi hard. Whether it's water or real strength, we'll see soon enough. Chun Oblivion looked at Lu Xian and narrowed his eyes slightly. Still really think you can pass through the shocking feather sword formation? I'm sitting on the power of the Tao source, but I can only resist 95 rounds, and with his skills, he'll be considered successful if he can escape alive. Chun Oblivion smiled coldly. But I still kind of hope that he can enter the third round, so that I can have a chance to kill him fair and square. For this Song Yuhui martial arts, there was no longer any semblance of suspense in Chun O'Minion's heart. With my current Great Sword King's Sword Tao realm, I am second to none in the entire Song Yu sword sect, and the first armor is already on the line. The crowd looked at Lu Xian. Only Lu Xian stepped into the Song Yu sword formation. Movements are clean. In a split second, Lu Xian then felt a constant rush of sword chi in the sword formation, like a storm. And at the center of the storm is the locked-in self. Lu Xian stood in the middle of the sword formation and looked around. Is it sword energy? Suddenly, large swathes of sword chi rushed straight towards Lu Xian and chopped wildly. The attack is fierce and powerful, and the power is even more devastating. Looking at the sword chi coming, Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. In just a moment, it was a sword that killed. The moment the silent Tao sword touched the sword chi, that sword chi shattered as much as it could, and the remaining power surged into Lu Xian's body. When the sword chi that could cut through all flesh and blood rushed into Lu Xian's meridians, it was wrapped and absorbed by the power of the sword codex. It instantly transformed into pure power, scattering into Lu Xian's limbs and bones, warming his body. Good, it doesn't work for me. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted into a smile. This sword chi for other sword cultivators. Once contacted, it was either death or injury. But in front of Lu Xian, it was nothing more than a tonic. The harder the attack, the better it will be for you. And the sword chi attack within the shocking feather sword formation was becoming more and more ferocious. As usual, Lu Xian was able to resist the sword chi with ease and transform it into his own power. Time passes quickly. 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds, 50 rounds. Lu Xian kept barging through the 50 rounds without feeling any difficulty. This didn't work in the slightest for him, who possessed the sword dictionary. However, the next attack caused Lu Xian to raise his eyebrows. Only the 51st round of sword chi attacked. This sword chi had just been generated when Lu Xian sensed something different from before. This round of sword chi contains sword power inside. Only sword cultivators in the Sword King realm could comprehend sword momentum. Lu Xian felt the sword power contained within the sword chi and thought slightly. These sword momentums can enhance my sense of the Sword Tao realm. Lu Xian's current Sword Tao realm was Sword King, and if he could continue to improve his sense of the Sword Tao realm, he would be able to break through to the Great Sword King. Although there was only a one-word difference between Great Sword King and Sword King, there was truly a world of difference in terms of mastery of the Tao of the sword. Even more so, he was able to use the sword's momentum with incomparable skill, turning it into his own power. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted into a smile. This shocking feather sword formation is practically tailor-made for me. By breaking through this sword formation, not only will I not be harmed in any way, but even the sword Tao realm can be elevated as a result. If this kind of thing was told, it was estimated that those sword cultivators who had broken through the second round would be so angry that they would vomit blood. It was only after they exhausted themselves and risked 9 deaths that they finally passed the second round. As a result, not only was Lu Xian not in any danger, but his strength was also able to improve. The treatment, it's a world of difference. Lu Xian didn't stay idle either, continuing to absorb the flying sword chi while slowly improving his sword Tao sense. Outside, the crowd looked at the well-traveled Lu Xian. In their eyes, Lu Xian traveled through the storm of sword chi as if he was in no man's land. With his cave Xian realm cultivation hard resisting more than 50 rounds, it was surprising that he still couldn't see the slightest hint of disillusionment. This is already 54 rounds. Lu Xian won't really make it, right? Who said that Lu Xian's strength is watered down? If it's really watered down, could it have broken through so many rounds? And it looks easy and comfortable, performing far beyond the norm. It seems that he really is truly capable. One's strength really can't be measured purely by realm alone. This Lu Xian, not only is he handsome, but his natural talent is also so demonic. I heard that his age is only in his early 20s, so young and so strong. Who can I find a reason with? Crap, it's going to be the 60th round. He's going to make it. While the crowd was surprised, Lu Xian managed to resist the 60th round of sword chi with pride. Lu Xian stood in the middle of the sword formation, his robes hunting without any wind. Sword Tao realm shackles loosened. Lu Xian's eyes were sharp. This shocking feather sword formation would most likely allow him to break through to the Great Sword King realm. At that time, one's strength would still be able to gain an explosive boost. Then, this Tsang Yu sword formation is something that has to be broken into. Although he had managed to reach the criteria to enter the third round, Lu Xian showed no signs of stopping and instead met the sword chi again. Doing so was not for that exorbitant extra reward, but rather to break through his sword Tao realm. Outside the arena, Chun Forgetting Mean froze directly when he saw Lu Xian's high-flying stance. He had originally thought that Lu Xian would stop at the second round, but now he seemed to be showing signs of surpassing most people. How? He's only at the Cave Xian realm cultivation level, but he was able to resist so many rounds of sword chi? What kind of cards does he have that I don't know about? Could it be that even I, a great sword king, can't see it? While Chen Oblivion was shocked, he did not forget to look at Mu Ningxian, only to see Mu Ningxian's perennially cold and frosty face. A trace of appreciation and even surprise surged at this time. Obviously, Lu Xian's performance was greatly recognized by Mu Ningxian, and this recognition is more than even he could ever hope for. Sovereign Lord must have looked away. How could he be better than me? Just wait. He can't even resist 70 rounds. Chen Uinian clenched his teeth fiercely, clearly unwilling to be compared like this. He himself was carrying a Tao source and was still a great sword king. This underpinning is unparalleled in the ages. On the stands, Luo Li looked at Lu Xian, looking up and down. Ling Lin spoke up from the side. Master, it seems like he's about to break through the sword Tao realm. Luo Li nodded. Exactly. He is now a sword king. If he breaks through again, he will be a great sword king. Ling Lin was a bit surprised. A 20-year-old great sword king? Luo Li laughed. Haven't seen it before. Now you can open your eyes. Ling Lin said, I didn't expect to actually have to be caught up by him, Master. How about I break through to Sword Emperor tonight? At this moment, Lu Xian was in the middle of the sword formation, constantly absorbing the surrounding sword chi in order to enhance his sword Tao sense. As the number of rounds increased, not only would the power of these sword chi be enhanced, but the sword momentum contained within them would also grow stronger. And the sword momentum was the key to whether or not Lu Xian could break through to the Great Sword King right now. Not enough. It's not enough. Lu Xian took the initiative and absorbed the sword chi within the sword formation. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, not only was Lu Xian not being made difficult by the sword formation, he was instead teasing it. playing around with this shocking feather sword formation that made countless sword cultivators lose their nerve. 70 rounds, 80 rounds, 89 rounds. At this moment, the sword chi within the sword formation was already strong to the extreme. The sword power contained within it was also unrivaled in power. The many disciples of the Tsang Yu sword sect looked into the field with unblinking eyes. They were all speculating whether this Lu Xian could actually resist this 80th round of sword chi. Finally, 90. When he hardened himself against the 90 rounds of sword chi, Lu Xian also realized that a very different change had occurred in this sword formation. The sword power condensed here was like substance, with an aura of terror that chills the common man. After 90 rounds, the power of each round was vastly different compared to before. It's almost an exponential increase. It's only now that it will be decided whether or not I can break through to the Great Sword King today. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. As long as he could resist all the remaining sword chi, he himself would, in all likelihood, be able to reach the Great Sword King's Sword Dao realm. And the crowd's eyes widened at that moment. They were all speculating whether Lu Xian would be able to break through this record left behind by Qin Oblivion. A record 95 rounds. Even if it was just a tie, it was still considered a win for Lu Xian. After all, the current Lu Xian was only in the Cave Xian realm. 91 rounds of 92 rounds, 93 rounds, 94 rounds. Finally, the 95th round was reached. Qin Odinian also stared at Lu Xian with wide eyes at this moment. He can't really be, can he? He wasn't even a great sword king now. So what made him able to resist this 95th round of sword chi? Maybe the Lu Xian now has already run out of light. Qin Odinian viciously gritted his teeth. He was well aware of the danger of these 95 rounds of sword chi. In any case, Qin Odinian couldn't imagine what Lu Xian could do to break his own record. And at this point, facing that incoming 90th round of sword chi, Lu Xian's face did not change, and he raised his hand to kill with a sword. This sword was fast to the extreme, even beyond the previous speed. With a single sword, he was able to stir up that seemingly devastating sword chi. An unprecedented sensation of sword Dao struck his heart. Lu Xian slightly closed his eyes and felt the surging sword power within his body. In a flash, Lu Xian's aura suddenly changed radically. Endless sword power lingered around Lu Xian, showing his invincibility. The moment countless disciples felt that sword power, a trace of instinctive fear ignited in their hearts. The invincible sword power, once again, received a breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Xian took a step forward. The Sword Dao realm also broke through. The Great Sword King. At this moment, Qin Odinian's heart trembled. A breakthrough in the Sword Dao realm? He's a Great Sword King now? Just now, he resisted 90 rounds hard with ease. Now that he has become a Great Sword King, won't it be even easier? In a flash, Qin Iyani fell silent. Lu Xian, surprisingly, was also able to break through to the Great Sword King. Chapter 67. This patriarch can be dealt with. Swish! On the stands, many sword cultivators stood up straight and looked with shocked eyes at the shocking feather sword formation in the field. On everyone's face, an incredulous look appeared, as if they had seen something outrageous. The field, moreover, boiled to the extreme. He broke through the Sword Dao realm. He's a Great Sword King. Such a young Great Sword King? He's only 20 years old this year. When I was 20 years old, it was hard as hell to become a sword apprentice. But he actually became a Great Sword King. Just now, it was so easy within the shocking feather sword formation again. Now that you become a Great Sword King, wouldn't it be even easier? The crowd looked at Lu Xian in astonishment, their hearts shocked beyond words. It was like the first time they had seen such a young and so strong Great Sword King. Above the Sword King, it would be the Sword Emperor realm. If he were to achieve Sword Emperor within the Tsang Yu sword sect, there wouldn't even be a few enemies. Lu Xian this year is only 20, but the talent is horrible, so there is such a disciple. Really is Tsang Yu sword sect fortunate. And Lu Xian, standing within the surprising feather sword formation, also practically felt the benefits of his own Sword Dao realm breakthrough. My Sword Dao sense is deeper, while my manipulation of sword momentum has also reached the peak. If you can comprehend your own Sword Dao, then you can achieve the Sword Emperor realm. A smile hung from the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. The current him clearly felt that his strength had gained a huge change. It was at least several times stronger than before. That was the confidence of being a great swordsman. Chen Agni looked at the smile on Lu Xian's face. His own expression was so hard to see that it was like a dead parent. I thought that if I became a great sword king, I would be invincible. However, he did not expect that Lu Xian would also achieve the great sword king realm. It's okay. I at least have a Dao source. Huh? He doesn't have a Dao source, while I do. That's an advantage. Chun Odinian began to frantically comfort himself. With such treasures in his possession, could he still be looked down upon by a Lu Xian? And at this point, Lu Xian looked toward the surprising feather sword formation without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. One's goal is not to simply stop here at the 95th round. Soon, 96 rounds, 97 rounds, 98 rounds. At this moment, the many sword cultivators in the stands were breathing almost to a standstill. Now Lu Xian was only a hair's breadth away from the final 99th round of Sword Chi. If he could successfully resist it, Lu Xian would become the one person in all of history who had broken through the complete shocking feather sword formation. For the Zhongyu sword sect, it was tantamount to saying that history had been made. And all of them, then, are witnesses in history. At this moment, the voices of countless disciples resounded throughout the entire arena. 99th round. He'll make it. Lu Xian is too fierce. This is the last round. He's about to succeed. Not only is he handsome and well-built, but he's also powerful, and even such a young great sword king. Lu Xian is simply the perfect sword cultivator. I'm Lu Xian's dog. Facing this final round, Lu Xian flicked his fingertips and killed with a sword. In an instant, it was the last round of Sword Chi that was also completely absorbed. There's still a long way to go before the Sword Emperor. Lu Xian took a deep breath. With the help of this shocking feather sword formation, he had achieved the great sword king realm himself. But if you want to comprehend your own sword path, it won't be that easy. Not only did he need to have a deeper understanding along the way of the sword Dao again, he also needed an important battle to seal his sword Dao. However, Lu Xian was still very optimistic about this. So far, nothing is a problem. The sword formations around them gradually disappeared. Lu Xian stood firmly in the center of the martial arts arena, receiving the adoring gaze of the crowd. He didn't stop and leapt towards the stands. The great sword king was nothing to Lu Xian. The day of his breakthrough, he had expected it. What Lu Xian wanted to see more than anything else was still the realization of what he was supposedly unable to do. He had just returned to the stands when Ling Lin looked at him. It seems that you can't use that Xian rank treasure armor at all. You've done well. Lu Xian smiled, then said, Senior sister, perhaps the first one to break through the complete shocking feather sword formation would be you. Ling Lin said, It doesn't matter to me. It does to you as well. Walking through the entire surprising feather sword formation isn't a difficult task for you. Lu Xian nodded. Sort of. Luo Li looked at Lu Xian, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. I always thought you had the potential to get the first armor, and I was right. Lu Xian said, It's not even the deciding round yet. Don't flatter yourself. Luo Li said, What I praised wasn't excessive. How can it be considered cudgeling? Lu Xian nodded his head and laughed out. That's true, ha! At this point, the second round continues. With Lu Xian's appearance, many sword cultivators had confidence in their hearts. But apparently, confidence alone is still not quite enough. Of the more than 200 people who passed the first round, it was surprising that there were only about 36 people who were able to come to the third round in the end. For that matter, it's been more than enough for generations. And the first armor, too, will be decided among these 36 people. Lu Xian sat on the bleachers, constantly sizing up those sword cultivators who had passed the second round. It's true that there are a few people who are considered strong in relative terms, but it didn't matter to Lu Xian. And at that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Xian. After all, there was an extra bonus for getting through the 90th round in the second round. And the reward, quite unbelievable. Mu Ningxin came to Lu Xian first, her eyes filled with the word wonderful as she looked at the teenager in front of her. No shame, it's her person, the two of you are as one. Both of you are demons. Lu Xian smiled, understanding that what Mu Ningxin was talking about was none other than Lin Xinyao. Lu Xian still had a few good feelings in his heart for this Lin Xinyao's master teacher. After all, the strike was really fucking generous. Mu Ningxin reached out, and a space ring flew into Lu Xian's palm. Inside here are the very best materials used by cultivators to break through the Tong Tian realm. It's a bit early for you, but you'll need it sooner or later. In addition, there is also the clan elder token. With this token, excluding the 7 peak elders, you are the only one who is the greatest. At the same time, relying on this token, you can borrow all of the Sword Dao tomes within the clan at will. Lu Xian looked at the spatial ring in his hand, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. That kind of makes it easier on yourself. Many thanks to Zone. He opened his space ring and froze before he could finish his sentence, only to see that there were surprisingly many treasures in the spatial ring in addition to the things Mu Ningxin had said on his lips. An Earth-ranked treasure armor. There was also a sword box magic treasure with a grade that was sufficiently Earth-ranked. There were also 3 Xian rank upper grade spirit veins and 50,000 spirit crystals. These things come out of nowhere. But there's no warning. Lu Xian looked at these treasures and directly froze. Good lord, what was inside was almost more valuable than all the treasures he had on him. He raised his head and blinked at Mu Ningxin. Mu Ningxin revealed a playful smile and said, "What's wrong?" Lu Xian immediately understood and hastily shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I feel that the patriarch is beautiful and kind-hearted, and her strength is heavenly. That Songyu sword sect is fortunate to have such a patriarch." Mu Ningxin smiled and patted Lu Xian's shoulder. "Slick talker, after the meeting is over, don't forget to send me an invitation. When the time comes, there could be extra big gifts to give." Lu Xian nodded. That's natural. There was no doubt that all of these things were favors that Mu Ningxin had surreptitiously slipped to himself. Lu Xian didn't ask too many questions. Anyway, Mu Ningxin was the patriarch, so he could get it back with some random kickbacks within the clan. It's really better to cheapen others than to cheapen yourself. This patriarch can be located. Mu Ningxin nodded slightly, then floated empty in the air, restoring his original majestic expression. The second round is over, and a total of 32 people have entered the third round. In the third round of the martial arts, fight and kill at will, regardless of life or death, until the top armor is decided. Chapter 68, Eat. Eat the elixir as if it were a sugar bean for me. Fight at will, live or die. Many disciples were excited by this. This also meant that they could witness the various heavenly prides within the Songyu sword sect fighting and killing each other. For the Songyu sword sect, which honored martial arts, it was definitely considered a top event. Mu Ningxin looked at the 32 people who had entered the final round and said, "You will be given 2 hours to prepare, and after 2 hours, you will begin immediately. Preparation time is only 2 hours. This won't do much for a cultivator at all. At best, they would heal in place and recover. It's likely that the crowd wasn't even back to full strength when they took the field. And that's exactly why this third round is extraordinarily vicious." Chen Oblivion glanced in Lu Xian's direction, revealing a hideous gaze. Finally found the opportunity. This time, must make him pay. How about breaking the record of all generations? So what if I break through to the Great Sword King? I have the Dao source. It will definitely be able to suppress him. Chen Odinian was still very confident in his strength. After all, the person he was today was long gone from the person he was before. At this point, 2 hours? Lu Xian estimated the time. That's enough. Inside his spatial ring were also blood body flowers, as well as various types of treasures. All of these treasures can greatly enhance one's strength. For the third round, there is a huge roll. Although there wasn't much time, it was somewhat indifferent to Lu Xian. He summoned Jiang Xingtian and Yi Zhiqi, then said to Yi Zhiqi, "In a moment, I'll borrow the alchemy room, and the 2 of you will wait outside. 2 hours is enough time for me to do a lot of things." Yi Zhiqi looked elsewhere. The other cultivators didn't leave. Instead, they seized the time to build up their strength. However, she knew that Lu Xian must have his reasons for doing so. Immediately, he nodded his head and said, "Good, I'll listen to you. But, you want to borrow the alchemy room? Aren't you going to make pills?" Yi Zhiqi was a little surprised in her heart. According to common sense, when a Dan master refines pills, he needs at least several hours. Now it's only 2 hours. Is it really enough? Yi Zhiqi was still a little apprehensive in her heart. After all, there was something about what was going on right now that conflicted with her perceptions. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. "If it's me, there will definitely be enough time." After saying that, he rose up with his sword and brought the 2 of them to an alchemy room. After instructing the 2 not to let anyone disturb him, Lu Xian also sat down in the alchemy room. Looking at the Dan furnace in front of him, he took a deep breath. With this most ordinary Dan furnace, the time might not be enough, but if you use that Dan furnace, it will be different. Lu Xian slapped his big hand, and an extremely extraordinary Dan furnace appeared in front of him. It is inscribed with mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, which shine in the light and are extraordinary. The whole room is caused to be filled with a piece of classical flavor. The immortal Dan god left behind a supreme treasure, the heaven and earth furnace. All along, Lu Xian had not been utilizing this heaven and earth furnace, simply because he had not found the best time to do so. And now is the perfect time to practice on your own. Since Chen Oblivion has a Tao source, he will definitely have other supreme treasures. He is a sword cultivator, so otherwise it would be impossible for him to defeat me with a sword, but that Tao source thing is too bizarre, and at the same time there might be other means that should not be underestimated. Lu Xian didn't really care about Chen Oblivion itself. There were just a few scruples about Dao Yuan. In the face of the next battle, Lu Xian was bound to raise his strength as much as possible in order to deal with all the dangers that might occur. Jade Blood Refining Body Pill, a 6th-grade pill that can recast a cultivator's physical body, causing his or her chi and blood power to skyrocket, just like a physical cultivator of the same realm. Lu Xian pulled out many spirit medicines from his spatial ring, and the most central of them was the blood body flower. Now that my realm is firmly rooted, and my sword Dao is even more all but unrivaled, if my physical body receives another increase, it will surely greatly enhance my overall strength. Lu Xian began to deal with these spirit medicines. What he wanted to do was not to simply defeat Chen Weijian. The Dao source in Chen Ouyin's hand did not appear out of nowhere. It must have been gifted by someone. Then who this person was, whether the Dao source was the one that had been stolen from the sect, and whether Lin Xinyao, who was responsible for tracking the Dao source, knew about all of this, Lu Xian didn't know yet. But it doesn't matter if you know it or not. As long as you're better than anyone else, that's enough over there. After handling the elixir, Lu Xian was directly throwing the various types of elixir into the heaven and earth furnace. With that, he controlled the Dan fire and began to refine the spirit pill. The heaven and earth furnace is the immortal Dan god's original treasure. It can refine all things in heaven and earth and the 10 universes. Even if I am currently unable to utilize the full power of the heaven and earth furnace, it will be all right to let it refine a small 6th-grade elixir. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted into a smile. Although time was still ticking away, everything was under his control. Sure enough, the time within the heaven and earth furnace seemed to be within Lu Xian's manipulation as well. The flow of time inside is several times, if not dozens of times, higher than that of the outside world. In this way, the time needed to refine the elixir would be greatly shortened. Although the difficulty of maneuvering the inside of the Dan furnace would be elevated countless times for cultivators, for Lu Xian, who possessed the inheritance of the immortal Dan god, it was no big deal at all. Just an incense burner. Up! Lu Xian slapped the Dan furnace. Soon, an elixir with a blood-red body and tangled Dan lines around it flew out of the furnace. The extremely rich fragrance of the Dan also filled the air at this moment. Even the entire alchemy room was spread with a faint Dan mist. Just being exposed to this Dan mist was a great tonic for cultivators. Lu Xian grabbed the elixir into his hands with a big hand. Perfect quality, jade blood refining pill. However, Lu Xian didn't stop moving, and with the remaining materials, he continued to refine in the Dan furnace. Soon another elixir flew out as well. Lu Xian casually put it into a jade bottle and then walked out of the room. Outside, Jiang Xingtian and Yi Zhizhi were still staying behind. They were also shocked when they saw Lu Xian appear. In their perspective, Lu Xian hadn't even gone in for half an hour before a strong Dan fragrance filled the room. As the door to the room opened, the unstoppable Dan fog, moreover, floated out of the house and lingered in the entire corridor. For a while, the surrounding area was as if it was a heavenly place on earth, outstanding. This, Yi Zhizhi was slightly surprised. This is Dan Mist. Only when a 6th-grade elixir comes out will there be a chance for Dan Mist to appear. She raised her head to look at Lu Xian, and the look of shock in her eyes increased. In half an hour's time, a 6th-grade elixir was concocted, divine. Lu Xian casually pulled out the jade bottle and threw it to Jiang Xingtian. This is a 4th-grade elixir that can greatly enhance a cultivator's chi and blood power and improve their physical body. It's very suitable for you. Jiang Xingtian received the elixir and was shocked in his heart. Brothers, you party. Also help me refine pills by hand. For a moment, Jiang Xingtian was so grateful that he couldn't help but burst into tears. Under this tight time frame, Lu Xian was even able to help himself with alchemy to improve his strength. This was simply flattering to Jiang Xingtian. Lu Xian patted his shoulder. Eat quickly. It's not too late to refine the medicinal power. Then he looked at Yi Ziqi again and said, now, you can go and try to study the Dan formula I gave you. If you do well, I'll consider teaching you. Yi Ziqi sniffed and also nodded her head hurriedly. I will definitely work hard, even without mentioning Lu Xian's previous deeds. Just the fact that half an hour was now spent refining perfect quality pills, even as high as 6th grade, even that alone was enough to shock the world. This was an opportunity that he certainly couldn't pass up. Seeing the duo's fighting spirit, Lu Xian didn't waste any time. When the imperial sword returned to his great hall, he sat on top of the futon. Taking out the jade blood refining body pill, he swallowed it in one gulp. Come, try the medicinal power of this 6th grade pill. Chapter 69. My Strength or a Little Claim. When Lu Xian swallowed it in one mouthful, he felt a powerful medicinal power that was gradually released in his body. I haven't eaten an elixir of such a high grade before, so it's a bit of an eye-opener. Lu Xian smiled to himself and then began to absorb the medicinal power. Soon, he felt like his body was about to catch half on fire, scorching hot. At the same time, one's own blood seemed to boil and flow faster. Bones and flesh and blood creaked as if they were reorganizing. Unprecedented pain filled Lu Xian's brain, causing him to breathe suddenly and sharply. But what immediately followed was an unprecedentedly powerful force that filled his surroundings. As the medicinal power gradually stimulated, Lu Xian also directly offered all the spirit veins in his spatial ring. In a flash, countless golden spirit veins, like swimming dragons, hovered in the sky above Yuheng Peak. Strong spiritual energy was even filling the hall where Lu Xian was. A powerful suction force also came from within Lu Xian's body, crazily sweeping these spiritual forces. As the spiritual energy was absorbed, Lu Xian's physical body continued to change. It's not enough. Although there were several Xian-rank spirit veins and even 2 Earth-rank spirit veins here, the configuration was luxurious to the extreme. But it was still too weak for Lu Xian. With a wave of his hand, a steady stream of spirit stones flew out of the spatial ring, which were absorbed by the spirit veins and transformed into refined spirit power that surged into Lu Xian's body. At the same time, another tens of thousands of spirit crystals were scattered as if they didn't want money. For cultivators, the most important thing on the road to cultivation was resources. Now Lu Xian didn't want to save it all either, and smashed as many resources as he had. The main attraction is the large quantity of food. A massive amount of spirit stones and spirit crystals were smashed out, matching the power of the spirit veins to activate the medicinal power in Lu Xian's body. At this moment, it was to drain all the medicinal power. Click! Lu Xian's face suddenly turned vicious. All of his bones were constantly making vibrations. Cracks appeared one after another, and the bones even crumbled one after another. An unprecedented sharp pain suddenly surged into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian endured the pain like a car cracking, and without changing his face, he guided the medicinal power and refined it. The reason for squeezing one's body so much was to maximize the medicinal power and better refine one's physical body. Soon, the bones that had originally crumbled were reorganizing and healing. The restored bones were many times tougher than before. However, the next moment, the internal organs in Lu Xian's body were exploding again. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, along with the blood vessels all over the body, all burst into pieces. Lu Xian immediately coughed out a fresh blood from his mouth. This medicinal power is truly overbearing. Lu Xian let out a light smile. So he pushed through the pain and used the medicinal power to gradually restore his physical body. This jade blood refining body pill was to completely break and reorganize one's flesh. In the midst of the destruction, it is made to shed its strength and become stronger. After the internal organs gradually healed, the absorption of the medicinal power also reached its end. Flesh, blood, and skin are next. A complete reorganization from the inside out. 1 hour later, Lu Xian had turned into a bloody man. All over his body, he was dripping blood. The blood underneath his body had even coagulated. Although it was so bloody, there was no bloody odor within the entire hall. Lu Xian let out a mouthful of turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes. It's over. At this moment, Lu Xian looked at his hands. Although he couldn't see much change, if he felt carefully, He could also notice that Lu Xian's seemingly thin body contained an incomparably violent power of qi and blood. During the process of destruction and rebirth, Lu Xian's physical body had long been whacked to the extreme. It was like fine iron that had been forged by thousands, and it was tough to the core. Lu Xian swung a fist out of thin air, and he saw the fist quickly produce a residual shadow. The space seemed to be smashed and dented. Now my fleshly body power should greatly surpass the unusual entry realm. Lu Xian smiled. Not only had the power of the physical body been drastically enhanced, even his own realm had risen to the 8th level of the Cave Xian realm. It was only a short distance away from the realm of the inferior realm. This was the result of a natural push from absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Although the realm has risen quite a bit, the resources have also been consumed a lot. Lu Xian counted his inventory and let out a mute laugh. There were only 2.5 million spirit stones left, and as for the spirit crystals, there were only a scant 10,000 left. The resources that he had accumulated and scavenged before had directly shrunk greatly by a hair. But for Lu Xian, it didn't matter. Anyway, all of this was earned without any money, so it doesn't hurt to spend it all. If you're short of money, just cheat or rob a few random people. Good. Then let Chenuinian and the others wait for their deaths. A cold smile spread across the corners of Lu Xian's mouth. Killing intent gradually coalesced in his eyes as well. The chances of winning on your own are now greatly improved. You would like to see what waves that guy, Chenuinian, could still make. This dog's life of Chenuinian is not to be taken by others, but to be left to his own protake. Lu Xian took one step. The only thing that could be seen was the ground beneath his feet sinking several feet. His body was also like a cannonball as he violently rushed out of the Great Hall. Just by relying on his physical body, his speed was extremely fast, as if he was traveling through the air. Martial arts training ground. Above the stands, powerful people from all sides gathered. The many disciples were also eagerly waiting for the moment when the winner would be decided. This Song Yu Hui martial arts had gone through so many twists and turns, and had finally come to an end. What follows is soon to be the real first armor. Next up is a head-to-head fight. I wonder who'll come out on top. These 32 people are equivalent to our sect's top elites. If they move, it'll be something to see. As far as I'm concerned, the top armor will definitely be Lu Xian's. He's broken the sect record twice in a row, so just ask who else within this sect can be his opponent. That is, the human martial is strong, and I heard that he's also an alchemy big shot. This skill, we can't reach it no matter what. I think the first armor should still be Chano Minion. He's a whole major realm higher than Lu Xian, and there's not much suspense in a battle across realms. Just as the crowd was still speculating, Lu Xian had returned to the top of the stands, looking around absently. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian also carried a huge sword on his back and walked over. His aura had also undergone a metamorphosis, a body of muscles that looked even stronger, and the power of qi and blood contained in the body was also quite surging, like a storm. Many thanks to Brother Lu Xian for giving the pills. Jiang Xingtian grinned and gave a big salute to Lu Xian. Not only has my qi and blood power greatly increased, but my cultivation has even broken through to the 9th level of the infernal realm. It's only one step away from the passage realm. If it wasn't for Brother Lu Xian's cultivation, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have now, no matter what if I just relied on myself. Jiang Xingtian's heart could be said to be as good as it gets. The leap in advancement on his cultivation path had never been so large. Just one elixir alone was equivalent to greatly increasing his strength. Now Jiang Xingtian's eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Lu Xian. If you hang out with Lu Xian, you'll be able to eat 18 meals in 3 days. Suddenly, Jiang Xingtian's expression when he looked at Lu Xian suddenly changed. Brother Lu Xian, the aura on you. As a half-body cultivator, Jiang Xingtian instantly felt that Lu Xian had not only had his realm elevated so simply, the power of qi and blood in his body was even deeper. It seems stronger than yourself? Jiang Xingtian was speechless. In an hour's time, Lu Xian had gotten so much stronger? Lu Xian looked at Jiang Xingtian and smiled. Fortunately, I've also improved. Jiang Xingtian stood in awe. This Lu Xian really is unfathomable. There seems to be a bit of an argument as to whether or not he'll get the top A. Chapter 70. Don't sell your aphrodisiacs, big brother. Lu Xian looked toward the martial arts practice field. The third round is a keeper mode. The person who stands on the martial arts stage until the end is the first armor. Others can go for the challenge or abstain. Of course, if you die in the ring, then no one will speak for you. That's the rule. No limits on means, life, or death. At this moment, most of the 32 people who had qualified for the third round had nervous looks on their faces. After all, the cultivation that had been going on was going to be accepted as a result today. Whether they get a place or lose at the bottom of the table depends on now. Moon Ningxian was above the sky, looking down on the crowd without expression. Round 3, starting immediately. As soon as the words fell, the crowd focused their gazes on the martial arts stage at the very center of the martial arts training ground. Wanted to see who chose to go on stage first to meet the challenge of the crowd. Generally speaking, most people prefer to make the last move to come and sit on the sidelines. After all, the earlier you get on stage, the more battles you will have to go through, and your own stamina will be greatly depleted. Zhang Xingtian looked at Lu Xian on the side and said, "Brother Lu Xian, I want to go up and try." Lu Xian looked toward Zhang Xingtian. Zhang Xingtian explained, "In front of you, I don't have confidence that I can get the first armor. I just want to try out my current strength. And let Brother Lu Xian see with your own eyes just how much your cultivation of me has accomplished." Zhang Xingtian knew in his heart that Lu Xian would not give himself favors for no reason. One must show a value that Lu Xian could see past. That's how you get his long-term investment. Lu Xian nodded. "Okay, good luck." A smile appeared on Zhang Xingtian's face. At this moment, there was already a figure flashing on the martial arts stage. The aura of the 8th level of the inferior realm was even more rippling. The crowd cast their eyes and saw a tall sword cultivator stationed there. Seeing this person, many people were shocked. It's Tianqian Peak's eldest disciple, Yi Changfeng, now at the 8th level of the Into the Subtle Realm, and even a sword king. He also achieved 97 rounds in the second round of the shocking feather sword formation. It's considered a sword cultivator of Tianqian Peak's heavenly ceiling. Good Lord, who dares to go up and seek death except for individual heavenly pride? There is no limit to the means, regardless of life and death. If you're not careful, then you're really dead. Seeing Yi Changfeng appear, many of the disciples also looked puzzled and did not dare to come forward. Most of them, too, just barely made it through the 60 rounds of sword chi and squeaked out a victory. How can you dare to fight against a real heavenly pride? Just as the crowd was hesitating, they saw a figure kill out. Zhang Xingtian held a huge sword and landed directly in front of Yi Changfeng. Kaiyang peeked Zhang Xingtian, "Come ask for a lesson." When he finished speaking, he stood up straight with an imposing presence. However, Yi Changfeng looked Zhang Xingtian up and down, but the corners of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile. "Just you? I recognize you. You're the one who sells aphrodisiacs. And you dare to challenge me?" Seeing Zhang Xingtian appear, the many disciples also immediately recognized him. "This is Kaiyang Peak Zhang Xingtian? I've heard that his strength has skyrocketed now, much stronger than before. But he only scored 61 rounds in the second round, right? It's just a fluke pass. There's still a considerable gap between him and Yi Changfeng. I've heard that the Golden Lock stem strengthening pill he sells is simply superb. Not only can it revitalize a man's virility, it can also greatly enhance the power of qi and blood, cultivation, and aphrodisiacs both. Nice. I have a friend who is his regular customer. Now he changes the beds every night. The normal beds can't handle it. It's really good value for money, and I want more after I eat it." Zhang Xingtian stood on the martial arts stage and didn't expect so many people to start talking about the Golden Lock stem strengthening Dan. After freezing, he did not forget to ad-lib and saluted the audience in all directions, saying, "Thanks to all of you for lifting me up. Mr. Jiang is where he is today. A new elixir will be launched in a few days, the Dragon Essence Diffusion Elixir. The effects are even fiercer. I hope you all will support it." Seeing Zhang Xingtian advertise in public, the faces of all the elders grimaced. Even Yi Changfeng in front of him was speechless. Why do you feel a little ashamed of yourself? But if the effect is more fierce, could really buy 2 to try. Bleachers. Lu Xian looked at Zhang Xingtian and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This kid, he's a bit interesting, but it would be even better if the skill is also good. Lu Xian took a sip of hot tea, wanting to see how Zhang Xingtian performed. If the performance is okay, you can take care of them a little more in the future, and the cost will be recovered sooner or later anyway. And at this point, Yi Changfeng also drew his longsword. "If you want to sell medicine, let's talk about it after the tournament is over. Look at the sword." Yi Changfeng transformed into a remnant shadow in an instant and swept towards Jiang Xingtian. Extremely fast, extremely fierce attack. It caused the many disciples present to gasp in shock. It's too fast. In just an instant, Yi Changfeng arrived in front of Jiang Xingtian. Drawing his long sword, he aimed a fierce chop at his neck. The power of his sword was overwhelming. The sword that was interspersed with sword momentum was ferocious and incomparable. Jiang Xingtian backhandedly pulled out his giant sword and slashed. The two sword blades clashed together. Bang! Huge forces collided with each other. In the next instant, a figure flew backwards. The wolf slammed to the ground in a heap, his mouth still frothing with blood. Good, strong flesh. Yi Changfeng stood up with difficulty, his eyes filled with surprise. That sword of his just now contained the power of sword momentum for the might of the Sword King. As a result, it was shattered by this Jiang Xingtian by brute force. Even traumatized himself. At this moment, Yi Changfeng felt as if he wasn't fighting with a sword cultivator, but rather in a demon king. But he's the Sword King himself, still at the 8th level of the inferior realm. How come there's such a big gap with Jiang Xingtian? Wait, he has so much power. Then his speed must not be fast. In that case, I still have a chance to win with tricks. Just as Yi Changfeng was still thinking about how to respond, Jiang Xingtian also took a step forward. With a heavy foot on top of the earth, his body immediately flew out wildly, like a cannonball. Bang! As the ground shattered, Jiang Xingtian instantly appeared in front of Yi Changfeng. Before Yi Changfeng could react, he was blasted on top of his chest by Jiang Xingtian's heavy punch. Boom! The terrifying power directly blasted Yi Changfeng back 100 meters. Directly smashed on top of the earth in a sorry state, his bones shattered, his internal organs ruptured, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. Rise again can't. The examination elder came forward to check Yi Changfeng's injuries and then announced, "This round, Jiang Xingtian wins." In an instant, all the disciples in the room were shocked beyond measure. When did this Jiang Xingtian become so strong? To be able to defeat Yi Changfeng. Then he's considered a top-tier heavenly pride. Good fellow, whether it's speed or strength, it crushes Yi Changfeng, who is a sword king. In that case, there are definitely no more than 10 disciples within the sect who can securely win against Jiang Xingtian. What kind of strange encounter did he obtain? It can't be that he's been instructed by some supreme powerhouse, right? How else would he be so strong? Must be from taking aphrodisiacs. Damn, I'll eat it too. As a meal. Jiang Xingtian had a smug smile on his face as he listened to the shocked words of the crowd. Then he glanced at Lu Xian with a grateful face. Twisting his head again, he looked around the crowd. Mr. Jiang got where he is today, not only by relying on his own cultivation, but also because he ate the new Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill. You guys can be just as fierce as me after eating this elixir. The new product will be launched soon, so please stay tuned. Lu Xian glanced at Jiang Xingtian, who was still publicizing, and his face couldn't help but change a bit. This kid, he does have some potential to be a crooked businessman. The Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill was only a 2nd grade, and even if it could raise the power of qi and blood again, it was not as good as the 4th grade pill he had given him. But this was good. The more he sold, the more spirit stones he could share himself. After all, the current self is still very short of money. With a fair strength gain, he still has some value. Lu Xian smiled. Soon, there were also people gradually going up to challenge Jiang Xingtian. However, Jiang Xingtian's strength was clearly incomparable to before. Having swallowed the elixir, his flesh and blood was comparable to that of a demon king in the same realm. The self-endurance was also terrifying, as if it didn't know how to get tired at all. In the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks, Jiang Xingtian fought 12 people in a row, surprisingly undefeated. Not even many injuries could be seen on his body, and he won every single game outright. Those top heavenly prides of the peaks in the past were now as if they were jokes in front of Jiang Xingtian. Even the Sword King of the 9th level of the inferior realm was defeated under him. And after defeating his opponents every time, Jiang Xingtian didn't forget to publicize the Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill. Soon, the minds of the many disciples in the stands were not focused on the martial arts arena. They only wanted to taste the Dragon Essence Diffusion Pill as soon as possible. The many elders also had different faces. They've never seen anything like it. The Kaiyang Peak elder's face was even greener. Damn, I feel so humiliated for the first time. What can one say then? There's no rule that says you can't sell drugs, is there? Lu Xian also took a deep breath at this time. Luckily, I had entrusted this line to him. Otherwise, one really wouldn't be so brazen as to sell the Dragon Essence diffusion pill on the martial arts stage. It's only him. At this point, the stands. Chen Yuinian looked at the jade bottle in his palm and recited Mo Feng's instructions in his heart. There were a total of 3 pills in this jade bottle. When one is revolted by a Tao source, or when one wants to enhance the power of a Tao source, one can take it. But if you take 3 in a row, you will surely die. Unless one got that heaven-ranked spirit sword that was specifically designed to suppress Tao origin within half an hour. That is, as a reward for the first armor of the Tsang Yu Hui martial arts. He placed the jade bottle under his hand. His eyes lit up with wariness. Well, it's time for me to put an end to this farce. Let them see who is the strongest person in this Tsang Yu sword sect. Swish! In just an instant, Chen Yuinian flashed onto the martial arts stage. Killing machines were in his eyes. Confront Jiang Shengtian. At this moment, Lu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Shengtian, how many moves can you last under him? Chapter 71. Liquidation. Clear the fuck up. Seeing Chun forgetting Yin on the field, a smile appeared at the corner of Mo Feng's mouth. Finally, you're going to make a move? Great, it's all coming to an end. He had high hopes for Chen Yuinian, even to the point of training him to be the strongest disciple within the sect at all costs. Today, it is also time to calibrate the results. Although the price of failure was extremely grievous, Mo Feng didn't think he would fail. After all this preparation, isn't this the day? Jiang Xingtian's face gradually became grave when he saw Chen Yuinian take the field. It's you. I know some of the grudges between you and brother Lu Xian, but I'm not interested in any of that. I only know that you're his enemy. Jiang Xingtian gripped the huge sword in his hand tightly, his eyes incomparably sharp. Chen Yuinian, however, was very natural and smiled frankly, saying, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to get personal, I'm just trying to save time. Of course, after killing you, Lu Xian won't be able to escape." When he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The crowd on the stands also saw the atmosphere in the field began to cross swords. All held their breath. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian drew his giant sword and directly chopped vigorously towards Chen Bianyin. The huge sword in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds, and not many cultivators even in the same realm could dance it. However, in Jiang Xingtian's hands, it was performed by him in a tigerish and powerful manner. In the face of Jiang Xingtian's wide-open stance, Chen Bianyin didn't even draw his sword. It just kept dodging Jiang Xingtian's attacks. Soon, Jiang Xingtian sensed that something was wrong. After dozens of rounds, Jiang Xingtian was directly hit in the chest by a punch from Chen Bianyin. The body immediately flew backwards. Before he could wait to land, he saw Chen Bianyin smashing Jiang Xingtian to the ground again. A large mouthful of blood was immediately ejected from his mouth. When the crowd saw this, they were all filled with shock. Chen Oblivion was actually this strong. With his physical body alone, he was actually able to suppress Jiang Shengtian. What kind of terror is this? The Kaiyang Peak Elder's face became extremely ugly at this moment. Although he had some issues with Jiang Xingtian publicizing the Dragon Essence diffusion pill, Jiang Xingtian was his own disciple after all. Such an outstanding disciple. In case he was killed on the martial arts stage, it would definitely be an irreparable loss to Kaiyang Peak. Inkwind, however, couldn't stop smiling. After using the various supreme treasures I've accumulated to cleanse his essence and absorbing the power of the Tao origin, he's now only one step away from the heavenly realm. In this Tsang Yu sword sect, who else can be his opponent? Mo Feng was very satisfied with Chen Bianyin's performance. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian's expression all became hideous, and it took all his strength just to get up from the ground. The eyes that looked up at Chen Yuinian did not have the slightest bit of fear, but were instead filled with wariness. Scumbag. Chen Forget gave a young laugh. This Jiang Xingtian's flesh was indeed strong, but it's still a far cry from him. He raised his hand, and he was preparing to punch Jiang Xingtian to death. Bang! Only the air rumbled loudly. Chen Yuinian's punch was fast to the extreme. It even caused Jiang Xingtian's pupils to suddenly tighten. So fast that although one could barely see Chen Yuinian throwing a punch, his physical body could not react at all. Such a punch was not only extremely fast, but also terrifyingly powerful. It can really be described as devastating. Just as Jiang Xingtian was shocked. Bang! The punch had landed solidly. However, Jiang Xingtian was not killed by a punch. He raised his head, only to see Lu Xian's figure stopping in front of him. With one of his hands, Lu Xian firmly grabbed Qin Forgetting's fist and helped Jiang Xingtian block the blow. What? Chen Odinian was a bit surprised. Although this punch did not use its full strength, the power was quite terrifying. How did this Lu Xian take this punch so lightly? And he didn't even see when Lu Xian moved. The spectators in the stands were all shocked as well. What? What's happening? Why can't I see a couple of them move? A punch as fast as Chen Ominian's, and Lu Xian was actually able to stop it with one hand? How come it looks like Lu Xian is stronger? But to be honest, if Lu Xian hadn't blocked it, it's estimated that Jiang Xingtian would already be dead. As the crowd was shocked, the severely injured Jiang Xingtian looked at Lu Xian in surprise. Lu Xian glanced at him and said, "Do you want to be better than him?" Jiang Xingtian nodded. Lu Xian added, "There's no time now, we'll talk afterward." Jiang Xingtian was surprised. "Brother Lu Xian, do you want to help me?" Lu Xian didn't say anything. He just directly pushed Chen Bianyan away. In an instant, Chen Bianyan exploded back a dozen steps, and his eyes became playful as he looked at Lu Xian. At this time, the assessment elder observed for a few moments and said, when Lu Xian aborted the fight, Chen Bianyan had an overwhelming advantage. Award Chen Bianyan the victory. Are there any objections? Jiang Xingtian shook his head and stumbled back into the stands. There is a set of objections. He is no longer out of their own finished. Mo Feng skimmed his lips. Pity. Obviously, he was eager to see Jiang Xingtian get beaten to death alive. Only in this way could the level of Chen Weijian be more accurately tested. But it didn't seem that much worse if he killed Lu Xian now. Lu Xian glanced at Jiang Xingtian, his face calm. Good talent, but not so good at post-development. But with a little cultivation, one could become an unrivaled top powerhouse in the same realm. Together with his business talent, he might be able to make a career in Qingzhou and even this realm in a few years. He could do a lot of things for himself when he doesn't have to throw his weight around. It was a bit too much of a shame for such a promising person to die at the hands of Chen Oyin. And Chen Uinian just laughed coldly and said, "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to seek death, so I'll make it happen for you. I'm standing at the top of the inferior realm now, and I'm still a great sword king. I'll be a sword emperor in no time, and a sword emperor of the heavenly realm. By then, not only will you be dead, but Lin Xinyao will be no match for me. I'm going to make you all completely regret it." Lu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. If Chen Uinian dared to say that, he was truly dead in the water. Besides, what kind of guts did this Chen Bianyan have to touch Lin Xinyao? By the time he was a sword emperor, Lin Xinyao was estimating that he was a sword emperor. But since Chen Oyin has said so, Lu Xian is going to completely settle old and new grudges with him today. When I was in Qingsong City, you teamed up with other clans to ambush me, causing me to fall in my realm, and then set your eyes on Lin Xinyao with ill intentions, and you even drove the Qin clan to join the rest of the lineages in an attempt to destroy my Lu clan. Lu Xian's eyes were ice cold as he continued. Now that the Qin family and a few other families have been exterminated, it's time to settle the grudge between you and I. Chen Uinian laughed. It is indeed time to settle the score. After I kill you today, I will slaughter the Lu family, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Lu Xian didn't say anything, but only secretly asked in his heart, "Sister Tendo, is the Tao source sure it's in his body?" Soon after, the red-skirted woman replied, "Yes." After receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Xian already had a number in his heart. He immediately took a step out, his body as fast as a stump, and swept towards Chen Bianyan, blasting a fist towards his face. "The current you is not qualified to make me draw my sword." Chapter 72. Fulfilling your lonely courage on the road to death. Looking at Lu Xian's fist coming towards him, Chen Manian was still a bit surprised. "You're a mole in the Dongxian realm. How dare you dare me, a cultivator of the entering micro-realm, to compete in a physical body contest? Good. I'll fulfill you." Chen Odinian was overjoyed in his heart. He still remembered when he had been violently beaten back and forth by Lin Xinyao earlier, and even had both of his arms chopped off. Today, he was going to beat back the humiliation he had suffered in the first place. Chen Odinian responded to Lu Xian with the same punch. The two fists collided. The two powerful forces also fought furiously as a result. Bang! A figure violently flew backwards, falling into the wind. To everyone's surprise, the person who was repelled was not Lu Xian, but rather Chen Ominian, only to see that tiny cracks appeared on top of all of Chen Odinian's fists. His expression, too, was surprised to the core. How is your flesh so strong? Chinodinian was confused. He himself was only one step away from the heavenly realm. As a matter of fact, there was absolutely no enemy of one's own in the realm of the inferior subtle. Not to mention that Lu Xian was only a cave Xian realm. Chinowinian hadn't figured this out yet. He saw Lu Xian's figure shaking and directly disappeared in place. In the next instant, it appeared directly in front of Chen Bianyan, the wind and moon steps. After Lu Xian's physical body gained a great enhancement, his own speed also took a large leap forward. When he executed a powerful body technique like the Royal Wind Range Moon Steps, his speed doubled several times. At this moment, Chinodinian really didn't even have room to react before Lu Xian had several punches blasted at his body. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Xian's fist attacked like a blistering wind, as if slanting rain was shooting down and pouring down. Chinodinian was able to fight back in the beginning, but slowly, he was already somewhat unable to keep up with Lu Xian's movements. A wound also gradually appeared on Chinodinian's body as blood gradually spurted out. And looking back at Lu Xian, there were no longer any half wounds on his body, not even scratches. Sharp pain gradually permeated above Chinodinian's body, causing him to scream in pain. Ow! At this moment, Chinoyan recalled the fear of being violently beaten by Lin Xinyao. It's almost like that look, exactly like that look at the time. It's even more of a mess. Rolling on the ground, screaming in agony. The spectators in the stands were dumbfounded at this point. Chin Oblivion was actually brutally beaten by Lu Xian. All along the way, what Lu Xian has been displaying has always been his sword Dao cultivation. I didn't expect that today, with pure martial arts, he would be able to crush Chinowinian as well. You can tell that it's almost a one-sided suppression, but as if Lu Xian was deliberately torturing Chinominian, he didn't want to end the fight quickly. It's too terrifying. If I were Chinominian, I'd rather have Lu Xian just punch me to death. A trace of fear arose in the hearts of the crowd at this time. It seems that Lu Xian is not a virtuous person either. This man can't be messed with. However, at this moment, they were more interested in knowing how exactly Lu Xian managed to be able to crush Chinoyan in martial arts. On the stands, the seven elders also looked different. Obviously, they didn't expect the battle to unfold in such a way. Mo Feng was even more anxious. Chun forgot what's gotten into him. Why is he suppressed like this? I've poured so many resources into him, and he's unrivaled in his realm. If even Lu Xian can surpass him, then how terrifying would Lu Xian's resources be? Impossible. This is never possible. Obviously, the current him was simply unwilling to accept the fact of the power gap. He would rather believe that it was Chanuinian who had released the water. Anyway, there's still the Tao source, and those 3 pills. There's no way he'll lose. But when beautifully, Mo Feng clenched his teeth fiercely. Luoli fell back with a look of surprise. It seems that I still know too little about Lu Xian. I didn't expect that his martial arts is not in the least below the sword path. Come to think of it, behind him, there is most likely a great sword cultivator. With such a powerful person guiding him, it wouldn't be surprising to see what kind of achievements there are. Lori smiled as she sat in her chair. At this point, Lu Xian stopped his movements and looked at Chun forgetfulness in front of him. He was still very satisfied with the enhancement of his physical body. Without that 6th grade elixir, it would have been impossible for him to have the physical strength to crush Chen Agni Nian. One must rely on other means such as sword techniques in order to suppress Chen Uinian. Ahem! Blood spurted out of Chen Uinian's mouth. Wolf fell to the ground in a heap, twitching. All of his bones had been broken by Lu Xian, and now he was like a limp shrimp. Looking up at Lu Xian, a trace of fear unexpectedly climbed up in his heart. When this fear appeared and was detected by Chen Oyen, his heart was even more unbelievable. I can't believe I'm afraid of him. There's no way I would be afraid of him. Not only am I the strongest in the Zhongyu sword sect, I'm also the strongest in Qingzhou. Chen Oblivion immediately stormed out. With scarlet eyes, he looked at Lu Xian. It seemed that because Chun Forgetting was too heavily injured, Lu Xian sensed a trace of familiarity in his body. Sure enough, it's the source of the path. Chen Odinian also seemed to notice that he was about to fail to suppress the power of the Tao origin and directly opened his mouth and swallowed a pill. Soon, his expression became hideous, as if he was suffering great pain. But all the scars and even the outwardly leaking breath had disappeared without a trace. It's as if they've never been hurt before. Seeing this, The crowd in the stands assumed that Qin had taken an extremely valuable healing elixir. But only Mu Ningxin seemed to see through something. This is the original on him. Mu Ningxin was now even more curious about Lu Xian's chances of winning against Qin, who possessed that treasure. I want you dead. The recovered Qin let out a furious cry, and he was gripping the spirit sword hanging from his waist. With this sword, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Let you watch with your own eyes how you are cut into miscellaneous pieces. In a flash, a steady stream of sword power roared out. Under that vast sword power, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful force. Clearly, Qin was brewing an extremely powerful sword technique. On the stands, quite a few people stood up as a result, wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of amazing sword skill Qin would perform. Ha! D. Qin let out a maniacal laugh, then drew his sword and chopped. Click! The sword was firmly stuck within the scabbard. No matter how hard Qin tried, he couldn't pull it out. What's going on? Qin was filled with surprise. Under such circumstances, one sword could not be drawn, but he is a sword cultivator. What's the difference between having no sword and being a salted fish? He felt it carefully and seemed to sense a hint of awe from the sword. What is this sword fearing? So much so that it keeps the sword from coming out of its sheath? You are still not worthy of drawing your sword against me. Lu Xian let out a light laugh. Immediately after that, he was gripping the silent Dao sword. Draw your sword and chop. While Chun, forgetting Yin, was still puzzled, Lu Xian had already killed him with a sword. The bright sword light was constantly enlarging in his eyes. The sword slashed straight above his chest. Bang! The manic sword light directly chopped Qin body out. After flipping several times in the air, he landed on the ground in a sorry state. A hideous sword scar appeared on his chest, and blood continued to flow from the wound. Qin heart was appalled to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked up at Lu Xian. What's going on here? He could only look at Lu Xian's indifferent face as he walked towards himself with his sword. He himself could only wait for death in place like a lamb to be slaughtered. Lu Xian didn't talk nonsense. The current torture was still too light for Qin. Still, he raised the sword in his hand high. If Qin didn't use the power of the Dao source again, Lu Xian didn't want to spoil Qin anymore, and simply chopped Qin to death with a direct sword. At this moment, the crowd in the stands let out a gasp. The battle had developed faster than they had expected. In such a quick time, Qin was knocked to the ground. This Lu Xian, it's a bit strong. At this moment, Qin heart was filled with unwillingness. He couldn't understand why he couldn't draw his sword, though. Yet he knew that if he kept this up, he was going to die. Thinking about the grandiose words from before, compared to the woeful state he was in now, Qin felt his cheeks raw. Who says, I can only rely on my sword? I'm the strongest without a sword. Qin shouted angrily. Another large mouthful of pills was swallowed. At this moment, not only did his breath insanely rise, the power of the source of the Tao also gradually penetrated. The strong power swirled a small storm all around him. When Lu Xian saw this, not only did he not show half a bit of fear, instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's finally coming. So now let Mu Ningxin see who is the real culprit who stole the Tao source. He not only wants Chen to die without a burial place, but he also wants to make him lose his reputation. Chapter 73. 3 times persecuted brother. Swallowing 2 pills consecutively in a short period of time. At this moment, Qin expression became twisted beyond recognition. It seemed to be undergoing great pain, but his breath kept getting stronger. This is a powerful force that you, an ant, will never experience in your lifetime. For you, it is like an insurmountable mountain. All you can do is stick to the ground and feel this incomparable greatness of mine, and then savor it as if it were a treasure. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin mouth as he reached out with his large hand, only to see the space in front of him continuously shattering, revealing a large area of emptiness. His every move seemed to be able to destroy the 4 directions of space. The many disciples were astonished when they saw the shattered space around Qin. Controlling space is the prerogative of the Tongtian realm. How did he do it? Could it be that Qin is already a Tongtian realm cultivator? The Tongtian realm is only a certain degree of space manipulation. Something like this wantonly tearing through space is almost impossible. I have to say, this is absolutely devastating to ordinary cultivators. It's not even on the same level. I didn't realize that the sword Dao was only one of Chono Yin's means. He has even more powerful cards. While the many disciples were shocked, the many elders on the stands all looked at each other. What the hell? Tearing through space at the cave of the Xian realm? Are you kidding? They hadn't even been so skillful in the manipulation of space at the level they had cultivated to today. Only individual elders could see the signs, but they were silent. Mo Feng's eyes became even more grave. Eating 2 pills in a row is a great load for Chino Minion. The first pill allows him to reply. The second pill allows him to gain higher control of the Dao source. If he eats the third pill, he will definitely die. However, against a cultivator of the Dongxian realm, even if it's in the subtle realm, 2 of them will be enough. It's not enough to worry about. Although Mo Feng was nervous in his heart, he didn't think it was a big deal. Only by consuming 3 pills would he be killed by the backlash of the Dao source only. Besides, as long as you get your first armor reward in time, everything can be rested on its laurels. You can't be that backward, can you? And at that moment, Chino Dinian had already taken a step out. His figure disappeared into thin air in front of Lu Xian. The next moment, it appeared directly behind Lu Xian. A fierce punch rushed at his head. This punch was so powerful that the space it passed through even crumbled layer by layer, revealing a large area of emptiness. The power of the spatial Dao source was utilized. This punch will kill you. Chino Dinian's expression became maniacal. The power of space was enough to turn Lu Xian's torn body into nothingness. It's a certain death blow. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Xian turned back, and then his body erupted with hot flames. The source of the way of fire. After obtaining the Dao source, Lu Xian was able to manipulate some of the power. And because it was the Dao source itself recognizing the master, Lu Xian would not suffer any backlash. That golden flame burned in all directions, seemingly to ignite everything around it. Even the air and even everything, even space, was on fire. This golden flame directly burned out that crack in the void. My power above you. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth revealed a sardonic smile. This was followed by a punch that blasted towards Chen Bianyin. Chino Dinian also didn't expect the power of the fire way source to suddenly appear. Facing Lu Xian's fist, he also subconsciously raised his arm to try to block the blow. Bang! Chino Dinian was immediately knocked back tens of feet. Wolf fell to the ground in a heap. Blood spurted from his mouth. Obviously, the internal organs had been hit pretty hard, all the while clutching his arm and letting out a mournful howl of misery. Help! Help! One could only see golden flames constantly burning on Chino Dinian's hands. No matter how Chen Uinian pounced on it, the flame did not show any sign of extinguishing, and even got more and more intense. It had a tendency to burn his entire body to the ground. Even if one tried to erase these flames with the power of the spatial Dao source, they still couldn't do it. Large swaths of fear immediately appeared in his eyes. In that case, sooner or later, one would be burned to death by the flames. At the same time, the look he gave Lu Xian was filled with shock. You also have. Chino Dinian was directly confused. The capital he relied on the most was his Great Sword King realm and spatial Dao source. Nowadays, not only was Lu Xian also a Great Sword King, but he even seemed to have mastered the power of the Dao origin. Directly, Chen Oyan's self-esteem was completely shattered. Thinking about what he had just said, Chen Yanni felt like a jumping clown. What he himself had, it turned out that Lu Xian had. Maybe he even has a card he doesn't have. At this moment, the people in the arena looked at Lu Xian and were all shocked. Lu Xian's ability to harness this golden blaze that could ignite everything was truly something they didn't know. Mo Feng's eyes directly changed when he looked at Lu Xian. Dao source? He even has a Dao source too? No, it can't be. It's definitely my mistake. Mo Feng could never believe that Lu Xian had a Dao source in his hands. Even if he himself wanted to harness the Dao source, he had to pay a great price. What was this Lu Xian based on? Mu Ningxian was also slightly surprised. This kid, this thing I'd Song Yu Sword Sect research countless years still cannot get, but he can drive another. Could it be that he has a special inheritance in his hands that the public doesn't know about, or that he has a high-ranking person behind him? At this point, a smile spread across the corners of Lu Xian's mouth. When one's strength increased, one's manipulation of the fire Dao source also increased. Even because the source of the way of fire took the initiative to offer its power, Not only did he himself suffer any backlash, but instead, he was as good as his fingers. As for Chun Oblivion, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, he was only forcibly borrowing power, and the effect was naturally different. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so crushing. And at this moment, Chunayani was obviously still unconvinced. He slowly stood up, wanting to fight Lu Xian for his life. Thumbs up! The arm that was scorched by the flames was directly torn off by Chun Odin. Blood spurted out, and it seemed as if Chun Uinian didn't feel any pain. Instead, he stared at Lu Xian with a hateful gaze, dead on. In Qingcang City, your Lu family fought against my Chun family. After I worshipped the Zhongyu sword sect, you killed my entire family. And now at the martial arts ceremony, you still want to take my life. The 3 times you persecuted me, and even the entire Chun family over the years, I want to pay in blood. After saying that, Chun Bianyin directly swallowed the 3rd elixir. As the elixir entered his stomach, his breath suddenly soared wildly. Even small tornadoes formed all around them. Everything seemed to be being torn apart by this greatness. The aura of Dao Yuan, too, finally gushed out uncontrollably, and even the space around him couldn't stop collapsing and collapsing. This is the last burn of Chun Winyan. Either you die, or I live. Chun Odinian shouted angrily, his eyes fierce to the extreme. In the face of the furious, even burning life and fighting Chun Uinian, Lu Xian's eyes are still only contempt. If it was anyone else, I might say it was a different stance, but you, the Chun family, have always been arrogant and self-centered, and after repeatedly suffering losses and then laying hands on my loved ones around me, and even trying to exterminate my Lu family, and to this day, I've only been clearing up a long-standing grudge from a previous dynasty with you. And the 3 times of persecution in your mouth is nothing but a joke. Lu Xian laughed coldly and gripped the silent Dao sword at his waist. This time, I'll allow you to draw your sword, and I'll let you know that you're a waste of space, that I'm head and shoulders above, even in the Dao of the sword. After saying that, Lu Xian's figure shook and instantly disappeared in place. The next moment he appeared in front of Chun Bianyin. He killed him with a sword. The sword flies in astonishment. All the ghosts and gods are afraid. Chapter 74. Master and Disciples' Deep Love. When will they die? The sword flies in astonishment. Lu Xian drew his sword and chopped. An amazing sword light flashed up. This sword light seemed to have the power to cut through everything. Chun Odinian was also not willing to show weakness. Gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, he fiercely drew his sword and chopped out. Under Lu Xian's authorization, Chun Amanai finally drew his own sword. The 2 swords instantly chopped together. Bang! The sword light flashed and exploded. It was obvious that the sword skill that Chun Uinian had performed was all but no match for the sword flying shocker. He was directly chopped back heavily by Lu Xian. The body flew backwards. There was even a hideous sword mark emerging from his chest. Blood spattered. Ahem! Chun Odinian's pupils flashed with astonishment. I didn't expect that I would be at a disadvantage when I fought hard with Lu Xian's sword skills. At that moment, Dao Yuan's breath floated out from the wound in his chest. The traumatized Chinominous Nian was no longer able to suppress the power of the Dao source within his body. He slumped to the ground, curling his body in agony. The many disciples on the stands also all felt this powerful force that they could barely suppress. What kind of aura is this? It seems to be continuously gushing out from within Chun Ominian's body. Being able to sense this aura is extremely powerful. It's definitely not his own power. Could he have gotten so strong all because of this? Although it relies on external power, as long as the power comes from a reasonable source and does not harm heaven and earth, it's okay, right? But who knows what this power really is? The many disciples present were all confused. They simply didn't have a clear and lucid concept of Dao origin. Now that they saw the power of the Dao origin in Chun Oyen's body spilling out in all directions due to the heavy trauma that he couldn't suppress, all of them were shocked. Anyone could tell at a glance that sooner or later, Chun Bianyin would be revolted to death by this power. On the stands, Elder Mo Feng's face was already hard to see and pale. Suffered, surely will be recognized. This is the power of the Dao source. If it is pursued, I will be unable to take the blame, but fortunately, I left my backhand behind a long time ago. As long as they from the martial extremity sect are willing to make a move, there's no problem. Mo Feng wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. It's best if it doesn't come to that. And at the moment, the remaining few elders, however, stood up and stared at Chun Oyen. There was no doubt that they all sensed where the power was coming from. Elder of Kaiyang Peak narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The clan has a supreme treasure named Dao Yuan. No one has cracked the mystery of it for thousands of years, but not long ago it was stolen strangely. Even several guard disciples died tragically on the spot. Could this be that?" Swish! The gazes of the crowd suddenly focused on Mo Feng's body. When the treasure stolen from the sect appeared on the disciples, this Mo Feng could not be blamed in the first place. Associating it with the fact that Chun Oyin, who had been severely injured a few days ago, had suddenly healed and his strength had risen greatly. Anyone could have thought that Mo Feng was definitely pushing the envelope. Neither of them were in a hurry to reveal this, though. After all, Mu Ningxian hadn't spoken yet. She didn't take a stance, obviously wanting to wait for Chun Oyin to explode another big wave. At this moment, Chun Oyani's face turned pale, suddenly realizing that his death was imminent. But he still wanted to fight to the death, and gripping his sword tightly, he rushed at Lu Xian to kill him. Wherever the sword blade reached, space shattered. Lu Xian didn't change his face, he just drew his sword and chopped. Swish! The sword light was radiant. Straight away, he chopped off the last arm of Chun Ominion. As blood spurted out, Chun Oyani's face turned pale to the extreme. He was so weak that he fell to his knees with a thud. He looked towards Lu Xian, fear in his heart to the limit. When he was first hanged by Lin Xinyao, today he was hung by Lu Xian again. The heart of the Tao collapsed on the spot. Looking at Lu Xian, he raised the sword in his hand and aimed it at his neck. Chun Odinian hurriedly raised his head and looked at Mo Feng. "Master, help me!" This miserable howl directly caused all the gazes of all the disciples and elders to focus on Mo Feng's body. Inkwine's heart thumped. "Crap? Save you? How can I save you?" It's hard for the master to protect himself. Looking at Mo Feng's indifference, Chun, forgetting Yin, cried out, "Senior, didn't you say that the only way I could suppress the backlash of the Tao source against me was to get the first armor reward? I'm going to lose now, and if Master Teacher doesn't save me, I'll die for sure." When these words came out, the disciples present were all surprised. "Dogen? What's the source? Could it be that peculiar power that Chun Uinian had exerted?" Mo Feng also blanched. "Assholes! The Tao source was stolen by him from the clan, and he had killed a lot of people for it. Now that this has been brought out, won't the world know that this Tao source came from him? Mo Feng? Then you can't even wash yourself by jumping into the Yellow River. What is it? If you want to die, then die. Don't throw dirt on my master. I never knew the source was in you. If you keep pulling these unrealistic things, don't blame me for breaking the master-disciple bond with you." Mo Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he tried his best to find a ray of hope. If this matter was really revealed, one's own death 100 times would not be enough. After all, many of the elite within the clan could still be traveling around to find the murderer right now. If they knew that the murderer was himself, the patriarch would definitely destroy himself. Seeing this, Chun Oyin also realized in his heart that he was now nothing more than a castaway. Grief surged, and his eyes developed a bit of hatred. "Senior, wasn't it you who said that you would help me achieve the top ace in the martial arts, the strongest in the sect? You also said that you want Lin Xinyao and even any female disciple in the sect to be my plaything, as long as I'm willing to help you make a name for yourself. You also said that only a heavenly ranked spirit sword could suppress the Tao source within me. And for that reason, I must be allowed to obtain the top armor of the meeting martial arts at all costs." Mo Feng stood up in his totem. His heart was truly panicked at this time. Many of the things that Chin Odinian had uttered were things that only he, the peak master elder, knew. So what's really going on behind the scenes, and who's really the killer, it's all self-evident. At this moment, Mu Ningxian also looked towards Mo Feng, the coldness in his eyes gradually condensing. Mo Feng hurriedly spoke. "Lord Sovereign, you must not listen to him." As soon as the words fell, Mu Ningxian slapped out, directly smashing Mo Feng to fly a dozen feet or so, with blood spurting wildly from his mouth. "Do you know that I'm not only beating you because you stole the Tao source? After all, this power, those who have the ability to do so, you can utilize it as your ability. I won't take you to vent my anger. I'll only kill you openly and honestly. But you killed a dozen of my clan's elite disciples in order to obtain the Tao source. And as a clan elder, you are prepared to pay for your life since you were tainted with the human lives of your disciples." Mu Ningxian looked at Mo Feng, the killing intent in his eyes unabated. The rest of the peak master elders also looked at Mo Feng, and likewise did not have any intention of pleading for him. I can only give him 2 words, death. At this moment, Lu Xian glanced down at Chen Oyen, then looked up at Mu Ningxin and said, Patriarch, he said everything he needed to say, so may I kill him? Mu Ningxin nodded. Be my guest. If you have the ability to take out the Tao source, it will be sent to you as well. Anyway, that was originally part of the first armor reward. Since Mu Ningxin had spoken, Lu Xian didn't have any reason to hesitate. With a cold smile, he looked towards Chen Uinian, who was kneeling on the ground, both arms chopped off and on the verge of death, and said, Now that it's come to this, the Chen family is now extinct. After saying that, Lu Xian raised his sword and cut. Chapter 75, Conquest, Spatial Tao Source. Swish. Pist. With a sword, Lu Xian directly pierced through Chen Ominian's body and nailed him to the ground. Chen Oblivion looked at Lu Xian, his pupils gradually lax, and the corners of his mouth continued to spatter blood foam. Of course, Lu Xian wouldn't let Chen Oyen die in his hands so easily. He himself may still have to take the Tao source from him. Looking at Chen Ominian, who was lying at his feet and constantly convulsing, Lu Xian said silently in his heart, Sister Tendo, how do I take out this Tao source? The woman in the red dress said, I'll do it, only to see a slender jade hand appear out of thin air, directly digging into Chen Manion's chest. Directly opened him up and blood sprayed wildly. Soon, a black ball of light was ripped out of thin air and then drilled into Lu Xian's body. Chen Ominian, who had his Tao source pulled out, directly slumped to the ground and howled miserably before completely gagging. After seeing this scourge completely cut off his breath, Lu Xian smiled at the corner of his mouth. In this way, the scumbag got what he deserved. However, Lu Xian still cares about the Tao source thing. Yin Jing's terrifying power was something he had seen with his own eyes. Lu Xian didn't want such an unstable factor following him at all times. It's best to determine if this thing is a threat to you or not. It wouldn't take much time anyway. Lu Xian then moved his mind, and his consciousness entered within the burial heaven realm. Inside the burial heaven realm, the black mass of light floated silently in midair dead. Lu Xian looked at the black light mass and was confused. Why won't this thing move? Was it really hit hard to the limit? At this moment, Fox Jiu floated over in a spirit body, circled around the spatial Tao source, and asked suspiciously, It's so strange. I can feel the unfathomable power of this thing, but it's not obvious. And at that moment, a figure gradually coalesced. It's Yin Zheng. Yin Zheng, who had broken out of his slumber, froze the moment he saw the spatial Tao source. Huh? How did this big sister get beaten into such a state? Even her spiritual sense was almost wiped out. Lu Xian was confused as he listened to Yin Zheng's words. What do you mean you've been beaten into this shit? Why does that sound weird? Yin Zheng explained. The spatial Tao source represents the spatial Tao, which is also one of the righteous paths, and was incredibly powerful in its heyday, but now that the spiritual awareness has almost been completely obliterated, it's not much different from being dead for the Tao source. For Dao Yuan, the presence of spiritual awareness is living, and the absence of spiritual awareness is dead. After all, normally, Tao sources would not be completely destroyed, and this spatial Tao source was clearly almost as good as dead. Lu Xian was a bit curious. What in the world had happened to cause Dao Yuan to even be beaten like this? However, he had a very push position in his heart, knowing that this was not something he could manage at the moment, and that his primary goal now was to become stronger. He pointed at the spatial Tao source and asked, I'm not interested in the rest, I just want to know if this spatial Tao source can still help open the inheritance for myself. The red-skirted woman appeared at this moment and nodded. Yes. Lu Xian nodded. I understand. At this moment, the woman in the red dress added, Pay attention to safety and call me when you can't fight. Lu Xian thought for a moment and replied, Got it, I won't try to be strong, thanks. The red-skirted woman smiled and said, With me, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Xian said, I understand. At that time, if you feel that any person is particularly stupid and you want to beat him up to take out your anger, then you come out and have a good time. Woman in red dress. Soon, Lu Xian's consciousness exited the burial heaven realm. So short was the entry that little time passed in the outside world. In everyone's eyes, Lu Xian simply froze in place for a moment. And at this moment, Mo Feng, who had climbed up from the ruins, saw the broken body of Chen Agnin on the ground and the disappearing Tao source aura, and sorrow appeared in his eyes. He knew that the day was lost and irreparable. Mo Feng looked towards Lu Xian, and all sorts of unwillingness arose in his eyes. Lu Xian, why do you always cross me? Both of my disciples died at your hands, and now you're going to destroy me. I can't wait to dismantle you. Mo Feng was impotently furious and gritted his teeth. Lu Xian was disdainful, saying, "You don't even look at what your disciples are like, and you still treat them like a treasure. Ridiculous." Mu Ningxin looked down at Mo Feng and said, "There's no need to say too much, get on the road." After saying that, Mu Ningxin was raising his sword, ready to directly end Mo Feng, and all the surrounding elders stood in the periphery, looking at all this indifferently. Mo Feng gritted his teeth and said, "It's because I stole the Tao source that you want to kill me? I just want to make a name for myself and history. What's wrong with me? In this world where martial arts is respected, I have the means to make my disciples stronger. Isn't that my duty for the clan? And yet you want to kill me. Even if I die, I can't let you have the pleasure of killing me." In the blink of an eye, Mo Feng transformed into a residual shadow and swept towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian was directly speechless. What breed of douchebag is this? At this point, you still want to trade one for one with yourself? Lu Xian stood still for a moment. It seemed to be waiting for Mo Feng to kill the door. When Mo Feng was only a stone's throw away from Lu Xian, a sword light quietly killed, directly chopped back the ink wind tens of feet, woefully, only to see the person who came was none other than Lin Xinyao. Lin Xinyao stood in front of Lu Xian, her face clear and cold. The moment she appeared, she caused many sect disciples to gasp in shock. Lin Xinyao just stood in the middle of the field, making many people not dare to raise their heads and look directly at her. It's the sovereign's own disciple, Lin Xinyao. That one is the broken army sword body, ya. Finally see his side. Good fellow, chopping up Elder Mo Feng with a sword in the air. I'm afraid this strength isn't below the peak Master Elder. So young and with such qualifications, it's simply terrifying. I heard she's also Lu Xian's fiancée. Really envious of others. Lu Xian looked at Lin Xinyao and was a little surprised in his heart. She squared off and stepped through the air. In other words, the current Lin Xinyao had actually stepped into the Tong Tian realm. Good man, that's a bit of a fast break. As for the Sword Dao realm, it was obvious that there was also some refinement. Lin Xinyao was now a Sword Emperor, and if she went further, she would be a Sword Emperor. Such a young Sword Emperor was truly rare. I really didn't expect it to be you who had caused me so much trouble, otherwise some people would have died in my hand a long time ago. Lin Xinyao glanced at Qinuinian's corpse and was very dissatisfied in her heart. Lu Xian looked at Mo Feng, the corner of his mouth lifting up a smile. This old undead has a belly full of bad intentions and has been thinking of targeting himself. Today, it's also time to clear the air on all this. The death of one, Chen Wenyin, wasn't enough. Mo Feng, likewise to die. At this point, Mo Feng raised his head, glanced at Lin Xinyao, and then Mu Ningxin, and his mind instantly exploded. It seems that the Tsang Yu Sword sect won't let me live today no matter what. Since that's the case, I won't be blamed for disregarding past love. Martial Extremity Sect Powerhouse, please show up and save me. Inkwind let out a roar to the sky. In an instant, two extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the field. The crowd all changed their colors. Is Mo Feng collaborating with a foreigner? Chapter 76. Husband Protector. Soon, two tall figures appeared. Above the sky, all of them were wearing purple robes, holding their arms in their arms, and looking down on the crowd with a face full of arrogance. The many Tsang Yu Sword sect disciples and elders present all looked aghast. This attire was clearly a cultivator of the Martial Extremity sect. The Martial Extremity sect, on the other hand, had been the mortal enemy of the Tsang Yu Sword sect for thousands of years. Only Mo Feng, overjoyed, said, "Two strong men, save me quickly." Mu Ningxin looked at the two and recognized their identities. The left and right grand elders of the Martial Extremity sect, Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai. These two, the long-established generals of the Martial Extremity sect, were both top-tier powerhouses at the peak of the Tong Tian realm. For the right-hand man of the Wuji Patriarch, the many elders present were all gloomy, staring intently at Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai. When these two were placed in the Tsang Yu Sword sect, there were only a handful of people who could beat them. And for these two top-tier powerhouses to be able to suddenly appear in the hinterland of this Tsang Yu Sword sect unknowingly, there was no doubt that a spy had appeared within the sect. Wu Yutian looked at Mo Feng and said, "Don't forget your promise. If you hand over the Tsang Yu Sword sect's top-level technique sword skills as well as the mountain guard formation charts, my martial extremity sect will be able to guarantee your life without any worries. And I can also appoint you as a guest elder, guaranteeing that you'll have no worries about your food and clothing for the rest of your life. Mo Feng hurriedly nodded his head and said in a pleading voice, "That's natural. As long as you protect me to escape from this Tsang Yu Sword sect, I will definitely give these supreme treasures away." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian and Wu Juhai smiled at each other, obviously very satisfied. But all of the Tsang Yu Sword sect's sword cultivators present were furious. All of them looked at Mo Feng angrily, itching to kill him by 1,000 cuts. This Mo Feng not only killed the Tsang Yu Sword sect disciples to steal the most precious treasure before, but now he also betrayed the Tsang Yu Sword sect to defect to the #1 mortal enemy, the Wuji sect. This kind of sellout behavior had deeply touched the reverse scales of these sword cultivators. Mu Ningxin narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Mo Feng. "It seems that I still underestimated your wolfishness. I didn't realize that you had even prepared a backhand. But for just these two to kill within my Tsang Yu Sword sect, they have underestimated me too much." Mu Ningxin looked at this Wu Tian and Wu Juhai, frankly, obviously didn't take them seriously. And at that moment, Merfun was emboldened. It wasn't like he was going to flat out push the Tsang Yu Sword sect anyway. Anything that gets you out of here alive is enough. Both Wu Tian and Wu Juhai were top-tier powerhouses of the martial extremity sect. Even if Mu Ningxin made a move, even if these two were undefeated, wanting their lives would not be that easy. With the presence of these two top-tier powerhouses, no one would be able to kill him. Both of you, by the way, help me kill this thief. I will be grateful. Mo Feng pointed at Lu Xian, a smug look in his eyes. Wu Tian looked at Lu Xian and smiled contemptuously. "But it's just a brat of the cave Xian realm. I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers." Although it was very unpleasant for Mo Feng to temporarily increase the size of Wu Tian, but it was still a breeze if it was just a tiny Lu Xian. When he pointed his finger, a golden light exploded. It pierced through space and rushed straight at Lu Xian's brow. The power was so great that it even bombarded the surrounding air with loud, bursting sounds. Before Lu Xian could make a move, swish! In the next moment, Lin Xinyao flashed in front of Lu Xian. Drawing his sword was a chop. The long sword crushed the golden light straight away. Lin Xinyao's body was also sent flying. "Lin Xinyao." Lu Xian hurriedly reached out and gathered Lin Xinyao into his arms, confirming that there was nothing wrong before letting go of his heart. Unbridled, Lin Xinyao didn't stay too long in Lu Xian's arms, and in the twinkling of an eye, she killed into the long sky, running towards Wu Tian with a sword with a thick sword momentum around her. The power of its momentum and the firmness of its killing intent caused Wu Tian to be stunned. "Crap? As for that," Wu Tian was directly confused. "You just casually hit Lu Xian yourself, and you're going to kill me by 1,000 cuts? Sister, it's over, isn't it?" Facing Lin Xinyao's ferocious attack, Wu Tian didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly fought Lin Xinyao into a ball, only to see that above the long sky, the sword light was radiant and the fist shadows were rushing about. Under the blistering attack, the surrounding space was distorted. It is as intense as it gets. Wu Tian was a bit confused. Why is this Lin Xinyao so strong? The realm was roughly only the 5th level of the Tongtian realm, but it was surprisingly even with myself. "But who are you?" "One of the left and right grand elders of the martial extremity sect. It's more of a red man beside the patriarch, his right arm." This pale feather sword sect had actually appeared such a strong, heavenly pride. At this moment, the disciples of the Tsang Yu Sword sect had long been in awe. This Lin Xinyao was simply too fierce. Surprisingly, he was not the least bit defeated even when he fought with this kind of character. It was worthy of being Lin Xinyao, who carried the broken army sword body, the #1 heavenly pride of the Tsang Yu Sword sect today. Only Lu Xian had a big, speechless face. Nice guy. He hadn't used a whole bunch of his own cards yet. Just thought about how to deal with these two better. As a result, Lin Xinyao couldn't sit still first. Seeing Wu Tian trying to kill himself was like angering the dragon's reverse scales. Obviously didn't want to see himself half aggravated. Let's just say, no shame in her. Luckily, Lin Xinyao doesn't have any domestic violence fetish. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun. And at that moment above the long sky, Wu Tian had a depressed look on his face. Even though he parried with all his might, A number of sword marks appeared on his own body. This Lin Xinyao attack is extremely fierce. Each sword is a body blow, and he fights with himself, as if he is playing with his life. She was just working part-time herself, and she was really putting her life on the line. If I go on this trip, I can only get a small share of the oil and water, so what am I playing with my life for? Help me! Wu Yutian roared, and Wu Juhai hurriedly leaped into the battlefield. Wu Juhai also didn't expect that a single Lin Xinyao could make Wu Yutian unable to hold his hand. But Mu Ningxin directly stopped Wu Juhai. Obviously, she didn't want to see her disciple being 2-for-1. Dare to break into my Tsang Yu sword sect. Take your life first. Mu Ningxin raised her sword to kill Wu Juhai. Wu Juhai's face immediately flushed. He pointed at himself with a look of incredulity. Crap? I hit Mu Ningxin? Really? But Mu Ningxin had already killed in front of him at this time, and Wu Juhai could only go up even if he didn't want to. He hardened his head and tangled with Mu Ningxin. The downfall was obvious, as Wu Juhai was suppressed even more miserably. In just a few rounds, his body was drenched in blood. Wu Yutian, who was fighting with Lin Xinyao on the side, was directly depressed. Fuck, I originally said I'd take Merkwind and run away, but I ended up getting stuck with her. I can't even leave if I want to. Now Wu Yutian only had the word regret in his heart. What's the point of pretending to kill Lu Xian when you have nothing better to do? At that time, before everyone could react, he directly rolled up the ink wind and ran. And the Tsang Yu sword sect could not stop themselves in 9 out of 10 cases. As a result, now it's good to be stuck with 2 crazy people. Moreover, the other elders of the Tsang Yu sword sect hadn't made a move yet, so today it was considered a game over. Looking at the battle in the long sky, the crowd of the Tsang Yu sword sect marveled in awe. As expected of a patriarch, it's just ferocious. Just a few rounds, it was seen that this Wu Juhai could not hold back any longer. That was the top few ranked top powerhouses of the martial extremity sect. It seemed like Mu Ningxin wanted to kill him, as if it was a game. Lin Xinyao on the other side wasn't weak at all. Apparently, both of these men were on the verge of wincing. That's all the help Mo Feng has come for, huh? Mo Feng was beyond tears at this point. He didn't expect things to happen the way they did. This is great. If he can't escape, he will definitely die. Colluding with foreign thieves, killing disciples, several sins fall on the head. Death 10,000 times is not enough. Lu Xian looked at the 4 people killing each other and also watched quite a bit. However, he stared at Mu Ningxin and quickly detected a hint of something wrong. Possessing the sword codex, he was sensitive to all sword cultivators. He clearly detected that Mu Ningxin's breath was somewhat disorganized. Lu Xian said silently in his heart, Sister Tendo, is this Mu Ningxin? Breath very messy. The red-skirted woman said, yes. She is very strong and her talent is also very high. However, the sword cultivation technique that she cultivates is too crippled, so much so that she reaches a bottleneck early on, otherwise she wouldn't stop here. Moreover, due to the crippled technique, cultivation is a burden for her, and nowadays her meridians are about to be unable to withstand these damages. But if she wasn't fighting with all her might, these hidden ailments wouldn't have erupted for the time being. Lu Xian stared slightly. It looks like there's trouble on Mu Ningxin as well. He thought for a moment and said, but if it's okay for now, then it's okay. The red-skirted woman said, that's true, and you can rest assured that even if everyone can't resist, then there's still me. And at this point, Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai were already on the verge of their limits. The 2 had long been sweating and covered in sword marks. Now, not to mention bringing Mo Feng to escape. Even if you want to escape from this place, it is a luxury. Let's just say they messed with the wrong people. Wu Youqian's face was so hard to see that it looked like his parents had died. He looked at his companion and said, why don't we call on our ancestors? Maybe there's still a chance of survival. Calling Zhou. Wu Juhai's face flushed. After much thought, and gritting his teeth and nodding his head, though. No matter what the cost, the 2 of us can't die here. Soon after, Wu Yutian put his palms together as if he was communicating with heaven and earth. A powerful aura immediately erupted. He looked up to the heavens and raised his head to the sky. Late generation Wu Yutian, I respectfully request the ancestor of the martial extremity sect to manifest. In the blink of an eye, the mutation manifested. Only golden light lingered in the sky, and there were clouds of haze. A tall figure, too, gradually coalesced. A powerful and suffocating aura came over him. At that instant, the crowd of the Tsang Yu sword sect was in a state of awe. Is this Wu Ji sect calling the ancestors? Chapter 77. The heavenly Tao appears. That red dress. Calling Zhou. This is a power that only individual veteran powers possess. You can summon a portion of your ancestors' power to fight against your enemies. Generally speaking, the cost of evoking ancestors was exorbitant, but the effect was also counterintuitive. Unless it came to the point of necessity, one would never use the means of summoning ancestors. And the current Wu Yu Tian and Wu Juhai were clearly being pushed to the brink of extinction. If you don't call your ancestor, you're dead. If you call your ancestor, you still have a chance of survival. Moreover, they had a high status in the martial extremity sect and also had the right to call their ancestors. At this moment, a golden figure appeared in the dome of the sky. A powerful aura that far exceeded the passage realm gradually condensed. This was an aura that was not weaker than the royal law realm. It might even have reached the King Seal realm. The terror is extraordinary and the greatness is boundless. The many disciples of the Tsang Sword sect were like mole crickets under this golden figure. The figure of the martial extremity sect's ancestor coalesced in the air, his eyes looking towards the earth. The gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything swept towards the crowd, causing countless people to be shocked. This was the strength of the martial extremity sect's ancestor. At this moment, the faces of the many elders of the Tsang Sword sect were suddenly gloomy. They had also not expected that this Wu Yu Tian and Wu Juhai would go so far as to summon their ancestors in order to survive. Generally speaking, the only means of countering an ancestor summoning was an ancestor summoning. A peak master elder looked at Mu Ningxin and asked, Lord Sovereign, since the martial extremity sect calls on its ancestors, does my Tsang Sword sect also need to call on its ancestors? Mu Ningxin's face suddenly clouded over. The cost of calling the ancestors is enormous. Not impossible, but not to be used until the moment of truth. Try it first. Mu Ningxin looked towards the martial extremity sect ancestor. It just so happens that I also want to try to see just how good they are at summoning ancestors. At this moment, many elders stood in awe of it. Mu Ningxin was going to stand alone against the martial extremity sect ancestor. However, the corners of Wu Yotian's mouth revealed a smile as he said, the ancestor is monstrously powerful and possesses strength that is above the royal law realm. Even if Mu Ningxin's skills were stronger, it would be impossible for him to defeat the ancestor. The corner of Mu Ningxin's mouth lifted up in a smile. I'm also a royal law realm sword cultivator, so I'd like to see if he's really at the level of the Seal King realm. And at that moment, the martial extremity sect's ancestor looked at Mu Ningxin and directly waved his big hand. In an instant, a huge palm print was like a small mountain as it crashed towards Mu Ningxin. Extremely fast, extremely wide, and powerful. Hundreds of feet of space along the way shattered, revealing a large area of emptiness. Mu Ningxin was also not the least bit afraid, chopping out thousands of sword waves and blasting them at the other party. Boom, boom, boom. For a while, the two directly fought together. The aftermath of the battle continued to sweep in all directions, shaking the 8 sides. Many of the Tsang Sword sect's disciples looked at this scene with gazes of unparalleled shock. This is a fight. So strong. The golden light that flashes every time the patriarch swings his sword represents the Tsang Sword sect's untold secret, the Tsang Sword technique. I heard that only successive sect masters can cultivate it. It's truly terrifying. There's no room for us, inferior realm sword cultivators, to intervene at all. It's even difficult to bear the aftershocks of the battle. Terrifying. That's a martial extremity sect ancestor equivalent to the half-step Seal King realm. It's quite heaven-defying for the patriarch to be able to go 50-50ths with him. I only hate that our strength is meager, or else we would be able to help Sovereign. Between the shock of the crowd, the peak master elders also waited for the opportunity to move. As soon as there is any unfavorable change in the battle situation, they will immediately join the battle. After all, summoning an ancestor was already one of the topmost means for a power. Can't really be careless. At this moment, Lin Xinyao also landed beside Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at Lin Xinyao and asked, Aren't you going on? Lin Xinyao shook her head. I can't intervene. I'm not that strong yet. Lu Xian nodded his head, thinking that it was true. After all, the other party was equivalent to a half-step Seal King realm. Even if Lin Xinyao was a demon, it was still too early to have her deal with this kind of existence now. At this moment, Lin Xinyao guffawed and said, But I'm sure that master will win. As for you, remember what you agreed to with me before? Lu Xian nodded. When this incident is over, we'll consummate the marriage. Lin Xinyao laughed. It's good that you haven't forgotten. Suddenly, Lu Xian looked at Mu Ningxian in the air and frowned slightly. Her breath is getting more and more disorganized. And at that moment, the battle in the field had already turned white hot. Mu Ningxian was on fire, executing the Tsang Yu sword technique, and the golden sword light in the arena rushed around, dazzling. For a time, there was a hidden tendency to press the martial extremity sect ancestor into a fight. Even Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai were shocked. This Mu Ningxian is so fierce? Can't you even beat the ancestor? It was at the moment of the duo's despair. Ahem. Mu Ningxian suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood from the corner of her mouth, and her face suddenly turned a million shades of white. The strong aura lingering around his body was also decaying. The martial extremity sect ancestor seized the moment and threw several punches in succession. It directly suppressed Mu Ningxian. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Ningxian blocked several punches in a row and immediately flew backwards hundreds of feet away. Fong barely managed to stabilize his body, but his breath was still diminishing. It seems that even holding the sword has become difficult. At this moment, the numerous peak master elders immediately changed their faces abruptly. Not good. I heard that the patriarch has always consisted of a hidden disease, but I never thought that it would erupt today. It's bad. It must be that the fight with the old ancestor of the martial extremity sect was too intense and triggered a hidden disease in his body. In that case, the patriarch's strength will definitely be greatly reduced in a short period of time, and no one will be able to stop the martial extremity sect ancestor at that time. With the strength of the martial extremity sect's ancestor, it's difficult to fight against it even if we join forces. The only way to deal with it is to call on the ancestor. The crowd couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. If it was just the two of them, Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai, it would be fine. It's not that they don't dare to fight, it's just that they run too fast. But the problem lies in the fact that these two do not speak of martial virtues and choose to call upon their ancestors. He really put his own life on the same level as the survival of the clan. Now that Mu Ningxian's hidden disease had erupted, if they wanted to fight against it, they could only choose to call their ancestors. Suffered. Lin Xinyao's heart thumped, hurriedly stepped forward to support Mu Ningxian and asked, Master, you? Mu Ningxian let out a light laugh as she reared up and leapt in front of the martial extremity sect's ancestor. I didn't expect it to be a bit tough, but with this skill alone, it's not enough. Mu Ningxian gripped her spirit sword tightly, her eyes still cloaked. The crowd looked to see that Mu Ningxian's aura had recovered, and they also let out a long breath. Only Lu Xian could see a hint of it. This Mu Ningxian is holding on for dear life. Mu Ningxian's hidden disease was due to incomplete gong methods, and long periods of high-intensity operation of gong methods would inevitably be countered. This was almost irreversible, and unless one obtained the complete technique, one could avoid the backlash. And now Mu Ningxian was clearly at her limit. In other words, right now, she was really fighting for her life. She's stalling, trying to stall until the time to call the ancestors passes. In this way, the Tsang Yu sword sect would not have to call on their ancestors and be spared from the great cost that would come with calling on their ancestors. At that time, when the two clans played, the Tsang Yu sword sect would have an overwhelming advantage. She is exchanging her life for the benefit of the clan. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps Mu Ningxian thought that he was not in any serious trouble, and that he would be able to recover for some time after this matter. But Lu Xian knew in his heart that the only way to do so was to die. Wu Yutian originally thought that Mu Ningxian was about to die, but when he saw her posture, he was bluffed for a moment, thinking that Mu Ningxian hadn't been seriously injured. But thinking that he had already paid such a huge price, it would be a loss if he had nothing to show for it. Kill her. At least kill her. Wu Yutian stared at Mu Ningxian dead in the face. The martial extremity sect ancestor also leapt forward at this time, attacking Mu Ningxian. At this moment, Mu Ningxian's face suddenly changed. In the nick of time, a voice came from Lu Xian's ears. Think about it. If you don't let me make a move, this female sword cultivator will die. Lu Xian let out a light laugh at this moment and said, I see. I also have my own evocation ancestor. Since they weren't talking about martial virtues anymore, Lu Xian didn't have to hide it anymore. You can't just watch them die trying to save yourself. Can you? It's about time, too, to give them some little Sister Tendo shocks. Sister Tendo, I'm counting on you. At this point, Mu Ningxian gripped his long sword tightly as he faced the attacking Wuji sect's old ancestor, just as he was preparing to fight for his life. However, a figure suddenly appeared. With just one hand, he restrained the martial extremity sect ancestor. The crowd was shocked to the core, and the only thing they saw in their eyes was the red dress. Chapter 78. She is Lu Xian's person? Only to see this woman standing above the sky dome, a red dress blazing like fire. Her face was even more stunningly beautiful to the extreme. Not only was she bewitching, but she also carried a bit of majesty that made people not dare to look directly at her. Just so lying in the sky above the dome seems to make heaven and earth for the loss of color. Only that blood red still exists. The crowd looked up at the red-skirted woman and felt 1,000,000% surprised. Surprisingly, they couldn't feel half of this red-skirted woman's breath. There are only two possibilities. Either this red-skirted woman does not have any cultivation, or her realm has far exceeded everyone. And who is such a stunning woman? Why is he here? Mu Ningxian was also slightly surprised when she saw the red-skirted woman block this crucial blow for herself. Her lips pursed slightly a few times before she finally spoke. Thanks, seniors. Mu Ningxian didn't know how he should address the red-skirted woman, but by the looks of it, she seemed to be very strong, so let's address her as senior. If she hadn't been there, she would have been in a bad way herself anyway. The red-skirted woman didn't speak, and there was only the indifference of defying everything in her eyes. She slowly turned her head and looked at the martial extremity sect ancestor in front of her. Shasta, the martial extremity sect ancestor, seemed to be sensing an extremely strong threat, and his body involuntarily exploded back hundreds of feet. When he stopped in the air, his body was still trembling, and he seemed to be able to feel the few scornful breaths. The sword cultivators of the Tsang, Yu Sword sect, completely froze. One by one, they all looked up at the red-skirted woman in surprise. Who the hell is this guy? How could you scare off the martial extremity sect ancestor with a single look? Who the hell is this? Her? Looks so strong, and so strange. I don't know why, but I'm afraid to look her in the eye. She can't be more powerful than the martial extremity sect's ancestor, right? Then could it be that she's a powerhouse of the royal law realm? It should be. How could the Tongtian realm have this kind of aura? It's at least the middle stage of the royal law realm. Looking at it this way, these two people from the martial extremity sect are considered finished, although it was unknown why this red-skirted woman was on their side. But it's certainly a good thing. In the face of a great enemy, whoever helps himself is an ally or even a benefactor. Lin Xinyao looked at the woman in the red dress and fell silent. She looked at the woman in the red dress quietly. For some reason, she sensed a hint of something that disturbed her in the red-skirted woman. Mo Feng didn't feel some numbness in his scalp. He raised his head to look at Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai, a few moments of anxiety growing in his eyes. Do it? Damn it, do it! If we don't stop, we're gonna have a change of heart. Do you guys still want the top secret of the Tsang Yu Sword sect? Wu Yutian glanced at Mo Feng with dissatisfaction. He now had all the thoughts of skinning Mo Feng. Things that could have been solved by running away at the first time had to be done to Lu Xian, or else it wouldn't have gotten to the point of calling the ancestors. However, Wu Yutian did not feel that this red-skirted woman was a threat to them. According to the information our martial extremity sect has, the Tsang Yu Sword sect has not crossed paths with any royal law realm powerhouses. Since this red-skirted woman isn't at the royal law realm, there's no way he would be a match for the ancestor's doppelganger. Thinking about this, the corners of Wu Yotian's mouth revealed a sarcastic smile as he said aloud, pretending to be a god. I'd like to see just how unbearable your true colors are. A mere mole cricket. How dare you compete with my martial extremity sect ancestor? The martial extremity sect ancestor's body trembled slightly. Reorganize your state. Once again, he killed the woman in the red dress. Only the martial extremity sect ancestor raised his fist and blasted out. Thousands of fist shadows were suddenly born in the air, and the attack was like a blistering wind and rain, which could not be avoided. The space within 100 feet in front of him was shattered as much as possible, revealing a large area of pitch-black void. The crowd is in a state of awe today. This offense is truly terrifying. Perhaps the Tsang Yu Sword sect had similarly summoned their ancestors, and perhaps only then did they have the capital to fight with force. Only Lu Xian had a calm face. She had complete confidence in the strength of the woman in the red dress. If one can survive in the heavenly burial realm for so many years, how weak can one be? At this moment, Mooningxian also had a grave expression on her face. It was an offense that she was going to have a hard time following. I don't know if this red-skirted woman has this ability. If that didn't work, there was no choice but to try to stall for time or summon the ancestors. Just as Mooningxian was getting tangled up, only the red-skirted woman opened her eyes slightly. All of a sudden, everything within a radius of 1,000 feet in front of him lost its color and turned into a black and white. Within this range, time was even frozen, and the movements of the martial extremity sect's old ancestor stayed at the moment he swung his fist. The space that was shattered by the fist did not continue to expand or heal. It was only frozen in the moment when the woman in the red dress opened her eyes. It was as if time had become her peculiar authority. The crowd froze directly at the sight of this scene. Until the crowd froze for more than a dozen breaths. This frozen space-time still had not recovered. The ancestor of the Wuji sect remained stopped in his swinging motion, not moving. Seeing this scene, the many sword cultivators present were shocked. What kind of means is this? It's at least a divine ability only available at the royal law realm, right? Don't say it's the royal law realm. I'd believe it even if it's the Seal King realm. The martial extremity sect ancestor, who was unbeatable just a moment ago, has been controlled so simply. What kind of ancestor is that? It's clearly a cow or sheep to be slaughtered, only waiting to die. Good Lord, what the hell is this one about? Why is he helping us? At this moment, they were completely surprised, with nothing but shock in their eyes. The fact that such a powerful existence would actually help them caused many of the Tsang Yu Sword sect disciples to feel flattered for a moment. Wu Tian also froze in place, not knowing what to do. This actually has the power to manipulate space and time? What exactly is this divine ability? Why have I never heard of it before? Suddenly, Wu Tian had a bad feeling in his heart. You're not going to kick the bucket today, are you? It was thought that everything was soft tofu in front of the evoking ancestor. But who would have thought that this tough guy would come out of nowhere? Who the hell is she? At this moment, the red-skirted woman waved her sleeve, and 3 spirit swords appeared out of thin air, hanging on the red-skirted woman's waist. Before the blade was even sheathed, a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze the heavens and earth surged forth. The crowd in the room froze again. Is this person still a sword cultivator? Only the red-skirted woman lowered her head and looked at Lu Xian. It seems that all the clamor around her has nothing to do with her, and the only person present who can make her pay attention is Lu Xian. Lu Xian, all 3 swords are strong. Which one do you think I'll use to kill him? The red-skirted woman's voice was bland as she asked Lu Xian. Lu Xian thought carefully for a moment and replied, neither. You don't need a sword to kill him yet. Or rather, everything can be a sword. Sword cultivators cultivate. Is like a sword like hard than straight spine. This spine, it can only be broken, not bent. For the strong, it will only draw its sword to the stronger as well. But as a weakling, whose life or death can be determined by a single thought, really worthy of having his sword drawn for him? The red-skirted woman sniffed, and a smile appeared on her face. Rang. Hearing the exchange between the two, there was instant silence in the room. Everyone's gazes rested on Lu Xian's body. This ridiculously strong sword cultivator. Could it be that he knew Lu Xian? Or was she summoned by Lu Xian? This Lu Xian unexpectedly befriended such a powerful person. And by the looks of it, it seems to be familiar. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd became stunned. Luoli was also slightly surprised. She had always guessed that there was a great sword cultivator behind Lu Xian. But this red-skirted female sword cultivator was a little too big. Lin Xinyao was also slightly stunned when she saw this. They actually know each other? And what is relationship? The crowd was being surprised. Only the red-skirted woman stretched out her palm and clasped it in the air. Only the gusts of wind rose. The gusts of wind in a radius of several miles all surged into her palm. It converged into a seemingly plain and unadorned chi sword. 4 sword cultivators, mountains, rivers, lakes, and streams. All things in heaven and earth can be swords. And who says that only that iron bar forged of fine iron can be called a sword? The red-skirted woman smiled faintly, and then she slashed her sword at the old ancestor of the Wuji sect. At that moment, one could only see a shocking sword light that seemed to be splitting heaven and earth as it rushed forward. Chapter 79. Who was the one who pretended to be a pussy? That sword light went all the way forward, and as it passed through the black and white world that had been framed in lost color, the places it passed through were once again tinted with color, and time was restored, yet everything in it was swept away as much as possible by the sword light. Almost everything that passed by was swallowed into the sword light and turned into ashes, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. The moment the martial extremity sect ancestor regained his freedom, an extremely pure fear appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, it was directly swept away into ashes by the sword light. Boom! There was a loud bang. The 1,000-mile range above the battlefield was almost entirely torn apart by the sword light. Not even everything was left behind, including the bilocation of the ancestor of the martial extremity sect. Without even the slightest movement of struggle appearing, it completely turned into nothingness. Swish! The red-skirted woman threw out her long sleeves, and the heir's sword in her hand disappeared. She just stood quietly between heaven and earth, staring indifferently and proudly ahead. Underneath this heaven and earth, it seemed that everything was eclipsed and was her companion. Wu Youqian's eyes were huge, filled with incredulity and even shock to trepidation. The ancestor's detachment has been decapitated. On the side, Wu Juhai was so scared that his face suddenly turned white, and his voice became trembling. What? What? Doesn't that mean that this red-skirted woman's strength is at least at the royal law realm and upwards? Further up the royal law realm was the Seal King realm. Further up from the Sealed King was the Supreme realm. This woman, no matter what exactly she was enough to prove that she came from a good place. Such a powerful person was actually acquainted with Lu Xian. Mo Feng looked at Lu Xian with a bewildered expression. You even know such a strong existence. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead at this moment, and his clothes were all wet with sweat. No wonder this Lu Xian was so demonic. With such a strong person behind him, it wouldn't be a surprise no matter what level he reached. Lin Xinyao was also slightly stunned, looking up at the red-skirted woman, a trace of longing and even perseverance arising in her eyes for some reason. I have to be as strong as her. No, I have to be stronger than her. The red-skirted woman looked down at Lu Xian at this moment and said, "See clearly?" Lu Xian thoughtfully nodded. Benefited greatly. That sword of Feng Kai's contained the true meaning of the way of the sword. This is the red dress woman intentionally used this to point out their own Lu Xian natural heart to remember. This sister, though usually out of tune, was still very attached to herself. At this moment, Wu Youqian's face was already hard to see. This red-skirted woman was even able to behead the martial extremity sect's ancestor. And as for herself, there was no way she would be a match. When it comes down to it, saving your life is the best thing you could do. As for this Mo Feng, he didn't want to care. The cost is just too great. Withdraw! Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai turned around and turned into a rainbow light to vanish. Wanted to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress swept her sword fingers together and swept them towards the two. Instantly, the space around Wu Jizong and Wu Yutian was directly locked, and the two of them were directly fixed in place. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't move. Wu Yutian was completely flustered at this point. Good lord, this is intended to be a wipeout. Former senior, I know you're quite powerful, but my martial extremity sect isn't one to be messed with. Wu Yutian gritted his teeth and said, even if you were a Seal King realm powerhouse, or even a famous sword emperor, you would still have to give our martial extremity sect 3 points. The woman in the red dress laughed. So powerful, I'm a little scared. Wu Yutian snorted coldly and continued to threaten. Both Wu Juhai and I have our own life cards enshrined within the clan. If the two of us were to die, the clan would immediately know the ins and outs. At that time, not only you, but also the forces behind you will be liquidated. The red-skirted woman indistinctly made a surprise and said, then it's really true that I underestimated you guys. I was almost about to be liquidated. Wu Yutian grinned and said, know that you are afraid if you know. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he directly exploded into a mass of blood and water. Seeing this, Wu Youqian's eyes widened to a huge size as he begged for mercy. Elder, spare! Bang! Another muffled thud. These two people completely turned into blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this, all the people sniffed and looked aghast. The strength of this red-skirted woman was too strong. Those two could be cultivators at the peak of the Tong Tian realm, and they didn't expect to be able to kill them just by saying so. There wasn't even the slightest room to fight back. It's simply anticlimactic. At this moment, Mo Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw this. These two backers of his are actually all dead. Wouldn't he be alone then? He hurriedly stepped forward and looked at Mu Ningxin, saying, Patriarch? I was confused for a moment and mistakenly compelled by a traitor. I implore Lord Sovereign to spare my life. After saying that, Mo Feng flung himself to the ground, trembling. From time to time, he raised his head and observed Mu Ningxin's expression, his posture lowered to the extreme. Looking toward Mo Feng, there was anger in the eyes of the crowd. What Mo Feng had originally committed was a capital offense, and now he was also colluding with the martial extremity sect, adding to his crime. Now you're pleading for mercy? I don't know where you got the face. Mu Ningxin's face was even colder to the extreme. She had always been reluctant to show mercy to traitors like this. You call yourself momentarily confused? I see that you are quite sober. I hope you'll be this sober in your next life. Mu Ningxin sneered and instantly chopped away with his sword. In an instant, a sword light directly pierced through Mo Feng's chest, pinning him to the ground. Immediately, blood spurted out and he howled miserably. In between the passing of Mo Feng's vitality, he still didn't forget to stare at Lu Xian with a vicious death glare. Lu Xian, is all you. If you hadn't stirred things up in the middle of it, I would have accomplished great things. If I had known, I would have killed you first. Mo Feng sprayed out another mouthful of blood and completely broke his spirit. Watching Mo Feng die in front of him, Lu Xian snorted coldly. The old dog didn't forget to hate himself until his last moments. Remembering the previous appearance of begging for mercy, it really reminded Lu Xian of a phrase. It's not that he knows he's wrong, it's that he knows he's going to die. Seeing Mo Feng die on the spot, the many Tsang Sword sect elders also let out a long breath. This sect scum is finally dealt with cleanly today. At this point, Mu Ningxin looked at the red-skirted woman and said, Senior, I don't know how to address you. The red-skirted woman turned back and said, The karma in my name is something you can't afford. Hearing these words, Mu Ningxin was slightly stunned, then nodded. I've been taught. The red-skirted woman extended her hand and said, There's no harm in it. There are some karmic consequences that should be severed in and of themselves. She drew the first sword behind her and swept it out in all directions. With that, the red-skirted woman's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, back inside the burial heaven realm. And at that moment, the faces of the people on the field began to turn blank. They realized at once that they seemed to be forgetting something. When he recalled the face of the woman in the red dress just now, it was a blur, as if he was in a fog, trying to recall what she had just done again. She could only barely recall that this woman seemed to have defeated the martial extremity sect ancestor and two martial extremity sect elders. As for how it was defeated, nothing is known. How strange. Seems to be forgetting something. Who was that red-skirted woman who made a move just now? I only remember that she's very strong and knows Lu Xian. That's all I can remember, but to be able to repel the ancestor of the martial extremity sect should be a sword emperor. Even Mu Ningxin's eyes flashed out a trace of shock, clearly also affected by the sword just now. Lu Xian looked back around and was slightly shocked in his heart. This red-skirted woman's sword was actually cutting off karma. After cutting out that sword, it was as if she had never appeared. A sword that cuts off karma. Lu Xian was a bit puzzled in his heart. What is this red-skirted woman all about? It shouldn't just be a sword emperor, right? Is it the sword fairy? While Lu Xian was pondering, a sudden change occurred in the field. Mu Ningxin suddenly turned pale, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing this, Lin Xinyao hurriedly exclaimed, Master, Chapter 80. She's a sword emperor at best, right? Mu Ningxin's face gradually turned white and lacked blood color. He could only support his body with his sword on the ground with difficulty. Obviously, the body was overdrawn to the point of exhaustion. The many disciples of the Tsang Sword sect all panicked when they saw this. There was a lot of crosstalk and speculation about what was going on. The patriarch wouldn't have been seriously injured by the martial extremity sect's ancestor. Would he? Will it be life-threatening? At this moment, several peak master elders rushed forward and probed Mu Ningxin's injuries, revealing a look of gravity. Seeing this, Lin Xinyao forced herself to calm down and said, Master, due to the fierce battle involved in the old disease, there is no major harm. Sent to the heavenly power peak to convalesce for a few days will be able to, all of you rest assured. After saying that, he flew towards Tianquan Peak with Mu Ningxin on his sword. Numerous disciples heard the words before putting their hearts down, as long as there is no major harm. Only a few peak master elders knew that things were not that simple. Luoli gazed slightly and whispered to a few people around her. I heard that the patriarch has always suffered from a hidden disease. Once the attack is enough to be fatal, could it be that today? The faces of the people were suddenly grave. They also leaped forward and ran towards the heavenly power peak. Tianquan Peak was in charge of alchemy within the sect, and could be said to be the healing sanctuary of the sect. The only place where Mu Ningxian can receive the best treatment is there. At this moment, Lu Xian tilted his head and looked at the few people leaving and slowly said, "It's not a big deal. It's not that simple, and it looks like a lie woven to appease the people. The gongfu that the sovereign cultivated is not complete. The long years of cultivation have long left hidden dangers in the body. Once the gongfu is run at a high intensity, it will be enough to explode, and his life will be in danger at that time." It wasn't certain death, but the consequences were unimaginable. At this moment, the voice of the red-skirted woman came from within the body, saying, "What? You don't want to save her?" Lu Xian laughed lightly and said, "I don't need to go. Someone will come to actively look for me at that time, and it's not urgent to say that I'll be saved at that time." The red-skirted woman laughed. "You brat, the spectrum is quite big." Lu Xian didn't continue to speak. Instead, he leaped up and flew towards Yuheng Peak with his sword. Now that the Tsangyu martial arts had ended, if he wasn't the top ace, who would be the top ace? However, now that the patriarch's hidden disease had broken out, no one had given himself the first armor reward for the time being. What's more, now that these people knew that they had a mysterious and powerful sword cultivator behind them, but when they surrounded themselves and asked questions, they didn't have the time to accompany them. As a matter of urgency, it would be better to return to Jade Balance Peak and raise his cultivation more. There are far more ferocious battles than this to be faced in the future. The red-skirted woman was a killer for herself, but on the other hand, she also raised the difficulty of her fight. The martial extremity sect knew that they had such a mysterious powerhouse with an indeterminate realm behind them. So hell knows what kind of powerhouse they would send against them next time. Fortunes and misfortunes. After Lu Xian returned to his hall, he couldn't help but frown at some of the remaining resources he had on hand. There are still over 2 million spirit stones left and 10,000 spirit crystals. I don't know if these will be able to support my cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Cave Xian realm, touching the threshold of the inferior realm. Lu Xian now felt that his Cave Xian realm cultivation was not quite enough. It would be best to ascend to the inferior realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he met an opponent from the passage realm, he would not be confident that he could steadily eat the opponent. Strength is the bottom line of making it in this realm. Lu Xian offered up as many of the several spirit veins he had accumulated as he could. In addition, the only remaining spirit stones and spirit crystals were taken out. Then he began to sit on top of the futon, absorbing the 4 directions of spiritual qi. At this time, Lu Xian was not willing to delay at all. He wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Soon, as a piece of spirit stone and spirit crystal fell into darkness, Lu Xian's aura was gradually rising. On the other hand, the Wuji sect. Within the sect, the Grand Elder of the Martial Extremity sect, Wu Qingwen, was still drinking tea within the main hall when he suddenly saw a disciple barge in a panic. "Great Elder, something big has happened." This disciple knelt directly in front of Wu Qingwen as soon as they met, trembling and full of panic. Wu Qingwen frowned slightly and asked, "What happened? To be in such a panic, what's the proper behavior?" The disciple handed the 2 broken origin cards to Wu Qingwen and said hurriedly, "Just now, disciples were monitoring the ancestral hall, and suddenly discovered elders Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai outside conducting ancestor summoning. And in no time at all, the 2 elders' original life cards were shattered, and even the ancestor bilocations that were summoned were decimated." At those words, Wu Qingwen's face suddenly changed, and the remaining few people in the Great Hall froze. Wu Yutian and Wu Juhai had quite a high status within the sect, and even though they weren't the strongest, they ranked among the top few. But not only were they forced to call their ancestors, they were even beheaded together. Wu Chengwen received the shattered origin card and instantly projected a curtain of light within the Great Hall. Within the curtain of light, a blurry silhouette instantly killed the martial extremity sect ancestor split, and even Wu Tian and Wu Juhai instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The location was none other than the Tsangyu sword sect. Who is this person? Wu Chengwen stared at the blurry silhouette with a puzzled expression. It was reasonable to say that the picture recorded by the benevolent life card would not be distorted, but the figure of this murderer was so blurry that it could only be vaguely seen as a sword cultivator. But his expression quickly turned cold. No matter who it is, to be able to kill the ancestor's doppelganger as well as the two elders, the strength should be that of a sword emperor of the Dharma realm. This Tsang Yu sword sect. Is it deceiving my martial extremity sect? It's not like my martial extremity sect doesn't know strong people at the royal law realm. Why don't we just touch base then and see who is stronger? At this moment, the disciple asked, Grand Elder, then what should we do now? Wu Chengwen gazed into the distance and said in a cold voice, Contact the Dacian imperial dynasty and agree to their conditions, so that they can step in and kill that damned sword cultivator. Avenge the elders of my clan, a mere sword emperor. My martial extremity sect can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers. Song Yu sword sect. Yuheng Peak. Several hours later, Lu Xian let out a long, cloudy breath, snapping his eyes open. A body's aura soared once again. Breakthrough. 9th level of the Cave Xian realm. It was also close to the realm of the inferior realm. Lu Xian stood up and moved his muscles while swinging several punches in the air. A succession of sonic explosions cracked. Now that I'm 3 points stronger from before, it's okay. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth. However, he soon rummaged through his spatial ring and let out a long sigh. There were only 100,000 or so spirit stones left within the ring, barely enough to feed and clothe himself on a regular basis. As for the spirit crystals, there was not a single drop left. Obviously, the later one got, the more resources one needed to cultivate. Now we'll just have to find a way to swindle a few more wrongdoers or find a big player to grab around. Moreover, breaking through to the into the subtle realm requires several types of heavenly treasures to cleanse the meridians of the flesh, which are not so easy to find, and money may not be able to buy them. Lu Xian stared slightly. While Lu Xian was thinking about it, suddenly a handyman disciple reported outside the main hall. Reporting to senior brother Lu Xian, a disciple of Tian Quan peeked outside the gate. Yi Ji is paying a visit. Lu Xian sniffed, and then sniffed the faint smell of pills wafting through the air. He smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect that the few Dan recipes I gave her had actually been practiced. This Yi Ji is really a genius. Of course, the purpose of her visit today was certainly not that simple.